amidst the dreams. This young man awoke to find himself lying on a patch of grass, with many people around staring at Lai Trang-Sien like a strange creature. System notification, achievement unlocked. A resurrected being carrying memories of a past life. Reward, memory retention, all stats +5. So these things also became achievements. The people around began to panic. A gate suddenly appeared? I've never seen this before. Trang-Sien still didn't care much about the people around him. He was just thinking. Brown eyes, speaking Korean. I really came back. This feeling is so refreshing. But as soon as the system announced that Area 1 was open, Trang-Sien immediately jumped up and rushed forward like crazy. Everyone was bewildered by this dangerous action. They felt this man seemed familiar. Could he be the tyrant? Although full of vigor, after not running for long, Trang-Sien was already out of breath and exhausted. He thought he needed to check his body condition first, requesting to open the system window. System notification, cannot open window. You do not have permission to open. Your authority has been revoked. A part of the system is being updated. Using administrator privileges, your status window has opened. Finally, the system panel opened, but it was very strange. Lai Trang-Sien, divine name. Twilight of the Gods, title. Error affiliation. Error strength. Error dexterity. Error vitality. Error divine power. Error skills. Unreadable authority. Unreadable. Everything is an error. What happened to what the king of hell promised me? Just as he was pondering, the system notified again. The window has been refreshed with newly updated data. Lai Trang-Sien, divine name. Twilight of the Gods, title. None affiliation. Yellow Springs, strength. 1 dexterity. 3 vitality. 2 magic power. None skills. Soul collection authority level 1. Execution sword level 1. As soon as Trang-Sien closed the skill window, system notifications kept appearing with warnings. Detected by a black mamba snake. As soon as it saw Trang-Sien, the snake opened its disgusting mouth and then lunged as if to devour Trang-Sien alive. Trang-Sien was not afraid. Instead, he showed some amusement. He had to get stronger as quickly as possible. The best way was to kill monsters for experience points. Thinking this, Trang-Sien didn't hesitate to use the rusty dagger for beginner's item. With just a basic strike, the snake was instantly gone. The system immediately announced, "You have defeated the Black Mamba in 1 blow." It was a perfect attack. Received reward, low-level dagger technique skill. Level up, strength +2. Agility +2. The constellation, Lac Thursday Tuet, has taken an interest in you. Trang-Sien smiled, secretly resolving that besides getting stronger as quickly as possible, he must become the rookie they paid the most attention to. Dungeons, for humanity, on one hand, are a cruel disaster, but on the other hand, they are an opportunity opening before them. It's the same for gods and stars. They use dungeons to choose followers or priests to worship and spread faith. The gods will also choose apostles, those most beloved by them and those who fulfill the wishes of the divine. Many people yearning for power from gods or stars risked their lives venturing into dungeons, but many also perished within them without gaining the attention of any god. For arrogant gods and stars, ordinary beings aren't even glanced at, let alone caught their eye. Only a few humans are lucky and faithful enough to meet the necessary conditions, or that person can prove that they possess extraordinary talent. Like Trang-Sien currently, his series of excellent displays just now has led to the attention of a god. System notification. The god Lac Thursday Tuet is interested in you. Trang-Sien smirked. Lac Thursday Tuet, huh? This is like hitting the jackpot, isn't it? Trang-Sien knows this god. Her true name is Pabinsa. She is a war goddess who possesses thousands of different weapons and loves hunting. But the jackpot Trang-Sien mentioned is Pabinsa's mother, the primordial evil dragon Tiamat. Trang-Sien guessed. Did I hit it big right from the start? It must be my dagger skill that attracted her. Indeed, the system notification confirmed his guess. The god Lac Thursday Tuet is curious about your hunting skill. Trang-Sien swung the dagger in his hand, smiling softly. I'll show you what you want. For the next period, Trang-Sien continued to explore the forest. Among them, A stream of green gas caught his attention. Half of the outer edge of this forest was enveloped in poisonous gas, so the monsters around here must have potent toxicity. Trang Xian analyzed. He lifted his chin and wondered. In that case, Plan C would be the best, right? Just then, two black mambas darted out, intending to ambush Trang Xian. Trang Xian had anticipated it. He gripped the dagger in his hand, quickly turned into a combat stance, and said, "Let's use the disturb the grass to startle the snake, strategy to hunt these snakes." Next, Trang Xian leaped high to dodge the bite of the two black mambas, and at the same time, the dagger in his hand swung, cutting a long line along the body of one, killing it instantly. System notification. The low-level dagger skill has been activated, and you have successfully eliminated a black mamba. Congratulations, you have gained experience points. The remaining mamba could not escape the same fate as its companion. System notification. Congratulations, you have gained experience points. You have leveled up. Following that, due to the smell of fresh blood and the recent battle, several more black mambas rushed out from the forest. This was exactly what Trang Xian wanted. The dagger in his hand was no different from a death god's scythe, harvesting the lives of the black mambas. More and more black mambas appeared, but Trang Xian was not afraid. His face was cold and clear, as he constantly moved back and forth among the black mambas, like dancing the dance of death, leaving no survivor in his wake. Before him, system notifications continuously appeared. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You are eliminating almost the entire black mamba population, masters of the forest's edge. Your senses have become sharper. Thanks to combat, you have improved your ability to focus. After an unknown amount of time, Trang Xian suddenly stopped because there were no more black mambas around him. He swept his gaze around and saw the remaining black mambas looking at him in fear. System notification. Black mambas now consider you their natural predator. You have successfully instilled fear in the black mamba species. The title Black Mamba Butcher has been created. Black Mamba Butcher, a title for hunters who have killed more than 100 black mambas. Category Title. Effect Strength +5. Instills fear in snake-type monsters. Trang Xian had no intention of letting the remaining black mambas go. Their hesitation and fear only made him more excited, grabbing his weapon and rushing to hunt them down. His heart was wildly screaming. Yes, exactly like this. Killing after killing, this itching and intoxicating sensation. Isn't this the smell of battle that I had forgotten? Whether in Arcadia or here, it brings a terrifying feeling. On the other hand, it's also a joy to myself. However, everything was destroyed when those wretched gods captured me, imprisoning me on the grounds of harming the world. And finally, they gave me the death sentence. In truth, they feared an ordinary being who could stand on par with them. At first, I didn't mean to do anything, but if it's something that makes them afraid, then I'll do it, because the human body was still quite weak. Prolonged fighting made Trang Xian a little tired, causing him to pause temporarily. System notification. The low-level dagger skill has reached its highest level, unlocking a higher-level skill. Skill. Intermediate dagger skill has been unlocked. The godlike Thursday Tued is very surprised by your proficient dagger skills. Your stamina has been depleted. You are in an exhausted state. Please find a safe area and rest. It's still too early to be surprised. Trang Xian smiled softly, stretching his arm forward. From the black mamba corpses, streams of energy flew up, converging towards his hand. System notification. You use Soul Force. Purgatory Flame has been activated, and you have received the remnant soul of a black mamba. You have recovered 5% of your stamina. You are no longer in a depleted state. The Snow Beast deity was surprised and is wondering what your skill is. Trang Xian clenched his fist, feeling his stamina momentarily recover. He smiled and continued slaughtering black mambas. He thought to himself, of course she wouldn't know. This is a unique skill I received from the Emperor of Hell. She's probably just thinking this is some attribute or skill I received when I first awakened. Even if she's curious, she can't directly meet me to question me, because she's still restricted by the principles of God-human interaction. No one's crazy enough to break the rules, just to look at the information of a few rookies. After a while, Trang Xian stopped, panting. No matter what happens, I'm not that worried. All thanks to this overpowered system I got from hell. If it weren't for it, my status window would have been revealed instantly. Muttering, Trang Xian casually used his dagger to stab the neck of a black mamba that was trying to ambush him, ending the battle. System notification. You have dealt with the last black mamba. You have received a new achievement. Reward for hunting 444 black mambas. Strength +5. Low-grade poison resistance. Trang Xian was pleased. He opened the system window to view his personal information. Lai Trang Xian. Divine title, Twilight of the Gods, cannot be used. Title, Black Mamba Hunter. Affiliation, Hell. Level 6. Strength, 14.2 plus 10. Agility, 16.2 plus 10. Stamina, 13.9 plus 10. Magic, 0 plus 10. Accumulated stats, 35. Skill panel, Intermediate Dagger Technique Level 3. Effect panel, Low-grade Poison Resistance Level 1. Decisive Blade Level 1. Special information, a god has taken an interest in you. You can increase your favorability with this god by fulfilling their wishes. Looking at his personal panel, Trang Xian smiled faintly and said, My skills and stats have increased quite a bit. Wow, I even gained magic points. From now on, I can use my skills freely. Most importantly, Pabinsa has noticed me. Excellent. Next, he fell into contemplation. After the black mambas, it'll probably be the red snakes, and finally, the blood serpent, right? Luckily, I received low-grade poison resistance. That'll make the hunt much easier. The blood serpent is a formidable boss. It's the leader that controls the mamba snakes. It sounds a bit illogical to face it before reaching level 10. Trang Xian's goal was to defeat the blood serpent alone. This would surely be a huge opportunity to make a name for himself among the gods. But most importantly, it's the blood serpent's poisonous fangs. He needs to obtain poison immunity as quickly as possible. The reason is, one of the reasons the Twilight of the Gods was defeated was their extremely poor poison and curse resistance. Trang Xian won't let himself make this mistake a second time. Trang Xian, with an angry expression, gritted his teeth, secretly vowing about Gaia's curse. I need that Fong to overcome that curse. Just then, the blade of the weapon in Trang Xian's hand shattered into fragments and vanished. System notification. The durability of the rusty dagger for beginners has reached its limit and is destroyed. Looking at the dagger hilt in his hand, Trang Xian sighed. Well, it's amazing it lasted this long. Suddenly, a weapon flew down from the sky and plunged into the ground near Trang Xian's feet. Startling him, he composed himself and looked again, opening his mouth in surprise. Dragon scale pattern. If so, this must be a weapon from Tien Mat. What are they thinking? System notification. The godlike Thursday Teat has sent a gift and placed a bet on you. If you fail and waste his time, he will kill you. Oh, I knew it. So the price for failure is my life? It's true that those gods only see other creatures as trash, nothing more than entertainment. That's why I hate gods and celestial beings. But then again, that might be better. If I play my cards right, I'll definitely gain a lot of benefits for later. And most importantly, the Tien Mat dagger. Possessing this is the greatest gift for me. Thinking so, Trang Xian no longer hesitated, picked up the weapon, and said, All right, what do you want me to do? System notification. You have accepted the bet. The godlike Thursday Teat laughed, and is very satisfied with your courageous spirit. Quest generated. Hunter's license created. Some time later, a large crowd gathered at the starting point. Suddenly, someone shouted, Everyone, please gather here. Everyone turned their heads back suspiciously. What's going on? Is someone trying to be the leader again? A person in a military uniform held up a card and loudly introduced himself. I am Second Lieutenant Park Xian, a rank C player from the Awakened Force under the direction of the National Army. This is an emergency, so please follow my instructions. People around them murmured. What a relief. At least there's a player here. Yeah, I think so too. But is that other guy going to be all right? The one who ran straight into the forest as soon as the quest started? Huh, that guy. I hope nothing bad happens. Do you think he believes going in there will get him something good? A young man in a blue jacket, who had been sitting under a tree silently until now, spoke up. No, not at all. At least he possesses far more assets than everyone else here. Someone asked curiously, Huh, how can you be so sure? The young man in the blue jacket casually walked over and replied, His name is Tyron, and he's the team leader of St. Ben. Someone suddenly remembered and exclaimed, Ah, I remember. I've seen him before too. Even though his personal life isn't great, he receives a lot of advertising offers because of his handsome appearance. He's also a pampered rich kid. Why would someone like that suddenly run into the forest? The young man in the blue jacket replied with a grin. I heard a rumor that he became an alcoholic after retiring from competing. He's probably sick of life and wants to commit suicide. A young man in a red jacket walked up behind the young man in the blue jacket and quietly said, Hey, shut up. Why are you blabbering on like that? The young man in the blue jacket retorted unhappily, What did I do? Just then, a system notification window appeared in front of everyone present. All black mamba snakes have been annihilated. Everyone widened their eyes and gaped at the sight. A little brown-haired girl asked, Everyone's in the safe zone, right? How did the monsters get killed? But this was just the beginning. Every few minutes, a new notification appeared. All white worms have been annihilated. All blue crows have been annihilated. Red mamba snakes have been rapidly annihilated. Player Lai Trang-Sian is going berserk. Parky Sian frowned and silently watched the system window. As for the young man in the blue jacket, he gritted his teeth, his face full of disbelief, and spoke. Hey, why is everything like this? Time rewound to where Trang-Sian had just received a quest from Lack Thursday Teat. He was using soul coercion, simultaneously recovering his stamina and examining the quest system. Hunter's certification. Rank emergent. Description. Due to the stagnated growth of the deity Lack Thursday Teat in the divinity panel, she desires more apostles and priests to improve her cult. However, all current talents are already sponsored by other supreme beings. In her desperation, she found you. Lack Thursday Teat is considering you, a person with excellent hunting skills, to become her apostle. However, things won't be that easy. You need to prove your abilities. Within 24 hours from now, you must hunt the blood serpent using the provided dagger. Failure condition, death. Success, Fong of the evil dragon. Optional choice to become an apostle. So that's how it is. No wonder she was interested in me from the start. I can't believe her situation is that bad. Now that I think about it, there was a huge conflict between Tien Mat and Ben Madac before. Is that related to this? On one side is Ben Madac, who is the strongest of the 12 zodiacs, Taurus. On the other side is Tien Mat, who is the primordial evil dragon, Lack Thursday Teat's mother. Trang-Sian felt intrigued and mumbled, Although I'm not entirely sure, I can definitely benefit from this. Next, Trang-Sian looked at the new weapon in his hand. This isn't a mediocre weapon, is it? System note. Fong of the evil dragon. The primordial evil dragon used her fangs to create this dagger as a gift for her beloved daughter. This item possesses its own personality. Rank, sacred dagger. Damage, uncalculable. Effect, unknown. This weapon is currently on loan. Its primordial properties cannot be utilized by players who haven't met certain conditions. This is exactly what I wanted, but it'd be even more fun with an added bonus. Thinking this, Trang-Sian grinned and spoke. Oh, hey, are you interested in a side bet? System notification. The deity Lack Thursday Teat tilts her head, wondering. What do you mean? Trang-Sian opened his mouth. 30 minutes. System notification. The deity Lack Thursday Teat hasn't understood what you mean. In 30 minutes, I will exterminate the blood serpent for you to see. Therefore, please bestow a more generous reward upon me. Trang-Sian made the offer and calmly stood, awaiting the results. Not long after, the system notification appeared again. The deity Lack Thursday Teat chuckled at your proposal. The deity Lack Thursday Teat has accepted your request. However, She warned that your death penalty would not be peaceful. Having achieved his goal, Trang Xian smiled, offered thanks, then grabbed his weapon and rushed towards the mission objective. The first monster Trang Xian encountered was a moonworm. He only needed 3 moves to deal with it. System notification. Leveled up. Strength increased by 3. Next was a flock of blue crows. Although numerous, Trang Xian's level had now increased, and his physique had improved. Moreover, the weapon in his hand was much better than when he faced the flock of black mamba snakes, so the fate awaiting the blue crows was no different from that of the black mamba snakes. System notification. Leveled up. Stamina increased by 2. Rumors about the bet between you and Lack Thursday Teat are spreading throughout the celestial realm. Some other deities are very interested in your combat experience. Some deities stroke their chins upon witnessing your martial arts talent. After eliminating the blue crows, Trang Xian's sharp eyes glanced at the system notification board. He smiled and continued towards the blood serpent's location. Along the way, if he encountered monsters, Trang Xian also dealt with them at the fastest speed. Finally, he saw the blood serpent, the objective of the mission. He didn't rush to attack, but hid behind a tree, waiting. More spectators, more benefits. System notification. The deity Lack Thursday Teat is annoyed with the uninvited guests. The deity Lack Thursday Teat is warning other deities that you already belong to her. Trang Xian secretly smiled, wondering how many of those gods would find this interesting. Hopefully, some of them are a bit kinder. System notification. Leveled up. You have reached level 10. You have completed the novice training. Achievement unlocked. Young talent just completed training. Seeing this, Trang Xian's eyes lit up. This was it, the condition to unlock a hidden class. As expected, the following notification appeared. Reward, all stats plus 5. Hidden class unlocked. Trang Xian began to ponder. In his previous life, he chose the normal sergeant class, but this time he wouldn't choose ordinary classes. Both Dragon King and Dark King are good, but they'd be very difficult to play. Therefore, Berserker is probably the best choice. Berserkers possess an enormous amount of damage, but in return, their mental state is always unstable. However, there are a few tricks to control this. I'll choose Berserker to complete this bet. Even level 20 monsters are hard to kill. Without hesitation, Trang Xian clicked on the hidden class reward. Here are your results. Please select a class. 1. Swordsman. 2. Sergeant. 3. Grandmaster. 17. Hidden Dragon Scion. 18. Hidden Night Prowler. 30. Hidden Ancient Rune Master. After looking through the entire list, Trang Xian's eyes widened, his expression grim as he said, Berserker, it's not here. System notification. 6 minutes. Trang Xian frowned in confusion. He was convinced there would definitely be a Berserker class, but why wasn't it appearing? System notification. The god of pleasure and beast, Shui, is wondering how you will complete the wager. 3 other gods are also eagerly awaiting the class you will choose. Time was running out. Trang Xian had no choice but to make a decision. He seriously looked at the list, pondered for a moment, then reached out towards the hidden class, Master of Ancient Runes. He lamented that writing runes would be very annoying, but if considering their destructive power, they far surpass Berserker. And it also compensated for physical strength in unbalanced battles. Immediately after, the class change process began. You have chosen Master of Ancient Runes as your main class. You have changed your class to Master of Ancient Runes. Agility increased by 5. Magic increased by 5. New stat Wisdom has been added. New stat Willpower has been added. Class skill Low-level Rune Creation has been unlocked. Class skill Low-level Rune Carving has been unlocked. The god of pleasure and beast, Shui, is shocked by your choice. Another god is bursting into laughter because of your choice. The class change process completed. Trang Xian paid no attention to the god's attitudes and checked his skills. Low-level Rune Creation creates rune scripts. Successful creation of rune scripts will level up the skill, as well as reduce creation time. Level 1. Type Class Active. Effect, Script Creation. Low-level Rune Carving can carve created rune scripts onto a desired subject. The subject can range from objects to animals, depending on the skill level. Level 1. Type class, active buff. Effect, auxiliary magic. Jiang Xian thought to himself. Just as I expected, these two skills would appear. I still have 4 minutes left. Next, Jiang Xian used his accumulated 30 stat points to increase wisdom and 25 stat points to increase willpower. At this moment, probably due to the class change process, the blood serpent noticed him and lunged to attack the tree trunk where Jiang Xian was hiding. Jiang Xian quickly jumped aside to dodge. System notification. Low-level rune creation has been activated. Success rate increased due to your stats. Jiang Xian was seen using the weapon in his hand to cut his other arm, causing blood to splatter. He never thought the runes he was forced to learn by those elders would ever be used. With a sigh, he directly used his own blood to write incomprehensible characters onto the knife blade. When the last stroke was completed, these characters suddenly lit up. System notification. Low-level rune carving has been activated. Explosive rune has been carved. Explosive rune has been carved. The god Lack Thursday Teat had foreseen this situation and laughed. The god Lack Thursday Tuet was curious how a newcomer like you knew about runes. You successfully created and carved each rune thanks to your intense focus and willpower. Skill level increased. Reward received. Explosive rune causes 5 times the effect for 1 minute. Magic has been absorbed. You enter a state of craving. Jiang Xian smiled as he looked at the glowing weapon in his hand. Next, he roared and charged towards the blood serpent, engaging in a deadly assault. He estimated in his mind that there were about 3 minutes left, which was more than enough. The sounds of Jiang Xian's battle had also attracted the attention of those in the safe zone since the beginning. They looked towards the explosion and dust, then exclaimed, "It's that again!" Park Xian, among the crowd, silently thought that there had been thousands of bomb-like explosions coming from the forest, but this one was the biggest yet. Everyone else also whispered and discussed. What the heck? What's going on up there? System notification. Player Li Changxian has begun attacking the boss. Boss name, Blood Serpent. Everyone was stunned when they saw the notification. The young man in the red jacket even blurted out, "Attacking the boss." It's come to that. The young man in the blue jacket also exclaimed in surprise, "What?" But immediately after, the young man in the blue jacket angrily shouted, "Damn it! That guy wants to get us all killed, that dog. It's always like this whenever I meet him. He always wants to do things his way." The young man in the blue jacket ran up to Park Xian and yelled, "Hey, do something. We're all going to die." Park Xian calmly replied, "As I said, you stay put." However, the young man in the blue jacket tried to say something else, but Park Xian interrupted him. Even a little carelessness will get everyone killed. The young man in the blue jacket was unwilling, but could only curse helplessly, "Damn it!" Park Xian no longer paid attention to the young man in the blue jacket. He looked towards the lights appearing in the dense smoke and dust, secretly speculating. If I'm guessing correctly, those lights are the critical hit effects of skill. If so, he's even more than I imagined. We still have a chance. I wonder what's going on over there? On Jiang Xian's side, the battle had also reached its decisive moment. Man and serpent roared and lunged at each other, unleashing their strongest attacks. A huge explosion immediately rang out. Everyone in the safe zone received a series of new notifications that left them dumbfounded. You have completed the first boss hunt, Blood Serpent. You have completed the first part of the dungeon exploration quest. Dungeon ranking. Total 5,000 points. First, Li Changxian, 4,999 points. Second, Park Xian, 1 point. Third, unknown. Rewards will be awarded based on your achievements. Park Xian stood there in a daze, with only one thought in his head right now. At this moment, I thought of the appearance of a new monarch in the 10 Kings ranking. A moment after the boss was defeated, everyone in the safe zone was still shocked by this startling event. Just then, a gigantic red snake head emerged from the forest, making them scream in fright. But strangely, the monster didn't attack anyone. As its body gradually appeared, They realized it was being dragged by someone. Park Hee-seon looked towards Chang Seon with a bewildered gaze. What was that look in his eyes trying to say? Chang Seon looked around the safe zone and said. Park Hee-seon stepped forward and replied. Chang Seon nodded. He pointed at the blood serpent. I hope you all can help me clear out the remaining small monsters. Hope? No, it's more like a request. Park Hee-seon said to himself, his expression unnatural. Chang Seon looked at everyone's faces, including Park Hee-seon's, sighed, shook his head, and decided to turn around and leave, dragging the blood serpent along. It seems you're a bit uncomfortable with my presence, so I'll go find another place. Hearing that, the people in the safe zone started discussing. Is he really Tyron? You said they were the same person. I hope so, but he looks so different. Could that person be a demon in disguise? No, if that were the case, we'd all be dead, right? Ah, right. Ha ha. Only the young man in the blue shirt remained silent. He bit his lip, glaring at Chang Seon's back. Chang Seon left the safe zone, recalling what the people there had said. But he looked so different. Could that person be a demon in disguise? Chang Seon shook his head and chuckled. I didn't expect others to think of me that way. System notification. You will have a 1-hour break before Stage 2 begins. Countdown begins. Chang Seon went to an empty plot of land and threw the blood serpent's corpse to the ground. This should be fine here, Chang Seon said, then went to the 4 corners and carved runes into the stones, creating a barrier around himself and the blood serpent. System notification. Rune barrier has been carved. Your skill level has increased. Low-level rune creation has reached its promotion limit. A higher-level skill has been unlocked. Beginner rune creation has been unlocked. Chang Seon looked at the blood serpent's corpse on the ground and decided he should deal with this gift first. System notification. Received notification of 2 rewards from rank achievements and 3 rewards from hunter certification achievements. Chang Seon softly said, System notification. Random rewards have been prepared. Please choose a type you're interested in. 1 skills, 2 effects, 3 equipment, 4 achievement points. Neither skills nor effects at these levels are any good. As for equipment, the dragon's fong is more than enough for me. So I'll definitely take this one. Chang Seon muttered, decisively reaching out to choose achievement points. System notification. You have chosen achievement points as a random reward. You have received 10,000 karma. You have received 5,000 karma. Current achievement points, 15,000. Chang Seon smirked and softly said, There's one thing that's always true in both the human and heavenly realms, and that's money. I need to accumulate as much money as possible before the new items open in the store. Next are the status points. Chang Seon said with a smile, then ordered the system window to open. Li Chang Seon. Divine name, Twilight of the Gods, unusable. Title, Mamba Serpent Butcher, new. Affiliation, Hell. Class, Master of Ancient Runes. Level 15. Strength, 36.5 plus 25. Agility, 32.7 plus 20. Stamina, 29.9 plus 20. Magic, 10 plus 20. Wisdom, 33 plus 20. Willpower, 28.2 plus 20. Skill panel. Intermediate Dagger Mastery LV.5. Basic Rune Carving LV.1. Low-Tier Rune Creation LV.1 new. Serpent Eye LV.1 new. Effect Panel. Low-Tier Poison Resistance LV.5. Authority. Soul Coercion LV.1. Decisive Blade /LV.1. Personal Info. You can view the amusement and admiration of many gods regarding the achievements you have completed. Cumulative stats, 50. Chang Seon joyfully rubbed his chin, exclaiming, Nice! It seems defeating the blood serpent was the right decision. System notification. As per the previously mentioned reward, the dragon's fong is now yours. The god of pleasures and snow is greatly coveting you. Other gods are also interested in you after learning the results of the bet. Some stars have targeted you. Suddenly, a red notification window appeared. The god of pleasures and snow is warning others that daring to touch you is challenging the wrath of the dragon. Seeing this, Chang Seon covered his mouth and chuckled to himself. Next, a notification about the bet's reward appeared before Chang Xian. The god of pleasures and snow is wondering what gift you would want for winning the bet. You have the right to take 2 rewards. The dragon's treasure has been opened. List of rewards. 1. An Addison gold bar. 2. Heavenly Holy Grail. 3. Omnipotent stone. Chang Xian focused on looking at the list. He couldn't help but exclaim, "There are so many items. It truly is a dragon's treasure." System notification. The god of pleasures and snow said that you can take anything you like. The god of pleasures and snow affirmed that to encourage you, any gift is fine. Many other gods were surprised by the god of pleasures and snow's reward. Some stars are being attracted by the god of pleasures and snow's treasure. This isn't enough to satisfy me yet. If I take Pabinsa's gifts, I'll become her slave. Thinking so, Chang Xian flatly refused the list of rewards on the screen. A red notification box immediately appeared. Window closed. You did not take any items. Seeing this, Chang Xian wasn't flustered at all. He calmly smiled and continued to read the next notification. The god of pleasures and snow is frowning, wondering what you're planning. A few gods are wondering about your true intentions. The reward for not taking any items will be converted into achievement points. You received 1 million karma. Total achievement points, 2,015,000. As expected, Chang Xian smiled and said, "I knew it. If the system stores them, the rewards will be easier to use later. That's how I receive them." System notification. The god of pleasures and snow is very disappointed. The god of pleasures and snow encouraged you to become their loyal apostle. Chang Xian refused without a second thought. "I'll have to decline that. I want to accumulate more combat experience, and I'm not interested in becoming anyone's follower right now." Chang Xian's eyes subtly scanned the achievement points gained from the bet, and he gave a mischievous smile, silently wondering, So if I keep betting with the gods, I'll get more points, huh? System notification. The god of pleasures and snow is furious because you dared to mock them. The god of pleasures and snow is angry and says you will regret this decision. Chang Xian paid no attention, secretly disdaining. There's no reason to show respect to those gods. System notification. A few gods are munching on popcorn, enjoying the show. A few gods are ambitious to turn you into their apostle. A few gods who didn't care much before are now interested in you. Looking at the thick stack of notification panels in front of him, Chang Xian secretly speculated that if he could prove himself to have unparalleled talent, many entities would scramble to claim him. Furthermore, if the battle with Ben Maduk is real, Tiamat's faction will definitely need many talented individuals to join them. System notification. The god of pleasures and snow is angrily looking at you with fiery eyes. Chang Xian ignored them. Everything was going according to his plan. He decided to continue to the next act of this play. Then let's start now, shall we? I have to utilize everything from this boss, from skin to bone. Thinking that, he held the weapon in his hand and began to busily work on the blood serpent's corpse. System notification. You have received blood serpent's blood. You have received blood serpent's meat X5. You have received blood serpent's eyes X2. Some gods are wondering what you will show them next. Rumors about the bet and the refusal of the gods' offer are spreading quickly in the heavens. Many gods who are curious about you have been constantly connecting to Dungeon Channel KR 9721. The current number of connections is. The total number of gods who are interested in you is. At the same time, while Chang Xian was diligently collecting blood snake corpses in the safe zone, the young man in red and the young man in blue were sitting together in a corner. After a moment of silence, the young man in blue couldn't help but frown and ask, "Do you think I can do things like that too?" The young man in red opened his mouth suspiciously. The young man in blue explained, "Becoming a player, I mean." Hearing that, the young man in the red jacket jumped up in surprise, looked at the young man in the blue jacket, and yelled, "Are you crazy?" Seeing his friend's reaction, the young man in the blue jacket also angrily spoke up loudly, "An addict can do it, so why can't I?" The young man in the blue jacket lowered his head, a grim smile spreading on his face, and quietly said, "No, I definitely can do it. Not before, but here. I feel like I can awaken the dormant talent within this body. Look, a message from the gods." The young man in the red jacket looked over curiously. System notification. The god, owl piercing through twilight, has become interested in player Guion in the car. The young man in the red jacket's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Owl piercing through twilight. Don't tell me you've completed the awakening test?" Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light appeared in the sky, drawing everyone's attention in the safe zone. Everyone looked up to see a pillar of light piercing through the clouds, falling directly onto the safe zone. At the same time, a notification appeared before everyone's eyes. A manager has appeared. In an instant, the light column fell to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, everyone looked intently and saw a creature resembling a young boy with long rabbit ears. He wore a suit, had a large golden watch slung across his shoulder, and held a cane in one hand, introducing himself loudly. "Hello, everyone. I am Heron, the manager of KL Channel." After introducing himself, Heron held the large golden watch to his chest, tilted his head, and smiled in what he thought was an extremely friendly manner. Everyone in the safe zone, upon seeing this, was not only not happy, but also full of suspicion. Speaking up, "A manager, huh? Why did he suddenly appear here?" Heron heard this and awkwardly laughed, explaining, "Oh dear, suddenly appearing and disturbing everyone's rest like this. I'm truly sorry. I'm sure you're wondering why I'm here, right? It's because some things have happened, and I need everyone to understand them. According to the management department's policy on non-interference and maximum freedom, we always try our best not to get involved in your current work. But suddenly, the speed of game progression in this dungeon has drastically increased." So, the Supreme Manager was very annoyed. "Everyone, I apologize, but it seems I have to increase the dungeon's difficulty." Around them, screams of panic began to erupt. "Wait, what?" Heron ignored the reacting crowd, raised his hand high, and snapped his fingers. The safe zone's protective barrier shattered and vanished before everyone's eyes. At the same time, everyone simultaneously received a new notification. Based on achievements, dungeon difficulty will increase. Safe zone will be removed. Monster ferocity will be increased. Damage and defense will be improved. Panic quickly spread. Some cautiously stared towards the forest. Some couldn't maintain their composure and loudly questioned Heron. "What the hell are you doing?" Parky Song, among the crowd, now had a fierce, angry expression on his face. Heron's appearance and actions reminded him of an unforgettable memory, the previous purge event he participated in. In that event, he was the only one left alive in the end, but he was covered in wounds. Before him were blood and corpses, along with a massive system board displaying 4 words that seemed to mock and taunt. Truly disappointing. Back to reality, Parky Song took a deep breath to regain his composure. He swept his gaze across the fearful, bewildered, and desperate faces of everyone in the safe zone. For some reason, an image of Trang Xian appeared in his mind, along with a speculation that sent chills down his spine. That time, the gods and stars also summoned the dungeon difficulty manager to find prominent individuals and turn them into apostles. Do I have to stand by and watch innocent people fall before me again? Could it be that the gods want to test his talents? Li Trang Xian. System announcement. Based on the dungeon's difficulty, your rest period has been removed. Monsters are now allowed to move more freely. All monsters are entering a ravenous state. Try to survive against these formidable predators. You can form a party now, with a maximum of 10 members, and depending on your contributions, you can receive different equipment. If you successfully hunt monsters, you have a chance to obtain fire gems. Each party must acquire at least 99 jewels to complete Phase 2. Everyone frantically searched for anything they could use as a weapon, then began to tremble with fear and cry out, "What's happening? I've never heard of this situation before." System announcement. In 5 seconds, a wave of monsters will flood this area. 5-4. While everyone in the safe zone was in chaos, Heron suddenly appeared behind Park Hee-sung and quietly asked, "So you're player Park Hee-sung, aren't you?" Park Hee-sung, startled, turned his head and questioned, "You know me?" Heron smiled and replied, "Of course. You're the only survivor of the evil dragons Denver. You're one of the players the management office pays the most attention to. So it's no wonder I know you. Good luck surviving this time." With that, Heron gave a strange smile and vanished. As Heron disappeared, the countdown reached 0. This meant that Phase 2 had officially begun. Immediately, the roars of monsters echoed from the forest. Park Hee-sung quickly turned his head to see monsters rushing out of the forest, heading towards the people in the safe zone. Many timid people didn't think much and turned to flee. Damn it, where did they come from? Someone a bit braver stood his ground, holding a makeshift weapon, and said in a trembling voice, "Attack!" At this moment, one person acted completely differently from everyone else, Gyeon Chang-se. He actually dared to rush alone towards the swarm of monsters. "This is my chance," Chang-se murmured to himself, his eyes glinting red, a joyful look on his face as he glanced at his system panel. "The blessing of the owl god through the twilight is within you." Somewhere in the forest, after tormenting the blood serpent's corpse for a while, Trang Xian finally retrieved what he wanted. System announcement: "You have received the blood serpent's venom fang." Holding the blood serpent's venom fang in his hand, Trang Xian smiled and said, "Come to me. Poison immunity skill." System announcement: Phase 2 has begun. Many gods are becoming interested in your performance in this phase. Many gods are betting on your survival in Phase 2. This sudden announcement surprised Trang Xian a little. He stopped smiling, looked towards the safe zone, and opened his mouth. "So, the purge has started again, huh? I thought I'd have a bit more time. Is this the consequence of winning the Pabansa bet? Perhaps that's why it attracted more attention from those gods than I expected." Trang Xian opened his personal panel and quickly checked his current status. HP 151/448, MP 8/250, SP 2/30. That's really unfair. My biggest problem is definitely my stamina. I wanted to recover my stamina first, but it seems there's no time. Trang Xian frowned and muttered. He didn't dare hesitate any longer and left the place with his weapon. Not long after running, Trang Xian encountered a large red monster, with flames erupting all over its body. Trang Xian recognized the monster with a glance. Fire lizard. Phase 1 had venomous creatures, and this time it's the turn of fire poison users. If that's the case, then later stages will include ice poison, metal poison, and body poison, I guess. So, what I need to collect in this stage will be fire energy accumulation. Secretly deciding, Trang Xian changed direction towards the fire lizard. The fire lizard also detected Trang Xian and immediately opened its mouth to breathe fire at him. Trang Xian quickly ducked to dodge and then slipped to the monster's belly, avoiding a direct confrontation. Next, Trang Xian used a sharp weapon, the dragon's fang, continuously moving around the fire lizard's belly to deliver deep, flesh-piercing slashes. The fire lizard was completely passive. It could only turn its head to breathe fire or whip with its tail, but Trang Xian easily dodged all of it. In the end, Trang Xian leaped high to avoid a fire breath attack, then conveniently landed on its body and used the dragon's fang to deliver a fatal blow, ending the battle. Standing on the fire lizard's body, Trang Xian briefly compared their stamina to that of the black mamba snakes, noting that fire lizards usually travel in packs, making them much harder to kill. After that, Trang Xian used the weapon in his hand to cut open the fire lizard's belly and extracted a fist-sized red orb from within. System notification: "You have found a fire gem." Trang Xian smiled, not hesitating, and opened his mouth wide to swallow the fire gem directly. System notification: "You have swallowed a fire gem. You have gained low-level fire resistance. You have collected 20,000 fire energy." Sitting on the fire lizard, Trang Xian opened his mouth and exhaled a flame, secretly contemplating that he needed to find more fire gems. These would be the next condition to achieve immunity to the poison of the Samadhi True Fire. I can easily meet the conditions to obtain that flame thanks to these gods. Poison immunity. This is a special skill of Antares, the Scorpio constellation, one of the 12 zodiac signs, and also Trang Xian's old enemy. This skill grants him a natural talent to resist all kinds of poisons and the ability to create toxins and transform them into poisonous blood. Trang Xian in the past was overconfident when fighting Antares. He accidentally fell victim to Heia's curse, a curse that weakened divinity. And eventually, Trang Xian was defeated by Antares. However, as we know, fate led Trang Xian to the underworld kingdom. Thanks to Thanatos, Trang Xian can now learn the secret arts of the fallen stars. Thanatos' original words to Trang Xian at that time were, "You can freely learn all their secret arts here. It will strengthen you and be very useful against the 12 zodiac signs. Killing two birds with one stone, what could be better?" Some fallen stars were condemned and exiled to the underworld. The 12 zodiac signs had previously made enemies, with many figures. Among them, some fallen stars also wanted to teach them a lesson. The Council of 10 Elders of the Fallen Stars decided to impart all their knowledge to Trang Xian. Thanks to them, he also learned the fastest way to acquire poison immunity. One elder harbored a deep hatred for Antares because his daughter had been murdered by him. Since this was the first person to teach him knowledge, Trang Xian called him Elder Yuan. Back in the present, Trang Xian had just swallowed his first fire gem. But one fire gem wasn't enough to reach the heat of Samadhi true fire. Therefore, he grabbed his weapon and went to find a fire lizard's lair to collect all the fire gems from their bellies. 3 days later, in another part of the forest, Guion Chang Se had just severed the head of a fire lizard. System notification. You have defeated a fire lizard. Player Guion Chang Se is getting excited. Guion Chang Se bared his teeth and smiled. That's right, this is the feeling. At this rate, I can easily kick that Trang Xian's butt. So, he opened the rankings to check. Dungeon rankings. Rank 1, Trang Xian 7,500 points. Rank 2, Guion Chang Se 565 points. Rank 3, Park Hien 150 points. He stared wide-eyed at the rankings. He gritted his teeth and wondered, how can this be? He must be hacking. Immediately after, a notification appeared before him. The Twilight God X recommends that you also use shortcuts, just like your opponent. His eyes lit up. He excitedly blurted out, "Is there really a way to progress faster? What is it? Please tell me. Please, sir, please grant me more power." System notification. God X said that he saw your determination, so he will help you. Not far from there, several people sat on the ground, exhausted and breathless. They looked towards Guion Chang Se with longing eyes. Indeed, this world is only for the talented. If only we were as strong as them. Park Hien was also among the crowd. He carried a large weapon on his shoulder, silently thinking as he looked at the crowd. Everyone is exhausted after 3 consecutive days of fighting monster waves. On the contrary, their envy only grew stronger. It's understandable. Ordinary people like them also long to become strong. And not just one, but almost all of them felt that way. At this moment, Guion Chang Se walked up to the group, stared at them, bared his teeth, and said, "I just got a new skill. The gods have finally answered our prayers. He has shown us the way to become powerful players." Not long after, at the entrance of a cave, a 4-legged monster with long horns and a fiery mane ran up with a terrified expression. It quickly ran into the cave, silently screaming in its mind, "At this speed, everyone will be killed. If it's the mother, the queen of the peak, that bastard isn't human." That was also the monster's last thought, because Trang Xian had caught up to it and sent it to the afterlife along with its pack. As Trang Xian took the fire gem from the monster's body and swallowed it, a little girl's scream echoed from deep within the cave, catching his attention. Trang Xian quickly ran inside and saw a little girl with a pink backpack being chased closely by a monster. Just as the monster was about to pounce on the girl, Trang Xian managed to stop it, beheaded the monster with one slash, then turned back to ask, "Are you okay, kid?" The little girl cried out in fear, "Hey, monster." Trang Xian's face darkened as he reassured her, Hey, I'm Trang Xian, not some monster. Calm down. Hearing that, the little girl stopped crying and looked at Trang Xian without speaking. Seeing this, he asked with concern, "Why are you alone? Where are the others?" The little girl sniffled and replied, "They're all dead. My friend too. They were rejected by someone named Gion." The short-haired girl showed Trang Xian the symbol on her wrist. "Gion, no, that bastard. He said he could share the power of the gods through this thing." Trang Xian stroked his chin in thought, then delivered a blunt statement. "It's all a trick. This is clearly a devil's mark. This thing is a sign that you've sold your soul to a demon. The mark of the owl piercing through twilight isn't like this. If the bearer of the mark dies, their life force and soul will be stripped away. The life force will be transferred to the host, and the soul will belong to the demon. The guy with the mark, he's probably become very powerful by now." Trang Xian meticulously examined the mark. Looking closer, it was clearly a high-grade one. If it's a demon clan, it might even surpass the rank of a demon king. But this much isn't enough to cause him trouble. Trang Xian pondered as he turned and walked away. The short-haired girl saw this and clung to him, pleading, "Please help me." Trang Xian's face held a mix of annoyance and exasperation. "How am I going to handle this kid? You already saved me from that fire bear earlier, didn't you?" The girl didn't give up, still trying to persuade him. "I'm really good at housework. I can do laundry, cook, or clean the house. I can do it all. In return, please help me become stronger." Trang Xian turned back. The girl's determined gaze made him soften a little. "You just want to avenge your friend, right?" The short-haired girl was silent, her eyes filled with anger. Then she did something Trang Xian didn't expect. She pulled a chocolate bar from her backpack, her heart aching as tears streamed down her face, and offered it to Trang Xian as a token of her sincerity. Trang Xian was speechless and reluctantly agreed to let her follow him. But first, he had to modify her mark. At the same time, on the other side, that scoundrel Trom received the remaining life force from the cursed players who died. This newfound power made him even more crazed. "Jom!" The young man in red hesitated to call out, only to be met with Trong's cold gaze. "Nothing," he said fearfully. He just kept staring at the devil's mark on Trong's hand, then at the mark on his own hand. It was clear that the mark restricted their actions. "Jom!" Another person called out, but he snapped. "What? Can't you hurry up? Have you found what I told you to look for yet?" The young man, holding his injured arm, cowered and replied, "Yes, I found it." The man in red gnashed his teeth in anger at this sight. He treated them no differently than servants. "It's truly a prison. Huh, is there a hidden area here? Everyone hurry up. Get ready to fight the boss." Trong led the way, ordering everyone, then flashed an eerie smile. "Trang Xian, just you wait. I'll carve you up soon enough, just like what you did to me." Someone is currently connected to the dungeon channel, where the god is observing the players through this channel. Many gods are intently watching the one with the fastest dungeon clearing speed. A series of notifications appeared before the short-haired girl following Trang Xian, but she had no time to think. At this moment, she was performing the noble task Trang Xian assigned her, luring the rotten zombies. First, she activated her water walk skill, creating small whirlwinds that pulled in a few zombies, then relied on Trang Xian's seduction rune to attract the entire horde of zombies to chase her. Seizing the opportunity, Trang Xian ambushed them from behind, causing the entire horde of zombies to instantly hit the ground. "You're very skilled at baiting, aren't you? I'll carve a seduction rune onto you, then go lure as many monsters as possible for me. Just run really fast and attract all of them. Unless I give the order, don't stop or look back." The girl immediately followed Trang Xian's instructions. A while later, Trang Xian dealt with a group of zombies, then turned his head and asked, "Is that the last one?" The short-haired girl ran over and quickly replied, "As requested, I've brought back all the monsters within a 300-meter radius for you." Trang Xian asked again, "What about the other plan?" "I've also thoroughly checked every nook and cranny. Everything is complete as planned. Do you have any other requests? Now run as far as you can. You'll only hinder me from hunting the next monster." Trang Xian said, intently looking at her. That absolute trust in her eyes made him feel a little uncomfortable. So, suddenly, he had another burden on his shoulders. "Yes, sir," the girl replied, then quickly went to carry out the task Trang Xian assigned. Trang Xian vigilantly looked around. If everything went according to plan, then, as soon as Trang Xian thought this, a cloud of poisonous smoke flew from afar, directly into his nose. The system immediately announced, "The final boss, the epidemic super spider, has appeared." A colossal super spider lunged at Trang Xian at an incredible speed, then extended its sharp leg to attack Trang Xian. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Trang Xian easily dodged the attack. Shorty heard the commotion and turned her head to see a giant spider rushing towards her. While the girl was in a state of panic, Trang Xian used his weapon to slash, blocking the spider from chasing Shorty. Shorty took the opportunity to continue running to complete the task Trang Xian had entrusted her with. Facing the monster, one of Trang Xian's eyes suddenly changed color. "The world serpent god highly regards you and has gifted you a present. The snake eye skill will temporarily transform into poisonous snake eye. Poisonous snake eye, like a snake's hunting weapon. You can now use these eyes to assess the hunting terrain and the prey's weak points." Level 1. Type active. Effect, enhanced senses, weak point identification. Trang Xian looked at the system's note and vaguely guessed that it was giving him such a big reward without any conditions, likely wanting to test if he was worthy. "If that's what you want, then I'll oblige." Trang Xian used his poisonous snake eye to analyze the epidemic super spider. When his eye circled a spot on the super spider's front leg, Trang Xian decided to attack that position first. But first, he had to detoxify his body. Trang Xian activated the low-level poison resistance and stored fire energy skills to cleanse the toxins in his body. As a result, not only did he cleanse the toxins, but it also helped his low-level poison resistance skill level up. Achieved the accomplishment of exhausting all stored energy from 666 fire orbs, receiving the reward of fire enhancement, stamina +5. After cleansing, it was time to counterattack. Trang Xian swiftly slashed his weapon at the super spider's front leg as planned, while also contemplating his next move. Currently, the fuel he was aiming for was venom, and among all types of venom, the epidemic super spider's venom gland was the finest. Trang Xian used his poisonous snake eye to locate the venom gland. After determining it was on the super spider's upper back, Trang Xian leaped onto its back and stabbed hard. Unexpectedly, the super spider's skin was so thick that Trang Xian's weapon bounced off instead of piercing through. Furthermore, this action caught the super spider's attention. It began spitting acid at Trang Xian, but Trang Xian, reacting quickly, jumped aside to dodge. It even knows how to spit acid. Huh, grinding for 3 whole days really paid off. Now that I've poked the dog, time to run. No sooner said than done. Trang Xian ran for his life. While Trang Xian was struggling with the boss, S Group also approached his location. Seeing the rotting zombie corpses scattered on the ground, the group panicked, only was furious. While he was deluding himself that Trang Xian hadn't done it, the system announced, "A new achievement has just been recorded. Dungeon ranking. First place, Trang Xian, 29,550 points. Second place, 1230 points. Third place, Park Hien, 550 points." Stared blankly at the ranking board, his face contorted. Godex said, "If you continue to disgrace me like this, the consequences will not be light." Godex warned that this was your last chance. After hearing that, he was terrified, unconsciously biting his thumb until it bled. That bastard, something is definitely wrong. How in the hell can a normal person get so strong so quickly? Even if he's hacking or whatever, I need to extract all information from him to get stronger and receive the god's recognition again. Just then, the system announced to all players, "Player Trang Xian is fighting the plague super spider." He immediately ran to find Trang Xian. He absolutely must kill Trang Xian. Little did Trang Xian know someone was obsessing over him day and night. After running for dear life, he successfully provoked the plague super spider fiercely. Just then, he suddenly stopped. At the same time, The plague super spider fell into a deep pit. It turned out that what he had told Shorthair to do earlier was to set this trap, and his running was to lure it here. After the plague super spider fell into the pit, the explosion rune was activated. Immediately, the system announced, "The plague super spider is being incinerated." The world serpent god is gleefully laughing because the spider has stepped on the traps you laid earlier. That wasn't all. After the incineration rune, the piercing rune was activated, catching the super spider off guard. The system immediately announced again. The world serpent god burst out laughing because the spider repeatedly stepped on your traps. Achieved the scheming and dirty tactics accomplishment. Reward, wisdom +5. Low-level trap setting skill. Because he had prepared a rope beforehand, Trang Xian did not fall into the trap. He clung to the rope, looked down, and with a cold face said, "This is just the warm-up." After being battered by Trang Xian's traps, the plague super spider was severely wounded, but thankfully survived. It looked up to see Trang Xian clinging to the rope, looking at it with doting eyes. "You're really a boss. Your HP bar is so thick." Snap! The rope Trang Xian was clinging to accidentally broke due to the piercing rune. The rune was activated. This time, the super spider truly couldn't endure any more. It used all its strength to jump out of the pit and fled frantically. "Trying to escape, little spider? The game's not over yet," Trang Xian said with a smile, then clung to the broken end of the rope and used it to chase after the super spider, continuing to use runes to attack. Just then, Trang Xian's group arrived. Witnessing Trang Xian beating the plague super spider like a ragdoll filled them with horror. "If I fight him now, I'll definitely die. I need to pick the right moment. Just a little longer. He's sure to be exhausted." Trang Zi thought to himself. Then an idea suddenly flashed in his head. He turned to look at the other players behind him. Just use these guys as bait, slowly wearing down Trang Xian's stamina. He won't be vigilant towards innocent people. Then, killing him will be much easier. I need something to make his death certain, perhaps a victim. Just then, he coincidentally saw Shorthair run by. Trang Zi couldn't help but smile sinisterly with joy. "There it is. This is the element I need." Returning to Trang Xian, after playing around with the super spider for a while, he finally mercifully delivered the fatal blow, causing the super spider to vanish and successfully obtaining its lymph gland. Holding the plague super spider's lymph gland in his hand, Trang Xian immediately absorbed it into his body. The system's announcements kept ringing. "Level up. You have leveled up to level 20. You have completed Chapter 5 and the final chapter of the Dungeon Exploration quest chain. The final ranking will be announced. Dungeon ranking. Perfect score, 100,000 points. First place, Lai Trang Xian 97,450 points. Second place, Gion Trang Zhe 2,000 points. Third place, Parky Xian, 550 points. The management office congratulates you on your excellent achievement. Achievement points are accumulating. There are N gods interested in you. There are N gods who want to greet you. The dungeon is about to close. There are N gods saying they want to possess you. The world serpent god is threatening the gods who intend to covet you. The world serpent god is saying that he was the first one to set his eyes on you." While Trang Xian was absorbing a new surge of power, in a hidden corner, Trang Zi's group was waiting for an opportunity to strike. Seeing Trang Xian sitting motionless, Trang Zi wore a sinister smile. He thought the boy was too exhausted to stand up, so he immediately ordered the others to attack Trang Xian. But unexpectedly, as they charged forward, Trang Xian suddenly flashed an eerie smile, then slowly stood up. Trang Zi's system immediately notified him. God X burst out laughing, saying that a good show was about to begin. Player Gion Trang Zi's team has fallen into a trap. Trang Zi's group immediately fell into a panic. The most shocked was still Trang Zi. He couldn't help but blurt out, "What the hell?" Trang Xian looked at him mockingly, enunciating each word. "Quite surprised, aren't you? That means your life is over, son. They're just expendable pawns anyway." Trang Zi didn't hesitate to order, "Kill Lai Trang Xian." Charge. Despite their fear, his team members had no choice but to obey. Trang Xian's face hardened as he charged straight towards Trang Zi. Everyone who blocked his path was wounded, but none of the injuries were fatal, just enough to stop them from hindering his advance. An emergency quest to escape the trap has been initiated. God X is very amused by this unexpected quest. Trang Ze's team froze for 5 seconds. Everyone around Trang Ze was knocked down, leaving him no choice but to confront Trang Xian directly. He swung his weapon to counter Trang Xian's move, but due to the immense difference in strength, his hand was instantly forced back upon touching Trang Xian's weapon. Trang Ze screamed in pain. Seeing this, Trang Xian showed no mercy and continued to attack him. Trang Ze narrowly dodged, ran back towards his teammates, and pushed them forward as human shields. This time, Trang Xian showed no mercy, sending these people directly to meet their demise. He's too strong. Trang Ze blurted out in a panic. He needed more power, so he didn't hesitate to eliminate his own teammates, despite their screams and pleas. Park Hee-Xian witnessed everything from the hilltop. Just as he thought, Guion Trang Ze was merely a plaything of the gods, while the one who truly captivated their interest from the start was Lai Trang Xian. Guion Trang Ze was now no different from a fish caught in Lai Trang Xian's net, just like he himself was tormented by those gods before. After eliminating his teammates, Trang Ze assumed he would receive the remaining life force of the victims according to the contract. But in the end, the system announced that the transfer encountered a malfunction, catching him off guard. While Trang Ze was still in psychological shock, Trang Xian rushed forward like a god, thrusting his weapon towards him. Although Trang Ze predicted the direction of the weapon in Trang Xian's hand, this time Trang Xian used too much power. Thus, his defensive move failed, and Trang Xian mercilessly chopped off one of his arms. Trang Ze painfully clutched his severed arm and screamed, "My arm! You bastard!" The pain didn't stop there. At this very moment, he saw a wisp of black smoke rise from the corpses of his teammates, then go straight towards Trang Xian. The system immediately announced that the victim's life force had been transferred to someone else for some reason. Trang Ze was struck speechless. How could he do that? Guion Trang Ze. I think I've heard that name before, Trang Xian said, deep in thought. After a moment with seemingly no answer, he indifferently uttered a single word. His attitude enraged Trang Ze. Trang Xian replied indifferently. This statement truly enraged Trang Ze. The one you kicked out of the team, just for making that small mistake. Oh, at this moment, memories of Trang Ze surfaced in Trang Xian's mind. Now I remember, the crybaby who complained when he was kicked off the team. The one who annoyed me by selfishly clinging to that position. That was you, wasn't it? As he spoke, Trang Xian approached Trang Ze. So many years have passed, and you're still just a worthless failure, huh? Both in the present and the past, Trang Ze was disdained by Trang Xian. Tears welled up in his eyes, whether they were from anger or hurt. He didn't know, only that his gaze wanted to devour Trang Xian alive. Trash. Don't talk about that past person. Now I have received the protection of the god. The serpent god of the world is staring at the one he once blessed, a mere brat undeserving of his grace. The world seemed to collapse before Trang Ze's eyes as he received those notification messages. No way, don't do this. Am I just a pawn to you? You have failed the impromptu mission to escape the trap. Trang Ze watched Trang Xian slowly raise his weapon high as he approached, dark memories rushing back like a flood, making him scream like a madman. On that day, he stood in a corner, watching his team receive the championship award, watching Trang Xian raise the trophy in his hand, applauded by everyone. Your punishment will be carried out. Punishment, execution. I shouldn't have been jealous of him. I shouldn't have followed him. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have been caught in this gate. Everything that happened, it's all his fault. That bastard Lai Trang Xian. These were Trang Ze's last thoughts before Trang Xian chopped him down. Another person is gone. Only the system remains. It continued to do its duty, announcing to everyone, player Guion Trang Ze has died. According to the contract seal, the victim's life force will be transferred to the host. This is a massive source of energy, so it will take some time to fully absorb this energy. Immediately, the energy flowed into Trang Xian. The surviving members of Trang Ze's team watched in awe. That Trang Ze really possessed a massive amount of energy. It's all flowing into Lai Trangxian now. Some might wonder why this energy flowed into Trangxian. The answer is because he had tampered slightly with the short-haired girl seal. Rewinding time, before recruiting the short-haired girl as his errand runner, Trangxian had used a knife made from animal bone to modify her seal, making her a host just like Trangze. If that massive energy poured into her, she would be overloaded and die instantly. So Trangxian carved transfer runes, meaning the energy would be redirected to him instead of the short-haired girl. However, the energy was indeed too vast, making it a bit hard for Trangxian to swallow. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. The serpent god of the world advises you to absorb this magic slowly, because this energy is completely different from the energy you currently possess. The serpent god of the world says that greed is not good. He warned that if possible, he should discard a part of that power. The serpent god of the world highly valued the idea of using low-level runes to transfer the host. It truly was a practical idea. Jiang Xian wasn't in the state of mind to pay attention to those pieces of advice. He was still struggling to absorb that enormous energy. He felt as if he had just drained a 100-year-old jar of wine. But no, this energy was even more immense. The system continued to transmit a god's message to Jiang Xian. But this time it wasn't from the serpent god of the world, but from that dark god. God X said that this was just a small test for you. And just as he predicted, you completed it brilliantly. Just as Jiang Xian expected, he was just testing him. Who exactly was he? God X was wondering what he would reward you with to match this absolutely amazing performance. He had made a decision. The surprise reward would be revealed in 5 seconds. Countdown begins. As the system announced this, dark streams of power enveloped him, then lifted those with the imprint into the air. A system panel appeared with a yes or no choice. Jiang Xian's face immediately became serious. He understood what this choice meant. Park Ha-Xian hid behind a rock, witnessing everything. He couldn't help but clench his fists. So they were repeating that act again. If anyone didn't satisfy them like Li Jiang Xian, they would just kill them all like worthless trash. Looking at Jiang Xian's lifeless eyes, it seemed he had decided to act against his own kind. There was no reason for him not to accept the gift from the gods. He didn't even care. Ha-Xian could only helplessly watch Jiang Xian raise his hand, preparing to make his choice. The result was beyond his expectations. Trangxian pressed the no button, and the countdown stopped. The system's voice kept ringing out. God X is having a headache because of your unexpected decision. God X says you should just comfortably accept this immense energy as a gift from him. God X tells you that human lives are the easiest and most useful material for developing magic. Trangxian quickly made an excuse. My mom told me not to accept gifts from anonymous strangers. Ha-Xian, standing nearby, heard this and gave a thumbs up. His eyes full of admiration looked at Trangxian. Awesome, bro. God X tilted his head, wondering what the hell you were talking about. God X suddenly realized his title had been hidden and scoffed. God X is about to let you know his identity. The demon god who escaped from hell is looking at you with a cunning smile. Hearing demon god who escaped from hell, Trangxian's face couldn't hide his surprise. It's Mephistopheles. Your reaction made Mephistopheles suspicious. The system relayed his thoughts. The demon god who escaped from hell is wondering if you know him. Damn it, I'm in trouble. Trangxian thought to himself, then quickly replied, No, I'm just surprised by your demon title. Mephistopheles, a name not too unfamiliar to Trangxian. Among the great demons, Mephistopheles holds a top position, and his existence is even ranked higher than Tiamat's. He heard that beings like him rarely appear in the world because he prefers solitude. So why would someone like him appear here? Trangxian's answer regarding his previous attitude completely convinced Mephistopheles. The system continued to relay. The demon god who escaped from hell also considered this reason and reassured you that you don't need to worry about it. The demon god who escaped from hell wants to ask you what it is you yearn for. Just then, a message from another god interrupted. The god of hedonism is warning the demon god who escaped from hell not to touch his goods. Trangxian was overjoyed. It's Pabenza. I thought she'd ignored me after that incident, but I didn't expect her to dare confront a demon that even her mother, Tiamat, held in some regard. Thanks a lot. Consider me owing you this time. The dungeon is about to close. All players, please be careful of strong tremors. The 10-second countdown begins. 10. Hey, mister. Wait. The familiar voice caught Trang Xian's attention. He saw short hair running from afar. On her, the charm rune Trang Xian had left behind was still present. The girl urgently said, "At least give me your contact info." Trang Xian threw the knife in his hand to her and instructed, "Follow the instructions on the knife. The people there will have enough power to help you break that seal. Currently, my power isn't enough, so if fate allows, I'll see you again. Be careful, okay?" Trang Xian finished speaking just as the countdown ended. Short Hair wanted to say more, but Trang Xian had already vanished. The dungeon had completely collapsed. "You've all worked hard." That was also when Short Hair lost consciousness. When she woke up, the dungeon had vanished. She and the survivors had returned to their families and loved ones. Many people around were buzzing with discussions. Is it true that the dungeon was cleared by a single person? Contact Korea immediately. That was the hottest news of the day. Short Hair still felt it wasn't real. It wasn't until she was tightly hugged by her parents that she truly believed she was alive. Wait, where did he go? Short Hair startlingly looked around for Trang Xian, but Trang Xian was like air, disappearing without a trace. She felt a little regret, holding the knife Trang Xian gave her, hoping for the day they would meet again. That night, Trang Xian, lost in thought, sat on a bridge, looking up at the moon, and after a while, the system announced. The world serpent god said he preferred a more bustling life, but oh well, enjoying the night peacefully like this was fine too. The demon god who escaped from hell is still waiting for your answer. Trang Xian acted as if he didn't hear. Remembering that person, he secretly thought to himself, "Old man, even though I used a method far different from the original plan, I've finally returned." The next day, from early morning, the system continuously bombarded Trang Xian with notifications. The god of hunt and pleasure is showing hostility towards the gods who want to possess you. The world serpent god licked his lips and chuckled with delight. The demon god who escaped from hell doesn't care about others and is waiting for your reply. The god of hunt and pleasure flared up and told the others to listen to him. The demon god who escaped from hell is waiting for your answer. Seeing the gods fighting to win him over, Trang Xian felt a bit smug. I thought only 2 out of the 3 would be a great success for me. But thanks to my skill, I unexpectedly managed to attract even the great demon. In fact, since the gates and dungeons first opened on Earth, this was perhaps the first time anyone had garnered so much attention from multiple gods at once. At this moment, the system announced a new quest. The Choose a Patron God chain quest has been initiated. Choose a patron god. All players can choose a god and receive their blessings and patronage throughout their exploratory journeys. Think carefully and choose an appropriate patronage, because it will affect your entire journey and your life thereafter. The god of hunt and pleasure said, he is the wisest choice because those who possess both weapon talent and a love for hunting, like you, will receive many benefits from his knowledge and patronage. This god will grant you the title of Primal Beast. The world serpent god said he greatly favors humans with cunning hearts and a love for destructive power like you. This god will grant you the title of Wise Oracle. The demon god who escaped from hell said nothing and waited for your reply. This god will grant you the title of Ultimate Observer. Trang Xian began to calculate. If he ranked the gods, it would be Pabinza, followed by Jormungandr, with Mephistopheles at the top. I don't need to care about the others. They don't promise much compared to these 3. For minutes passed, and another promising name appeared in Trang Xian's mind. As if by telepathy, the system immediately transmitted the message from that promising candidate. The owl god who traverses the twilight has placed great hope in you. Minerva, the goddess who holds the title that Mephistopheles temporarily used. He didn't expect a goddess who favored justice like her to be interested in him. Perhaps he caught Minerva's eye when he spared all those cursed individuals. Thanks to that, his sin meter gradually returned to near balance. Balance of good and evil. Good 40%, evil 60%. The god of hunt and pleasure is waiting for your answer. The demon god who escaped from hell is waiting for your answer. The world serpent god is waiting for your answer. The owl god who traverses the twilight is waiting for your answer. 9 gods are interested in your final choice. If you don't choose any patronage, you may fall behind other players of the same level due to the lack of a patronage blessing. Therefore, we recommend you choose a patron for yourself soon. Jiang Xian just let time pass, as his decision was still not to choose anyone. The waiting time is over. You have received the atheist status, achieving the humanity rejects divinity accomplishment. N gods are both enraged and interested by your bottomless greed. Your reputation has increased. You have received 100,000 karma. Jiang Xian was silent. He looked up at the skyscraper in front of him, his gaze turning serious. This way, his dungeon clearing will become more difficult. The WPCFF Association, the Council for Free Players Worldwide, abbreviated as WPCFF. This association is actually an international organization under the UN Security Council today. An organization created decades ago with the purpose of managing gates or dungeons to prevent their impact on the living environment on this earth. Gradually, that organization gained immense power in terms of both status and international influence. Of course, this only applies to the bigwigs running this association. At the WPCFF headquarters office, Father Yun, a Tier 3 agent of the association, shouted loudly at the male employee, "What the hell is this?" So what do you think? These good-for-nothing reporters are doing what they do best, stabbing us in the back. The male employee, with dark circles under his eyes, stared at the computer screen and replied, then showed her the newly published articles. The Jamshu catastrophe, the disaster that pushed humanity to the brink of extinction, is slowly coming to an end. An association employee stated, "With all due respect, this is just an inevitable outcome after our prior preparations. It's not a big problem at all. Is it okay to just let the dungeon burst out like that?" According to an expert, the association's display of power only increases public concern in the current context. Yun read it and was so furious she slammed the table. What do those bastards think? In the past 5 days, some people have been working their backsides off to ensure their safety, right? Evacuating citizens, directing the military, setting up defensive lines, and I even had to prepare to be fired for daring to threaten the executive board to get permission for assistance from a neighboring country. So what do I get in return? The young man seemed indifferent to her words, tilting his chin towards the screen. Look at this article. What caught Yun's eye was the headline. Mystery Factor L. Who is that person? Yun felt a headache coming on. She pulled out a cigarette and asked, "Who do you think leaked this information?" The young man didn't answer but grumbled, "Don't smoke in the room." As expected, hearing that made Yun even angrier. She raised her hand threateningly. "Are you going to shut up now? Or do you want a punch instead of dinner?" To protect his teeth, the young man had no choice but to agree. "Yes, yes, I'll be quiet." Yun then started to complain. "I told you to prevent this information from getting out." The young man sighed and replied, "You know it's always easier said than done." Luckily, the reporters only consider this a rumor. They don't seem to know much about that L person, because how could a newcomer successfully break through a 2-star dungeon on their own and then disappear without a trace? Yun puffed on her cigarette, a pensive expression on her face as she speculated. A normal human couldn't do that. Could it be some kind of demonic entity? We must contact that person before other guilds do. But despite trying everything, we still can't find them, which is infuriating. Even using security cameras didn't work. Just then, the universe sent a signal to Yun. Someone ran in, out of breath, to report, "We found them." Yun was so urgent she dropped her cigarette. She quickly asked, "Where is he? Give me the exact address." "He's currently at home." "Huh. Yes. He is currently at his private residence." "I'm home." Jiang Xian naturally walked into the house, as if nothing had happened, then went straight into the kitchen. His pet dog happily wagged its tail, barking loudly to welcome him back, then also followed him inside. His mother was busy cooking, and seeing him enter, she smiled gently and asked, "Have you eaten yet, son?" "Not yet," Trang Xian replied, his face clearly showing excitement. "This smell is kimchi stew." He hadn't smelled kimchi stew for 1,000 years. This delicious smell was slowly consuming his consciousness. Woof woof, the dogs barking and rubbing against his leg, asking to be picked up, brought Trang Xian's consciousness back. He happily picked it up, smiling and doting on it. "All right, long time no see. Kai Kai, stop licking me. Food's almost ready. Go take a shower, son. I'll set the table." The simple words, yet they moved Trang Xian immensely. After thousands of years, he had finally returned home. Trang Xian doted on Kai Kai, while gently replying, "Yes, Mom." At the dining table, besides him and his mother, there were 3 other people: his father, older brother, and older sister. The meal was lavish, but no one bothered to touch their chopsticks. "I'm full." "Me too," Trang Xian's older brother and sister said politely, then stood up and left. His mother saw them to the door, saying with a sad expression, "Are you two coming home late again today? I still have surgery until tonight. I'm also busy with a performance, so I'll be coming home late as well." Right? The joy of returning to Earth made Trang Xian forget why he didn't want to return to this house. His paternal family was a giant family conglomerate. His father inherited the management of a large hospital, while his maternal family consisted of renowned scholars in law and diplomacy. His older brother followed in their father's footsteps into medical school, and his sister pursued music, winning many art awards. He, however, was just a nobody, spending his childhood obsessed with video games. Nothing more than trash in this house. They didn't even bother to say hello after he returned home. Trang Xian couldn't hide his disappointment. Although he tried to recall beautiful memories of his family, in the end, it was not what he had hoped for. Well then, he'd just have to let food soothe his soul. Trang Xian took a bite of kimchi, marveling. Is kimchi stew always this delicious? Just as Trang Xian was starting to cheer up, his father slammed his chopsticks on the table and roared, "So you have nothing to say?" Trang Xian fell silent. Seeing this, his mother immediately stepped in to defend him. "Honey, leave it to me." His father looked sternly at Trang Xian's mother, then turned to him and said, "Don't you know your mother collapsed when the Xian gate appeared? She asked everyone she knew because she was worried you'd be trapped in there. Your brother called every hospital in Xian to ask if you were in any emergency room. Your sister and mother also ran around everywhere looking for you, and your older sister even missed her international tour because of you. And now, a few days later, you drag your body back here to eat without saying a single word. Are you even human? You're worse than an animal. If your attitude continues like this, get out of my sight. Don't freeload off this house anymore." Seeing the tension between father and son, Trang Xian's mother tried to mediate. "Honey, stop it. Our son knows he's wrong. Trang Xian, say something. Your father was very worried about you, too. I have to go to work now," his father said aggressively, then turned away and carried his suitcase out of the house. It was just that Trang Xian keenly noticed that at that moment, tears welled up in his father's eyes. The door slammed shut. The large house was now left with only his mother and Trang Xian. She sighed, then comforted her son. "You know Dad gets like that whenever he's angry, so don't pay too much attention to what he said earlier." "Yes, Mom," Trang Xian replied. He instinctively looked at his mother. "So you feeling a little sad inside. When did Mom get so many wrinkles? I had completely forgotten that I was waiting for my family to start caring about me. And yet I never initiated a conversation with them first. Go get some rest." "I'm sorry." Ms. Yuha couldn't hide her surprise. "What did you say?" "I'm sorry, Mom. I'll be more careful next time." With that, Trang Xian quietly returned to his room. As soon as he opened the door, Trang Xian's eyes met a room that looked like a battlefield. Bottles, papers, chip bags, half-eaten instant noodle cups, strewn haphazardly on the floor. He busily cleaned up, silently thinking, was I really this bad? This place is too dirty. Woof woof. Trang Xian turned his head to look. Kai Kai, who knows when, was sitting next to him, wagging his tail, his big round eyes looking at him ingratiatingly. Trang Xian chuckled. He picked Kai Kai up, stroked him, and muttered, I think I should start with those cobweb-covered corners. Let's start cleaning. While Trang Xian was enjoying his life, at the same time, Ayun was driving her partner in her newly acquired supercar, speeding down the highway, heading straight for Trang Xian's house. Wow, is this really the new model? There aren't even 100 cars like this in the country. How did you get it? No. How could you afford it with such a meager salary? The male colleague asked, unable to hide his curiosity. It's a side job, what else? Ayun replied, driving. Hey, that's illegal. Ayun didn't care. Her mind was only on that vague young man. She really wanted to see his face. Trang Xian had no idea strange guests were about to visit. After cleaning, he lay stretched out on the bed, relaxing. After a few seconds, the system noted, the god of pleasure is wondering what you'll do next. He's saying his hunting skills would be quite helpful for what you're doing. The god of world's rest said that resting is also very important for oneself. Trang Xian started to feel annoyed. These gods sure like to meddle in other people's business, don't they? Suddenly, Trang Xian remembered what had just happened. His brother and sister, despite being busy with 100 things, still came home when they heard he was back. His father, the man he always thought was strong, shed tears for him, and the image of his aging mother. Thinking of these things, Trang Xian vowed to himself that he would definitely show them how much he had changed. He had to show them that he wasn't an alcoholic anymore, but a responsible person. Perhaps that way, they would gradually open up to him more, but the beginning might be much harder than he thought. First, he had to complete the task Thanatos assigned. It's also time to move to phase 2 of the plan. He was right about the void manipulator being here. Trang Xian recalled his conversation with Thanatos. So, who do I need to go after first, then? Of course, it's the ringleader who rules where you live. And who is he? A name you know very well, the Frenzied Tiger. At the mention of this name, Trang Xian's face immediately turned grim. His eyes filled with murderous intent, making even Kai Kai, who was lying next to him, break out in a sweat. The Frenzied Tiger was one of the culprits who wronged him during the Divine Judgment trial. To this day, he still clearly remembers his cunning smile. He's a treacherous person, so it'll be very difficult to take his head. He's as brutal as a savage tiger, and thanks to his subordinates, he can sniff out everything very quickly. Trang Xian stared intently at the recruitment post for a White Tiger Guild. This guild will recruit new members next month. Speaking of guilds, ever since the gates began to open, countless gods and constellations have revealed themselves to humanity. As a result, the number of blessed individuals and their followers began to increase. These groups are called guilds. The Void Manipulator is the patron god of the White Tiger Guild. He is very particular about names and chose the image of the white tiger, his own form, as the symbol for his ridiculous guild. Trang Xian read the information about the White Tiger Guild. It's a top national guild? Not bad. However, posting recruitment notices means they still don't have enough personnel to start a war. Thinking about what the Void Manipulator did to him, Trang Xian secretly vowed to slowly cut his tendons from bottom to top, so slowly that he wouldn't even realize it in time. To do that, he needed to prepare everything within a month at all costs. The next day, Trang Xian used the excuse of taking a stroll around the lake near the park to leave home, then took a taxi to a secluded hill, simply because he had to find a place where his mind wouldn't be distracted to do what he needed to do. Neither people nor animals should disturb him. But first, he had to do something important, relieve himself. Perhaps he had eaten too much kimchi stew last night, but he couldn't help it. It had been 1,000 years since he last ate this dish. How could he resist? He just regretted that his stomach had to suffer the consequences now. Trang Xian thought about using the method he used in the dungeon, using his power to heal himself, but then he remembered the ancient saying, defecating is one of the 4 joys. So he decided to take care of business like a normal person. His body would probably be very surprised. After all, it had been thousands of years since he last sat on a modern toilet. After screaming her name in the toilet for a while, Trang Xian finally emerged feeling refreshed. Now, let's continue the journey. After conducting a survey, Trang Xian found a suitable location. He carved stealth runes onto tree trunks to form a barrier around himself, then began to undress, keeping only a pair of shorts on, and neatly folded his clothes to the side. He had to preserve his clothes carefully, after all. He didn't want to walk naked through the streets, you know. Done. Trang Xian ordered the system to open his item bag. Immediately, all the items in the bag were displayed before Trang Xian. Spear made from fire goat ribs 13. Small shield made from fire lizard skull 21. Venomous fangs of blood serpent 1. Blazing claws of fire tiger 9. Beak of equal hawk 1. Stinger of cave scorpion 2. Gland of plague super spider 1. This was exactly what he needed. He quickly took the gland of the plague super spider, then used the fire within his body to burn it. Elder Nguyen once told him that nothing makes better fuel than toxins. The pure fire within him, separating the flames, a fire that refines impurities and burns away weaknesses, because it is one of the special purification arts. Even if it burns his body, as long as it encounters foreign objects entering the body, they will ignite immediately. The stronger the foreign object, the more fiercely the flames will burn. And finally, that purifying fire will become the 8 trigrams fire. When the 8 trigrams fire is ignited, all bodily waste and negative thoughts accumulated in his body will be completely purified by the fire. That is the best purification and physical strengthening method that I know. Currently, because there are enough necessary ingredients, Trang Xian decided to begin the purification from the heart first. From that moment, the system continuously notified. The venom of the blood serpent is gradually invading your heart. The toxin is rapidly ravaging your entire body, activating secondary toxin resistance. Resistance effect is insufficient. Warning: player, quickly remove the blood serpent's venomous fangs and detoxify. You have fully absorbed the blood serpent's venomous fangs. You have discovered a hidden skill. You have acquired the venom-producing gene of snakes. From now on, your body can produce the blood serpent's venom on its own. You received 50,000 karma. You are severely poisoned. The burning claws of the fire tiger are invading your liver. The god of pleasure is panicking at what you are doing. He is searching for items to help you. The god of worldly fulfillment is astonished that you have discovered a hidden skill. He thinks you are hiding a trump card and continues to await your actions. The demon god who escaped from hell is still waiting for your answer. The owl god who pierces through the night is cheering for you. The stinger of the cave scorpion is invading your spleen. You are standing on the brink of death. Toxins from the plague super spider's gland are invading your lungs. You have discovered more hidden skills. Your 5 internal organs are filled with toxins from various poisonous creatures. The toxins of 5 poisonous creatures are conflicting with each other. Your poisoning symptoms have become very severe. Intermediate poison resistance is no longer active. Intermediate poison resistance has been rejected. Trang Xian endured the excruciating pain, encouraging himself. A little more, just a little more. Warning: detoxification process initiated. If you persist, your survival chances will be 0. Trang Xian stubbornly continued to absorb the toxins. It wasn't time for him to stop yet. Warning: quickly begin the detoxification process. If you continue to be poisoned, it will cause irreparable harm. Warning: all your senses are starting to paralyze. This is the moment. As Trang Xian had predicted, the system immediately brought good news. Mana has been converted into fuel for the separating flames dormant within your body. The separating flames have appeared. The fire is burning fiercely. You have discovered a hidden skill. A lot of fire energy has been added to the flames of your body. Congratulations! You have ignited the flame of a forgotten legend, the Samadhi True Fire. The effect of the Samadhi True Fire has been activated. You are gradually recovering. You are gradually reviving. All toxins in your body have been purified. All negative emotions have been purified. Your sinews and bones have been cleared. Your meridians have been cleared. Your blood vessels have been cleared. Your mana is gradually recovering, establishing mana circuits in your body. You have gained attunement with the fire element. You have gained attunement with toxins. Achievement unlocked. Phoenix born from ashes. Reward. All stats plus 15. Purified status. Skill. Invincible to all poisons. Skill. Poison blood. Trang Xian laughed loudly, finally achieving invincible to all poisons. He eagerly opened his character screen to check. Besides his old stats increasing significantly, he also gained the poison blood skill and 2 new effects. Invincible to all poisons level 1 and Samadhi True Fire level 1. Additionally, there was separate information. His physique had developed significantly thanks to receiving new characteristics. Cumulative stats, 75. Trang Xian smiled contentedly. His power had increased. Now it was time to upgrade his weapons. At the same time, the IAE group arrived at the apartment building, where intelligence suggested Lai Trang Xian lived. Agent IAE knocked on the door. Immediately, Trang Xian's mother called out, "Please come in." Agent IAE and his colleagues entered. A man was sitting with Trang Xian's mother. As soon as he saw Agent IAE, he burst out laughing and sneered. "The association really is a bunch of slowpokes, but you got here faster than I thought." "Long time no see, Agent Cha IAE. That's why our people always hate you civil servants." Agent Cha IAE immediately recognized who the opponent was. He was the captain of the 2nd Assault Squad of the White Tiger Guild. Behind him was the HR director of the 5-Star Sword Guild, Black Sword Ouyang Gun. IAE pursed her lips, thinking to herself, "Damn it, I was careless." While his family was hosting strange guests, Trang Xian was at the Shu Street in the Sungsu apartment complex. Trang Xian bought a large bag of hot dogs, then wolfed down a skewer, unable to stop praising. It's true that recovering the body with mana can't compare to food. Sugar-coated hot dogs are truly number one. It was only then that Trang Xian was in the mood to think about the main matter. It wasn't by chance that he was here. He had previously heard that the characteristic of the sunset of the gods was the manipulator of all weapons. So Thanatos had once asked him, "If that's the case, I assume you'll need many different types of weapons to use freely. Would you like to have a blacksmith who can satisfy you?" Trang Xian seriously asked, "Is there really someone who can do that?" Thanatos smiled. "Yes, it's Uzi." "Hey, young man, if you want to buy anything, go over there. That shop has been closed for over 5 years." A passerby said with concern. Trang Xian remained silent. He just focused intently on an old, dilapidated shop ahead, where even the signboard looked like it could fall off at any moment. He approached the shop to observe it more closely. The shop had been closed for 5 years, yet a scent of divine fire emanated from inside, meaning a forge had been used not long ago. The god of pleasure and indulgence said that he could detect the aroma emanating from good steel. The words of the god of pleasure and indulgence further confirmed Trang Xian's belief that the forge inside was still burning brightly. So he didn't hesitate to tear open the rolling door and step inside. Many types of weapons were displayed here. The god of pleasure and indulgence was even more excited than Trang Xian, so the system's voice kept ringing out. The god of pleasure and indulgence showed interest in the smell of forged steel inside. The god of pleasure and indulgence was very excited and said that nowhere on earth could be like heaven as this place. The god of pleasure and indulgence whistled while looking around this quality armory. The god of pleasure and indulgence is screaming with joy. Trang Xian walked around, looking at things, then stopped when he saw a heavily corroded, rusted sword. The god of pleasure and indulgence wondered why you ignored all other weapons and paid attention to that strange thing over there. Trang Xian didn't care. He continued to approach and pick up the sword to examine it. The god of pleasure and indulgence told you to throw that thing away and choose other weapons instead. Trang Xian continued to treat the god of pleasure and indulgence's words as air, meticulously evaluating, and then a detail on the sword caught his attention. "This is..." Just then, a voice spoke up. "Who are you?" Trang Xian immediately turned his head and saw a man walking out of the inner room with a dog. He wore a pair of large black glasses that covered half his face, and his hands gripped the leash tightly. A blind man, Trang Xian thought to himself. At the same time, at Trang Xian's house, Mrs. Yuha was warmly welcoming guests who had come to see her son. She merely brought out a plate of fruit and said, "Please have some fruit," which was enough to make all four guests marvel at her elegance. Even the picky Aunt Ai Young had to admit in her heart, she truly is a star after all. While Ai Young was stunned, Zongan began to taunt. Even if you pay attention to them, the association can't afford the value of today's rookies. Every association personally sent both their captain and vice captain just to recruit this young man. That's quite sincere, isn't it? A talented rookie deserves a greeting like this. It's only proper. IAE Young replied politely, secretly feeling strange. They weren't the type to show up just to recruit a rookie like this. And on the same day, no less. Representing the White Tiger Guild, possessing the strongest combat power in South Korea, the raid team captain, CO Zongan. He always wears a fake mustache because he believes strong men always have mustaches. The Five-Star Sword Guild originated as a branch of the powerful Five-Star conglomerate, quickly rising to become a top guild in the country. This is their HR manager, Oyan Gun. He is also the paternal uncle of one of the survivors, Hyben. Could this be a valuable rookie? Or even more than that? Li Trang-Sian must be holding some kind of secret, but he is unique. If he chooses to join one organization, the other two will surely leave empty-handed. She began to question Zongan. I heard you're very busy with work. So are you here in a personal capacity? His rude mouth continued to operate. I thought that if I didn't come here, someone would surely disrespect this family. And why do you little brats always like to hinder our business? IAE Young fearlessly retorted. You're the ones getting in other people's way. Didn't you steal our information? And isn't that one over there abusing government power? Are you going to meddle in government affairs now? Seeing the two sides bickering, neither willing to yield, Mrs. Yuha interrupted. So, everyone is here to recruit my Trang-Sian? Yes, that's right. IAE Young and Zongan answered in unison, after which the three, i.e. Young, Zongan, and Ungun, began to eloquently promote their association and guild to her. Trang-Sian's mother remained silent, then gently said, Yes, I understand. But the decision rests with our youngest son, so I will not offer any further comments. I just want to ask everyone here one thing. You all said my Trang-Sian has been in the super dungeon these past few days, so could you tell me in more detail about everything he has accomplished? Returning to our protagonist, after Trang-Sian explained his purpose for coming to the blind young man Uzi, he coldly asked, So you want to forge weapons? Trang-Sian nodded. That's right. Uzi chuckled. You truly are a joker. Given my appearance, what more is there to say, huh? The system immediately transmitted a message. The god of pleasure and indulgence nodded in agreement with what the blind man said. The god of pleasure and indulgence also didn't believe that the weapons here were forged by the blind man. The god of the world serpent flared up, telling the goddess to just sit still and listen. If you only came here to laugh at me, then that's enough. This forge has been closed for a long time. Let's go, Wilson. Uzi said then, as he was about to leave with his pet. Trang-Sian's words stopped him. Even if that's true, the fire from the forge is still burning brightly, isn't it? And the calluses on your hands have just recently formed, haven't they? What do you know? Uzi shouted, a little agitated. You seem to be hard up. But at least don't starve your friend, not with eyes like that. Trang-Sian said, looking at the bony black dog, whose legs were trembling from hunger. Uzi immediately fell silent, because what he said was true. Knowing he had softened, Trang-Sian began to tempt him. Each time you complete a commitment, I'll transfer 10 million won to you. When everything is done, I'll give you an additional 50 million won as a bonus, depending on the quality of the goods. And if the goods are better than I expect, the bonus will be much more. Check your account. Uzi, half believing, half doubting, pulled out his phone to check. Indeed, Trang-Sian had transferred 10 million won to him. That's a deposit, not an advance payment. If it's not enough, just tell me. Trang-Sian generously offered. More, Uzi stubbornly said. Huh? Trang-Sian asked again. Another 5 million. I need to pay overdue rent. For Ricky Tranxian, money was a minor matter. Just a few seconds later, another 5 million won appeared in Uzi's account. So what you want me to do is... Master. Tranxian cut Uzi off. Humph. Tranxian sat comfortably on the chair like a king, explaining slowly. You're the worker, I'm the employer. I pay your salary, so you should call me master, or boss. Shouldn't you? It made sense, so Uzi didn't object to Tranxian's request. He'd already received the money. The two sides began discussing the work. So, the items young master wants include a 5-meter-long whip, a detachable spear, 5 large battle axes, and 5 small hand axes. For different types of swords and 1 shield. All that, Easy seriously reconfirmed the order. Not yet. I also want a bow and arrow set, and in the near future, I want to order a set of armor as well. As soon as Chang Xian finished speaking, Easy's phone notified him that his account had received an additional 100 million, and the sender was none other than Chang Xian. I can't do it, Easy shouted. Chang Xian calmly replied, This is for materials. If it's not enough, just contact me. And don't say you can't do it. The contract breach fee will be triple. Damn it, this idiot. Why did I get myself involved in this? Easy couldn't help but grumble a few words. Chang Xian began to feel a bit annoyed. I've heard those words quite a few times already, and I'm getting a bit tired of it. Why do you trust me? We've only just met. That's true. This is our first meeting. You're also blind, a fatal flaw for a blacksmith. But there's no reason for an employee to refuse their boss's request, right? You make the goods, I pay. Just proceed like that. At this point, Easy had no choice but to compromise. All right, I'll do it. But I can't do everything in a short amount of time. I haven't touched metal in a long time. At least let me have some time to get my feel back. And the items you requested are all difficult equipment. It will take quite a while to make such complex items. The bigger problem is, I need a special hammer to forge iron, but I don't have it right now. A hammer. Did someone steal it from you? Hearing that, Easy's whole body trembled. He gnashed his teeth and said each word. Yes, it was my father's trusted disciple. After he passed away, many guilds enticed him, so he stole the hammer and ran away. Another one who betrays his master and friends. So where's the guild that hired him? Din Tian, Easy replied. Din Tian? Chang Xian asked, a little curious. Your reaction surprised Easy a bit. You've never heard of it? That's the name of one of the 10 strongest guilds. Chang Xian slowly stood up, then made a bold statement. I'll get it back for you. Where exactly are they? Easy warned frantically. What are you talking about? It'll be very dangerous if you go there. Don't you know that? It's fine. All I need to do is deal with them cleanly, without leaving any traces. Hearing Chang Xian's answer, Easy fell silent, but his inner thoughts screamed. That's right, that's it. That's the reason I keep being drawn to him. I'm not sure why, but I truly believe this person, no, my young master will definitely succeed. Thinking so, Easy immediately provided Chang Xian with the address. There's a tomb located on the side of Beacon Mountain, in Dung Nong district of Xian. Upon receiving the answer, that very night, Chang Xian immediately took action. He observed the situation from a distance. He remembered what Easy had told him. There's only one reason for the Din Thian sect to hire their old disciple, no, to hire that bastard Jin Dewan. They're trying to open the tomb. That's the secret the Din Thian sect is hiding. They want to monopolize all the benefits and resources after completing that dungeon. Jin Dewan is exploring it himself to open the final gate to the tomb, which is currently sealed by a lock. It's said that it's a hidden clue, and it's very difficult to find the key. That's why they recruited that bastard. An ancient tomb. Perhaps there might be some valuable ancient artifacts hidden inside. Chang Xian thought to himself, then suddenly remembered that he'd promised his mother he'd be home for dinner. It's 8:40, right? He immediately pulled out his phone and texted his mother. Mom, I'm going out for dinner with a friend. I'll be home late if that's okay. After sending the message, he casually searched for some information about the Din Thian sect. Drug dealing, prostitution, human trafficking, kidnapping, assassinations, they do it all. Chang Xian felt a bit indignant. These guys aren't good at all. Wiping them all out is no different than cleaning up society's trash. The owl god, piercing through the twilight, smells justice on you. A blessing has been sent to you. You have received the will of decisiveness. Will of decisiveness. Classification, blessing, protection. Effect, mental damage resistance, willpower enhancement. It seems she's misunderstood something again. But if she's giving something, I find items like iron armor or divine spears more useful. Chang Xian wasn't particularly keen on this new skill, but outwardly, he politely pressed the thank you button. The god of pleasure feels excited about the upcoming battle. The world serpent god is placing great hopes on your performance this time. Break time was over. Now it was time for him to get to work. The first thing he needed to do was conceal his identity, so he chose to use a Ha-He smiling mask. This is a defensive item with stats of 50 to 70, effects, identity concealment, improved vision. Additionally, Chang Xian equipped a dagger made from Black Hawk feathers. He absolutely couldn't let them off easy. Thinking this, Chang Xian used the dagger to unleash ice arrows at the guards, freezing them instantly. Then he leaped and slashed, causing a few of them to explode immediately. Realizing that such a death was too lenient for the crimes they committed, Chang Xian decided to use a more special method to deal with the rest. He cut his hand, then used his own blood to smear onto the frozen men. You have activated the blood poison skill. You have injected blood poison into the ice poison. The blood poison is gradually spreading throughout the ice. The ice poison effect of the dagger made from Black Hawk feathers is reinforced by your blood poison. The poison slowly corroded the bodies of the guards, making them feel agonizing pain. Many couldn't bear it and wanted to give up, but they were controlled by the ice poison, so they could only helplessly endure the torment of the poison. Blood poison was a skill Chang Xian received while practicing the 100 Poisons immunity. He didn't expect to use it so soon. It's not just ice poison. I've mixed in blood poison too. You guys just take your time and enjoy it. Don't even think about purifying it. Just stay there and enjoy a painful death. With that, Chang Xian turned and went deeper into the tomb. The system immediately relayed the god's messages. The god of carnal pleasures cheered, delighted by your maliciousness. The god of the world serpent was surprised by your methods and intrigued by what would happen next. As soon as he stepped into the tomb, the system announced, "You have entered Bestla's tomb dungeon. The effect of the high laughing mask is improving your vision." The pitch-black space suddenly brightened before Chang Xian's eyes. "So this is why Yueezy told me to bring this." He said they placed a forge right in front of the boss room, so they could make the key as quickly as possible. If so, shouldn't I take some artifact from the boss room? Based on Chang Xian's decision, the system immediately announced, "Dungeon exploration begins. Theme, tomb robbery. Defeat the guards protecting Bestla's tomb. Discover the treasures within the dungeon, and escape this place. Escape with the treasures located at the resting place of the tomb's owner. Each area of the dungeon has different mechanisms to protect the tomb from cunning thieves, so be careful." The god of carnal pleasures is very interested in what you will do next. As Chang Xian prepared to continue, he suddenly stopped and looked back cautiously. "Show yourself." Silence was Chang Xian's only reply. The god of carnal pleasures said there was no one there. He asked why you were doing that. Chang Xian paid no mind to the god's question, continuing to speak to the person. "You have no intention of facing me, do you? If so, I won't hold back. I'll hand over the rights to my documents to another manager." As Chang Xian turned to leave, the person finally spoke. "Oh my." Herod poked his head out, his insidious face staring at Chang Xian. "You're more impetuous than any player I've met before. Even if you don't care about this, you'll just keep going anyway." As soon as he stepped out, he changed his demeanor, shyly telling Chang Xian, "Pleasure to meet you. I am the dungeon manager, Herod." The god of carnal pleasures was shocked and asked where Herod had appeared from. As a system manager, Herod could read Chang Xian's system. He immediately looked displeased and said, "That's a bit much, sir. The other deities already knew I was here." The god of carnal pleasures grew angry and said Herod's words were meaningless. Herod smiled and replied, "Sir, I would never dare to lie." The god of carnal pleasures' eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the other gods. The god of the world serpent shook his head, implying that she was indeed a foolish god. The god of the devil who escaped hell was staring intently at Manager Herod. The god of the owl who pierces the twilight gave a bitter laugh, looking towards the god of carnal pleasures. The god of carnal pleasures gaped, saying this couldn't be happening. The god of carnal pleasures praised Manager Herod, who had the skill to hide from a god's gaze. Herod humbly replied, "Sir, I haven't reached that level yet." "Enough with the nonsense. You're following me to write a report, aren't you?" Chang Xian's question startled Herod. "You know about reports too." "Well, the beginner's phase is over." Chang Xian's matter-of-fact attitude surprised Herod even more. A report is a draft written about a beginner who catches the attention of many gods. This draft is written by the management department, so how could a newcomer like him know about it? Pop! A computer desk immediately appeared, and Herod's attire also changed into comfortable sportswear. It started jotting notes, looking like he knew more things than other beginners. No, maybe even more than a ranker. I should add these things to the report, shouldn't I? Thinking this, it raised its head to look at Chang Xian. Then its small head began to calculate. Li Chang Xian is currently an outstanding rookie, receiving much praise from the heavenly realm. Many gods are waiting to read the draft about him. And not just the gods, but the management department too. I intended to secretly follow him, but I got discovered. What's more, Li Chang Xian even knows about the reports. I've written half of the report already. What if he gives the document rights to another manager? The others wouldn't easily let this go, would they? X. As if reading its thoughts, Chang Xian immediately said, "You can keep the document rights." Herod's eyes lit up as he replied, "Really? Thanks. Instead, I need to ask you for a favor." "What is it?" "I can do anything, as long as it's within my authority." "I'll tell you later." Herod was a bit cautious. He had a bad feeling about this. Chang Xian reassured, "It won't be difficult for you. I'll tell you after we leave this dungeon." Hearing this, Herod compromised. "Looks like I don't have much of a choice, do I? All right, fine. However, as I said, I cannot agree to requests beyond my authority." Finally managed to trick it. Chang Xian now wore a triumphant smile. "You don't need to worry too much. We'll create a contract. Hee hee." Immediately, a small bolt of lightning appeared between the two, followed by a system notification sound. Player Li Chang Xian and Dungeon Manager Herod have just created a mana oath. Herod broke out in a sweat upon hearing this. He even knows about mana oaths. How can he be a beginner like this? He's a veteran, more like. Lost in thought, Herod didn't notice his surroundings until Chang Xian had walked some distance. He immediately scrambled to catch up. The god of the worldly serpent was pleased to find a human more cunning than himself. Chang Xian paid no mind to those empty words and continued to stride forward. After a while, he saw a blacksmith's forge glowing red. It seems this is where the key is forged. At the same time, Li Jiasang, leader of the Heavenly Peak Guild subgroup, angrily scolded his subordinates. "Looking at your failures, I'm wondering if I hired the wrong people. If this continues, we won't meet the deadline. When that happens, your heads and mine won't be on our necks anymore. Bring Jean de One here to me." Just a few minutes later, Jean de One, the disciple who stole Ouiji's deceased father's hammer, was dragged in front of old Jiasang. "Please, spare my life." Jean de One begged in fear. "I heard you failed again this time, didn't you?" Jiasang looked down at Jean de One from above and said coldly, "Captain, please spare my life. If you give me a little more blood, I can." Before de One could finish his sentence, he was immediately kicked in the face. "More of what? You needed people. I gave you people. You needed strength. I gave you strength. You needed sacrifices. I gave you sacrifices. I even brought you a torch. And yet, all you ever bring me is failure. Do you think there's any reason left for me to keep your pathetic life? You know, I lose patience very easily." De One prostrated himself on the ground, muttering an excuse. "The torch you brought wasn't taken from the forge of the gods. It was just low quality, so." "So it's my fault?" De One quickly backtracked. "That's not what I meant. This time, I just need more blood." Please, give me one more chance. Jia Sang turned away in annoyance, cursing under his breath. Damn it, I shouldn't have trusted this fool in the first place. But once you start something, you have to see it through. Now, if I don't trust him, I have no other choice. More blood, right? Yes, I've already solved 2/3 of the lock mechanism. But by then, I ran out of blood fuel. So I asked that you please give me more blood. All right, I'll trust you this one last time. But if you fail again, neither you nor your family will survive intact, understood? Thank you, sir. Done with the one. Jia Sang turned to his subordinate and barked. Have the goods arrived yet? I need to go check the new merchandise. Just then, his system announced. New data added. Ranking system updated. Dungeon ranking. First, Zhong Yujin, 150,000 points. Second, Go Xian 145,495 points. Third, Li Jiasang, 109,500 points. 57th, New Li Chongxian. What the hell? The sudden appearance of a stranger's name left him a little confused. Back with Chongxian and his group, while Chongxian diligently explored the dungeon, Herod was also meticulously writing a report. Player Li Chongxian possesses a very unique fighting style. Many gods and constellations have shown interest and frequently watch his battles. Those refined combat techniques were clearly demonstrated during this dungeon exploration. Herod wrote up to this point when Chongxian had already conquered another stage in the dungeon. So he picked up his pants and ran after the young man to continue writing the report. He cleared 2/3 of the dungeon in under 30 minutes. Not only did he cut through the spike ball with a simple sword, he could also disarm all traps just by glancing at them the first time. He can remember every trap's location and how to activate them. As far as I remember, no one has been able to complete Dungeon KR 921 for over 4 years. This might be the first person to complete this dungeon. Based on my years of management experience, Li Chongxian is a genius in physical ability, technique, and intuition. According to my predictions, the battle among the gods and constellations to claim him will only grow stronger in the near future. Perhaps even the 12 zodiacs and the legendary 28 mansions will take notice of this rookie. The appearance of player Li Chongxian has reminded me of someone who appeared in the past. Perhaps some gods will feel uncomfortable when this name is mentioned. The twilight of the gods. The one who once mocked countless gods and constellations in the heavens. Who once shone brightly like a star and then faded due to his own arrogance. Chongxian continued to pass the axe trap with ease. Unlike previous times, as soon as he passed the trap, Chongxian immediately smelled a strong scent of blood permeating the air. Even the gods could sense this. The god of snow pleasure said that the air around here was full of stench. The owl god piercing through dusk warned that he detected evil energy. Indeed, after walking a bit further, Chongxian saw a room filled with piled-up corpses and fresh blood splattered all over the floor. For someone who values justice, like the owl god piercing through dusk, this was unacceptable. The system immediately relayed her message. The owl god piercing through dusk was enraged by the horrific sight before him. The owl god piercing through dusk requested that you immediately deliver justice in this place. I heard they're making a key to open the boss room gate. Could it be they intend to sacrifice people to open it? While Chongxian was still speculating, a loud shout came from the path ahead. Hurry up! You're all too slow. 2 members of the Sky Peak Guild were leading a group of tied-up people to Old Man Jia Sang, as per his instructions. The captain's going to go crazy. Should we kill 1 or 2 of them? That'll make them move faster. Hearing them talk, some people cried, while others pleaded for their lives in fear. The man with the face tattoo quickly stopped him. Forget it. We don't have enough to spare for you to mess up. If we kill 1 guy, we might have to pay with our lives too. Damn it. You're talking bad luck. The man in the blue shirt replied irritably. But as soon as he finished speaking, all his comrades were sent to meet the king of hell by Chongxian's poison ice arrows. The man in blue immediately pulled out his weapon, but before he could do anything, Chongxian swiftly stabbed him in the chest. He cried out in pain, then asked in surprise, "Who are you? How dare you attack Sky Peak territory?" As he said this, he suddenly fell silent, because he saw Chang Xian's eyes. There was no humanity left in those eyes. He began to feel terrified. Tears streamed down his face as he softly said, "Hey, buddy." Chang Xian coldly said, "You don't want to die, do you? Tell me everything you know. How many men do you have? What's their strength? What are their plans? Everything. Spill it all out for me." "Yes." Upon receiving the answer, Chang Xian immediately withdrew his sword and released him. The man in blue suppressed his pain and earnestly confessed everything he knew. 30 men are stationed here, and among them, Li Jiasang is the name I need to be especially careful of. That's what Chang Xian gathered from his story. I've told you everything, so. The man in blue said tremblingly, looking at Chang Xian with anticipation. But his reply was Chang Xian's chilling response. So what? I only asked if you wanted to live. I didn't say I'd spare your life. Hearing this, the man in blue ran away in fear, but of course, he still ended up dying at Chang Xian's hands. Level up. The world serpent god is amused by your wordplay. The demon god escaped from hell nodded as he sniffed out death energy. But death wasn't the end. Chang Xian activated his soul compulsion authority to absorb his and his comrades' souls. The souls of fallen enemies will be captured and burned by the flames of hell based on their karma. At the same time, this also helped Chang Xian recover and purify his body. Done with that, he continued to explore the dungeon. The captured people saw a dark aura emanating from Chang Xian and were so terrified they didn't dare to breathe loudly. Only when he left did they dare to speak. Was that a demon? So the boss wants us to find that guy Li Chang Xian? Li Chang Xian. I think I've heard that name before. Oh, that guy's a programmer. See, I told you I'd heard that name. I guess it's just someone with the same name. Haha. The 3 guys from Din Tian Hoi were so busy chatting that they didn't realize Chang Xian was chasing them, and in just a few moments, he took them out. The strange noise caught Jia Sang's attention. He suddenly felt uneasy. Why hasn't anyone returned yet? Just then, the system continuously announced changes in rankings. Chang Xian continuously rose in rank from 57th to 11th, 6th, and then climbed all the way to 2nd place. Damn it, what are they doing? Did he take everyone out in here? While Jia Sang was in a panic, a figure appeared. It was the vice captain. Save me, the vice captain said, then shuffled like a zombie towards Jia Sang. Hey, hurry back to your spot. The vice captain continued to drag himself closer to Jia Sang, and when he was 1 step away, he suddenly said, a demon has come here. Jia Sang looked at the vice captain's face and meaningless words, feeling something was wrong, but it was too late. The vice captain suddenly exploded, catching him off guard. You have been afflicted with the burning effect. You have been afflicted with necrotic toxins. You have been afflicted with corrosive toxins. Warning, your strength is rapidly decreasing. Proceed with detoxification immediately. You are on the brink of death. Jia Sang endured the pain, pulling out a vial of medicine from his person. Just then, another loud explosion echoed from afar. Chang Xian rushed towards him with a knife, and the system displayed, death is approaching you very closely. Just when it seemed Chang Xian's knife would strike true, it didn't. Jia Sang quickly used his sword to parry the blow, then counterattacked furiously. Even though he's lost all his sight due to the blood poison, he can still track my movements by sense. He's quite a formidable opponent. Chang Xian dodged Jia Sang's attacks while secretly assessing his strength. Despite his best efforts, the effects of the poison made it impossible to hold on after just a few minutes. He used one hand to prop himself up with his sword to keep from falling, while the other clutched his pounding head. Warning, your stamina is depleting too quickly. You must detoxify yourself. Subsequently, Jia Sang's system continuously flashed red. He kept muttering, need to detoxify, the antidote vial. His strength stats seemed to be quite different from his level. Could he have something that supports his skills? Furthermore, he's openly sacrificing human lives in a country with such a high level of safety. There must be an underlying reason. I only came here at Yueji's request, but now there's a hidden secret that makes this trip interesting. Trang mused. Suddenly, he remembered the people who were almost sacrificed earlier. They've probably already escaped the central room by now. A long time has passed. The sacrifice might be considered resolved. Earlier, before leaving, Trang had instructed them. Run that way. Go through 2 doors on the left side. Reach the side corridor. The 3rd door will open automatically. Close the door and hide there. No matter what sound you hear, do not open the door. If you do that, everyone will survive. Since he explained it so thoroughly, they must have already hidden in there. Indeed, thanks to Trang, they had reached a safe haven. With nothing else to worry about, Trang turned his attention back to the battle. He used 30 stat points to increase strength and 30 stat points to increase agility, then threw a potion to the old man. This is the potion you're looking for, isn't it? Take it, like a drowning man grasping at a straw. He immediately picked up the potion and opened it, but the bottle was empty inside. Taking advantage of the old man's distraction, Trang slipped behind him and sneered. So foolish, kid. You actually believed my words? Needless to say, furious, the old man swung his sword, intending to strike Trang, but Trang dodged it, then launched a counterattack. Thus, Trang relentlessly attacked, constantly pushing his opponent backward. The god of hedonism was very interested in this one-sided battle. The world serpent god was enjoying the battle and believed your scheme was truly excellent. Intermediate sword technique skill has reached its limit. Advanced technique must be unlocked. Advanced sword technique skill has been unlocked. Playing cat and mouse was enough. Trang unleashed a move that shattered the weapon in his opponent's hand, then delivered a fatal blow to defeat him. In his dying throes, the old man struggled to utter each word, asking Trang, "Why do you want to kill me?" It's true. Someone who treats human lives as worthless trash, like you, should also be wary of encountering someone with the same mindset one day. Receiving the answer was also the moment he passed away. Trang continued to activate Soul Forcement, and his system immediately announced, Hellfire has been activated. You have successfully collected the remnants of the player's soul. Your vitality has been restored by 6%. The owl god piercing through dusk admires your compassionate heart. Trang sighed inwardly. Compassionate? Things are getting more and more absurd, aren't they? The owl god piercing through dusk has granted you a special favor. Special favor. Steady mind manipulation. Steady mind manipulation. Even in chaotic circumstances, the holder of this favor can maintain their composure and wisdom. Classification, blessing, grace. Effect, physical damage resistance, unwavering spirit. Trang felt a little confused. Strong will is understandable, but steady mind manipulation? Do they take him for a monk? Suddenly, he found it laughable. Someone as cruel and ruthless as himself, a person known as an evil god, receiving this special favor? They say Minerva is a wise war goddess, but in truth, she's much more careless than I thought. The god of hedonism felt uncomfortable with the 2 special favors the owl god piercing through dusk had just granted you. The god of hedonism rummaged through his treasure trove, searching for some special favors to grant you. Trang felt a little annoyed. He felt like the target of these 2 old women's pursuits. Ignoring them, he continued his journey to conquer the dungeon. Dungeon ranking has been updated. Rank 1, Lai Trang updated. Rank 2, 150,000 points. Before Trang was a gigantic door. The system immediately announced, You have reached the boss room. The boss room is currently locked. The key is somewhere. Find the key to activate the unlock mechanism. Before Trang was a gigantic door. He approached to investigate, then pulled out a spear made from a fire goat rib and threw it directly at the person hiding behind the stone statue, instantly eliminating them. Where do you think you're going to hide? Trang said coldly, then slowly walked closer to take the hammer from the person's hand. The system immediately analyzed the information. Hammer of an unidentifiable hammer. It seems to be made from a meteorite. It has been used for a long time. Classification, hammer. Effect unknown. You cannot use this equipment because you are not its owner. A meteorite, huh? Trang muttered, then didn't bother with the hammer anymore, because now he had something more important to do. Opening the gate that no one had been able to open for years, which was right in front of him. Character name. Could easily make a key for this room, but why should I waste time going back when there's already a good catch right here? Thinking so, Trang immediately called character name, making it wonder, "Why are you calling me at this hour? Remember our contract, you and I? Open this door for me, quickly." Character name immediately refused, perhaps because you're new. You don't know this, but interfering with a dungeon goes against the rules for managers. Stop exaggerating. You can bend these rules, depending on specific situations. Character name fell silent. If what he said was too true, what could it do? But if you don't want to, then fine. I guess I should reclaim the rights to the documents. Yes, yes, I'm doing it right now. Character name replied politely, then quickly proceeded to open the dungeon gate. What? Losing the document rights would be a huge loss. The god of pleasure said that seeing that person's helpless face greatly satisfied him. The world serpent god greatly admires your cleverness. I'm definitely going to get punished for this. I hope it's just a light salary deduction. Character name muttered, then opened the dungeon door for Trang. The sealed stone door has been opened by the manager's authority. As soon as the door creaked open, the curious gaze quickly turned to excitement. Character name quickly reported to Trang, "I've opened it for you. Go in quickly." Trang looked at its face, 3 parts sinister and 7 parts like a trickster, and knew there was definitely trouble inside, but he trusted himself to overcome it. So he said nothing and quietly stepped through. As expected, upon entering, facing the boss, his system continuously warned him, "You have been affected by a curse. The dungeon master wants to take over your body. Resist to the end and break the golden coffin above. If you cannot resist the curse, your body may be taken. So be careful." Beginning to fall into a hypnotic state, brainwashing process initiated. Parallel to the system's warning was the boss's angry voice. "Obey me, worship me. How dare you disturb the king's sleep? Bow down, you inferior creature." Hearing the boss's roar, character name, from outside, laughed delightedly. "I didn't expect it to be so easy. The boss room mission is extremely simple. Just protect your mind from the control of the tomb master, that being that has nothing left but a soul, and you're done." However, from what I saw earlier, the master of this tomb is the lingering soul of a giant. Can a mere mortal withstand the suppression of that entity? A mere mortal like you dares to mock me, huh? Die, you trashy rookie. Assuming Trang had fallen asleep, he turned to leave when the system's voice kept ringing. "Indomitable spirit has been activated. Your mind will be protected from external intrusion. Mental manipulation stability has been activated. Mind protection has been enhanced. Dungeon quest has been completed. Final ranking is being calculated. Rank 1, Lai Trang 175,550 points. Rewards will be distributed based on the final results. Rewards will be distributed based on ranking. The dungeon is about to close. Countdown of 5 seconds begins." Only then realized he had forgotten something. His profession is a master of ancient languages. His plan to harm Trang has failed. After escaping the dungeon, Trang immediately went to meet and gave the hammer to. Looked dumbfounded. It took him a while to believe that the item in his hand was indeed the hammer his father left behind. "Hey you, this thing." He stammered, unsure of what to say. "Young master." Trang corrected the address, then, while munching on a bag of fish cakes, continued, "I've brought back what you asked for. Can we get started right away?" Quickly replied, "Yes, young master. However, as I said, 1 month isn't enough. I need to get my feel for the hammer back first. It's been a long time since I last swung a hammer, not to mention having to clean and dust the entire forge." Trang merely said 2 words, 1 week. Huh, even the whip alone took 2 whole weeks. Then I'll give you 1 month to get your feel back. Make a whip and a spear. I'll pay triple for those requests. Trang casually took the rusty sword that he had initially set his sights on when entering the shop, and continued, "At the same time, I'll take this as your agreement. See you in another month, all right? This thing is still on display for sale, isn't it? So I'll take it." "No, you can't. My dad said that's an heirloom passed down through generations. I'm not allowed to sell it." No sooner had he finished speaking than his phone notified him of an incoming 1 million. Sender is Lai Trang. That's the payment, including the cost to restore that hammer. That should be enough, right? You just display this for decoration anyway, so it doesn't really affect anything, right? Trang said, and continued to carry the sword away. Couldn't help but curse. Then he muttered, "But if it's a transaction with that bastard then—" Thinking this, he called out his pet dog's name. It happily wagged its tail and approached him, then led him to the still glowing forge, held the hammer in his hand and flung off his shirt, revealing his six-pack abs and tanned skin, then happily said, "Whatever. The past is the past, and who knows what the future holds, but for now, I should get started, shouldn't I?" While was toiling away at the forge, Trang leisurely took a stroll. He recalled the conversation between him and About. "He's there too. You should try to find him. All I know is that guy disappeared after he created a divine artifact for the constellation. Was that god once immortal? Even so, he's too old for that. Then, it's a title for a person. That title has been passed down to his successor. He didn't know about this, so he put an end to the life of the past. He didn't know that successor was still alive. The problem here is that many of his secret skills were lost due to a defect in his eyes. Plus, the financial burden on the entire family significantly reduced the item's value. Nevertheless, since he's the successor to the title, the weapons forged by his hands are still considered high grade." He finally gave himself some useful advice. He guessed that one day, his talent would blossom thanks to him. No, it should be thanks to me, right? With the weapon issue resolved, Trang took a taxi home. Only then did he have time to examine the items obtained from the dungeon. Peter's key. Why was the last treasure in that tomb this key? Why was it in Bez's tomb? Never mind. I should go home soon. It's so late. Mom must be really worried. While Trang Xian was at ease, somewhere else, things were in a complete mess. What about the guy who cleared the dungeon? Have you found him yet? Go Son 1, leader of the Heavenly Summit's raid division, angrily questioned his subordinates. One person stammered, "Sir, not yet." The answer made Son 1 even angrier, shouting, "Besides being a bunch of freeloaders, what else are you good for? Find him quickly for me. Dead or alive, you must find him. Bring Peter's key back here at all costs." He acted tough on the outside, but inside, he was actually very scared. If the true owner of Beacon Mountain, the White Tiger Guild, finds out about this, we're all screwed. Because that key could only be obtained by sacrificing lives, they secretly signed a contract with us to collect it. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. So Son 1 immediately ordered, "Prepare the cars. Everyone follow me to Beacon Mountain." As he walked, he grumbled, "The dungeon's closed, the key's stolen. Just my luck. Hurry up, you animals." If the White Tigers found out, and this situation isn't handled, his life would be over. Especially seeing John Gunn. If that bastard finds out, his whole family would be implicated too. That can't happen. He has to find the key at all costs. But unfortunately for Son 1, news from the tomb had already reached Cian John Gunn. As expected, he went wild, unable to control his anger, unleashing his power right in front of Trang Xian's mother. Aiyun and Yonggan said in unison, "Hey, Cian John Un. Hey, Team Leader Cian, what the hell is wrong?" Only then did John Gunn realize he had lost control, so he reined in his anger, slowly retracting his power. Jean Gunn checked. "Why would you dare to use Bloodthirsty Mad Tiger in a residential area?" John Gunn remained silent, only looking back at Ms. Yuha. Her beautiful brows were furrowed tightly, and her usually gentle eyes now held a hint of sternness. John Gunn felt a bit awkward, made up an excuse, and asked to leave. "Are you all right, ma'am?" Ai-Un asked Trang Xian's mother with concern. After a moment of silence, she replied, "I'm fine, I'm all right. I've heard that awakened individuals are very different from ordinary people like us. It seems that rumor is true. So is my son like that too. On the outside, he's not very friendly, if not outright cold, but I know he's a perceptive child. I just want Trang Xian not to face dangers that would leave him covered in injuries. But perhaps he won't listen to my plea. Please leave my house." Ai-Un, Yong-gan, and Seolte looked at each other, then understood and left one by one. While waiting for the elevator, Yong-gan spoke up. Things seem to have gotten difficult after team leader Seal suddenly went crazy. Huh. I don't know why he went wild like that. What do you two think? Agent Cha, Agent Jean. Suddenly, Young-gon remembered his niece, the short-haired girl. Oh no. Now she should be called Ohi-bin. Before coming here, he'd been kept pestering Young-gon to bring Trang Xian back for her. Seeing it was late, Young-gon suggested to Ai-Yoon and Seol-tae, "If you two plan to stay here tonight, I'll ask the staff to make coffee for both of you." Seol-tae happily replied, "Yes, I won't say no. An iced black coffee, no sugar, please." No sooner had he finished speaking than Ai-Yoon literally cut him off. Then she politely declined and led her colleague away. Seol-tae looked at Ai-Yoon with some confusion, but as soon as he saw her expression, he anxiously asked, "What's with that serious face, sis?" Just then, his phone rang, and a message arrived with the content. Red alert code. Beacon Mountain, Yeongnam District, Seoul. Countless victims discovered imprisoned as sacrificial offerings. All victims have been escorted to the police station. A plan needs to be prepared for such situations. What is this? Seol-tae exclaimed in surprise. Hurry up, or I'll make you walk. Ai-Yoon urged. Seol-tae immediately hurried to follow her on the mission. When they left, Trang Xian returned, but he didn't rush inside. Instead, he stood outside in the park, examining his newly acquired sword. The god of pleasure, Seol, was questioning why you chose that rusty sword instead of equipment from his treasury. Trang Xian thought to himself, this thing was in the god's forge, so it's definitely not some low-grade equipment. If I'm right, this is the divine sword called Unjang Sword. With the evil dragon's fangs and the Unjang Sword, no player will be able to contend with me. Trang Xian used the system to search for information about the sword and received the results. Unjang Sword, one of the 9 swords forged by the master blacksmith Ouija, known as the Divine Blacksmith. Classification: Short sword, divine artifact. Combat power, immeasurable. Effect unknown. You cannot use a divine artifact because you do not have the authority of ownership. You cannot see the detailed information of the divine artifact because you do not have the authority of ownership. Ouija's 9 swords are all immensely powerful. When the Cham Lu sword appeared in Acadia, every kingdom there erupted into a bloody war to claim that treasure. As Trang Xian recalled, at least 2 empires and 6 kingdoms were completely destroyed. Why did such a peerless treasure sword become a pile of scrap metal in the forge? The previous owner of the Unjang sword was an assassin, so it must have been bathed in a sea of blood over the past 1,000 years. It is said that this is a cursed sword. It can inflict terrifying, haunting pain on victims before they die. But the rumors stopped there. Trang Xian had no further information about it. The first Ouija was called the Divine Blacksmith because he didn't like the smell of blood at all. I don't know if it was the first Ouija or a successor to that title, but one of them certainly wants to conceal the identity of the sword, erase its existence, and treat it as a discarded item in that forge. The god of pleasure, Seol, is scoffing and grumbling about your choice of that worthless junk. The owl god, piercing through the twilight, looks at you with a trusting gaze. Suddenly, Trang Xian vigilantly looked behind him. Perhaps collecting Ouija's 9 swords when I have the chance is also a very good idea. And what's your problem with me over there? As Trang Xian spoke, he equipped a dagger made from fire tiger fangs, then lunged straight towards the mysterious person. The masked person managed to dodge it in time. He complained, "Even if I'm in disguise, you'll still suddenly attack like this." Trang Xian remained largely indifferent, rushing forward, his gaze sharp, fixed on the target like a vow that he wouldn't let him escape. Every sword stroke from Trang Xian was so skillful that the other person exclaimed in admiration, "How can a rookie be this strong?" Another sword technique followed, but it was fierce and lacked any rhythm. He couldn't find any flaws. It was almost a combat sword technique created purely for destruction. This guy was overwhelmed by Trang Xian's power. He was like a first-generation player who had endured so many hardships. I only provoked him to test his abilities. But at this point, I might have to be ashamed. My nephew will lecture me, but I want to fight him with all my might. No, more accurately, I need to fight him with all my might. That's the only way I can contend with this newcomer. Kung Hao Swan Kung. While still unleashing a powerful move, the man in black raised his hands in surrender. Trang Xian's face was tense. What do you think you're doing? He stood there with clasped hands, sweating, thinking to himself, what was I thinking, suddenly losing my mind like that? He decided to apologize to Trang Xian before things got worse. I apologize for suddenly provoking you. I only wanted to test your strength. Trang Xian began to lower his sword. The other man continued, I only did it for fun. I think that caused this huge misunderstanding. The saint of the hunting season yelled to warn the reckless person who provoked you. Trang Xian, with a cold expression, asked for his identity. Who are you? The saint of the hunting season awaited the grand confrontation. Seeing Trang Xian ask so bluntly, he looked puzzled and began to assess. Speaking so informally? So young yet so rude. At this point, I can't mess around or Trang Xian will hit me easily. He pulled out a business card and threw it to Trang Xian. It read, 5-star swordsman, HR Director Gu Zonggun. Gu Zonggun, smiling cheerfully, began to mention the main reason he came. Actually, the reason I came to see you is to recruit you into our guild. Trang Xian looked at it and thought, the god they worship is the nameless great god, right? His real name is Karmic Retribution King. He's often known as the god of wealth, protecting assets and treasuries. He immediately replied, I don't really want to go there either. Then asked him how he knew to find him. Gu Zonggun replied, you probably don't realize how famous you are. It's highly likely that besides us, many other guilds across this country are keeping an eye on you. Li Trang Xian. Trang Xian's face darkened, thinking they took the bait much faster than he expected. It seemed they couldn't resist him at all, even though he claimed to be just an ordinary player. Gu Zonggun expressed, honestly, I'd like to talk more with you, Trang Xian. But since I've already made a big mistake today, I'll ask for another time, once our anger has subsided. The saint of the hunting season argued about him letting an opponent who provoked him just walk away. The saint of the hunting season bristled, saying that someone worthy of becoming her disciple should never lose. Gu Zonggun finished speaking and then left, saying to feel free to contact him via the business card. The gods began to stir and chatter, each with their own opinion. The world serpent's body chastised her and told her if she liked fighting so much, she should go find someone else to fight. The saint of the hunting season was furious and asked, how about I fight you then? The world serpent's body laughed carelessly and said, you can come whenever you want. The saint of the hunting season went crazy and said she would make snake stew. Trang Xian ignored the gods preparing to devour each other. He was trying to recall Gu Zonggun, who seemed very familiar. Hadn't he met him before coming to Acadia? Suddenly, the young man's face twisted. Wait, if someone like that dropped by here, could they have visited my home? Damn it, Mom must be so worried about me. Gu Zonggun had just left, but his arm was still bleeding. His face was pale. It seemed the wound was quite deep after fighting Trang Xian. Trang Xian returned home. As soon as he arrived, the young man stammered, but his mother still asked normally, you just got here? You haven't eaten anything, right? Wash your hands first, then sit down here. Judging by your face, is something wrong? Seeing his mother waiting, he also expressed that he had something to tell her. Sunlight shone on a battle filled with smoke and fire. Ho, so young, yet your face is already full of such menace. Who's that old man? If you don't want to die, get out. Ho ho ho, a child with a spirit full of destruction. What are you babbling about? If you're going to keep saying such nonsense, then scram. The man smirked and declared, I can't stop now. How about I beat you up first, and we talk later? The alarm clock rang, waking Trang Xian up. His phone notified him that he has an appointment today. A 3 p.m. interview with the White Tiger Clan. As of now, 1 month has passed since the White Tiger Clan posted the recruitment notice. Trang Xian still hadn't shaken off the dream he just had, and didn't understand why he had such a dream. It looks like it's really time for battle. This crowded area is the White Tiger Guild's interview venue. One by one, people are lifting weights, training for endurance in preparation for the interview. This tall, bald uncle will be in charge of the magic capacity measuring device. Everyone, please place your hands on the magic capacity measuring device. Trang Xian gently placed his hand on the machine, but it exploded, announcing it couldn't measure, and the alarm continuously blared. The young man was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening, and the device still announced it couldn't measure. They told each other to bring out an even more advanced measuring device. Everyone started focusing on Trang Xian, among them a white-haired person with bandages wrapped tightly around their eyes. The person in charge of the measuring device requested again. Number 1031, Lai Trang Xian. Please place your hand on the device to try again. After hearing the name Lai Trang Xian, some people felt the name sounded familiar. It was then that they gasped in surprise and yelled, "It's the tyrant uncle!" Trang Xian closed his eyes, tense and helpless, thinking he had clearly worn a hoodie because he knew something like this would happen. The murmurs grew louder. Tyrant Lai Trang Xian. I heard he turned into a drunkard and was forced to retire after his team disbanded. Rumor has it he ultimately became a failure. Look how pale he is. Must be a player, right? What's with the arrogant act? After all, men look just like us. The girl standing in front found it annoying and even commented that the two guys looked like dried squid. They stood there thinking. He locked himself in his room and played games all day. So why is he here now? He hasn't been retired for long, has he? What's he doing here? The final power measurement result finally appeared. Level 25, SSS+++. It was beyond surprising. Everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment. What? 25. Moreover, that magic level. The person in charge of the device was flustered, not knowing how to handle this case. Damn it. We can't handle this. Report to the manager. No. Report to the department head, quickly. In the office of Assault Team 2, a blond man was listening to news updates. So the scandal of the Summit Guild Master, hidden until now, has finally come to light. The prosecutor, in cooperation with the association, has arrested and begun searching for the leaders of the Summit Guild. 21 people have been sacrificed over the past 7 years. What caused such a terrible tragedy? Che, of the Association of Witchcraft Tools, has announced legal action against the Summit. White Tiger has also begun an all-out battle against the Summit. Investigations carried out by White Tiger regarding the Summit's crimes have also been made public. There are also those who wish to express their gratitude to the fake smiling hero. However, there is currently no clue about that mysterious hero. This blond man determined that the one called the smiling hero had stolen Peter's key. He must find that person. Just then, the person in charge of the measuring device rushed in to report. Department head, the super rookie has appeared. He was still sitting with his legs crossed. Why are you in such a hurry? Both the president and director Kim are heading to Area C. The department head looked very surprised. Why? Lai Trang Xian, do you remember him? That's the rookie you were waiting for a month ago, along with Black Sword and the Witch Fan. Just then, the blond guy was startled. Ah, it's the one from the gate. At that time, I wanted to bring him to our side, but because of the trouble with those top-tier bastards, I didn't have time, did I? But what about him? The measurement equipment supervisor replied. It seems he came to apply for our competition. Another shock left him astonished, mouth agape. What? What were the results? He topped every field, and what's more, his magic level is SSS, with 3 pluses. At this point, we can't hesitate any longer. The department head stood up abruptly. Let's go. I have to meet him before others get their hands on him. This is the Area C arena. Information about Trang Xian has been causing a stir all over social media. There were even articles titled, "The Return of the Tyrant Lai Trang Xian," stating that recently, a retired pro gamer, Lai Trang Xian, appeared at the White Tiger Guild member selection. As if laughing at the malicious rumors surrounding him, he made a spectacular appearance at the White Tiger Guild selection. The moment Trang Xian stepped out, everyone looked at him with admiration. a rising star, the first person to achieve SSS rank in Korea in 15 years. Is that the tyrant? Yes, that's him, 100%. Do you think there's anyone else like that in this world? Damn it. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and now he's even an SSS ranked awakened. Besides those who admired him, there were still those who were envious and fiercely hated Trang Xian. Lucky bastard. Damn it. Why the hell did he have to sign up today? We're definitely going to be compared to him. God damn it. This is my 5th time participating. If I fail again, I'll be kicked out of my house. The god of the hunting season is extremely proud of himself, seeing you get so much attention. Truly worthy of being his chosen one. Trang Xian looked intently towards the stands. The tiger god, trapped in hardships, observes you and shows surprise. Trang Xian seemed to have discovered something. He gritted his teeth and focused 100%. This is it. The serpent god, coiled around the world, guesses that person has some intention towards you. The supervisor announced the test was about to begin. The content is monster hunting, from red brains to two-headed brains. We will summon any type of monster you are ready to face. Trang Xian asked nonchalantly, "Are those all the monsters you have?" Seeing him look disappointed, the supervisor continued to explain. "Currently, the strongest monster we have is the Jack, but—" Before he could finish, Trang Xian told them to summon that monster for him. Everyone in the room seemed speechless. This was unprecedented. Their strongest monster began to appear in the magical circle, its red eyes fixing on Trang Xian as its target. The tiger god, trapped in hardships, wants to assess your skills. Looking at the dangerous monster, everyone was nervous, afraid that Trang Xian wouldn't last long. The image of a tiger's face and a yellow light began to emanate. That was the transference of the tiger god's will. The tiger god, trapped in hardships, looks at you with suspicion as you stand still. The tiger god, trapped in hardships, thinks you will die. Trang Xian stood there, lost in thought, saying nothing. In his mind, scenes of 2 ruthless adversaries began to appear. The old man, half his face covered, and a savage smile stimulated Trang Xian more than ever. "You bastard! How dare you laugh at me? Then I'll satisfy you. Come, Huzu." His anger reached its peak, ready to confront the monster. It roared, its breath like a whirlwind that could blow away everything around it. Trang Xian still stood dauntlessly, channeling 100% of his concentration. He released his weapon and tossed it into the air. "This is a special weapon custom-made by the blind blacksmith. You're finally here. You look tired. Whose fault do you think it is?" "Haha, I won't say much more. The quality is evident just by looking." The god of the hunting season opened his eyes wide in surprise. The serpent god that wraps around the world admitted that they had just seen a perfect item. What Trang Xian is holding is the nameless dual polearm, a long spear with attack power ranging from 150 to 200, with effects, piercing spearhead, continuous damage, and great blessings. The accompanying masterpiece is a bound item. If given to another person, the effects may disappear. Its creator did not name the item. Please name the item. After testing a few basic moves, Trang Xian was very satisfied. You have displayed excellent spearmanship. You have a basic understanding of piercing, cutting, thrusting, and blocking techniques. The god of the hunting season opened his eyes wide in surprise upon seeing your amazing spearmanship. The god of the hunting season was surprised that the blind man could create an item of this level. The novice spearmanship skill has been acquired. Now, a single strike from this weapon can severely injure the jack. The spectators were awestruck, their mouths agape. It began to roar in pain. No one understood what the hell was happening or since when Lai Trang Xian could do this. Park Sang-ho, captain of the White Tiger Guild's first expedition team, watched the battle from start to finish and was very impressed. "Captain Park, That's right, his agility is truly not commensurate with that level. His precision is also incredible. He could be extremely successful even if he only used a bow and arrow. That kid, I must have him, no matter what it takes." Trang Xian continued to activate his power. Everyone was curious what it would be this time. Something that wasn't a spear. The sharp blade continued to pierce the jack, splattering blood everywhere. Not stopping there, Trang Xian continued to demonstrate a few more skills. A rope was pulled out and delivered the finishing blow. Blood continued to gush. Just a rope and a spear were enough for this spectacular performance. Trang Xian leaped high, delivering a final thrust into its body, and the monster collapsed. The wide, admiring eyes remained fixed. No way! What's with all those weapons? No one could believe that Trang Xian, at level 25, had such speed. All the effects were yellow, and there were no other effects. They were all critical hits. They no longer saw Trang Xian as human. He stood proudly before his recent achievement, but his hands were bleeding. The blood poison skill has been activated. Paralyzing poison has spread through the Jack's body. The Jack has been poisoned and is now in a paralyzed state. The Jack's blood flowed continuously. It was on the verge of death due to blood loss. With sharp eyes, Trang Xian leaped again, using his spear for one more strike to finish it completely. The system announced, "You have defeated the Jack and leveled up. The novice spearmanship skill level has increased. The god of the hunting season praises you, saying your hunting skills are increasing. Stamina has increased by 5 due to privilege. The god of the great tiger, overwhelmed by hardship, is utterly astonished by the battle that just took place. The god of the great tiger, overwhelmed by hardship, is expressing an intense desire for new fangs." The department head gritted his teeth and suggested, "That brat, I must deal with him as promised. Bring him here." Just then, a flash of yellow light streaked by, and he realized that Trang Xian was responsible for the recent action. He and Trang Xian began to move to the center and confront each other. The blond man with the ghastly face challenged, "Oh, you blocked this move? You're even resisting the great tiger's forest might skill and its killing intent? You're better than I thought." Trang Xian looked at him with an utterly contemptuous gaze. Truly disgusting. The abominable stench of an empty-headed leader was assaulting his nose. He screamed maniacally, "I like you now. Be my subordinate. I promise to teach you to become better than you are now. I'll show you what a true tiger is like." Trang Xian was still trying to hold back and pondering whether he should fight back. Maybe he would get more attention from the puppet ruler, but didn't he need to get it out of this Blood Mountain range? Just as they were about to continue fighting, Park Sang-ho stepped out to intervene. "Haven't you two stopped yet?" The department head yelled a warning. "Do you want to die, Captain Park?" Park Sang-ho looked furious. "It seems this ignorant second captain hasn't learned anything yet, huh? How dare you act so rudely to your senior?" The blond man retorted, "To this extent, you're calling me foolish for not knowing etiquette? I'm just taking what's mine. What's wrong with you?" Park Sang-ho warned, "No matter what, you're still very proud of your bizarre deeds. Now stay away from him. I don't think the recruitment selection is over yet." The whole audience started to stir. What's going on? Are the two captains fighting each other? They're doing this just to recruit talent. That's really amazing. The captain of Team 3, Homoterium Kong Sung-gu, seeing the tense situation, also stepped forward. "Ha ha, normally I don't like to interfere between two captains. But what can I do? We want him too. Sorry, but I also want to join this battle." Additionally, Team 4, Dino Philip Sahanjan, also appeared. The captains just stood there, bickering loudly. "You bastards, you're stealing from me too much. How dare you think all captains are the same?" Trang Xian watched this situation, eagerly anticipating a bloody scene from them. Each of their faces was as tense as stone, vying for Trang Xian. "I'll take care of that guy." Hey, what are you talking about? That guy's mine. What do you want, you bastard?" The more they acted like this, the more disappointed Trang Xian became, and the more he underestimated them. To him, those who worshipped hopeless rulers as their patron constellations and then willingly became their servants like this, they were the targets he needed to eliminate. A cold war also broke out, and just then, a gust of yellow wind stiffened them and made them cough up blood. The old man approaching was the executive director of the White Tiger Guild, OSI Hone. Trang Xian identified the target. It was him, the one considered the second guild master of the White Tiger Guild. The god of the hunting season widened his eyes in surprise, saying that it was a common reaction when facing great power. At this moment, Trang Xian understood why he was called a high-level player. OSI Hone spoke up reproachfully. You fools, fighting each other just for one person? Sang Ho, you're the oldest among the captains, yet you're participating in this nonsense. This old man didn't show any weakness at all. No matter the hypothesis, Trang Xian would still lose, because he was too strong. The blond man, who belonged to Executive Director OSI Hone's faction, was secretly overjoyed, thinking, the Executive Director is here. He's definitely on my side. I'll be able to see Captain Park's face as red as a monkey's now. The blond man secretly thought, Li Trang Xian would surely belong to him. OSI Hone yelled loudly and then glared at the captains. I don't want to see you anymore, get out. If I choose one of them, it will cause internal conflict, so I will choose him for myself. That's how it's going to be. No one saw this coming. The captains dropped their jaws, having finally fallen into the trap of this old fox. OSI Hone led Trang Xian into a private room and threw him a shirt to change into. Your shirt has too much blood on it. Change it. The system notified. The great tiger god drowning in hardship looks at you with greedy eyes. The god of the hunt yelled at him to leave with an annoyed look. Trang Xian's physique was so mighty that anyone who looked at him was overwhelmed. Old man OSI Hone smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, his physique is good. Those flawless muscles must have been developed through countless battles. I've never seen such talent before. What kind of life has he lived, after all? OSI Hone started a conversation with Trang Xian. I've heard about you. Since the Guardian Constellations are very interested in you, let me be frank. What do you want? Money. Trang Xian hadn't cracked a smile since meeting him. He replied bluntly, I already have enough money to live until the end of my life, with plenty left over. I'm not here for something like that. I want to go to the Future Strategy Department. I heard that the executive director here directly advises the Future Strategy Department, so shouldn't I also have that right? OSI Hone's face distorted. What did you say? Ha ha. He laughed so hard it sounded like a roar, and Trang Xian's head throbbed just from his laughter. The old man's gaze shifted as he asked Trang Xian, It seems you wouldn't care if I lost my power, would you? Excellent. That's what a white tiger should be like. The Future Strategy Department can be said to be the backbone and brain of the White Tiger Guild. If you want it, you must prove yourself. What do you intend to do to prove yourself to everyone? Trang Xian seriously replied, In that case, what if I set a new record in Blood Mountain Range? I heard that all newcomers have to clear the Blood Mountain Range during their apprenticeship. If I set a new record there shouldn't be any problem, right? OSI Hone asked again. Not just ranking first among your peers this year, but first in the entire dungeon? It wasn't until Trang Xian affirmed it again that the old man sighed. Then no one can argue with you. Seeing his hesitation, Trang Xian guessed that this meant he wanted something else. He continued to propose a condition. I'll clear it too. OSI Hone was overjoyed upon hearing this. That's right, excellent. Honestly, that place has become old. I was looking for a new training center. Trang Xian guessed there must be something at Blood Mountain. Perhaps I'll get a hold of the director's weakness. I'll personally make sure to close it down carefully. OSI Hone gave a dangerous glance. Perhaps in the future, there will be many things I'll have to tell you frankly. Thank you for those words. I have another task now. Before going to the mountain range, I want to use the White Tiger Guild's library. OSI Hone was once again surprised by Trang Xian's request. He was already secretly delighted by this thirst for knowledge, so there was no reason to refuse. The White Tiger Guild's library is the best in the world. Feel free to use it as you wish. Online, hot searches related to Trang Xian were trending with search terms like, the tyrant has resurrected. Popular searches now, Li Trang Xian, tyrant, White Tiger Guild Sector C video, Li Trang Xian resurrection. It seemed everyone was now looking at Trang Xian with entirely different eyes. They discussed and commented with words full of admiration. Li Trang Xian Level 1 searched for 4 consecutive days. Our tyrant has returned. Message. It's true that he reached SSS rank. I'm getting excited now. The famed beauty has lived twice. Where are those jerks who called him an alcoholic during the broadcast now? All those people imitating Li Trangxian on YouTube have set their videos to private. But honestly, his test video was insane. Seriously, his antis still say it's all fake, right? It seems you still don't know that anti's intelligence is as tiny as an ant's. Overthrow the government. Does anyone still believe those articles about the tyrant? You all know it was all a government conspiracy to cover up the Jam-CU Gate incident, right? Wow, haha. Do people like this actually exist? The 20th rank super guild in the world is back, haha. SSS-Rank is all made up. Hey, if you have time to type like this, you might as well go home and sleep under a blanket. Janggio. But I'm worried about a few things. The Tyrant's fans have been quiet for the past few days, but now they're starting to go crazy again. Can someone deal with this? Oh my god, now that you mention it, I see it. Adora's combo. White Tiger's stock has hit the ceiling in the past 3 days. Go on, hit the roof. Be careful. You might all end up at Han River later. Invest in moderation. Bowling Lover. I heard Li Trangxian was the one who cleared the Jam-CU Gate. Has anyone confirmed this? The mysterious person, Mr. L, who has been involved in many rumors recently, has been confirmed to be Li Trangxian. This is an interview with the survivors of the Jam-CU Gate. At a time when everyone was praising and admiring Trangxian, the blonde guy cried and begged OSI Hone to hand Trangxian over to him. Give him to me. Ah, bro. Please give him to me. You know he's a talent, don't you? He needs a mentor like me for his future life to be smoother. The old man sighed in exasperation. Smoother what? His life is more like full of rocks. We're in the guild. If you don't follow proper etiquette, I'll demote you from team leader. The blonde guy's tears kept flowing. Damn it. Why do you keep refusing? Trangxian replied that he had applied to the future strategy department and revealed that if his expectations weren't met, he would resign. How can I force someone like that into the second expedition team? Just wait for now. Once the training is over, Trangxian will become my subordinate. I'll assign tasks to him as I please. And who do you think I'll assign him to? The blonde guy was surprised to realize there was another way. OSI Hone told him to leave and stop bothering him. The blonde guy flattered him. Big brother, do you know how much I love you? Anyway, it's hard to meet Li Trangxian these days, isn't it? Where is he? If you knew, what would you do? I knew you'd be like this. So I locked him up in the place you hate the most. A few days later, it was finally time for Trangxian to enter the Blood Mountain dungeon. White Tiger's anticipated training will begin now. The tyrant is ready to establish a new legend. How far will the true quality of SSS++ rank go? Standing before the cliff, Trangxian realized that he would have to cleanse an entire mountain this large. After sighing, he saw a light emanating from the highest peak. That area exploded, creating whirlwinds. Something flew out from the mountaintop. Trangxian identified it. Here it is, my target. The Blood Mountain Range is full of mutated creatures due to the adverse effects of a mysterious magical source from long ago. Find its origin and destroy it, restoring the ecosystem of this mountain range to its original state. This entire mountain range is divided into 8 main sections. Remember that each section has unique variant creatures that cannot be found in other dungeons. All participants will be given an inventory box, a system window, and a skill window to track the mission. So that means this entire mountain range is a terrifyingly vast place, completely covered in a dark red color. Trangxian felt disgusted. He remembered having been to a place like this before, back in Arcadia. Trangxian sensed someone watching him, and he glanced towards the base of a tree. Skill. Chufong is following you from behind. It seems the stalker had been following Trangxian from the library all the way to the outdoor training session. He started to suspect. Executive Director, what is he planning to do? A few days ago, at the Fierce Tiger Library, Trangxian came here and was overwhelmed by its grandeur and impressiveness, just as Thanatot said. The puppet ruler, wasn't that bastard the one who caused a ruckus throughout the celestial realm? Trang Xian recalled his conversation with Thanatot. So it's him, huh? Then what's the general tendency of those blessed by him? Trang Xian replied, they'll have many enemies around them, just like him. Thanatot smiled and said, will things just stop there? They'll proudly display everything they've stolen, and then store it all in the same place, while enjoying their treasures as if they were medals and achievements, and then sharing them with their guardian constellations from all over the world. That place is called the Fierce Tiger Library. If you want, I can give you a list of useful things there. Trang Xian wanted to choose them himself. Thanatot asked again, even if it's something you're sure to enjoy? Trang Xian reluctantly said, then you tell me. The 12 Zodiacs, the Centaur's body techniques. Trang Xian was incredibly surprised. He thought, the Centaur Luke bat, that bastard six-pack body, can make me as light as a feather. No, a god's privilege. Thanatot continued, snow walking technique, energy amplification technique, river crossing leaf penetration technique, bow bending body technique, grass flowing technique, and the leaping stride. Trang Xian seriously asked, and the puppet ruler has one of those? But the truth is, no battle occurred between him and the centaur. This means the centaur still knows nothing about this. Where did he get it? Thanatos looked thoughtful. Well, who is it anyway? It's from the eternal constellation. This means that currently, what Trang Xian needs to obtain is the leap, which is certainly not easy. The leap is a divine authority granted to the centaur of the 12 zodiac signs. A long time ago, we became a constellation. Its former owner was the ancient constellation Dima Machina, a divine authority he secretly learned while observing the dominant leap, and became known after he dominated a territory in a short time, allowing him to display his divine power and become the absolute ruler there. Trang Xian was thinking that was also the reason other zodiac signs objected to the centaur having territory near him. If he could obtain that ability, then once he awakened his divinity, no one would be able to stop Trang Xian. However, if there was a problem, things would be different. The god of the great tiger submerged in hardship is observing your every move. While he was fumbling around looking for books, a man approached and reminded him that the library usage period is 1 week. The library is open 24 hours, and you're allowed to read all books, except those forbidden for levels 1 and 2. Also, remember that books here are not allowed to be taken out. And this is a favor from my girlfriend, but it's just an autograph, so could you please? Just seeing Trang Xian's face, even he was overwhelmed by his handsomeness, let alone his girlfriend. However, after hearing it, Trang Xian turned away abruptly with a cold expression. The other guy knew he had just been rejected outright, and was furious. Trang Xian was actually just being cautious about all the uncertainties around him. The executive director and the puppet ruler. I must be careful to avoid being monitored by these two. Thanatos had said, isn't the puppet ruler's exhibition hall a copy of the One-Horn Tribe's martial arts library? Observing it is quite interesting. Now, Trang Xian's Iron Heart skill is also activated, and the Calm Mind skill is also activated. Trang Xian focused on reading, ignoring the world around him. Several days passed, and Trang Xian remained holed up in the library. Even the person assigned to monitor him was annoyed. It's been days. I don't know what he's doing anymore. Is he just reading books? He doesn't even have the sense to choose books. Sometimes he reads about spear techniques, sometimes about sword techniques, and even books on body techniques. He also reads simple breathing technique books and myths about some gods. And he keeps taking them out and putting them back in. Previously, Director had assigned him the task of closely observing all of Trang Xian's actions and to report anything suspicious immediately. Now, the tracker didn't even know what to report to him. He concluded that the result of the past few days of observation was that Trang Xian buried himself in the library to create a good public image. A talented person would never be lazy in studying, right? What better image could there be? The tracker was now biting his tongue, desperately wishing Trang Xian would leave. Only then would he get some rest. While he was annoyed like that, Trang Xian continued to focus even more. You are in a state of high concentration. You are attentively reading books. You can understand and memorize most of the knowledge needed. You are in a state of immersion. The rate of knowledge acquisition has increased. You can infer the implications of words. Your understanding of difficult vocabulary has increased. You are in a state of frenzy. Warning: you have accumulated too much knowledge. You are falling into a state of neural overload. You will soon experience a severe headache. Warning: you have exceeded the threshold of knowledge that can be acquired. You should rest. Although the system continuously sent out SOS signals like that, Trang Xian remained unfazed. Achievement unlocked: Frenzied Bookworm. Effect: Intellect plus 10, Willpower plus 5. The God of Hunt is tired from the enormous amount of books you've read. The world-coiling serpent god is curious about the content of the vast amount of information you have gathered. You have acquired a fragment of knowledge. Understanding of the great tiger submerged in hardship has increased. The god of the great tiger submerged in hardship observes you with an amused gaze. Trang Xian smirked, thinking to himself, "How foolish. My goal is not just a leap, but also to infer the karmic ties of that bastard, the puppet ruler, or rather, his skill tree." Although the Tiger Library was built by the White Tiger Guild to display the puppet ruler's greatness, it is also a sacred place for exchanging the techniques that the puppet ruler taught to guild members. Therefore, most of the books here contain information that the puppet ruler intentionally hid. I'll find that information and piece all those fragments of information together to outline the true form of the puppet ruler. Then I'll find his weakness and also the one behind him. Furthermore, I'll find a way to defeat the puppet ruler. Trang Xian's current skill synthesis level has reached 39%. Trang Xian finally broke away from the library. That's how it is. Now I have to go. It seems I've reached the limit of methods to defeat him by synthesizing third-rate information. So I'll have to fill the rest with achievements and unlock the level 1 and level 2 bookshelves. But it's not here. I've looked for it 3 times, but still can't find the leap. Are these the level 1 and level 2 bookshelves I'm looking for? Trang Xian had only 3 hours left in the library. He decided to check one last time. If there are ancient languages or vocabulary, then there's a high probability it's 7th grade. Iron Heart has reached its limit. Serenity has reactivated his distracted focus. His intellect has been enhanced. Divine Cat Eagle tears through the twilight, celebrating your intellect. Trang Xian touched the book and an energy radiated. He finally found it. Although he didn't know if this was the leap, it definitely contained some secret. This is a book of 100 dishes you can make with monster meat. If you turn the book backward and read it in a special way. Suddenly, Trang Xian realized this was not the leap. In this book, there are special lines of text here. There's a deep-seated hatred. Grievances and pain fill this book. Do you know how much it hurts to be betrayed by someone you considered your own flesh and blood? I know Mu Xian, what that guy did to me. Trang Xian was startled by this name, Mu Xian. Jim John Ho, Sword Hero of Heaven. One of the 9 generations of sword heroes in the world, and the guild leader of the White Tiger Guild, who founded this place along with the managing director and the puppet ruler of the apostles. Someone is talking about him, treating him as a friend and a brother. Does the sword hero of heaven have a relationship with someone? Public information only states that the sword hero of heaven originated as a mercenary and gradually became famous among players. He created his own martial art, and the puppet ruler, who observed him, accepted him as his apostle. But according to this book, it seems that's not the truth. This broken man, pierced by thousands of swords, tries to convey words of pain. My name is Han Ayuzuru. I am Mu Xian's senior brother. More accurately, I used to be his senior brother. As the heir of the family, though not widely known, I trained and honed my swordsmanship for years. And then one day, my master brought in a new disciple much younger than me, at master's place, who passed away not long after due to old age. I raised that junior disciple as if he were my own younger brother, and sometimes even as a disciple, allowing him to wield a sword. But I should have known about the silent thoughts within him, and the thoughts of the constellation protecting our family. The great tiger drowned in hardship. Just from that sacred name, it says it all. The great tiger drowned in hardship. The puppet ruler is a cunning deity, fond of war, chaos, and fear. In his eyes, there's no way he would favor a family like ours. a family that chose to hide and fight for peace. Of course, he could have chosen another apostle, but the biggest problem was that Hanayu, my family, was the one who best followed his teachings. Because of this, the puppet ruler couldn't choose any other apostle and could only gnash his teeth. Trang Xian realized that they had intentionally sealed away the puppet ruler's power. I've heard about this before. There was a period when he was momentarily weak. I also wondered why that berserker hadn't shown his face for the past 100 years. It seems that was due to the incident with the sword hero of Heaven's family in the past. If the puppet ruler's church grew strong, it seems Hanayu realized that too many people had to shed blood, so he decided to stop. And then the puppet ruler decided to choose Mu Xian instead of Hanayu, the one who is now known as the sword hero of Heaven. Trang Xian's observer was still very impatient seeing him just standing there staring intently at the book without doing anything else. He's reading the book backward. I knew he was just playing tricks. How ridiculous. What was written next in that book was as follows. It seems Mu Xian's plan had been laid out a long time ago, since I could no longer wield my sword. He must have poisoned me a long, long time ago, in an amount undetectable to me, very slowly. But he didn't take my life, as if he had some feelings for me. He destroyed the muscles of my limbs, caused my magical organs to stop, and imprisoned me in the underground cave belonging to my sect. Mu Xian, why isn't the guardian protecting me anymore? From then on, I blankly watched my junior brother receive the title of Heavenly Sword Hero and establish the sect's headquarters right on the land where my sect once existed. He disobeyed Master's dying wish that we should never go out into this world. As I blankly watched my junior brother, who had caused calamities for 10 years, one day, I heard the voice of that thing. Reading it but not understanding anything, Trang Xian wondered, flipping that thing back and forth. What? There's no content about this. It's hidden elsewhere. The system announces you have discovered a hidden fragment. The will of an unknown person has blossomed within you. As a small reward, the success rate of blended skills will be increased. Skill blending success rate, 51%. Trang Xian was surprised. What? The blending rate for the method to defeat the puppet ruler has increased to 12%, even though I thought it wouldn't increase for a while. And all I had to do was discover and decipher the hidden fragment? A piece of the hidden fragment is still around here. Find all the pieces and combine them into one. Trang Xian thought that the person who left this behind was extraordinary, because an ordinary person could never have done this. A divine artifact must have interfered, and that's probably the person Haza mentioned. With only 2 hours left in the library, Trang Xian aimed to find the remaining book. Trang Xian immediately searched. Where is it hidden? Since their will was left with a secret password, they must have wanted it to be discovered by someone else. They also had to create it so that the Heavenly Sword Hero's disciple couldn't easily find it. So they had to balance those factors. And if that secret password has been deciphered, it will be very easy to find the rest. They must all be on the 7th-tier bookshelf. Trang Xian continued to rummage through books, while the crying stalker outside kept crying. Why does he care so much about his image? I must get his autograph. Sniffle, sniffle. The great tiger god, overcome by hardship, is certain you will become his loyal disciple. Trang Xian determined. It seems he hasn't discovered it yet. The god who devours the world is observing you intently. Trang Xian was excited. Finally found it. Speaking of which, it's just like me. When I was betrayed by my senior and junior brothers and imprisoned here, it was devoured by its own child long ago and became a common ghost wandering the land of the dead. That existence and I share a common enemy. Trang Xian's face changed again. Devoured by its own child? Is that child a puppet ruler? So that's a top-secret history, a piece of information buried by the puppet ruler. I've found his weakness. Continuing the lines of painful resentment, that existence said that the tiger filled with suffering, the one whom my master and I had diligently served all this time, was merely a monster, no, a demon, the one who devoured its own family to become a god. You said you must witness the head of that demon fall to rest in peace. That existence tried to pass on the method to destroy that tiger filled with suffering to me. Using it as a foundation, I was able to recover my strength and develop my body. After that, I hid myself from everyone's sight and began to gather my strength by training again. I was able to focus on physical recovery, as that existence had taught, until the day my senior and junior brothers, who were traveling the world, returned. I had decided, just as he hurt me in the past, now I will follow that path and kill him, and I will wield my sword again to strike down that tiger filled with suffering. But my first thought when I came here was, can I really do it? Can I really destroy Musian, whom I taught and raised? Like my own child, I had to ask myself that question. So, I left my dream here as a secret code, with the hope that someday, our regrets would be passed on to a new successor. The system announces you have successfully discovered all remaining pieces of the hidden piece. The fervent desire of the unknown has sprouted in your heart. Achievement unlocked. Successor to the mighty tiger's regret. Reward. Wisdom +5. Willpower plus person. Skill. Black Mountain God's Claws. Black Mountain God's Claws. In this land, there's nothing more terrifying than a fierce beast revealing all its sharp claws. Skill level 1. Type. Active, counter, command. Currently not applicable. Effect. Continuous wide area bleeding. Stacking effect replaces basic skill. Wide area bleeding. An effect one tier higher than continuous bleeding, capable of pushing opponents to the brink of death in a short period. Continuous. You can use multiple skills consecutively without an interval. Stacking effect. Amplifies continuously used skills, replaces basic skill. You can optionally conceal one skill within another or combine them to amplify power. The shrill cries of injustice tore at his mind. Heavenly sword. No, Musian, you bastard. Jiang Xian thought. The Black Mountain God's claws were originally an opposing skill. A skill of the White Tiger clan. No, perhaps they are compatible with each other, because it shares the same origin as the White Tiger clan's skill. The power of an ancient god no one remembers anymore. There is certainly no greater hatred than that. However, it's a skill that consumes a lot of magic power. My proficiency can only control one claw. Indeed, I'll have to collect as many magic potions as possible. I need to go to the Training Institute and protect that place. Although it's a bit regrettable, I'll aim for a breakthrough when I have the chance. Jiang Xian went to the Red Rampart Mountain dungeon. He was well aware that his current abilities couldn't capture Song Ju-jun, so he had to eliminate that guy first when he had the chance. The moment Jiang Xian appeared again, the people in the dungeon once more went into stunned mode. Wow, it's really Li Jiang Xian. I wonder what he'll do this time. I don't want to be compared to him. Jiang Xian glanced around and assessed. Out of the useful people here, Sukana, there are no more than 3. One kid, a die-hard Jiang Xian fan, just went wild with excitement when Jiang Xian looked his way. Wow, wow. He just looked at me. Jiang Xian felt that the useless ones were truly a nuisance. There was a white-haired man with bandages around his face, standing out in the crowd. Jiang Xian managed to look at him and the card he was wearing. Baek Gun, new member of the White Tiger clan. It seems he received the blessing of a different god. Jiang Xian grew curious about his true identity. The bald man loudly announcing was the one who would lead the White Tiger Guild's training session today. Everyone, please be quiet and pay attention over here. The 26th new member training session of the White Tiger clan will now begin. Instantly, Jiang Xian's information was updated. White Tiger, anticipated training course has begun. The tyrant is ready to become a new legend. This young man with hair covering half his face muttered, "Huh, this is trouble." This man was Gu Jianggun, who had once stalked Jiang Xian. He was grim-faced as he received a call. "Uncle, are you listening?" "Of course, I'm listening." "Then what's ITS?" "They want you to get those sold-out photo cards, right? Since they're the main models for our company's car advertisement, this uncle of yours will even get special autographed ones." "See, you weren't listening to me, my niece." The uncle helplessly held his head. "I'm so miserable. That damn gate and jam shoe, if it weren't for it." Gu Jianggun was an uncle who listened to everything his niece said, and watching her grow up felt so heartwarming. He was in a panic when he learned she was trapped inside the gate and jam shoe. Though he proposed a rescue team, Jang Gun had been struggling recently and had no choice but to take a break from the dungeon. So he had no choice but to hope that nothing bad would happen. Jang Gun prayed continuously to the nameless giant guardian to protect his niece. Just as he was kneeling before the sacred altar praying, someone rushed in to announce that Hibin had returned safely. Jang Gun, with tears and snot streaming down his face, still couldn't believe it. Now, sitting before his beloved niece, Jang Gun wanted to express his gratitude to that person. "Can you tell me who it was, my dear?" Hibin stammered. "Uncle Jang Xian. He ran away as soon as the dungeon quest disappeared. I think it's because he was worried about being exposed to outsiders. I wonder if it would be better to let him decide when to reveal himself." Jang Gun confidently declared and promised his niece. "Then, your uncle will find Jang Xian and hire him for the guild we're forming, okay? I'll thank him then." Hibin looked very happy, praising her uncle as the best. Seeing his niece so happy, Jang Gun felt embarrassed remembering old events, but the thing is, he couldn't talk to him properly, because of what he did when he first met him. Stalking and then fighting probably annoyed him. Jang Gun had given Jang Xian his business card because he wanted to personally recruit Jang Xian for the 5 Stars Guild, but he thought he'd at least get a call. Who knew he'd hear nothing? Jang Gun buried his face in his hands. That was a mistake, damn it. It's hard to believe that Jang Xian went straight to Biko's HR department and didn't even call 5 stars for a month. What's more, that young man is an SSS rank, meaning Jang Xian is actually a genius who can be on par with an X or L rank. Looking back at his hands, still bruised from that fight, Jang Gun thought he should have realized it then. That's why a rookie like Jang Xian was so strong. Ever since failing to recruit Jang Xian, Hibin called daily to check on the situation, saying that she hated her uncle and that the reason Jang Xian joined the other side was because Jang Gun didn't pursue him properly. My brother and his wife, even the group chairman, my father, all looked at me strangely. I don't deny that I underestimated this matter, but I was so busy. What could I do? I thought Li Jang Xian was hiding himself all this time. I couldn't focus on that because of what happened with High Off. How can I recruit Jang Xian, who has become a monster? This place is the Red Mountain region's dark dungeon. The admiration for Jang Xian has not ceased. Hey, did you see that just now? Mr. Jang Xian just looked at me. Oh my God. Now I can die without regrets. As she spoke, the kid drooled. The young man standing next to her teased. "Hey, you're drooling. Your brother must love seeing you like this, huh?" His words were like wind. This person, extremely helpless, secretly thought, "I can't stop her." The girl was overly passionate about wanting to do the same things as Li Jang Xian. It's unbelievable that we, who had the most embarrassing results, passed, but Kim Hyun-jun, our team leader, didn't. The man in the blue shirt stood still, his face tense, making everyone who saw him feel intimidated, making them wonder if something was wrong with him. "Brother, what's wrong?" "No, nothing. But first, I think I'll explain the rules for the training camp, so we should focus here." The bald man began to announce the most important week of the training camp rules, which were previously mentioned, will be reiterated once again. The large display screen was lit up. The content was as follows. The training course will last 100 days. In the first month, you will be allotted time to learn and practice the 3 basic skills of Biko. At the same time, countless necessary practical training sessions will be planned. For the remaining 70 days, the safe zone will be lifted, and you must survive based on the 3 basic skills learned and the practical experience gained. There are no regulations on how to survive. You can choose to form a team with others or fight alone. Points will be added for all achievements obtained in the dungeon. The points you receive will increase or decrease, depending on the rank of the monster you defeat. Supervisors and guards will hide at countless points in the dungeon to evaluate and score everyone within 24 hours. Based on the rules, supervisors are not allowed to interfere unless a trainee's life is in danger. However, points will be deducted, and once your score drops below 0, you will fail. Those who fail will not be qualified to join the guild. Conversely, Those who achieve high scores will receive a certain compensation after the training period ends. Those whose final achievements place them in the top 5 will be eligible to receive a blessing from a guardian deity. Additionally, the bald man added, besides the above conditions, all actions and self-judgments that do not violate these rules are permitted. Now, I will teach everyone 3 basic skills. On the wooden tray were 3 scrolls. The first scroll contains the content about the tiger's aura, a basic skill for the unfortunate tiger, which can be used as an attack by channeling external magic power. Skill Level 1, Active Type, Effect, Overwhelm. The second scroll is about the tiger's footwork, a fierce vitality hidden in every step. Skill Level 1, Active Type, Effect, Amplify Attack. The remaining scroll is about the tiger's eagle claws. Similar to how a tiger tears its prey, attack power will be amplified. Skill Level 1, Active Type, Effect, Increased Attack. The commander shouted, "If everyone has received these scrolls, tear them to acquire the skills." Begin. Everyone started to follow, and everyone received these 3 skills. Actually learning them made everyone very happy and excited. The bald man, with his hands on his hips, continued, "Has everyone received them? So from now on, I, your supervisor, will demonstrate for you. Please follow my movements and remember them." Amidst the silent crowd, Li Jiangxian raised his hand, wanting to express his opinion. "I've already learned them. I heard that even during the training phase, if one perfectly demonstrates having learned the skills, they can skip the safe zone." The others' faces contorted in disbelief. "Jiang Xian has already learned them? How?" Someone suggested that Jiang Xian had received the scroll before them. "He got the scroll before us." No way. Would they dare to do something so shallow in front of so many people? Then, did he master the stance, movements, and everything else just by tearing the scroll? No matter how talented he is, that's impossible. Baek Gun remained unfazed amidst the changing tides of life, silently observing. Jiang Xian's fanboy continued to drool and exclaim, "As expected, look at his confidence. How can he be so full of vigor?" The green-shirt man, filled with hateful jealousy, thought, "No, there's no need to be angry. That guy will definitely fail. No one knows that my father is a high-ranking member of the White Tiger Guild. Dad specifically told me that there's no way Jiang Xian could have learned the 3 basic skills." The supervisor asked Jiang Xian to show him. The green-shirt man continued to think, "Does he really think he's so skilled that he can grasp a skill after seeing it for the first time? Fool, if it were that easy, everyone could master them, right?" Jiang Xian stood there, let out a sigh, and began to activate his skills. The tiger's footwork skill has been activated. The tiger's aura skill has been activated. Demonic flames surged, burning and flaring intensely, and his golden eyes also blazed fiercely. Exclamations of surprise rang out again. "No way, that's insane. He can not only manifest it, but even form it into the shape of a tiger." The green-shirt young man's jaw almost dropped. "Impossible. How did that bastard do that? Even that?" The tiger's eagle claws skill has been activated. The fire tiger soared higher and higher. A loud roar and a strong gust of wind enveloped the space, and Jiang Xian, with his sword, looked cooler than ever. Every strike sparked fire, and the supervisor was almost grazed by the flames. Jiang Xian made everything explode. The ground cracked open, and then 2 monsters appeared. The supervisor's mouth twisted, drenched in sweat, unable to believe his eyes. Jiang Xian, with an obvious expression, said, "I just tried it and it worked." Their faces were still too shocked to return to normal. From a state of shock, they turned angry at Jiang Xian's appearance today, silently cursing him as a damn bastard. At this moment, the person who had been secretly observing Jiang Xian throughout his time in the library also mumbled, "You hid in the library for this?" As he asked Jiang Xian, he thought, "Unbelievable. He's truly a genius, able to use a skill he just learned while it took me 10 years. I understand why Director pays so much attention to him now." He asked Jiang Xian seriously, "To be called a genius, you don't just fool around. Instead, you train hard in secluded areas to develop your talent, right?" I thought the image of you I saw in the library was just an act. I sincerely apologize, and you're truly amazing. Thank you for inspiring me." Jiang Xian was slightly stunned when someone suddenly came out of nowhere to express such gratitude. Jiang Xian glanced at everyone's reaction after he said that. As expected, everyone's attitude changed. What? He's a genius and he works hard. If so, could I even surpass Taran? The kid, completely infatuated with Jiang Xian, was about to faint from this brilliance. Just by his appearance, I knew he was a genius already. This is truly a case of loving too much until you go crazy. The god of the great tiger submerged in captivity observes you with satisfaction for understanding his teachings. Jiang Xian thought to himself, he's probably eating ribs now. The god of the great tiger submerged in captivity promises to grant you a position higher than expected if you continue to perform like this. The god of the hunting season made a dissatisfied face. Jiang Xian smiled, having achieved his goal. The enemy, the scarecrow sister, constantly bestows many things upon him to encourage him, while Pa Suk is extremely displeased. After demonstrating everything, Jiang Xian asked the supervisor, "I think this is more than enough to show my skill level, isn't it?" The supervisor was still trembling, speechless. "Yes, you can pass." "You, Jiang Xian." Jiang Xian boldly advanced straight into the dungeon. The lesser envious ones could only stand there, glaring unpleasantly. Dusk fell, and Jiang Xian had already ventured deep into the forest. Jungle creatures crawled all over the ground. The constellation of the great tiger submerged in captivity is extremely curious about the achievements you will make in the dungeon this time. The constellation of the great tiger submerged in captivity eagerly awaits your performance in clearing the dungeon. Jiang Xian noticed that the god of the great tiger submerged in captivity seemed to have been observing his conversation with Director. The atmosphere became heavy, and his body grew heavier and heavier. It seems that the ecosystem being affected by some mysterious magical power is true. It seems to mean the atmosphere. Normal players would find this hard to bear. The system announced, fire from the 8 trigrams furnace is purifying the defilement. Iron Heart has been activated. Calm Mind has been used. Jiang Xian drew his sword, combining his 2 swords into one. The god of the serpent coiling around the world opens his eyes, full of interest, to see what you will do this time. A rustling sound came from deep within the forest, and Jiang Xian exclaimed, "Here it is." Tiger Stride has been activated. Jiang Xian unleashed his first strike. Seal skill has been applied. Principle of transmission has been added. Fire power shot straight towards the monster. It emerged, making extremely painful sounds. This place was exactly as Jiang Xian had predicted. Many rebellious monsters rushed towards him. This is precisely the lair of the one-legged demon. Jiang Xian determined that what he needed to find must be here. He activated his dark power. First, he would try a few things. Black Mountain God's Claw skill has been activated. Jiang Xian turned purple. This was the Black Mountain God's Claw. He continued to swing his sword. The screams of the one-legged demon grew louder. The god of the great tiger submerged in captivity is astonished by the power of your claws. Jiang Xian felt lucky that the puppet ruler hadn't discovered it yet, but as he thought, this consumed quite a lot of magic. Jiang Xian sighed and thought he would have to increase his magic capacity. It must be in the dwelling of the one-legged demon then. As he was walking, a monster recklessly charged at him, and Jiang Xian instantly obliterated it. Snake Eye skill has been activated. The hunting season god exclaimed in awe upon seeing your combat skills. God Xa Bauthianha wishes to use your excellent actions, which stem from the privilege he bestowed, as research material. In no time, Jiang Xian successfully annihilated the one-legged demon tribe and received the one-legged demon's leg joint as a reward. Additionally, he received the great one-legged demon club as a reward. Soul control skill has been activated. A creature hidden within the flower quickly fled as soon as it saw Jiang Xian. He looked straight at it. "I found it." He gripped the stem tightly and pulled it out. "You have obtained the crying flower." The crying flower is a species that grows in the intermediate zone of life and death in the western heaven flower forest. It often screams for no reason and contains the venom of death, so you'll run into big trouble if you hastily consume it. Jiang Xian recalled his conversation with the masked figures. You want to increase the flame of the Bagua furnace? What a lunatic! Why would you ask me that? Jiang Xian replied, I heard that you know how to make me not want to just have it perform its regeneration function. This dirty-looking old man was the second elder. After hearing Jiang Xian, he burst into mad laughter. Ha ha ha. I'd heard you were crazy, but I didn't think it was true. The flame of the Bagua furnace belongs to Dao Qinzuan, and it represents reproduction and creation. You intend to change it into a dwelling of destruction and chaos? Moreover, you even had the blood thunder chi chase the shadows. Jiang Xian asked bluntly, So, are you not going to teach me? The second elder replied, If that's the case, then I'll help you. There's no reason for me not to teach you my expertise. Jiang Xian suggested he teach him how to do it first. The method is simple. Increase the firepower. This is when you don't add oil, but add fire. Of course, if you add weak flames, they'll be swallowed without a trace. So you must add fierce and merciless flames. Fire, you say? Find a monster called a stubborn ghost or a bloodhound. You'll be able to light the fires of hell. Jiang Xian now realized that the thing flying down from the high mountain peak was indeed the intentional ghost. However, he needed to obtain the Bagua furnace from simple things to make the fire blaze, using the crying flower that grows in such a place, the nutrition of the one-legged demons. You have swallowed the crying flower. Death poison is spreading through your body. The 10 poisons immunity effect has been activated. The body is fighting off toxins. The Bagua furnace has ignited and begun to purify. Magic power has increased by 0.3. Being able to activate fire and increase magic points at the same time was a good thing for Jiang Xian. A series of system notifications appeared. You have successfully annihilated the one-legged demon tribe. You have received the one-legged demon's skull as a reward. You have received the one-legged demon's heart as a reward. You have eaten the smile flower. You have successfully annihilated the red fox demon village. You have found the battle flower area. You have successfully annihilated a group of dark cloth hearts. Achievement. Strength increased by 5. Agility increased by 3. The hunting season god asked how much longer you plan to go. The eagle cat god tore through the twilight, observing your new adventure with great interest. Jiang Xian climbed to the highest mountain peak and discovered the lair. It turned out to be the nest of the intentional ghost here. During his encounter with the second elder, he had asked, What kind of monster is the one you call the intentional ghost? The old man replied, Its form isn't called a monster, but it does have a form, so it's a bit hard to call it a ghost. Quite strange, isn't it? It seems to be like a creature that isn't truly alive. In other words, it could also be called the ghost land, which represents fire and death. Jiang Xian wondered, Do they have cores? The elder replied, What do you think the cores of those ghosts are like? But there are a few things similar to that. Standing before the intentional ghost, Jiang Xian thought, That bastard's right eye was tens of thousands of souls filled with hatred. All were compressed and became that eye. If I could use it, then I would be able to change the properties of the 8 trigrams furnace. It seems like it has left its nest, so Jiang Xian decided to set some traps, waiting for it to return. As for the supervisors, they were still standing there looking at the list and discussing. This year seems quite special, doesn't it? It's as if the rookies were affected by Jiang Xian's selection results. Nearly 40% of them have passed the test in just 10 days. Finally, those who were jealous of Jiang Xian also entered the dungeon. As for Jiang Xian, is he truly a pathetic person instead of what he pretends to be? Do you think that's possible? What if the White Tiger Guild gave him something? If that didn't happen, you don't think someone could master a skill that quickly, do you? That's right. But what if the White Tiger's superiors find out about this? The scarred man confidently declared, Hee on the surface. Those White Tigers say they're all about justice and are just a normal guild. In reality, those bastards are just like us at the Summit Killers. A killer is a term for a murderer or a criminal who kills, but in this case, it refers to a group of people who only kill for fun or money. The white tigers must have done something special to get where they are now, so we just need to imitate them. Even if he doesn't have it, he must have learned quite a bit from his life as a professional gamer. That bastard is filthy rich, so we should definitely be able to extort something from him. The young man with 2 moles under his eye heard his teammate say that and interjected. But couldn't something go wrong? Because we're messing with him after all. Before he finished speaking, the other 2 glared at him almost to death, forcing him to explain. I mean, that's true. If we provoke the wrong person, it could be dangerous. Participate in the White Tiger's combat training and steal the Dream Orb. We at the summit could be cornered by the White Tiger. But that's when we start to turn the tables. They said we must obtain it no matter what happens. The other 2 glared, gritting their teeth. Are you worried that we can't handle a rookie? You bastard, are you looking down on us? Do you want to die, or do you want to do it? Overcome with fear, the man with moles on his face reluctantly agreed that he would do it. The other 2 warned, if you say those words again, I'll chop off your head for the Iljami to snack on, so just do as you're told. Having said that, they immediately rushed into the forest, leaving the young man still standing there, fearing death, so he had no choice but to put on his mask and set off. Jiang Xian also finished setting the traps. A loud bang. Red-haired fire demon has fallen into your trap. Explosion rune has been activated. Penetration rune has been activated. Paralysis poison has been activated. It has been poisoned by acid poison. You have defeated red-haired fire demon. Two-headed serpent has fallen into your trap. The fire dog has fallen into your trap. The hunting tiger has fallen into your trap. Level up. Are all these random things falling into the trap? The main character, the Conscious Spectre, still hasn't arrived. Only fire-type monsters have gathered. A massacre is taking place. The god of the hunting season smiled and said those explosions look beautiful. 10 days have passed, and it seems it hasn't returned to its nest since he went from level 29 to 32, meaning the Conscious Spectre has truly left. The problem that followed, Trang Xian wondered if he would have to go downstream again this time. But for now, he still has to finish what needs to be finished. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the nest again. It turned out to be the appearance of Baekjeon. His hands trembled. No way. What is that thing doing to my spear? Trang Xian asked him why he was here, suspecting he was tracking him. Seeing that he didn't answer, Trang Xian ignored it, thinking it didn't matter anyway. Since you've seen what I've done, I'm forced to kill you. Baekjeon and Trang Xian then faced each other again. Trang Xian thought, my eyesight seems pretty good. He's skillfully using a 3-meter-long spear like this. Is it 35 or 36? What level is his skill at? Baekjeon was using all his skills to dodge and confront Trang Xian. After a while of fighting, he realized he was in danger. Trang Xian was too fast and precise. He's aiming precisely at my neck. This is dangerous. As for Trang Xian, he was quite surprised that Baekjeon managed to evade that attack. He continued to grip his blade tightly and slash. A sudden explosion, Baekjeon's blindfold fell off, and it seemed Trang Xian had stopped the confrontation. He didn't understand why Trang Xian did that and why he was still alive. Trang Xian stood there, gripping his spear, looking him straight in the face and asking, You, how can you use the secret dark art? Baekjeon stammered, That name, how do you know about it? Trang Xian stiffened with memories. It's because when my life was nothing but slaughter and war, those I could trust left because of my madness. My good relationships and memories, the goddess of slaughter and destruction, the sleeping dragon of 1,000 years, the blood and iron lion, the 2 nomadic shadow sushis. Secret dark art is used to describe all the skills and powers that created sushis. Sushis once said, My power is very special. People usually have many things called power or divine power. My friend, I only have one. A god with only one power, Trang Xian knew clearly that sushis was the only existence like that. Secret dark art was a term only his companions knew, and Trang Xian was now curious about what connection the scoundrel standing before him had with sushis. The great tiger god, submerged by Jia Lao, wondered about the skill player Baek Jian had just performed. Between sushi's secret dark art and this ordinary human's secret dark art, the two are certainly very different, so it's quite surprising that he recognized it. Baek Jian bowed his head and asked Trang Xian again, "I asked you, how do you know about it?" Trang Xian impudently retorted, "Didn't I ask you first?" Baek Jian went crazy. "I'll make you talk." Baek Jian disregarded everything and rushed to confront Trang Xian. The great tiger god, submerged by Jia Lao, contentedly observed the battle between the two, who would become his followers. Baek Jian was in a frenzy, constantly shouting at Trang Xian to speak. The god of the hunting season cheered for her friend and said she wouldn't forgive him if he lost to that stranger. Trang Xian knew exactly what he needed to do. He was still trying to be skillful because he needed to avoid killing him until he heard about the secret dark art. The two weapons clashed, continuously sparking. Looking at Trang Xian's spear, he was a little startled, especially by the power Trang Xian was using. The flames rose higher and higher. Skill, Great Tiger in Peril, has been used. Skill, Tiger's Bite, has been unlocked. Skill, Great Tiger's Aura, has been activated. Skill combination complete. With the combination of Great Tiger Formation and Great Tiger's Aura, Great Tiger's domination was perfected, and Trang Xian's eyes burned brightly. He powerfully attacked Baek Jian, sending him tumbling and crashing hard into the wall. Baek Jian coughed up blood. Trang Xian pointed his blade, binding him. The god of the hunting season was restless, saying this was a magnificent match. Baek Jian stammered, looking up and asking, "What are you?" The great tiger god, once again submerged by Jia Lao, remembered you. Trang Xian spoke up. "You're a demon-born. That's why you possess unnatural power." Demon-born usually refers to people born from a relationship with demons. Because they aren't normal beings, they have a disgusting appearance and unnatural power, and it's said they'll live their entire lives with a curse. Baek Jian's eyes welled up, trembling. "How do you know?" Trang Xian replied coldly, "Does it matter?" In fact, after seeing what looked like burn marks on him, he knew they weren't actually burns, but because he was demon-born. Dark secret arts weren't a skill Baek Jian could train, but a talent he had from birth. The remnant of the god at that time must have belonged to sushis. Sushi synergy had also weakened considerably. Trang Xian really wanted to know what had happened, why he left his son in this mortal realm. Trang Xian thought, "No, this guy. I have to get him on my side." There's no certainty that Baek Jian also knows about his father. He started speaking to Baek Jian. "It seems you're trying to catch the conscious ghost and eliminate your demon-born origin with its eye. But you gave up because it had no effect." Baek Jian resentfully replied, "What do you know?" Trang Xian added, "I know a lot, at least more than you." "Can't you confirm that, since even I could tell you're a demon after just a few attacks?" All of Trang Xian's knowledge left him speechless. "Perhaps you think the scar on your face was passed down from a demon fire. But the conscious ghost's eyes can't heal your scar. First of all, your parents are not from the fire demon lineage. You probably think those scars are like burned scars, but if that were the case, he wouldn't have been able to use the dark element's secret arts. Furthermore, the conscious ghost is closer to elemental spirits than to fire elements. Its nature is very different from a normal demon. Are you planning to consume it?" The serpent god wrapped around the world tilted its head at your knowledge. Trang Xian continued, "If your goal is to become a true demon or a monstrous god, then I won't stop you anymore." Baek Jian suddenly fell silent, his eyes welling up as if about to cry. Trang Xian seemed to have grasped his desire. "Just as I thought. You've guessed it too. You thought. Could it be? Simply because you want to escape your curse." Baek Jian painfully bowed his head, sobbing. "Then tell me, what should I do?" Trang Xian declared that he would heal him, on the condition that he would have to make a deal with him. "A deal?" "Yes. Look, You must have finished your research on the conscious ghost behavior, right? Give me that knowledge. Moreover, I want you to cooperate with me. Trang Xian knew very well that Baek Jian must have investigated thoroughly, perhaps even parts he hadn't noticed. Baek Jian looked up. How can I trust you? Trang Xian had no choice but to play his trump card. Then perhaps I should show you that I can heal you, shouldn't I? Baek Jian looked very surprised. Trang Xian told him to give him his hand. Baek Jian hesitated but still complied. Trang Xian added, whether you believe me or not, isn't it still the same? He took his demonic hand and began to heal him. The healing process will be very hot, so you'll have to try and endure it. Flames began to rise, completely enveloping Baek Jian. The heat forced him to open his mouth to breathe. Trang Xian told him not to open his mouth. If air entered, his magic circulation would be disrupted. He clenched his mouth shut and continuously let out low moans of pain. The system announced that the demon seed status had changed. The curse was being removed. Baek Jian clearly felt the demon seed dissolving and his bad luck decreasing. Now it's strong enough, just a little more. If the ability to reach the demon seed's core heart activates. The flames were gradually disappearing. The healing tool seemed to have finished its work. Baek Jian's face had transformed. There were no longer scars resembling burns. Trang Xian told him not to be dazed and to check his face. A completely healed face was revealed. Baek Jian raised his hand and checked. Indeed, everything had been healed. The god of the hunting season was surprised by this great change. The world serpent god thought that the properties of the 8 trigrams, fire, should be studied more. The great tiger god, submerged by Jia Lao, smiled happily upon seeing the positive change in his junior. With Trang Xian's current ability, this was already the limit. Frequent treatment would be required, and even then, it would be very difficult to be completely cured. Immediately after, he made a request to Baek Jian. Help me catch the specter. With it, I'll be able to enhance the power of my flames and completely cure you. If you want assurance, I can use demon magic as well. Baek Jian smiled happily. This was more than enough to convince him, and he fully trusted Trang Xian. Trang Xian was secretly pleased. This guy was more useful than he thought. I'm really excited to see what he can do. Baek Jian asked what he should do to help Trang Xian. Trang Xian began to set conditions. The first condition, show me some respect. Trang Xian was particular because it felt strange to hear his friend's son speak to him as if they were equals. The world serpent god clicked his tongue and called his friend an old geezer. Baek Jian's face twisted as he reluctantly replied, all right, I can understand that. Both began to act. To catch the specter, we'll first need to know its habits. Habits? That's right, they say the specter's habits are similar to crows. So we should carefully check its nest. As they walked, they discovered a sunken spot. Inside were many gold, silver, jewels, and treasures. These were all the belongings of those killed by the specter. The eyes of the god of the hunting season sparkled brightly. He said there seemed to be many interesting things here. The specter not only collects shiny things, but also differentiates between normal items and valuable ones. It could be said these are its spoils of war, although it often forgets about such things later on. So, if we can examine the things buried here, we can roughly deduce its movement direction. Among the treasures, there was also a bow. This was the white sparrow bow. It pierces the bullseye, allowing arrows shot from it to penetrate anything, and its 5-hit attack lets the shooter fire 5 arrows at once. This is precisely a bow made from the wing bones and feathers of the fastest, strongest, largest prey of an unknown hunter. It has the effects of piercing the bullseye and a 5-shot burst. Trang Xian thought he should also snatch a few things from this pile to use, and sell the rest, as they were all good, valuable items anyway. Suddenly, he discovered something emanating a spiritual aura. This was a familiar aura of death, an illusion orb created by combining death flowers and world-destroying flowers in a specific ratio with another item. From it, one could feel the hatred and endless fear of those who had been affected by it. Endless fear, in other words, it's like falling into the abyss of despair or even being swallowed by a dungeon. Trang Xian thought he might have found something related to the white tiger. Baek Jian came over and said he knew where the specter went. It's easier than I thought. It seems to be focusing on hunting for food lately. I don't know what it's doing either. Trang Xian guessed that it must have gone deeper into the mountains, where there are many spiritual beings or monsters with abundant life force for it to devour. Through this information, Trang Xian realized that Baek Jian wasn't just useful, but truly a precious treasure. Let's go. There's no time to waste. The two ran straight towards the mountain range, where the specter was believed to be. For days later, they had run to the backbone area. Recalling what the second elder said, it possessed an incredibly enormous gluttony and greed, far greater than anything one could imagine. Finally, they arrived. As soon as they got there, they saw a level 4 natural disaster specter causing a drought. The god of hunting season was extremely surprised and asked why a bird was so terrifyingly huge. The god of hunting season licked his lips and said, "A firebird this big is definitely worth hunting." Trang Xian activated his sharp eyes, scanned its body, then drew his bow and stood in a ready-to-shoot stance. The great tiger god, immersed in hardship, felt very proud of the two juniors, who were trying to make his greatness eternally renowned, and decided to bestow a special favor. This was also why Trang Xian's eyes suddenly became much sharper. The young man felt as if all his senses had been elevated to a new level. Perhaps the Void Lord's favor mainly focused on strengthening and enhancing the senses. The god of hunting season felt increasingly proud of himself. He said he was quite sure no one could give you such a great favor. This was like compensation for Trang Xian's previous lack of offensive skills. The god of hunting season mocked the great tiger god immersed in hardship, saying that what you did this time would also be useless. Beast instinct, a special favor bestowed upon you by the great tiger god immersed in hardship, enhances your 5 senses, granting you sharp eyes, sensitive hands, a keen nose, and a delicate palate. Additionally, there's a 6th sense that can warn you of danger, along with the ability to transform into an animal form. Right now, the beast instinct skill was focusing all of Trang Xian's senses on the specter. He could grasp its movements better. The specter fell into a state of madness and was engulfed in a storm. Trang Xian rushed forward once again, and the great tiger god immersed in hardship felt very proud watching Trang Xian use the special favor he had bestowed. Baek Jian Suk wanted to die, unable to believe what was happening. At this rate, we might actually kill the specter. Suddenly, the system announced that an uninvited intruder had appeared in the battle. 2 streaks of light flashed by, and they landed. These 2 identical bald men declared that this was a protected area. Only those with authority were allowed to enter, demanding that the apprentices return immediately. Trang Xian ignored them and attacked the specter with a critical hit, followed by many more consecutive critical hits. The flames became scorching and blazing. The light burst and light net skills have been upgraded. The specter continued to shriek wildly as lightning repeatedly struck it. The 2 bald men remained defiant. "I repeat, this is a protected area, so please leave." Baek Jian yelled back, "We've been chasing a monster here for 4 days. Please allow us to hunt it." The 2 men grew more irritable after the offer. "I've warned you. No one without authority is allowed to enter here. Please leave. If you don't heed the warning, we will use force to remove you. Since we've warned you, we won't be responsible for any incidents that occur." After speaking, both of them pulled out their enormous blades and carried them on their shoulders. This situation is truly awful. The specter wreaked more havoc and was deliberately trying to escape. Baek Jian impatiently shouted loudly, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! If it escapes now, we won't be able to hunt it. Don't block our path." The 2 men remained stubborn and insisted, "If you don't want to be shot, please step back." Trang Xian showed a helpless and judging expression. The stalker still hid, paying attention to every move to report back. Trang Xian thought the CEO had promised him that he wouldn't be hindered at all. So didn't that guy get the memo? Beyond this place is where the white tiger is hiding. It seems the CEO is trying to hide something here using his power. It might be related to the phantom gem we got from Zikwi's cave. It's also possible that people there who were coincidentally involved in this secret were killed by Zikwi, and they're trying to retrieve or destroy the remaining evidence. This means there are also other people involved who want to hunt Zikwi. If I investigate further, I'm sure I'll find more evidence. Trang Xian decided to speak up. So, if we don't enter the protected area, we'll be free to move around, right? The two bald guys replied, "That's right, so please leave." Trang Xian declared with a tense expression, "In that case, you don't need to worry." Suddenly, Zikwi somersaulted back, catching the two guys off guard. It fell into a state of madness, struggling intensely, as if the fire had burned and swallowed it whole. Flames erupted from Trang Xian's body. The fire of the Bagua diagram found a new source of fire and was rapidly trying to absorb it. Finally, Zikwi could be dealt with. It lay there dead and emaciated. "This bastard feels like it's far inferior to a nestling," he said. "A nestling, you say?" "That's right. It suddenly left the nest, so there's definitely something wrong, and absorbing its fire also has a very special effect. None of this would make sense if it were still young. If we utilize it well, it could help us a lot. Furthermore, Zikwi is a mythical creature, no, a devil spirit. So people say even a renowned master finds it very difficult to hunt it alone, hence careful preparation is needed." Baek Jian wondered if Trang Xian had any ideas, but it seemed he hadn't thought of one yet. Trang Xian turned to ask Baek Jian, who replied, "I've prepared a few things in advance, but even if I do well, I'm not sure it'll be effective." Trang Xian had an idea in his head. If a nestling hatches, then try to find its source of nourishment. That way, it'll be easier to predict its movements. I need to go to the place it first went to set a trap. It devours the souls of its prey, so it will be very effective. Trang Xian began to absorb energy. The soul-snatching power was gradually destroying the spirit that created Zikwi. The fire of purgatory was on the spirit. This fire will spread throughout other connected spirits. The fire had spread throughout Zikwi's body. Zikwi was burning. The fire of purgatory was blazing intensely. Trang Xian pointed at Zikwi's corpse and added, "It's not about being obsessed with hunting, but simply that there are some reasons that made it excessively hungry, leaving it no choice but to devour. The corpse is a welcome meal. That's why I'll cover it with ice poison and paralysis poison." The Zikwi cannot do anything about ice and paralysis poison. Everything was unfolding exactly as Trang Xian had planned. Zikwi also devours the souls of its prey and uses a part of the soul as fuel for its deadly fire. He didn't tell Baek Jian, but after killing the monster, he didn't extract its soul. That soul will enter Zikwi's body and become part of its flesh and blood. And when it tries to escape, he'll use soul derivation to drag it down. When a Bagua diagram fire of grace is ignited by a soul, it quickly spreads to other souls and eventually grows so large that it cannot be extinguished. Zikwi is a cluster of souls. It has no way to escape the Bagua diagram fire of grace. The ash obtained from burning Zikwi will remain with him, along with its fire. The Bagua diagram fire of grace is devouring the boundless fire. The ability to destroy is slowly being added along with its regenerative ability. Stats are starting to increase continuously. Uncontrolled increase can be toxic. Please use your authority. Warning: your fire absorption speed is gradually increasing. The domain of the Bagua diagram fire of grace is changing. It is currently uncontrollable. Your magic circuit is increasing. Your magic circuit has exceeded the acceptable threshold. Trang Xian's conduit has reached its limit and can no longer add any elements. His magic circuit also couldn't fully utilize all the magic in its current state, so Trang Xian's body began to undergo regenerative changes. Achievement: Sun Devourer unlocked. Reward: intelligence increased by 20. Willpower increased by 20. Integrated magic circuit added. Souls have been channeled faster. The two bald men were in a panic, not knowing what to do next. As for Trang Xian, he thought he had figured it out. The destroyed territories were added to the 8 trigrams fire of grace. The undying fire is slowly spreading out. The undying fire is burning inside the fishgut sword. The fire has awakened. Blood has formed, and you have completed the hidden requirement of the holy artifact. This was what Trang Xian was waiting for. He wanted that fire to burn even stronger. There's only one way to completely defeat a ghost, and that is to fully unseal the fish gut sword. The prerequisite for it is a massive apocalyptic fire, and it seems to be devouring everything. Something else needs to be added: blood. Trang Xian cut his own hand to let those drops of blood merge into the sword. These two will be the key to unsealing the fishgut sword, which has been inactive for an entire millennium. The fishgut sword was passed down by those of the Yuji clan. It was always kept closest to the forge, and their traces are still on the sword, so it's normal for that fire to reside within it. Besides, before the fishgut sword reached Yuji's hands, it had been passed through countless assassins and absorbed an unknown amount of blood, leading it to be called the Demon Sword or the Sword of Death. The blood within it couldn't be easily washed away. The fire has awakened. The blood has formed. You have successfully completed the hidden requirements of the divine artifact. Trang Xian smiled sinisterly. Trang Xian let out a mighty roar. Proof of the fishgut sword's new master has been etched onto its blade. Lightning struck with a crack, and the layer of stone covering the sword shattered. A sword covered in dark black, smoke told Trang Xian. Many ghostly souls flew out from the sword, trying to hypnotize Trang Xian. The sword continuously pleaded with Trang Xian to look at it. He was surrounded by a swirling vortex. Those spirits continuously provoked and enticed. Trang Xian felt a headache coming on and told them to shut up. After that, all these spirits were pushed away, leaving only the sword. Congratulations on becoming the new master of the fishgut sword. You have successfully merged as one with your sword. Trang Xian immediately grabbed it and swung some basic strikes. The sword's enchantment inflicted critical blows on the ghost. After enduring a painful blow, it tried to flee. The skill Black Mountain King's Claw has been activated. He delivered a critical blow to the ghost, tearing its soul limb from limb. You have obtained the right golden eye ghost, the fusion of terrifying and deadly energies, as well as the abilities of the demonic beast-type ghost. If you use this eye, it will be able to observe changes in the human world and even the afterlife. Type: crystal effect, energy storage, release of deadly energy, fire resistance. You have successfully unveiled the secret of the fishgut sword. Your understanding of the sword has increased dramatically. The advanced sword technique skill has leveled up. The advanced sword technique skill has reached its maximum level. The first sword technique skill has been created. The low-level punishing sword skill has been created. The first close combat sword skill has reached its maximum level. A superior skill has been added. The first close combat sword skill, first punishing sword skill, first wind sword skill, first offensive sword skill, and other sword skills of the same type have been merged. Congratulations on achieving mastery of the close combat sword skill. After this, the gods were once again in an uproar of astonishment. The god of the hunting season looked at the Ngu Trang's sword in a daze. The god of the hunting season said, extremely embarrassed, that he had no idea that was a holy sword. The god of the hunting season kept slapping his mouth, cursing himself for having told you to put that fire stick aside. The god of the serpent encompassing the world just nodded and said he's no longer surprised by your divine artifact release ability. The great god of devils and demons pursuing hell continues to observe your growth. He is still awaiting your answer. The god of the feline hawk, tearing apart dusk, blesses your brave heart and the sword best suited for you from the bottom of his heart. All the gods watching you are shocked by the appearance of Uji's divine blacksmithing masterpiece. This Ngu Trang sword is one of the 9 renowned swords forged by the first of the Uji household. It is called a holy sword because it has a rather short blade that can be used as a short sword, and when its true form is released, it can also be used as a long sword. At this moment, it is possible that the malevolence within it will also be released. Additionally, the flame left by Uji's descendants and the blood left by the sword's previous masters will grant the sword's owner a mysterious source of power. Its effect is to absorb all the spilled blood. Trang Xian has currently met part of its required standards. Therefore, its hidden abilities can be used. However, you have not yet met all of its required standards, so to unlock other hidden abilities, other items will be needed. Thus, the hidden quest Uji's secret has been created. Explanation of Uji's secret. The first of the Uji household, known as a divine blacksmith, successfully created 9 swords. Each sword had different properties and abilities throughout his life. Currently, they are known as the set of 9 renowned swords. The Ngutrang sword you possess is one of those 9 swords, possessing the attributes of fire and blood. The 9 renowned swords are not independent of each other, but were created to compensate for each other's weaknesses and amplify each other's strengths. Therefore, the more you use them, the more they reinforce each other, revealing each other's hidden powers. Now you must discover and release the other 8 swords as well. When the renowned swords meet each other, they will lead you deeper into the mysterious land that belongs to them. Others may try to steal your Ngutrang sword, so you must proceed with this cautiously. Jiang Xian's current quest condition is to possess all of the renowned swords. Tasks to complete include protecting the Ngutrang sword, discovering and possessing other more powerful renowned swords, and deciphering all of their hidden abilities. The reward will be unlocking the legacy abilities of the first of the Uji household. Jiang Xian tested it and felt his right hand had become stronger. Suddenly, Jiang Xian's sword reacted strongly. He was curious because it hadn't reacted before. So why was it reacting now? Jiang Xian had nearly tripled the 76 he possessed at level 30. It felt like a huge surge of energy was flowing through him. The 2 bald guys stared dumbfounded at Jiang Xian's achievement. Damn it! I can't believe this Yulin will be stolen from us like this. What do we do now? I don't know. We can't just pretend nothing happened. There's no other way. We have to fight him. It seems that an Yulin that was brought down had been attacked, while it was concentrating its power to attack. It looks like he's even carrying a buffalo illusion. Something like this happening right during the trial phase. We absolutely cannot let that fall into someone else's hands. We have to kill them to prevent them from searching its entire lair. The other bald guy objected. What? Don't you think that's a bit difficult? He absorbed all of the Yulin's fire. He didn't release any of it, absorbing it all into himself. How can we possibly win against someone like that? The other guy was still defiant. No, it's the opposite. This is precisely the right time to do it. Think about it. Those 2 must be exhausted after fighting the Yulin. Even if he swallowed that world-destroying flame, it's clear he must be tired. We should defeat him and then interrogate him about the buffalo illusion. If he doesn't answer, we'll throw him to the beasts to eat. The CEO felt this guy had a lot of potential, what a shame. And he ended up in a situation like this, which shouldn't have happened. These 2 bald guys discussed it as if they were about to defeat Jiang Xian. They might not even have time to do anything before they're wiped out. Just as they were about to act, that group of 3 arrived, saying, Hee hee, I didn't expect to catch 2 big fish here. Oh wait, isn't it 3? Li Trangxian and the Yulin's treasure, plus the White Tiger Guild's hounds. Is it someone's birthday today? The 2 bald guys asked how they got in, and the scarred man laughed maniacally. Hee, what do you mean? How? We were just strolling along the border between regions. It seems they deliberately trespassed. The scarred man who just spoke was the demon mace, Kong Sinhi. This heavily bearded man is the machete, Park Kipio. The other one is the blood eye, Begong. They chose this dungeon to occupy instead of others owned by the White Tiger. This means they already knew about the rumors of the White Tiger's research. Kong Sinhi challenged them. Anyway, it seems we have a lot to talk about. As soon as he finished speaking, he tossed his mace into the air and spun it rapidly. The bald guy calculated. Fighting them now is impossible. So, one person will call for reinforcements while the others stall for time, and then the 2 sides charged at each other. Park Kipio, with a murderous look, declared, The fun has just begun. The other bald guy was running desperately to call for reinforcements, but Kong Sinhi's mace pursued him to block his path. Where do you think you're going? He turned back and was almost slammed to the ground. Fortunately, he quickly used his sword to dodge in time, but the throwing force was so strong that the sword shattered. Kong Sinhi swung his mace towards the bald guy once more. Oh, didn't reach? Why don't you try to block this one too? The bald guy seemed unable to resist anymore, and the mace swung in, severing his head. Kong Sinhi cackled with joy, looking like a maniac. Ha ha ha. Too weak, too weak. Is this all you've got? His teammate, Machete Parkipio, was speechless. Watch out, you dog. What are you doing? You just killed a guy like that. With a gruesome, blood-stained face, he turned and replied, So what? Isn't there still one? His teammate also started arguing. Parkipio turned to curse him. Damn it. You just want to drive me crazy, don't you? While the two were arguing, Blood-Eye Baekgung quietly moved towards Trang Xian. Baekgung stood ready in a defensive stance. What are you trying to do? Baekgung, summoning all his courage, declared, Honestly, we didn't want this either, but what's done is done. You have to die for our sake. Trang Xian, with an unchanging expression, replied, I don't intend to. Trang Xian's defiance drove Baekgung mad. Trang Xian pointed a finger to the sky, one sleeve torn, but his demeanor was still unmatched. He declared a single sentence, I think everything will end if you can dodge that. The others' faces turned to panic and worry. This gesture summoned the Yulin boss. With this, I think they've already had a few children. I wonder what the offspring's reaction will be after learning their mate has been killed. Guess what? Sure enough, Yulin went into a furious rage. It rained down fire and lightning, a storm devastating the entire area. It flew around wildly, frantically searching for the one who killed its mate. Damn it, what the hell is that? Meteor hammer. Throw the meteor hammer first and destroy the scroll. Everyone, gather to fight the Yulin. The entire area exploded. Only sounds of arguing remained. Sinhi, dodge it. What are you doing? You stupid bastard. Trang Xian watched and told Baekgung, For animals, it's optimal for the female to look after the young while the male hunts for prey. And of course, the female will also rush to attack if its mate is in danger. Baekgung looked at Trang Xian with shining eyes. Just who is he really? While those people were frantically fighting the Yulin, Trang Xian intended to collect more Yulin golden eyes. Baekgung was worried as Trang Xian's body was currently very heavily damaged. Even so, Trang Xian remained resolute. I'm much better now. My health has basically recovered. But it's still dangerous. Baekgung wholeheartedly tried to stop Trang Xian, not wanting him to overexert himself. Trang Xian told him not to worry. Trang Xian looked at the Yulin golden eye in his hand and said he had a way. Then he swallowed the golden eye. As he ate it, he wondered if he really needed to eat it again after absorbing Yulin's fire. But at that time, the second elder had said using the eye as an ingredient would be much better. As a precaution, instead of continuously adding elements after swallowing the eye, its origin could be further changed. Oh, and one more thing. If you swallow that eye, you might even become an Yulin. Trang Xian's body began to transform, and surging magic surrounded him. His handsome face was gone, replaced by black marks like soot that covered his features. At the same time, the system began to furiously pop up notifications. Destruction element and spirit element have been added to the 8 trigrams flame. The characteristics of the fire are changing. All elements are merging to form a transformation. The destruction element has been formed. The 8 trigrams flame has transformed into the eternal 8 trigrams flame. You have become an Yulin. Strength increased by 2. Dexterity increased by 4. You have mastered the Yulin state. You have learned how to use spirit and the eternal flame. You have learned Fire Devil. You have learned Shadow Demon. You have learned Befriend Fire. You can use level 1, Eternal Flame. I swear, making the system for this guy makes the machine lag with every notification. At this moment, Trang Xian had transformed into an Yulin. The poor forest once again suffered a wildfire. Trang Xian grew a pair of purple wings on his back, confidently soaring like a bird in the sky. His face at this moment was like a demon newly resurrected. Trang Xian charged straight towards the female Yulin, to the astonishment of Jiang Sinhi and Park Kipio. The system notified again. Skill, Black Mountain God's Claw has been activated. Dark purple lightning and blinding yellow light fiercely clashed. Dust obscured the sky, and Trang Xian appeared with an aura as if he was about to devour people. Jiang Sinhi was now sprawled on the ground, the fangs of the evil dragon firmly embedded in his neck. Jiang Xinhe pleaded with Trang Xian to just send him to hell, as dying like this was too damn exhausting. Trang Xian agreed to his request. A level 1 eternal flame was enough to turn his entire body to ash. Go well, and I hope we don't meet again. Meeting Trang Xian in this life was just Xinhe's bad luck. Trang Xian glanced over at the female Yulin he had burned with fire. +1 Yulin golden eye. System notification. You have absorbed the golden eye. Your magic power has increased. The 8 trigrams extinction furnace fire will be upgraded by 1 level. Soul and extinction fire will be strengthened. Shadow demon will be strengthened. The uniform extinction fire will be upgraded by 1 level. When used with suspicion, you can have stronger control. Current magic power, 287 plus 60. Trang Xian thought, this time I've gained 66 magic power. Perhaps because this is the second time, but I'm starting to realize there's a limit. The system continued to announce. Achievement unlocked. Hunter who hunted the legendary pair of birds. Effect, magic power plus 10, willpower plus 15. Yulin's vessel. Upon becoming an Yulin, a combination of fire and soul, you can use Yulin's abilities as you wish. You can engulf the world in the flames of death and dominate the sky. Because you have absorbed 2 golden eyes, you are a disaster that can create wildfires and droughts wherever you step with the powerful flames you possess. Type title. Effect, extinction fire calamity. You have achieved the title Yulin's vessel. Yulin's characteristics will be strengthened. Dungeon rankings have been updated. Dungeon rankings, 1 Munsung 2 Yuan, etc. 9 Lai Trang Xian New. Trang Xian chuckled. It must be chaotic down there now. Not just 1, but 2 Yulins, considered rulers of the Black-Red Mountain region, were defeated consecutively. You said you wanted to reincarnate, right? Trang Xian looked over at Baek Gukyung, who was lying there dying. He begged Trang Xian for mercy. They say dying in a fire is the most painful thing in the world. Gukyung was terrified. Trang Xian smiled like a demon. If you want me to finish you off, tell me everything you know. Jiang, watching from a distance, only saw Trang Xian as a ball of fire. It was as if he had moved the very core of the sun with him. So you're saying the White Tiger destroyed your dominion in the Black Scarlet Mountain area, or something to open it up? Is that right? Trang Xian was concentrating on his investigation. Gukyung confirmed that what he had just said was true. Trang Xian frowned. Now that I think about it, the White Tiger Guild started developing 14 years ago, right? The 7 secret scriptures of Ezen. Consisting of those 7 scrolls, the White Tiger unearthed those relics 20 years ago in an unknown dungeon. What the White Tiger found were 3 of those 7 scriptures. Even so, they possessed supernatural power and could bring about significant results. The guild leader of the White Tiger Guild, the Sacred Sword Master Muzum, was one of the strongest sword masters in the world, but his followers weren't particularly outstanding. However, due to their fierce growth rate, they also gained a remarkable reputation. Not long ago, they became a world-renowned guild. So what is all this about? Trang Xian was determined to squeeze every bit of information out of Gukyung. Gukyung didn't know that much either. Trang Xian told him to explain it simply. Gukyung still wanted to haggle and beg Trang Xian, but he said coldly, "Whether I grant your plea or not is my business. Speak." The fire made the dying Gukyung even more agonizingly painful, and forced him to agree to all of Trang Xian's demands. Each scroll among the 7 secret scriptures of Ezen had different contents. Each scroll taught how to summon the power of a different ancient constellation that this era had forgotten. Ancient constellation. Trang Xian paid extreme attention to the forgotten stars that Gukyung had mentioned. When light was created at the beginning of the universe, there weren't many constellations in the sky. They might have been as weak as the universe back then, but each constellation possessed immense holy power. Although as time passed, they might have found their place according to the laws of the world. The signs of their existence were recorded in the universe and the world. They were referred to as forgotten stars. Can their power be borrowed? Did the puppet ruler always keep this hidden? Trang Xian was very concerned about this issue. Gukyung continued, looking as if he was about to die. But among the 3 scrolls the White Tiger acquired, they had deciphered 1. The other 2, I heard, are the most important scrolls, still remain. Trang Xian immediately thought of Peter's key. It seemed that the scripture yet to be deciphered must be it. So why did you come here? I don't think you came just to terrorize or seek revenge. It was to find the illusion pearl. Is it that? Trang Xian found something suspicious in the deep resentment he could feel. What was obtained from the first scripture was the method to create an invincible warrior. Among the 7 scriptures, the first one was written about a person who loses their soul after being possessed by starlight. A person who loses their soul loses their self, but because that void is filled with starlight, they become a powerful warrior. They are reborn as loyal holy knights who follow the star's command. The materials needed to create these warriors are wildflowers in the Siakian flowerbed, such as weeping flowers and laughing flowers. With those, you can create illusion pearls. Trang Xian guessed there was a reason why they created a training center in a place like this. The Hakzich Sun area has a similar terrain to the Siakian flowerbed. Besides, it's perfect for testing new recruits and selecting those with the potential to become powerful warriors. If those who disappeared here were simply victims of accidents for not listening to the trainers and leaving the safe zone, then that's just how it is. And the person observing and overseeing all these projects must be the White Tiger's deputy commander, the executive director. But with Besla's tomb suddenly disappearing and Peter's key vanishing without a trace, things have taken a turn for the worse for them. Trang Xian grinned sinisterly. You think you can expose the White Tiger's true face with that illusion pearl or what? You still need other evidence. That's right. Now, Trang Xian already holds most of the secrets. This guy probably doesn't know much more. So Trang Xian finished him off, sending him to meet his ancestors with one strike. After that, he set his eyes on the bald guy over there again and wondered, so, what if we dig them up? The location of the research center where illusion pearls are created and powerful warriors are mass-produced. Trang Xian turned to press the bald guy. I'm sure you know what I mean, right? The bald guy was defiant. Aren't you afraid of our guardian god's wrath? Do you really think that guardian god is on your side? The bald guy was about to argue further when a notification appeared before him. The great tiger's sacred body, engulfed in hardship, has lost interest in a devotee who failed to consider everything. The bald guy stood stunned, frozen in place. Trang Xian looked up at the sky, which was shining sunlight on him, and smiled. Your guardian god wants a stronger and more resilient devotee, not a half-dead wretch like you. The system notified Trang Xian. The great tiger's sacred body, engulfed in hardship, laughs heartily as it observes you. In an instant, Trang Xian turned to strip Baek Jian. He hugged his bare, muscular body and frantically asked Trang Xian, "What are you doing?" "Sit cross-legged," Trang Xian commanded coldly. "Are you doing it now, sir?" "Yes, I'll heal you right now." Baek Jian's eyes widened, then he sat down with Trang Xian. Stabilizing a demon's excess energy will take quite some time. It's also easy to get distracted. Even if it only takes an hour or two in the real world, for you, it will feel like tens of hours or even months. Trang Xian explained, stabilizing that rampant energy will be exhausting, but it will eventually end. So don't give up. If you even think about giving up for a few seconds, you'll start to go berserk and I'll become a monster or a demon. Baek Jian certainly knows his place. Trang Xian reminded him again. If I see even the slightest sign that it's about to happen, I won't hesitate to deal with you. If a faulty succubus is allowed to roam freely, the disaster will surely be terrible. Baek Jian understood this well and happily told Trang Xian not to worry. Trang Xian was taken aback. Now he understood that even though the succubus lacked some self-control, he always had a very strong desire. Then let's begin. Trang Xian bared his arm, which was covered in strange ancient characters. The system notified. The flames of the one-night apocalypse fire are surrounding your body. The demon spawn is engulfed in flames. Baek Jian's face contorted in pain, but he still had to remind himself not to lose himself, not to give up. He was being consumed by furious purple flames. But in his mind, he was in a place where snow was falling. He didn't know where he was for a moment, then saw someone who looked exactly like his past self. He thought that if he had to stay here, he'd rather go mad and be done with it. seeing that person fall face first into the snow. A bearded man wearing a conical hat ran over and carried him away. Baek Jown realized he was in his own subconscious, his inner world. He didn't want to remember that time. Sadness clearly showed in Baek Jown's eyes. The scene shifted back to when he was a child, scorned by everyone. Throw that monster into an orphanage. You, where did you pick up that kind of monster? Baek Jown had to dig through trash cans for food, fighting with stray cats. Afterward, he covered himself with cardboard to sleep on the roadside, only to be chased away by a group of children. He couldn't help but think, if he hadn't been saved, if he had died, then he wouldn't have to endure those terrible memories anymore, right? Just then, an unfamiliar voice rang out. So, you're here. Baek Jown looked over. The shadow said, I've been looking for you. It's too cold here, come with me. You must leave this place before winter gets even colder. Baek Jown found it appealing to hear. He didn't want to be lonely anymore, so he intended to go with that shadow. The shadow encouraged Jown to take its hand. At the crucial moment, the phrase, don't lose yourself, woke Jown up. He remembered he couldn't give up, so he quickly pulled his hand back. The shadow asked, bewildered, what was wrong, but Jown didn't answer and ran off. He had found his life's truth. This wasn't where he belonged. Outside, Trang Xian already held the dragon's fang, ready to act. The system notified. The holy body of the Miaowang, tearing through the twilight, smiled lightly at your kind heart. Kind heart, my dried shit. It's just that he knew Jown had overcome the dangerous moment. The demon spawn is truly resolute, truly admirable. He had started to go mad, but then pulled through. Even if I could use the entire ghost flask, I'm not sure I could win. Well, his father is a succubus, so it's obvious. So this guy must be recovering now. The system continued to report. The ancient stealth script has been activated. Other low-level ancient scripts have reached the highest level. A higher-level skill will be created. The mid-level ancient script skill has been created. Everything within the designated area will vanish without a trace from the eyes of outsiders. Trang Xian saw that it was time to visit the Illusion Pearl Research Center. But before that, Trang Xian activated his beast sense skill to deal with this useless witness. A blue flash zipped by, scattering leaves everywhere. The tailor was using 200% of his ability, running and hop-skipping to cut down on travel time. He was convinced he had to report the truth to the director, while Trang Xian was still focused on Baek Jown's group. But his speed couldn't possibly match Trang Xian's. Although he had just caught up, in a flash, he was already right above the guy. The tailor looked up in alarm. Trang Xian, on the other hand, looked down angrily. Then, with a bang, a dazzling yellow lightning bolt struck straight down to the ground. The old man's subordinate was knocked down to the ground. He glared at Trang Xian through gritted teeth, and the latter sneered. Just as he was about to draw his sword, Trang Xian skewered him near the heart. Trang Xian pinned the tailor against the tree. Seeing that his opponent wasn't suffering enough, he even laughed in his face. Hello, we meet again. What are you going to do? I originally intended to finish you off immediately, but I changed my mind. I don't want the director to suspect me. The tailor was surprised by Trang Xian's cunning. Even more surprising was that Trang Xian pulled out the illusory pearl to show the tailor. I have a very convenient solution, so there's no need to beat around the bush. Despite his protests, Trang Xian shoved the pearl straight into his mouth. The system notification appeared. Player Song Yujun has swallowed the illusory pearl. His consciousness has been paralyzed. His ego has ceased to exist. He has been hypnotized. Song Yujun collapsed to the ground. Trang Xian coldly ordered, stand up. Yujun immediately stood up like a puppet. Trang Xian looked at his expression, guessing that he had lost his soul, in a soulless state. That's amazing. Now then, sit, roll over, bark, commit suicide. Trang Xian gave a series of commands, and Yujun followed every single one. He was about to self-destruct when Trang Xian told him to stop. He looked at his tailor friend in awe. They actually created something like this. Huh. They originally intended to use this for the lowest level creatures. So how much stronger would the others be? Trang Xian then gave him a pivotal mission. Tell the director that there's nothing unusual about me. Act normally, as if nothing happened. Understood? Yes. The gods witnessing this spectacular scene began to stir. The world serpent god is joyfully chuckling at your dark plan. The great tiger god, submerged in hardship, watches you, intrigued by your goal. Trang Xian ordered Yujun to quickly go carry out his mission. He even thanked him. Oh, but as the guy was about to leave, he called him back. Do you have any further requests, sir? The technique you're using, can I learn it? Trang Xian found this to be more convenient than he had thought. If he had it, fighting Baek Jian would be much easier. Ayu Jun then explained. It's called Soaring Tiger, following the wind. You can use the wind from lightness skills, stealth, or disguise, and since it's an upgraded version of Tiger's Reach, you can also use it. Trang Sionin. All right, teach me. But I don't have a skill book, so it will take quite some time. I'll find a way to learn it myself. Trang Xian was very serious, so Ayu Jun began to demonstrate the skill once for Trang Xian to see. Immediately, he could cast the skill. Ayu Jun was startled. How can you? Trang Xian didn't pay much attention, simply asked him to do it again multiple times. The system announced. You have learned a new skill based on Tiger's Reach. Skill. Soaring Tiger Following the Wind has been created. Soaring Tiger Following the Wind. The foundational skill of the imprisoned, submerged great tiger. A technique that uses Tiger's Reach as its basis. With your courage, you will be able to move flexibly as if a soaring tiger is riding the wind. When a tiger flies, the wind will follow it. Skill level 1. Type active. Effect, lightness skill, linked skill. Trang Xian performed the skill while asking Ayu Jun. So it's like this, right? Ayu Jun was dumbfounded. How could this be? It took me years to learn, yet you can do it after just a few glances. Ayu Jun bowed deeply. You truly are an astonishing person. Not again. Enough, go home. Yes. After Ayu Jun spoke, he vanished. After he left, Trang Xian received a bunch of notifications. You have learned a lightness skill. Your skill level has increased. Your skill level has increased. You have learned stealth. You have learned concealment. The imprisoned, submerged great tiger god is smiling. Trang Xian took a running start and leaped higher than the mountaintop, making the god of hunting season whoop. The god of hunting season says your movements are perfect for hunting, so she's looking for something to give you. Trang Xian used the soaring tiger, following the wind skill, to jump to the middle of the forest. If you remember correctly, each pair of ghosts lays one egg every century, and it didn't take Trang Xian too long to find the ghost nest. If he couldn't find a magnificent nest with a glowing egg like this, he must have an eye problem. The system displayed information. Ghost egg. Every century, a pair of ghosts will lay one egg. It seems it will take more time for the egg to hatch. Type egg. Effect. Hatch demon beasts, skill support, used as a material to create items. This giant egg would take a month to finish. Ghosts have 3 forms, but in reality, they are a collection of souls. Therefore, they are spiritual beings, without a physical body. Because their ancestors took the form of birds, they still follow suit, but in reality, they can change depending on their habitat. Furthermore, I can also adjust their condition in a positive direction and increase their intelligence above normal levels. The power balance of this egg, its nascent stage, and its health are all ideal. Becoming a spirit bird would be the best. After considering every possible step to consume it completely and thoroughly, Trang Xian opened his mouth and swallowed the enormous egg whole. The god started bustling again. The great tiger god imprisoned in the abyss was interested in how you would hatch the egg. The great tiger god imprisoned in the abyss advised that instead of taking a weak form like a bird, take the form of a rare beast, like a tiger, for example. At this moment, that egg had completely entered Trang Xian's body. The god of hunting season started continuously popping up notifications. The god of suitable hunting season disagreed with the advice of the great tiger god imprisoned in the abyss. The god of suitable hunting season advised that a falcon or a hunting dog would be most favorable for hunting. The god of suitable hunting season said he thought a young falcon or a hunting dog would be best. Thank you for your advice. After all that noise, Trang Xian finally found this to be the most reasonable advice. However, how could the great tiger god accept defeat? The great tiger god imprisoned in the abyss laughed loudly, saying that those things would be swallowed whole in just one gulp. The god of suitable hunting season glared and asked if he was looking down on her friend. The great tiger god imprisoned in the abyss growled back at her and asked if she only knew how to glare. The god of suitable hunting season started rummaging for an arrow. These two are really giving me a headache. Just a little back and forth, and the relationship between the two gods has already deteriorated to the worst possible extent. Trang Xian didn't pay much attention to them. He just hoped that egg would swallow the fire within him and grow. And now, his next destination was that research center. No sooner said than done. Trang Xian sped off as if he had a motor attached to his rear. The research center was located halfway up the mountain. Things inside seem unsettled. And what about the executive director? He just said to wait, and it would be resolved soon. Damn it! The fat professor was so angry he gritted his teeth and slammed the table. From the illusion Pearl used to create holy warriors to the Starlight equation, the third-level basic skill he developed, a series of holy artifacts and relics, and the accompanying powers. All the achievements he had made in this White Tiger Guild, yet they sent someone from above to supervise him. Could it be that they knew he had secretly pocketed a few things? It was that director who made him do it in the first place. How the hell is it that whenever he calls the old man, the answer is always to wait? The fat professor couldn't help but go mad. What exactly do you think I've done for you? Huh. They said the supervisory team would arrive today. If so, he wouldn't mind giving them a grand welcome. Destroy all documents harmful to us quickly. And then, the official third-rank directive will be announced soon. Project Judo, a project personally requested and supervised by the director himself. That alone is enough to make everyone suspicious. For someone like him, the association is a dangerous place. He needs to reach White Tiger level as soon as possible. Then the 5-star sword might be safe. He sighed, suddenly feeling much relieved. They are a large family company, so I'll be able to live a rich life. This thought made him chuckle inwardly. He needed to at least secure a few trump cards. But what about Baekgun? Anyway, I'm also curious about that Lai Jiang Xian. Who knows where those guys disappeared to? I wish I could find them and bring them to my side. He looked at the person in the giant test tube and clicked his tongue. Well, this guy isn't bad at all. The fat professor then remembered to ask if the people he sent to find the Phantom Pearl had returned yet. The experimental center hadn't received their response, so the professor urged them to hurry up, or they'd all be in trouble. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian was moving at ripping speeds. The two gods were still fiercely bickering. The imprisoned tiger god believed you were like him and smiled. The god of the hunting season told him to stop spouting nonsense, because your courage was more like hers. The imprisoned tiger god told him to stop raining. The god of the hunting season told him to shut up, because he smelled horrible. The two of them glared at each other. The gods' argument shifted from bickering to glaring, which was when Jiang Xian arrived at the experimental center's door. Jiang Xian activated his thief skill, suppressing all sound. Around him surged a torrent of magic. Jiang Xian immediately rushed straight into the research center. He darted past like a gust of wind, making the two security guards blind. One sharper guard asked his colleague if he saw something flash by. The other, less keen, naturally hadn't seen anything. So that guy quickly thought he had seen wrong. The chubby guy even grumbled. Hey, I'm getting chills all over, so drop it. What would you do if something really appeared? Huh, right. Ugh, working in this investigation department is driving me crazy. While they consoled each other, Jiang Xian was working very diligently. Trap number 12 has been activated. Skill: Beast Senses has identified the direction in which the trap was activated. The trap failed to identify you. Skill: Serpent Person has been activated and quickly scanned other traps near you. Skill: Flying Tiger Following the Wind is being used. Your skill level has increased. Trap number 27 has been activated. You have successfully bypassed the trap without being detected. The Serpent God encircling the world cannot conceal his admiration for your abilities. If not for the system's notifications, what everyone would have seen would just be a bolt of lightning streaking through life. Jiang Xian looked around, saw everyone in a hurried panic, and wondered what the hell had happened. He enhanced his hearing with beast senses to hear all sounds around him. The people at the experimental center were in a chaotic frenzy because a red alert was displayed on the wall. Damn it! Why do they always show up when I'm busy? Hurry up, or we're all going to die. We can't go from experimenters to test subjects. Bring that here. Clear that away. Where did that damn guy who went to catch the wraith disappear to? I'm swamped right now. Trang Xian frowned. Shouldn't they have brought the Phantom Pro back by now? Forget it. What hope is there with those people? This is bad. The wraith's body has been discovered. Who dealt with that wraith? Is that possible? How am I supposed to know if it's possible or not? Damn it. I think there are reports of some high-ranking guild members being found in the training area. What exactly is going on there? We have to clean everything up before the investigation team arrives. By this point, Trang Xian had also found what he was looking for, the Phantom Pro production facility. Trang Xian didn't hesitate at all and rushed right into the room just before it closed. Before fully appearing, the system reported, "The smell of venom here is incredibly strong. The poison of the weeping flower is spreading throughout this room. The laughing flower will make you convulse." The guards were still actively moving things. Meanwhile, the system was still issuing a series of warnings. The King of Tigers is staring at you. The immunity to 10 poisons effect has been activated, countering the effects of all poisons. The bald-headed guard was urging his teammate to move that over, and the door was locked tightly. Trang Xian was blocked outside. The door is locked. ID verification required. Please scan ID or enter password to open the door. Holy crap, how do I open this? Or should I just break it? No, I can't act recklessly. Password. Password? Could it be Peter's key? Trang Xian saw the item around his neck reacting, but couldn't remove it because the puppet ruler was staring at him. Trang Xian placed his hand on the control panel on the door. But then something surprising happened. Owner ID confirmed. Trang Xian was completely stunned. The electronic lock has been disengaged. The door is opening. Holy hell, this key from above is amazing. What is this thing? What power does it have to be able to do this? Not just Trang Xian, but even the gods were interested in this strange occurrence. The great tiger god imprisoned in a sunken prison felt a bit ashamed by the lock suddenly opening. The great tiger god imprisoned in a sunken prison had some questions about your talent for lockpicking. The serpent god circling the world clicked his tongue at the great tiger god imprisoned in a sunken prison, as if he were ignorant. The serpent god circling the world said that it was natural because humans are creatures assembled from 10 red-striped belly snakes. The great tiger god imprisoned in a sunken prison nodded, saying that it made sense. The great tiger god imprisoned in a sunken prison laughed at your courage and talent. The great tiger god imprisoned in a sunken prison desired you even more. Inside, Trang Xian was cursing the puppet ruler to his core. He didn't think he would recognize him using Peter's key. But what the hell was he talking about? Red-striped belly snake. Trang Xian didn't want to hear that snake at all. At this moment, Trang Xian was standing fully inside the room that was the facility creating those illusion pearls. What caught his eye were humans trapped inside giantess tubes. The King of Tigers erupted in a rage. Trang Xian was thinking about that warrior who turned into a ghost, that holy soldier. The python god coiled around the world laughed loudly upon seeing the fangs and claws of that god revealed. Trang Xian truly found the sight before him utterly disgusting. The cat-hawk god, tearing through the twilight, revealed disgust at the scene before him. The cat-hawk god, tearing through the twilight, looked at the great tiger god, submerged in hardship. The great tiger god, submerged in hardship, smiled and asked her what she was looking at him for. The cat-hawk god, tearing through the twilight, grew angry and said she was only doing what was righteous. Just then, a hidden quest popped up. The hidden quest, the cat-hawk god's plea, has been created. The cat-hawk god's plea type, hidden description. The cat-hawk god, tearing through the twilight, is extremely angry at the malevolence and darkness the great tiger god, submerged in hardship, inflicts upon humans. He also feels pity for the humans who lost their lives because of this. Therefore, the cat-hawk god, tearing through the twilight, is pleading with you to bring peace so they may rest. Restriction. Quest giver. Time. Completion condition. Eliminate all holy soldiers and completely destroy the illusion pearl production facility that created these holy soldiers. Reward. A blessing from the cat hawk god, tearing through the twilight, for your results. Trang Xian was shocked, his eyes wide open. Holy cow, going big like this, and he too? So, it's finally come to this. Who would have thought she'd go to such lengths just to give him a quest? Blessing his results means he could even gain power from her. The great tiger god, submerged in hardship, is very curious about your answer. Trang Xian was considering it. Accepting this means the puppet ruler will also turn his back on him. But refusing this opportunity, Minerva would do the same. Oh, what a damned situation. The cat hawk god, tearing through the twilight, stared intently at you. Trang Xian squinted, about to press the reject button, but at the crucial moment, his intelligent mind suddenly thought of a few good things. There's something I want to ask the great tiger god, submerged in hardship. The great tiger god, submerged in hardship, accepted. He said he's comfortable answering any of your questions. I think you already know why I'm here. The great tiger god, submerged in hardship, said he knows and asked you to get straight to the point. Trang Xian was thinking of making both of them follow his will. After all, both of them need him. He has to maximize his gains, exploit every opportunity, to become stronger and stronger, right? I'm thinking of stealing everything here. Even if this is something I cannot have, I don't intend to let anyone else have it either. What do you think of my choice? Great tiger god, submerged in hardship, truly a reborn villain, second to none in wickedness. Trang Xian was confident that he had already garnered enough interest from the puppet ruler. Now he was a strong candidate for the disciple position. He wouldn't easily give up on someone like himself. The great tiger god, submerged in hardship, smiled at your attitude when you changed your intentions. The great tiger god, submerged in hardship, said he enjoyed your character. Only a fool would dare to trick you. The great tiger god, submerged in hardship, promised that he wouldn't impose any restrictions on your ambitions. Hidden quest Tiger's Plunder has been created. Tiger's Plunder. Type hidden. Description. The great tiger god, submerged in hardship, wants to heavily invest in the development of the next disciple candidate, or in other words, you. However, he warned you that you would be punished if you didn't meet his expectations. Conditions. Assigned tasks. Time limit none. Completion conditions. Slaughter anything in your sight. Be careful not to reveal information about this quest. Punishment. Divine punishment. Reward. Receive authority through what you have learned, blessed by the great tiger god, submerged in hardship, depending on your achievements. Damn it, that's awesome. These two gods are going all out, and I'm the only one who benefits. So, what price will Lady Minerva set to match this? The feline hawk god, tearing through twilight, rejoiced and said she wanted you to choose to do so. Oh God, is Aunt Six pretending to know everything? All right, with such favorable conditions, why wouldn't I snatch up both these sweet deals? System notification. You have accepted the hidden quest, Feline Hawk's Plea. The two hidden quests, Feline Hawk's Plea and Tiger's Plunder, have been combined. Your scope of action has been expanded. Jiang Xian felt that enough time had been wasted. Next, he activated the plunder skill, preparing to sweep and make a big haul here. Just as he was about to get to work, the guards came chasing. Jiang Xian, without a word, immediately activated the 8 trigrams furnace of annihilation fire. Raging and terrifying purple flames soared up. Tidal Phantom's illusion has been applied. Phantom's wings grew from Jiang Xian's back. Only then did the guards freak out. What the heck? How can there be Phantom's fire here? How would you guys know? Jiang Xian smiled dangerously. The system reported that a firestorm had engulfed the area. The two guards, without even a chance to gasp another word, went straight to the underworld to ask King Yama for a cup of tea. Not only that, the terrifying flames directly caused the experimental center to explode with a bang. Everyone inside panicked, shouting, "It's on fire! There's a fire!" The fire started from the central facility, hurry. With a bang, another shocking explosion occurred. Other guards watched in dismay as the flames became unstoppable. However, they quickly came up with a rescue plan. Don't get close. Use ice magic from a distance. The only problem was, they had the will but not the power. The ice shield, no more than 3 seconds after being cast, was incinerated into steam, leaving behind only the screams of those caught in the blast. At this moment, the chubby professor, for some reason, was outside the research center, witnessing his second home being burned down little by little. Damn it, this is even worse than being supervised at work. What's going on? He panicked. What is the security team doing? Are they destroying those documents? Another massive explosion with terrifying destructive power completely tore apart every brick of the experimental center and made his chubby body fall to the ground under the horrific pressure. Director, are you all right? His close aide was also very surprised by this situation. The chubby director clutched his head and gnashed his teeth as he asked, "How many people do we have left?" The bodyguard was still flustered when he yelled, "Speak quickly." At this moment, the research center had almost turned to ashes. Those inside were still alive, but a notification appeared before their eyes. You have been poisoned by fire poison. Several guards, having lost half their lives, were frozen in place. Stuck. Warning, the fire poison has spread throughout the surrounding area. You should evacuate the area as quickly as possible. Just then, one guy was engulfed and burned by purple flames, screaming for help. Poison bullets carrying hellfire quickly rained down. No one could escape. Immediately, the chubby professor charged straight at Trang Xian. Trang Xian used the evil dragon's fangs to block the chubby man's sword, and even praised his skill. Who are you? Did the higher-up send you? How can you use the permanent ghost fire like this? Trang Xian revealed his handsome face. The chubby professor frantically screamed, Li Trang Xian, what? Li Trang Xian. The chubby director was very surprised to see this young man here at this moment. What the hell? He should be far away from here. Does this mean I have to work with someone like him? Suddenly I feel equally happy. Then I'll be able to create a guild no less than White Tigers in just 5 years. He saw Trang Xian seemed arrogant and brandished his sword to assert dominance. Where do you think you're going? Trang Xian was stopped by this blow. The system reported that his soaring tiger in the wind skill had been forcibly stopped. The loot skill also failed. Trang Xian dodged the director's attack, so the wall behind him suffered a terrible fate. Damn it, I already tried to ignore him. So why is he still picking a fight? Don't you want to live, old man? The director rushed forward to slash Trang Xian, who frowned. This guy is tough. The white iris and black pupil in one of his eyes were incredibly bizarre. This proved that he was a holy warrior. Both sides' techniques clashed with sparks flying. Not only the enlisted soldiers, but even the manager became a holy warrior? If so, could other leaders at White Tiger be like this? But actually, this is good. Trang Xian saw this as a heaven-sent opportunity to check what a holy warrior truly was. The system abruptly popped up with a notification. Your integrated magic circuit began to spin violently. Permanent ghost fire intensified. You have added 30 points to strength, 111 to 141. Strength, 141 plus 55. You have added 30 points to dexterity, 101 to 131. Dexterity, 131 plus 45. With that, Trang Xian countered the director. The permanent ghost fire made him retreat quite a distance. The director also noticed this rookie seemed a bit off. For such a powerful being to be a rookie, that's strange. But he was no pushover either. Your opponent's sword has devoured the ghost's energy. He laughed loudly. Heaven is helping me now. The system reported. The tiger's death is growing stronger. Beware. Trang Xian's face grew serious. The fat guy gleefully unleashed vicious sword strikes, each one extremely powerful. This terrifying demonic energy was like a tiger chasing its prey. This is the king, the tiger's calamity. So Trang Xian chose to quickly escape. Of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. What's there to it? Seeing this, the guards who had just been beaten took the opportunity to chase after him, trying to fish in troubled waters. You bastard! I'll kill you. We're here to help you, director. These guys are all Saint soldiers. Trang Xian swung his sword. This time, he would choose blood poison and create a wall of permanent fire. A swirling purple fire vortex surged upwards. The Saint Soldier guards easily pierced through the wall of fire. The wall was quickly destroyed, and Trang Xian was facing being ganged up on. Oh crap, this isn't good. Quick, use flash to split their formation and take them down one by one. Then there might be a chance. Even in this critical moment, the system wouldn't shut up. You are in the midst of battle. Indomitable will has been activated, and the power of mental fluctuation has been strengthened. Composure has taken effect. You can now observe the situation objectively. I thought this battle would be easy, but somehow it's taking a lot out of me. Trang Xian silently watched the people holding swords and chasing him. The leader shouted loudly, "Got you, you rat!" Trang Xian frowned. How arrogant. Only the stout director realized that they hadn't cornered Trang Xian yet. He saw that this bastard intentionally led them here to avoid facing many people at once. He yelled, "Damn it, you idiots!" A series of sharp sword strikes continuously slashed at the bald-headed guy. Quickly, shoot him in the director's face. Trang Xian expressionlessly dealt with this entire idiotic army in one go. The system narrated, "Authority, 100% bullseye has been activated. The god of the hunting season has allowed you to use 1/4 of his authority." The guys who were boasting earlier were now headless, like falling gourds. While Trang Xian was preoccupied with the commotion, the director closed in, grabbed his neck instantly, and laughed delightedly. "Finally got you, Li Trang Xian. Both my level and overall stats far exceed yours, so give up." He seemed confident, but he also severely underestimated the one right in front of him. "You think you can do whatever you want after catching me? Is that what you think?" A stream of blue energy coiled around Trang Xian's arm. System notification. Your long sword has appeared. From Trang Xian's palm, the sword tip slowly emerged. The evil dragon's Fang also reacted intensely. The dual swords are resonating. The evil dragon's Fang has awakened. If Blue Blacksmith Uji became famous throughout the world by creating a few masterpieces, then Demon Blacksmith Todi created countless masterpieces to solidify his position for all eternity. Even among gods and constellations, they were known as two opposing figures. It's very difficult to tell who was better between the two of them, because they both specialized in different things. Even the era or place they lived was different. Thanks to that, it also avoided them clashing with each other. But now, at this very moment, the chance to see who is better has arrived. The blue fish-long sword, stained with the blood of tens of thousands of lives, was shining brightly, while the evil dragon's Fang had also begun to show its true value. The system says, "You have met the necessary conditions. The evil dragon's Fang is shining. The lock has been opened. The evil dragon's Fang has begun to show its true value." The chubby supervisor was blown away like a bubble by the pressure of the two swords. He saw the blade extending. The evil dragon's Fang had grown into a vampire's fangs. The blade unleashed crackling purple lightning. The evil dragon's Fang twitched a few times before completing its evolution. The system helped Trang Xian display its information. Type: blade and longsword, holy relic. Attack power immeasurable. Effects: cannot stop bleeding, demonic greed. Other effects cannot be identified. Since you have met the necessary conditions, you can use the hidden abilities of the blade. Because you haven't met all the necessary conditions, other functions cannot be used. Trang Xian, holding a scorching item in each hand, unleashed incredibly terrifying purple lightning. The two swords are resonating. Trang Xian let them interact intimately. Skill: Sword Master is being activated. Trang Xian exhaled, narrowing his eyes to identify the unfortunate target. The two swords continuously shot out lightning, truly living up to their scorching reputation. Sword Master, a skill that only a sword master who has unified with the sword can use. It allows you to use any sword in the world you desire. Those who wish to walk the path of the sword must pass through the final forest at the end of that road. Skill level 1. Type active. Effect: ownership of 10,000 swords. Can use 10,000 swords. You have achieved the accomplishment. Famous swords. Reward: +5 intelligence. Skill: Sword Master has leveled up. The gods were once again in an uproar. The god of the hunting season looked at you in surprise as you managed to unlock his holy relic. The god of the serpent wrapped around the world widened his eyes in astonishment at you. Your actions were beyond his predictions. The god of the hawkcat who rips apart twilight demanded you use demon blacksmith toadies, weapon for fairness. The god who pursues the abyss was intrigued by your two swords. The god of the great tiger engulfed by hardship praised you for obtaining Zet's new fangs. The fat man stood watching Trang Xian transform, completely stunned. He felt the beastly senses he received from his patron god warning him that he absolutely had to avoid it. Otherwise, I'd be meeting my maker. Meanwhile, Trang Xian passionately swung his sword, intimidating his opponent. Then, while the fat man couldn't react in time, he flew in to launch a counterattack. The fat man struggled to block the attack. He was engulfed by fierce flames and suffered the blaze. The Ngu Trang came in his hand flashed. Trang Xian could feel it crying, saying that it wasn't enough. Meanwhile, the evil dragon's fangs reacted furiously. It said, "Let's see what I can do." Trang Xian found it interesting, so he swung his hand and unleashed a slash. The violent flames charged straight at the fat man, determined to separate flesh from fat. The fat man's sword was cut into pieces. He still thought to himself that if he wanted to live, he had to run away immediately. The system popped up, reporting. The Ngu Trang Kim displayed its shining blade. The evil dragon's fangs bared its teeth threateningly. Trang Xian, caught between two overly competitive swords, was helpless. These two girls were too bloodthirsty. The fat man took advantage of Trang Xian being preoccupied with the two items and quickly fled. Trang Xian wouldn't easily let go of the one who tried to turn him into a divine weapon. While both girls were eager for battle, Trang Xian decided to let them both show off at the same time. The skill Black Mountain God's Claw has been activated. Trang Xian finished his slash, and the fat man, who had already run to the door, still got hit by that atomic bomb. The purple flames burned as if pulled straight from hell. The fat man was burned until he was disfigured, but as long as he was breathing, there was still a chance. Despair was spreading. Disappointment was growing. He said he didn't want to die here, but he still had to see if he could overcome this tribulation. Negativity filled the room. Annihilation flames were absorbing everything and burning stronger. Trang Xian saw something else, like his regret. So where was he planning to crawl with that body? Thinking back, apart from one demon, no one had ever pushed him to this extent. He wouldn't finish him off yet. He'd follow him first to see what exciting things might happen. The fat chief struggled to crawl. No matter what, I must. Unfortunately, before he could find out what was going on, the system announced, "Player Jasang 1 has died." He collapsed right before the gates of heaven, just a tiny bit away from getting through. Trang Xian retrieved the Ngu Trang Kim, and the evil dragon's fangs were sealed once more. Trang Xian was filled with regret. He just needed to raise his hand to open the door. Unbelievable that he died right at the door. The system continued to report. The door has been firmly locked. Please enter the required fingerprint and password to unlock. Trang Xian raised his hand again, still wondering if it would open. But the result was the same as before. Owner's ID has been confirmed. Trang Xian guessed Peter's key seemed to primarily function to open and lock machines and doors. The system reported. The holy body of the tiger trapped in tribulation stared at you, intending to ask how you managed to find your way here. The door opened, revealing a magnificent machine inside with a person lying on it, various wires attached all over their body. Smooth skin, riddled with wires. Trang Xian lunged over there, looked at the girl lying on the machine, and wondered what her name was. Suddenly, he remembered a familiar face. It was the crazy Fong kid he'd met outside. Sinun Seol. Seems so, doesn't it? Has she been turned into a holy soldier? The system continuously reminded. You have detected an anomaly. The tiger's catastrophe is raising its guard. This girl isn't a holy soldier. She's something more intense, more fundamental. Something that contains demons, monsters, goblins, and wraiths. So that's it, the thing Director O tried to hide. It seems the holy soldiers were just a stepping stone to complete this. Yudo, right? The leader of the goblins is named Yudo, isn't he? The system reported. You are observing her condition more carefully with beastly sensory skills. The tiger's catastrophe is in effect. Currently, 41% has been completed. After all this time, only 41%? Just around the halfway point? That stat is too low. She can't be considered a holy soldier or Yudo. However, her physical body is quite resilient. Therefore, comparing her to a normal person would be somewhat ridiculous. Even her muscle fibers have become much more durable. And even in the current situation, most players would still be devoured by her. Fortunately, the hypnosis and brainwashing process hasn't started yet. The holy body of the tiger trapped in tribulation watched you, curious what you would do now. The holy body of the owl piercing the twilight requested you heal the poor girl in front of you. Trang Xian didn't think much and decisively swung his hand. You have removed the glass tube. The eutrophication has been forcibly stopped. All the wires tangled around Unseol's body were immediately pulled out. The tiger's catastrophe has begun to rage because its supply has been cut off. The holy body of the tiger trapped in tribulation was very surprised by your decision. The holy body of the owl piercing the twilight nodded, clearly stating its trust in you. It ordered you to hurry, take her to a safe location, and provide first aid. Trang Xian opened his mouth and breathed fire. The 8 trigrams furnace of annihilation fire is activating its technique. Commencing annihilation. You have removed toxic elements. You have removed foreign objects. The tiger's catastrophe strongly resisted the annihilation fire. It tried to resist. Its resistance was crushed. It tried to challenge you. Its challenge was destroyed. She was quickly treated and recovered. The wounds are slowly healing. All external stimuli have been cut off. The first annihilation fire technique and the tiger's catastrophe are clashing fiercely. 2 energy streams, one purple and one blue, clashed intensely, neither willing to yield to the other. I must eliminate the tiger's catastrophe and destroy all harmful elements of the eutrophication process, leaving only the beneficial ones. However, just like Baek Gun, no matter what happens, Sinun Seol's life must still be guaranteed. All you can do now is wait. The holy tiger's body, caught in tribulation, wondered where your ambition to seize everything had gone. Jang Xian glared at him with wounded pride. The holy tiger's body, caught in tribulation, mocked you for choosing to save the child instead of exploiting it. Then he was mistaken, very mistaken. Jang Xian smiled slyly. I never said I wouldn't exploit it. The holy tiger's body, caught in tribulation, tilted its head, not understanding what you meant. Jang Xian once again activated a massive amount of magic power, causing a raging storm to rise. Power. Soul Snatch has been activated, and all the soul ashes you've collected in the past 24 hours will be absorbed. All those who died by Jang Xian's hand turned into life force for Jang Xian to devour completely. You have absorbed all the soul ashes. Your strength has increased by 0.01. Your agility has increased by 0.02. When mixed in the ashes, the tiger's catastrophe escaped your absorption attempt. This attempt has been replaced by the power within your authority. Forced fusion. You have succeeded. You have purified the tiger's catastrophe after fusion and successfully incorporated it as a material for the annihilation fire. Your magic power has increased by 0.02. Magic capacity, 325 plus 60. The holy tiger's body, caught in tribulation, is laughing uncontrollably. Jang Xian thought, that puppet ruler truly is a bastard. Does he really laugh like a madman at things like this? Is this guy truly insane? Now that I think about it, I remember mentioning how the White Tiger's investigation department intended to sweep this place. And if they really did investigate, then the investigation department must be under the authority of the executive director O's adversary, Director Kagan Hyo. Since Director Kagan sensed something was amiss and decided to sweep this place, I wonder if that cunning executive director O will truly sit still. My proposal to close the dungeon was only superficially supported by a mana document. So what if executive director O is planning to eliminate a political rebellious faction or something here? And what if that's why that bastard, the puppet ruler, is laughing like a madman in this situation? Lost in thought, Jang Xian almost took a hit. Damn it, this isn't the time to lose focus. You have been equipped with the tidal spirit vessel. Jiang Xian carried Un Seol in his arms. The purple and blue energies clashed violently. The flying tiger following the wind skill has been activated, and all your power is being used to leave this place. A purple light shot upwards. Outside, the guard detail watched the experimental center, about to explode into smithereens, with no one crawling out. Didn't they say the investigation department had entered the dungeon? Shouldn't the manager have escaped quickly? Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet shook violently. Before they could realize what was happening, rocks and earth burst apart. A dazzling golden light made it impossible for them to discern what was happening. Meanwhile, Trang Xian had already made a clean getaway, carrying Un Seol. The entire massive experimental center was leveled in an instant, and from a perfect vantage point to witness the entire event, the third member of the White Tiger Association, White Tiger's Fong Kagan grimaced and muttered, "What a mess. Uncle, some light rays shot past behind you. Did you find out anything?" "Yes, sir. It seems there were several explosions in the basement." Explosions, indeed. We detected traces of Agni's breath, disaster, the fire demon forest, the thunderstorm ring, and many similar things. It seems staged. Perhaps the source of this volcano is Z's fire core. Related to Z, too. He didn't expect something seemingly trivial to have so many connections. Perhaps they waited for me to enter the research institute, and then blew this place up. Why did the explosion happen earlier than expected? Was it due to carelessness or some other incident? Both are possible. Right. How could a cunning old fox like the director be so careless? So, perhaps an unexpected factor appeared, leaving him no time to react. What could it be? You all continue the investigation. You might find something more. The soldiers dared not disobey Iohi. Before leaving, the uncle remembered those little rats spreading unnecessary information. He only said that, and the small fries flinched, then bowed deeply and said in unison, "We will handle it immediately, sir." Iohi nodded in satisfaction, turned on his heel, and left. Behind the uncle, a system notification appeared. "Do you want to log out?" Good suggestion, but no. The uncle's U-turn was quite something. The ferocious tiger constellation amidst the chaos seemed amused by this mess. Uncle Iohi felt there was no other way. He would have to deal with the director himself, for this was the word of the gods. Trang Xian was about to report to the heavenly palace when Baek Gun just woke up. What met his eyes was Trang Xian's smile and the sleeping girl in his arms, causing Baek Gun, still hazy, to blurt out without thinking, "Is that your wife, sir?" He immediately got hit by a mirror square in the forehead. No idea where he pulled that mirror out to throw. Luckily, no one was killed here. Otherwise, he would have become a prime example of bad luck, as he would have been sent straight to reincarnation by his own benefactor just after being reborn into a new life. Trang Xian glared at him. "You're spouting nonsense, so you must be okay. Look at your face in the mirror." Hearing that, Baek Gun quickly picked up the mirror to check himself. Seeing his bright, smooth, flawless face, Gun was shocked and froze. Trang Xian didn't hesitate to give him a compliment. "Well done." Gun was moved to tears. Just then, Un Seol also groggily woke up. "Miss Un Seol, are you awake?" Un Seol froze for half a second, then gracefully leaped down to the ground under the questioning gaze of the two men. And her just flopping down on the ground surprised him even more. It's like a dream. Even though I've come this far, I'm still as hopeless as ever, aren't I? Trang Xian and Gun looked at each other, thinking, this girl is beyond saving. Did you save me? Was I really trapped? Yes. I didn't drool or say anything silly in my sleep, did I? She's being silly now, but it's lucky she doesn't remember anything. So Trang Xian said, "No, you didn't." Really? Seriously, damn it, in my life I've never had such a nonsensical conversation. But anyway, it's just because she needs to regain her composure a bit. Un Seol sighed, almost collapsing her lungs, exclaiming that it was such a relief. Seeing that, Trang Xian immediately stood up and said, "It seems your body has recovered. You should leave here quickly. Safety isn't guaranteed here." Hearing that, Un Seol squinted and turned to ask him, "What's your blood type?" Trang Xian replied, "B." Date of birth, January 30th. Favorite food, kimchi stew. Why are you asking? Wait a minute. Something strange. I still remember that day. 2 years ago, on August 23rd, after the 3-2 victory between France and San Francisco, you said the first thing you wanted to eat after returning to the country was gimbap. Un Seol's face darkened as she asked if that was correct, certain she couldn't be wrong. Meanwhile, the person in question was making a twisted face because he didn't remember the story this girl just told. But immediately after, she delivered another critical blow. How could Lee Trang-Sien be so kind? You're originally a jerk. Who are you? You're an imposter, aren't you? Oh, wow. How did she even figure that out? If I'd known, I wouldn't have saved her. Wouldn't I have been better off? But seeing Trang-Sien's extremely disgusted expression, Un Seol seemed to find her true self. It seems it really is you. Since when did you change your taste to kimchi stew? Baek Gun gaped and asked Un Seol why she wasn't suspicious anymore. She casually replied that it was because of his attitude. Lee Trang-Sien's face darkened upon hearing that. Truly, nothing in this world is without a natural enemy, and he just brought his natural enemy back from the dead. Un Seol, oblivious, continued to explain. Just by looking at his face, you can tell he's annoyed and regretting why he didn't leave me there. Indeed, the girl hit the nail on the head, making Trang-Sien's face twist. What's more, she confidently asserted that this is exactly what Lee Trang-Sien would be like. She pranced ahead of the two men and asked, "Where do we go now?" "This way." Lee Trang-Sien looked at the girl and smiled warmly. The system immediately reported a series of messages. You have completed the hidden mission. You acquired the items you chose. You received the illusion Orb X32. You received the Vial of Wisdom. The constellation Feline Eagle Rending the Twilight will reward you. The constellation Fierce Tiger Amidst the Riot will reward you. The constellation Feline Eagle Rending the Twilight greatly admires your achievement and is racking its brain to find a reward. The constellation Fierce Tiger Amidst the Riot admires you and is thinking about what kind of fangs to equip you with. The constellation Season of the Hunt is proud that they won't find a gift as good as hers for a long time. They spoke so much that Trang-Sien groaned out loud in annoyance. Just give it. Why keep talking about it? While Sien was content to be with her idol, her teammates were frantically searching for the lost kid. The one who hadn't been found yet was surrounded by another group for daring to enter their hunting grounds. If you dare to go any further, we will attack. Please let me pass, please. Im Juin, representing the guild, stated bluntly. Sorry, it's not that we don't understand your situation, but it's very dangerous to go through here. He smiled a smile that held much danger. We'll also look for your siblings, so please turn back. Jun was trying to hide his dissatisfaction as he saw some random young man bothering him during his overtime. Recalling Lee Trang-Sien's name, he grimaced. When he checked earlier, he saw that guy was rank 2, while he was also a 2, but 121. The more time passed, the harder it was to catch up. He wanted to quickly close the gap as much as possible. And someone like this younger brother was just getting in the way. The young man tried to plead. Just a little bit is fine, please. Im Juin turned his face away. I'm sorry. He found the young man annoying, ignorant, and not understanding the jungle law among players, acting like moths drawn to a flame, no different from stupid pigs. While he was still thinking, the young man had already recklessly charged forward, disregarding everything. Juin clicked his tongue, his face contorted. Recklessly entering another's hunting ground is against the rules. The system announced. The aura of the tiger is complete. Turn back. Im Juin's face twisted, and he swiftly drew his sword, chasing after the young man. The young man hesitated to speak, but Im Juin was already furious. You're in the way. He swung his sword at the young man. Just then, Sinun Seol swooped down from the sky and shouted, Get away from my little brother, you ink-faced bastard. She landed steadily in a crab-like pose. The force of her landing easily pushed Im Juin backward. The young man, stunned, called out for his sister. Who told you to lay a hand on my little brother, huh? Geez, my sister's mouth is so foul, I can't even stop her. What did you say? Im Juin and his teammates' faces darkened and twisted. Yet Sinun Seol remained unfazed. You laid hands on my little brother. Before that. Oh, Un Seol scoffed. I said you look like a half-eaten squid. What is their problem? Ah, I think I've figured it out. You look more like a wrung-out sea anemone, not a squid at all. But wait, wouldn't that be an insult to sea anemones? Well, there's no most offensive, only more offensive. Juan was body-shamed so fiercely he squirmed, sweating profusely, gritting his teeth, and said, "That's an insult to our entire team." Sinun Seol tied up her hair and stated seriously, "Nonsense. You were the one who laid hands on my brother first. So what? Threat? A show of force. Is that what I should say?" Juan's three aggressive teammates charged forward with swords, ganging up on her. "I'll make you shut that mouth." Sinun Seol also got annoyed. "Fighting a girl and ganging up like this. What are you, a bunch of cowards? But it's okay. Now I'm strong enough to handle all of you." The aura of the tiger was raging fiercely. Golden light shone brightly, dazzling. Gun and Trang Xian stood not far away. Gun thought they should help, but Trang Xian told him to just watch. Sinun Seol's aura of the tiger had surpassed Yudo's rage, and was now nearing the tiger's calamity. It might be strange to her now, but it will soon become as familiar as the back of her hand, because almost from the beginning it was hers. Trang Xian smiled smugly. "If I keep observing her, I might learn what Yudo is, and I'll be able to know if it has any side effects." While Trang Xian was plotting, a strange object appeared here. Juan's group charged with all their might, and were equally startled when their swords broke. A demon-faced shield had done that to their weapons, and it was called the Tower Shield. Un Seol, taking advantage of the momentum, let out a loud shout and charged forward, determined to flatten them into pressed squid. "You are supported by the Tiger's Thorn. Your power has been increased. Your speed continues to increase." The Tower Shield moved in a straight, smooth line like ice skating, smashing anyone who dared to be rude. Skill Shield Bash has exploded. Juan's two comrades were sent flying before they could react. One of them took the opportunity to circle behind her, planning a sneak attack. "You bitch. Does he really not know the saying, a frog dies by its mouth?" If Un Seol didn't react to his provocation, she'd be doing a disservice to all her years of admiring a malicious person like Trang Xian. The tiger's calamity has erupted. Un Seol made a swing, and the guy in the red shirt was immediately knocked back, his jaw dislocated. An iron bar stood upright in front of the whole group, as if helping Un Seol guard them. It was the handle of an XXL war axe. Un Seol, holding a shield in one hand and an axe in the other, aside from her somewhat shabby outfit, looked exactly like a female general preparing to chop off the heads of those big-mouthed guys with pea-sized abilities. Juan froze, with extreme confusion written in his eyes. Un Seol made a provocative face and said, "My memory's pretty bad. Why don't you say that again?" "Huh, you stupid old geezer. Damn, if you say that, who'd dare to say anything else? Getting hit by an axe or a shield wouldn't be very pleasant." The divine cat hawk, tearing through the twilight, expressed support for the player with a sense of justice. Sinun Seol. At this point, only God could stop Sinun Seol, but Juan still refused to accept the fact that he was beaten to a pulp by a girl of a much lower rank. Looking at the rumbling battlefield, as if an army had just swept through, Gun realized there was no need for him to interfere. Trang Xian smiled with satisfaction. This power was exactly the same as the power she had felt when she first woke up. Even with such sudden, extraordinary power, she didn't lose her composure at all. That's why Sinun Seol's strengths are her cool head and resilience. Most importantly, she possesses a superpower and keen senses that can tame the Yudo flame. Her talent is gradually blossoming, or rather, her potential is being awakened, isn't it? She has gradually perfected herself. She's already like this, without even using half of Yudo's power. If she could use its maximum potential, it would be even more impressive. But wait, isn't the director the only one who possesses this blade? I don't know what his scheme is, but it's definitely not simple. Trang felt it was time to carefully examine the things found at the temple. At this moment, she had punched him right in the forehead, completely knocking him out of the fight. The younger brother looked at his mighty older sister with bewilderment. What on earth happened to you? It's a long story. At this moment, Trang also approached, surprising the younger brother even more. That's Lai Trang. Then why do you look so stern when you meet someone's younger brother? Smiling with eyes twinkling. It's okay, he saved me. That bastard Lai Trang saved you? Hey, why are you talking about him like that? Yet the young man commented that he didn't look like a coach and didn't know why he was here. What are you planning to do? What am I doing? What else is there to do once you're in a dungeon? Trang looked at them with meaningful eyes. The two men were stunned, only looking at him with eyes full of admiration. His friend grimaced. Do you know, Haxichlin Sun is not just vast, but each area also has different obstacles. That's why Biko gave up on exploring this place, only using it as a training ground. Moreover, we only have 100 days to be here. The gods also stirred. The mighty tiger Sajio was wondering if that could really be true. Hunting season, you'll solve it in a flash. The snake coiled around the earth clicked its tongue, scoffing at those naive people who didn't know how cunning he was. Asked Trang how long he planned to solve it, but Trang didn't understand his meaning. Exploring the dungeon will take a lot of effort, so we need time to prepare, right? Prepare what? Trang radiated an eternal flame, declaring nonchalantly, it'll be done in 1 day. Ghost wings grew from his back, exciting the other three. This guy's always so quick, isn't he? They didn't know that, in the distance, there was someone disgruntled, who had been beaten into disfigurement, but still wouldn't learn their lesson. And his eyes, one closed and the other squinting open in anger. How dare you defy me? How did she do it? Did she use some trick? No, maybe she's a half-demon. If not, I wouldn't have lost her so easily. Even someone like Lai Trang would be helpless against me. Then he consoled himself. Oh, whatever. That girl's a half-demon anyway. He smirked. I'll definitely make it so you can't show your faces again. Usually, those who talk a lot never get anything done. Just then, some of his subordinates called him. He wasn't happy about being interrupted while lost in his own thoughts. He looked to the side. His 3 subordinates were still unable to get up after being beaten. How am I going to explain this? Even if my opponent is a half-demon, I can't lose my reputation as a captain. Should I just get rid of them all to silence them? Or make up a story that I was ambushed, then issue a bounty for that half-demon? He covered his forehead and chuckled maliciously. An apprentice, through unremitting efforts, eliminated a half-demon that had infiltrated the training area. Sounds pretty cool, doesn't it? Oh my God, he's fantasizing to the point of writing his own news headlines. Huh. He must have been punched in the face, so much that his mind became abnormal, and he continued to hallucinate. Lai Trang must be a half-demon too. Otherwise, I couldn't have lost like this. After I deal with this, you're next, Lai Trang. So he cheerfully turned back to answer his teammates. I'm here. Meanwhile, the system reported. Dungeon exploration mission completed. Final rankings will be resorted. He froze solid. Dungeon rankings. First place, Lai Trang, 830,320 points. Second place, 390,000 points. Rewards will be granted based on rank. He couldn't understand what was happening. The people in the control room didn't understand either. Things happened too fast, too dangerous. It's already cleared? Are you serious? What the heck happened? What happened to the guy who was monitoring Lai Trang? Dungeon closed. Following the system's cold announcement, the Golden Gate immediately opened. The system warned of careful tremors and began counting down the gate's closing time from 10. Lai Trang and those on the ground weren't sitting. They each commanded a peek. Trang, with an expressionless face, listened to the system relaying the words of the god. Manhua Sako was very excited by this chaotic scene. Other players were completely frozen while the system counted down, and a person with lion mane-like hair also monitored the situation there via a vivid electronic screen. When the countdown reached its end, a dazzling light enveloped everything. The dungeon is officially closed. Congratulations. The observer, with disheveled hair and beard, wore a sorrowful expression. As soon as the gate closed, newspapers boisterously reported its conclusion at Trang's hands, with all sorts of clickbait headlines. The online community jumped in with extremely lively comments. In general, the internet was more chaotic than chaos itself. Meanwhile, the center of the incident, with a cold expression, pronounced a blunt, "Isn't that enough?" His teammates, already too familiar with his foul mouth, didn't react. The White Tiger security team, encountering this for the first time, was quite surprised and offended. "Do you think we're joking? If you dare challenge us." The three security guards were about to continue their bravado when a bandaged hand punched one of them straight in the face. The leader was sent flying straight into the wall. Lai Trang smiled and looked over, instantly spotting a familiar face, Seo. The aura of a great tiger erupted fiercely. He roared, "Who do you think you're yelling at? Want to get beaten up?" The person who had just been hit, despite his nosebleed, immediately sprang up and retorted, "Team leader of Team 2. He leaned close to his face and asked, "Is there no other way to address me? Do you want another punch to the mouth?" The person quickly rephrased his words. "Why did you come all the way here, team leader, sir, to catch that brat?" "But sir, we haven't finished our investigation." "Investigation? You mean interrogation. Regardless, I'm still going to find him. That's all." He channeled his power and continued to ask, "What? Do you have any opinions?" The aura of a great tiger erupted fiercely. The security guard fell silent, kneeling on the ground, docile as a puppy. He calmly led his people away. "I'll take that as no opinions. Follow me." Trang didn't like this guy much, but still followed. He looked at him with admiring eyes from beginning to end, while the other two young men were helpless. He winked at his friend. "Isn't ours super cool?" "Yeah," he admitted, though he seemed reluctant to. "I thought he was just talking when he said he'd conquer it in one day. But after seeing it, even though I only followed behind Lai Trang, I didn't think he'd actually do it in half a day. He passed brilliantly." He turned back and spoke to the three people behind Trang. "All three of you, please follow my instructions a bit. Lai Trang, he's watching us." After arranging things for the three, he and Trang went off on their own. Looked at Trang flatteringly. "I assume they're members of the team you assembled for practice, right?" "You could say that." Lai Trang was too lazy to even reply properly. "I can see that. To begin with, a team is an assembly of individuals, with a team leader at its center. It always starts that way." "Right. I agree too. Anyway, where are we going?" Trang realized this wasn't the way to the director's office, and he didn't think the director had an office here either. "Oh, didn't I tell you?" "To the meeting room. The guild master said he wanted to hear a few things from you." Lai Trang was quite surprised to hear this. "The guild master, you mean?" But before he could meet him, he ran into the director at the meeting room door. The director greeted him first. "So you're already here. You look better than last time," the system reported. "The fierce tiger's gaze is on you." Lai Trang looked back as well. He was quite sure the director was very curious. The dungeon closed not long after the research facility was blown up. Although the director was fine, he must have received the report from Song. And he was also quite sure the director suspected him, because conquering a dungeon in just one day was utterly ridiculous. "Thank you, sir. It's all thanks to the executive director." Trang replied politely. "No, it's all thanks to your abilities. Anyway, thanks to you. Things are quite busy around here." "Is that so? Is he subtly blaming me for making him work overtime?" "Oh dear, you ask because you don't know. It's not just busy. The team leaders from the Divine Raid are fighting amongst themselves. They said they'll make you join." He burst out laughing. "Everything is even more chaotic. What with the rewards you got from conquering the dungeon and whatnot. Perhaps because rumors have spread to the higher-ups, we've also received some calls from top members. But anyway, have you changed your mind yet?" The system reminded him again. "The Divine Hunter's senses say that he's causing trouble around while knowing his location." Trang replied with a light laugh. "That's what I wanted to ask you too. If I don't get the divine position I applied for, I might just hand you my resignation letter." "All right, if you're a man, you have to handle this properly. I'm just one person, but the entire company doesn't intend to let you leave easily. Look, didn't the guild master request to meet you directly? Forget his guild. He's only interested in international matters anyway. In that case, why don't we go greet him?" The director pointed his hand towards Trang. So, both of them took the elevator to meet the guild master. As soon as the door opened, Trang immediately activated his serpentine skill to observe the surroundings. It says he was taught to be a devout follower, but his abilities and talents should be lower than a guardian's. Skill, beast senses, has warned you that you are in danger. Trang felt this was the first time he'd met someone dangerous since his return. You have reached the flower garden. Aside from the danger, this place is beautiful, more suitable for checking in than a meeting room. Before Trang's eyes was a magical path leading to a house beneath an ancient tree. The director introduced it to him. The meeting room where the guild master is located is connected via another dungeon. He used magic to move the portal to this side. The divine sense of the tiger, trapped in a difficult situation, has taken some interest in the human who dared to cross his territory. So this is his territory. The divine sense of the good hunting season says that the air in the dungeon feels unpleasant. The guild master was already sitting on the roof, waiting for someone to arrive. He has a house. So what the hell is he doing sitting on the roof? Trying to look dangerous or something. Per your command, I have brought Lai Trang. Trang's bangs covered one eye, and the other I looked up with little emotion. The old man with the wild beard and hair looked down. So you're the child they call the tyrant. Lai Trang was surprised that he knew this. It seems our gods have taken an interest in you lately. The system warned Trang again. The divine sense of the owl flying through the twilight advises you to be cautious, as things seem to be getting more serious. Trang also felt a warning from a person in front of him, and his mood quickly turned sour. Activating magic power. The system continued to warn. The imposing aura of the great tiger is threatening you. Trang's face darkened to the extreme, clearly showing his displeasure with the other person. Skill, beast senses, has deemed the current situation extremely dangerous. From the beginning, I intended to attract as much attention from the gods and constellations as possible, and I guessed that I would have to face a lot of danger from those children because of their blessings. A god can also use all sorts of methods to possess me. This is also something I experienced in Chover and Acadia. Trang Xian bowed. I am Lai Trang Xian. Mu Xian was initially surprised by Trang Xian's actions, then exclaimed, "Not bad at all. I am truly overwhelmed by the unexpected honor of meeting a ninth-generation sword master." Lai Trang Xian said solemnly, "Overwhelmed by unexpected favor." Mu Xian repeated his words. "Yes, just a few months ago, I thought I'd never be able to come here." Trang Xian was certain the old man in front of him couldn't possibly know about his experiences in the underworld, so he probably just sees me as a good-for-nothing. But the elders warned not to bow too low when warning a rookie. This must have stung his ego. "So, what are you going to do now, Mu Xian? Will you retract the threat, or will you attack? He's a player who has surpassed level 90. If I face him here, I probably won't be able to defeat him. But surely the gods and stars interested in me will support me. Even if they do nothing, I'm sure I'll still find a way to escape." So now, he really wanted to know what the old man would do. Mu Xian swept past Trang Xian like a gust of wind and whispered in his ear, "I understand." "What the hell, that's it." Trang Xian's expression crumpled as if he'd been hit. Mu Xian continued, "Our god has instructed me to give you a gift, but I've already given it to Sivan, so go and find it on your way back." After saying that, he opened an exit for Trang Xian. He was still stunned by the situation. What the hell? He's not going to warn me? Mu Xian didn't even consider that he might be abandoned by the puppet ruler? He even believes their bond is so strong that I can't shake it. Trang Xian narrowed his eyes, guessing. Could it be Ezen's lost sacred scripture? Mu Xian's departing back, showing no reluctance, only made others more suspicious. Trang Xian couldn't help but think, whether it's a sacred weapon or judo, Mu Xian created something and expanded his guild. So the puppet ruler might give him sacred medicine or something. That means skill. Serpentine Eye has been activated. The serpentine god coiled around the world is interested in your thoughts and bestows upon you his power. Your skill has leveled up. Player Mu Xian's information appeared. He has the calamity of the Tiger King surrounding him. Mu Xian glanced back. Trang Xian saw that the old man far surpassed even judo, and yet he said, "If I were you, I wouldn't continue." Trang Xian was shocked again. What did he mean by that? What does it mean that he just left after saying that? Is this a generation gap? Please excuse me, Trang Xian said, bowing. The door quickly closed. Trang Xian was shipped directly back to where he first entered. Trang Xian grimaced, guessing. Not just judo. He must be at least one. No. 2 levels higher or more. Even so, he only sends sacred weapons to those under his command. So that means he intends to monopolize it, this power. The puppet ruler must have only wanted to see my reaction, and Mu Xian was just playing along with him. Damn, all old folks full of schemes. It seems the puppet ruler saw a vengeful blade in Mu Xian, and that extremely sharp sword is seeking something even higher. But what is it? Returning from a meeting room, Trang Xian continued to walk with Director EO and Gun. Director EO smiled. Our chairman is truly a tough person. Trang Xian didn't pay attention to those provocative remarks. He just focused on his thoughts. The White Tiger Research Facility's judo is nothing compared to Mu Xian. He must have realized Executive Director EO's trick. Yes, it feels like he exists in another world. Right, even now, I still don't understand what he's thinking. Gun interjected with a grumbling tone. I'm begging you. Don't call me next time you go to the conference hall. Every time I go, I get cold shivers down my spine, don't I? It's so annoying. More importantly, what's my gift? The system resurfaced to convey the words of the gods. The god of the hunting season proudly stated that no matter what gift it is, it cannot compare to the benefits he has given you. The god of the feline hawk, tearing apart the twilight, listened in silence. Executive Director EO laughed. Eyes squinted shut, raising 2 fingers. That. He gave me 2 options. One is armor, and the other is a library they've already opened in District 2. Gun jumped up. District 2? Both of them? Hey, why don't you share one with me? Especially the armor. Executive Director EO ignored the noisy man and looked at Trang Xian. It seems you've already guessed, haven't you? No, I'm quite surprised. You're so quick-witted. Who'd believe that face? I completed the quest and raided the dungeon that Sa Ju, the fierce tiger, gave me. So I was quite surprised when he gave me something. I see. So, have you made a decision? I want to learn more new skills. I heard there are many records in District 2 that I haven't read yet. Hearing that, Gun immediately shouted. Great! Trang Xian just wanted to go to District 2 to find his way. Executive Director EO smiled, eyes crinkling. All right, I thought you'd say that. Now that I think about it, I haven't let you choose a patron, have I? What? Gun stiffened up while Trang Xian, the person in question, had a face as cold as frozen shit. What is it, Hyungnam? Don't joke around like that. There's no player who hasn't chosen a patron. Someone without a patron god could come all the way here? You've never seen that before, right? Your big bro here is just that special. Ignorant Gun kept shouting. Say something, Hyungnam. No, Cian Moonim is getting senile again. Why aren't you two saying anything? We're busy having a staring contest. It can't be true, right? How could it be? The other two's expressions didn't change, but his did. Don't tell me it's true? With the most bewildered expression possible, Gun weakly said. Unbelievable. He glanced at Trang Xian. How can he be so strong without a guardian? Then if he had a guardian, how much more destruction would there be? Even the word genius no longer suits this person, but still. Gun looked at Trang Xian with extreme concern. He was about to say something when he was cut off. It seems the fierce tiger Sako wants me. Isn't it obvious? It's not just me. What god wouldn't want you? Many constellations have offered me to become their apostle. Are you trying to advise me to do something I've already stopped doing? Trang Xian smiled smugly. Director O looked serious. Don't you realize how unconvincing that is? I mean, if my reward is to become an apostle, then I'll submit my resignation from the guild immediately. Even in the current situation, I've already received many privileges. Trang Xian said arrogantly. Director O leaned back, marveling at how truly strange this young man was. It wasn't just him. The gods were also clamoring. The fierce tiger god Sako scowled and swore along with his friend. The god of the hunting season angrily asked him why he was imitating him. The cat-eagle god tore through the unpleasant twilight, looking at the fierce tiger Sa company. The fierce tiger god Sako stepped back and pouted. Director O, as if resigned to his fate, said, "You young people are always full of ambition, but do you know that one day your ambition will harm you?" He looked at him disapprovingly. "Fine, you have the talent, so you have the right to speak." Trang Xian looked at him indifferently, with an expressionless gaze. Director O had no other choice but to sigh. "Yujin is in the waiting lounge on the first floor. Let me show you the way." "Thank you. However, remember that our god isn't as tolerant as you think. If he can't have you, he'll make sure no one else can either." He went ahead. Gun, from behind, patted his shoulder again. "I'm sure you have a lot on your mind right now, but try to think positively. If you stay, there are more games than you might imagine." After saying that, he also scurried after Director O. Trang Xian frowned, watching the two of them, wanting only to say in his head, "What a troublesome bunch." Yujin continued to lead Trang Xian. "From the second floor onwards, we divide the rooms to ensure security, so you can only enter and exit with a registered key." "So which types of rooms can I use with this key? If the number is limited, that's going to be a hassle." Yujin shook his head. "I don't know either, sir. What kind of guide are you? You have 6 hours to use the rooms. See you later, sir." As soon as Trang Xian entered, he immediately received a few words from the old tiger. The fierce tiger god, Sagu, said that these were the real treasures that drove him crazy. The fierce tiger god, Sagu, is trying to convince you that if you become his apostle, everything here will be yours. There are many rooms, all with names on them. Violent tiger, white tiger, one-eyed tiger, silver tiger, split tiger, black tiger, and the nightmare eater. All are of tiger origin. The rewards retained from the quest, the tiger's plunder, have been bestowed. Before you are 9 paths, each offering a different way to become a fierce tiger. Choose the path you want. Based on your choice, the key to your essence will also change. However, as suggested by the fierce tiger god, Sagu, if you become his apostle, you will receive everything." Trang Xian just found this utterly absurd. How ridiculous. Even if I don't, I'm still planning to steal everything here someday anyway. So Trang Xian chose a door that had the gods excitedly discussing. The fierce tiger god, Sagu, couldn't understand your choice and shook his head. The world-coiling serpent god shook his head and said that with his dense head, he wouldn't understand anything. The fierce tiger god, Sagu, was furious. The fierce tiger god, Sagu, said it wasn't too late and asked if you wanted to choose a different path. You chose the one-eyed tiger. Man, as for refusing you, I can do that all my life. All right then. Simply put, a one-eyed tiger is a blind tiger or a one-eyed tiger. Although its observational skills are weaker than other two-eyed tigers, its prestige is stronger than any other tiger. The cruel, vicious nature of a killer who knows no concept of defense. The puppet ruler's reaction was predictable. He only chooses those like him. So he chose the youngest of the 9 brothers. The door opened. A terrifying surge of demonic energy rushed out. Trang Xian was sure this would be fine, with Ghost, Destroyer Flame, and the Black Mountain Divine Tide too. He really wanted to open the remaining paths with Peter's key, but no matter how easily swayed the puppet ruler seemed, he wouldn't agree. Before the door closed, Trang Xian was still determined to steal everything from him in a way he could never expect. "You have entered the one-eyed tiger's room." Meanwhile, someone was anxiously fretting because their idol hadn't returned. Shin Uncio spun like a ballerina, continuously speaking. "What's going on? Why is he like this? Did something happen to him? Quiet down a bit, sis. He'll come out perfectly fine. Please just sit down. Do you think a tyrant can easily leave Earth like that? He's not a tyrant." Uncio snapped. "His name is Cian Gun, no Cian Gun. Why don't you imitate Appa's charisma even a little bit?" Shin Uncio put on a dazed expression like a cursed younger sister screaming, "Oh, Prince," making the younger brother almost spit blood. Truly the demeanor of a fangirl. To outsiders, she seemed abnormal. He looked over at Gun, who appeared calm and unfazed, but was also making his own judgments internally. Despite the noise outside, it was too quiet inside. Was that really Beckgun back then? That face. Did it really become so handsome? But what's going on? What is Li Changxian's true identity? Is there something going on between Yunxiu and him? The younger brother secretly thought, there's something I've missed. For better or worse, I need to know. Actually, you're like this because you can protect that thing. That's the lovesick older sister sitting over there, praying for Opa's safe return. Oh my, you too. How embarrassing. Please tone it down. Just then, a notification panel appeared beside him. The serpent god that coils around the world said that you're too noisy. The serpent god that coils around the world said that if you don't know to be quiet, you'll never get the information you want. The older brother, stunned, thought, is he mistaking me for Li Changxian? The serpent god that coils around the world laughed and said that's not it. He was even more surprised when the god read his mind. The serpent god that coils around the world said it's all written on your face. The serpent god that coils around the world happily said that your habit of doubting everything around you is very similar to his. The serpent god that coils around the world said he has a proposal for you and asked what you think about it. The serpent god that coils around the world said he can make you his priest, depending on the situation. Wow, what a wonderful proposal. Jim Gu was so shocked by such an unexpected bargain that he froze up. Just then, someone called out to them again. Mr. Jim Gu, Miss Yunxiu. He looked over and saw a young man with a bowl cut, grinning broadly. You two did it. That's great. Jim Gu immediately recognized this guy, who was so arrogant in the dungeon. He was one of the people who ignored his plea to help find the lost child, Shin Yunxiu. Yet now he dares to smile as if nothing happened? That's truly unacceptable. But Shin Yunxiu's eyes welled up with tears as she ran over. Opa! Seeing this, the young man with the bowl cut got the wrong idea, blushed, and called back, Yunxiu. But before he could be emotional for more than 2 seconds, Shin Yunxiu brushed past him as if he were air. The young man turned around suspiciously, while Jim Yu covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. Li Changxian. Yes, it's me. What do you need? Yunxiu was grabbed by the wrist and held back. She turned around, annoyed. What do you think you're doing? The young man's face darkened, scowling as he gnashed his teeth. You've never been like that with me. Changxian, who had just come out and encountered such a confusing scene of love and hate, frowned. The other guy became even more agitated, his eyes malicious, gnashing his teeth with every word. You never cared how I felt, and now, is this why you disappeared? A new guy. Oh dear, why does he like to blame others so much? Looking at his twisted face, distorted with jealousy, Shin Yunxiu was wondering whether or not to bury this guy alive. But then, glancing at Changxian standing there, she immediately changed her expression, shaking her head as 2 streams of tears flowed down, calling out, Opa! Li Changxian stood still like a statue, watching them. Seeing this, the other guy became furious. What? What do you think you'll gain by staring at me like that? A whirlwind passed by. Shin Yunxiu was stunned and couldn't react in time. Li Changxian had already grabbed that punk by the collar. He easily lifted that punk with just one hand. That guy was practically in his grave, but still putting on airs. Humph, let go, do you know who I am? As soon as he finished speaking, he realized something was off. Changxian's eyes shone with an unusual intensity. The one-eyed tiger manifested from his body. That guy felt like he was suspended from a tiger's claws. The one eye of the tyrannical tiger is staring at you. The system warned him. Tyrannical tiger, murderous intent and malice. These are the only 2 natures this tiger possesses. It can instill the fear of death in those targeted by its sole eye. Type special. Effect, full of murderous intent, it instills fear. You have been affected by fear. You have been affected by panic. You have been affected by shock. Emergency. You are in a state of severe shock. There is a possibility that your mental state may be irreparably damaged. It is strongly recommended that you leave the area. A yellow stream flowed from between his legs. Jim Gu cried out in disgust. Everyone hurriedly stepped away because it was truly, scary enough to wet yourself. Changxian, without a hint of hesitation, let go, allowing the punk to roll onto the floor with a puddle of liquid. He glanced at Yunxiu and said, Let's go. Okay, Appa. Yunxiu was blinded by love. The punk, having lost half his soul, was left behind. The others also didn't know how to handle this situation. Appa, do you want anything to eat? Shin Yuncio cautiously asked Changxian. Do you want anything to eat? Yes, you're done training now, so let's go eat, right? Not today. Maybe next time. Shin Yuncio's face fell. Oh, why? Look ahead. A swarm of reporters, with countless cameras and flashing lights, are pointing straight at us. Mr. Li Changxian, we want to know your thoughts on conquering an unexplored dungeon in record time. The White Tiger Guild announced that they have made excellent plans for you. Have you discussed this matter with the guild yet? Changxian said to Yuncio. Too many eyes are watching us now. Yuncio then remembered that Changxian had always been like that. Wherever the team went, people would surround them. They asked questions nonstop, one after another, endlessly. Li Changxian maintained his cold demeanor and his policy of never saying a word. Shin Yuncio seemed the most excited, walking with proud steps. When encountering Changxian's fan club, she gritted her teeth and glared. Changxian only wondered what those crazy people were doing there. Go in. You mean this limousine? This is my private car. The managing director gave it to me to use, along with a private driver. One word, awesome. So, what were you trying to say? Jim Gu unexpectedly replied with a bewildered yes. When we left the hall, it seemed like you wanted to tell me something. Was I mistaken? You noticed. You were so fidgety. It would be strange if I didn't notice. Jim Gu let out a sigh. Do you happen to know about the divine sense of the snake that embraces the world? Immediately, a deity flinched. The divine sense of the snake that embraces the world flinched upon hearing its name mentioned. The divine sense of the snake that embraces the world wagged its tail in protest at this person's inability to keep a secret. Changxian was also at his wits' end with these childish people. I know. It's one of the divine senses I'm interested in. That divine sense spoke to me and told me to observe your every action and report back anything interesting I discover. The divine sense of the snake that embraces the world groaned that it was all over. Is that so? Jim Gu awkwardly confessed. Yes, I was told to focus on reporting in detail anything that might be a secret. He was busy looking away, so he didn't realize there was a dark force glaring at him with extreme anger. Hey, why are you only telling us about this now? Yuncio grabbed her brother's cheek and stretched it like a rubber band. I haven't received this message for long either. Even so, you should have said something as soon as you received it. Ow, my ear is tearing. They're really annoying. Changxian was filled with regret. He thought he had saved one noisy person, but he couldn't stand it when there was also a gift with purchase. Aren't you angry? Jim Gu was so surprised his eyes widened. Angry? Why would I be angry? Well, truthfully, I felt very conflicted. So, you haven't discovered anything yet? Not at all. Then it's fine. You haven't harmed me from the start, so why apologize? Jim Gu was stunned. This person is truly powerful, more powerful than all of us. The divine sense of the snake that embraces the world said there was nothing interesting and buried its face. Changxian rested his chin on his hand and asked him what the divine sense had granted him. The divine sense of the snake that embraces the world looked up a little. Jim Gu said it promised to teach him dark magic. Changxian was quite surprised. Dark magic? Jim Gu said it was something that suited him more than anything else. Observe me. Huh. It told you to observe me and report anything interesting, right? Then just do that. Changxian was so generous that someone reacted strongly. The divine sense of the snake that embraces the world jumped up, blinking in confusion. Jim Gu still hadn't processed the turn of events. The dark magic that the snake embracing the world knows is one of the most excellent secret arts, called the Ouroboros technique. Just learning the basics, let alone the entire thing, is very difficult. The fact that the divine sense offered to teach you means it highly values your talent. Changxian explained to Jim Gu, who seemed confused. It must have seen something in you. The divine sense of the snake embracing the world was shocked, jaw dropped, wondering how you could know. The divine sense of the snake embracing the world grumbled and told you not to be too complacent. The divine sense of the snake embracing the world emphasized that the number of people who wished to be taught by it was enough to encircle the world, countless times if lined up. Jim Gyu was still wondering if he really had talent. Chang Xian encouraged him. So just follow what the divine sense tells you. The car stopped, and siblings Yunxiu and Gyu got out. He told his obsessed fan sister, "From today, I'll become his fan." Yunxiu laughed loudly with pride. "It's time you realized how amazing he is. If there's anything you want to know about him, just ask me." Mwahaha. "Do you think I'll be as crazy about him as you are?" Of course, Yunxiu didn't let that comment slide. "Ow, my leg, my leg." Meanwhile, the snake was questioning Changxian. The divine sense of the snake, embracing the world, was asking how you could access its information. "Just as you keep your secrets, I'll keep mine." The divine sense of the snake, embracing the world, angrily slapped its tail on the ground, grumbling that it couldn't understand what was going on in your head. Changxian smiled. "I once wanted to learn the Ouroboros technique, but learning rune magic was too difficult, so I gave up. If Shin Jim Gyu can teach me the technique, it would be incredibly useful." No wonder he allowed a Papazari to openly follow him. "Do you live in Nojangjin?" "Yes, that's right." Changxian glanced and immediately realized Gun was lying. He hastily denied it. "Even though it's small, I'm living in a Gazawan. I'm asking you kindly, so answer truthfully. Otherwise, I'll follow you. And if I find out you lied, I'll chop off your head." Changxian's harsh tone made Gun completely deflate. "You don't have a home, do you?" "Yes, where did you live before?" "I needed weapons, so I withdrew my deposit money." Changxian frowned. TSK, you fool. Do you know your son is living a life like this? Anyway, I have to help him fully understand these living demons. So he suggested, "Just stay with me for now." Gun was shocked speechless. "But let me get you some clothes first." Before going home to his mother, Li Changxian changed out of his work clothes so she wouldn't know he'd been in a fierce fight. Ms. Soyuha was startled to see him back. As Changxian had previously said, he'd be gone for over 3 months. "Training finished faster than I expected. If I had known you were coming home, I would have cooked more." "It's okay, Mom. I can just order something extra from outside. You just got home after a long time. Why eat out? Let me cook for you." "Oh, Mom, I have something to tell you." "What is it? What are you doing out there?" "Come in." "Who's that, son?" "He's my friend, Gun. It's Gun's first time in a rich house, so he's a bit flustered. Sorry to bother you, ma'am." It was Ms. Yua's first time seeing her son bring a friend home, so she was incredibly hospitable, telling him to make himself at home. As Gun walked around, he marveled. "I can't believe a house could be this big. It's even more intense with dual display. It's truly Trangxian, as expected." On the other side, there's a widescreen TV playing the news. Tyrant Lai Trangxian and his teammates just cleared a dungeon that no one had ever dared to challenge before. Foreign news agencies are also flocking to report on this event. Geogun felt a bit awkward hearing it. Looking over at the sofa, he saw Trangxian's famous artist sister lying down, munching on snacks, her hair a mix of short and long, tied up and loose. When the sister saw the two guys, one familiar and one not, walk in, she was startled and asked who Geogun was. Trangxian pointed, and his sister glanced at the TV, feeling exposed, so she quickly covered it up. "Ah, sis, I just happened to switch to this channel." Then she quickly turned it off. It's not like anyone said anything anyway. His sister grumbled about being bothered, stood up, and went into her room. Seeing this, Ms. Yua called after her. "You were watching TV. Why are you going back to your room? Dinner's almost ready." "I don't want to eat." Ms. Yua frowned. "This girl is acting up again. I wonder who she takes after. She may seem like that, but she really cares about you, you know. A few days ago, she was even watching videos of your test on YouTube." "What are you talking about, Mom? I don't like her at all, you know." And so, the fierce verbal battle between mother and son began. Trangxian told Geogun to follow him to see the room first. "Wow, is this your room, sir? Call me brother." "Calling me sir makes me sound old enough for the grave. What do you mean?" "Call me brother." "Ah, so this is your room, brother?" "Yes, it's so cool, even bigger than my house." Trangxian thought that if Sushi's heard this, he'd say he was disrupting the family, because, strictly speaking, calling him uncle would be more appropriate. Baek Ji-gun's room tour of Lai Trang-sien's room had him exclaiming everywhere he went. Is this your first time seeing these things? How would I have the money to buy them? You even have a Triple Crown Dan Ko, famous general. This is a limited edition. Just play it. Really? But that wasn't the best part. The best part was the big bathroom and hot water. Ji-gun clearly felt that he and Trang-sien lived in two completely different worlds. Mealtime. I cooked a simple meal. Please don't be too critical, okay? Is it really that simple, ma'am? I wonder if you'll like it. It's super delicious. Mrs. Yuha beamed when she was praised, and Ji-gun was so happy he could cry. I've never eaten anything this delicious in my life. You should open a restaurant, ma'am. He chewed ravenously like a hungry ghost, and Mrs. Yuha, seeing this, gave a signal. Look at how well that kid speaks. If only someone else could learn a thing or two. Under her expectant gaze, her son grudgingly managed 3 words. It's good, Mom. Mrs. Yuha, clearly disappointed, turned her bright gaze to Ji-gun. See, who would cook for him with a face like that? Is your name Ji-gun? Yes, that's right. Do you want to be my son too? You'd be a better youngest child for this family than a certain someone. Mrs. Yuha's sudden enthusiasm surprised Ji-gun. Seeing his awkwardness, she immediately said she was joking, then asked if he wanted more soup. This scene made Ji-gun suddenly recall the laughter in his memories, his mother's laughter. After eating, the 2 young men decided to go to sleep. Trang-sien lay on the bed, while Ji-gun made his nest on the floor. Without looking, Trang-sien knew Ji-gun couldn't sleep. He told him, if anything's uncomfortable, just say so. No, the floor is very warm, and the blanket is soft too. It's very comfortable. Then why can't you sleep? It seems like you're troubled by something. Is it that obvious? Only a fool wouldn't see it. Is something bothering you? No, it's just that I wonder if I have the right to live so comfortably right now. Who gave you that right? Ji-gun slightly propped himself up, about to answer, but Trang-sien continued. No one. That's something you decide for yourself. I decide for myself. If you belittle yourself, your value will diminish. If you value yourself more, things will be different. Ji-gun froze. You're the one who decides what you want to do. No one has the right to decide for you. I understand. Trang-sien saw that the young man reminded him of his past self. At that time, he was just a demon fighting incessantly. He never recognized his own worth. It wasn't until he broke down and lost everything that he realized he had always been making mistakes. I don't want you to make the same mistakes I did. Thank you. Suddenly, Trang-sien felt these words should have come from his old man. Old Sushis has disappeared to who knows where. Even the gods were moved by this uncle-nephew relationship. The hunting season was so touching it made one cry. The owl that tore through the twilight looked at its friend with deeply emotional eyes. The next morning, it's strange, isn't it, Mom? What's strange? Him. Why are you talking about your brother like that? Mom, don't interrupt me. Let me finish. Don't you think he's been strange lately, Mom? Trang-sien's sister suddenly switched careers to detective, leaving Mom Yuha unable to keep up. After getting involved in that Jamso incident, it's like he's become a different person. He quit drinking. He's less temperamental. Even when I intentionally tried to provoke him, he just ignored me. Ms. Yuha held her head. Look what the eldest sister of the house is saying. Anyway, he's just strange. Like he suddenly aged a few years. He talks less, thinks more, and is clearly much smarter, even though his face is still annoying. But the strangest thing, Mom, have you noticed? Ms. Yuha looked with a bewildered expression. Mom, don't you know? That kid never had any friends? Ms. Yuha froze, then immediately switched to preparing to hit someone. But his sister didn't know, so she continued to speak carelessly. And suddenly he brought a friend home, and he's quite handsome too. Who gave you permission to talk about your brother like that? Ow! Oh, Mom, it hurts. Don't hit me anymore. Even after taking a beating like that, she still had more to say. Ms. Yuha put her hands on her hips. What other nonsense are you going to say? Honestly, it's not like that. That kid's friend, both his face and his body, are exactly my type. Could you ask him later if he has a girlfriend? If he can get along with that kid, then his personality must be really good too. Of course. She continued to take a few more blows from Ms. Yuha after that statement. Just then, the two young men came downstairs. While Mom was talking, the sister quickly ruffled her hair to transform herself. Trang Xian said, "We're going to practice, Mom. We'll eat out, so you go ahead and eat first." His gaze suddenly paused for about 5 seconds. "Don't overdo it, okay?" Mom instructed. "Remember that, little brother. I've finished transforming," the girl added. Trang Xian made a long face and sighed, saying he'd be back later. Geogun bowed. "We're leaving now, uncle." Outside, he then asked Trang Xian where he was going. "To get new weapons. Weapons. Are you going to keep using that tattered thing?" "But I don't have money." Trang Xian glared at him. "Did you forget what I told you yesterday? You must decide your own worth. Weapons are also very important. They protect your body and defeat monsters. If you wield a weapon that doesn't suit you, your full strength can't be unleashed." Trang Xian began his lecture. "Not just weapons, but also armor, talismans, and magic stones. So don't say anything, just follow me." After that, I'll also test your skills, so get ready." Geogun felt like he stumbled upon a sugar daddy. He wouldn't have to worry about anything in this life anymore. The first turning point was after I recovered my magic, and this opportunity could become the second. In both turning points, this person was present. "What, you punk? You want me to make more weapons? Do you think I'm your all-purpose employee or something? Do you think weapons are easy to forge? 100 million has been added to your account from Lai Trang Xian's V bank account. No, the problem here isn't money, it's work. 100 million has been added to your account from Lai Trang Xian's V bank account. Holy cow, truly a sugar daddy. Rich people don't talk much. 2 swings of the hand and 200 million is gone. He's still okay. Damn it. Compared to his beggar-like appearance last time, Uji has completely transformed with a more gold the better style and fashion that defies the weather. After 2 transfers, he was hitting his forehead and swearing. Geogun was dumbfounded. What the heck is this? 100 million twice. He shed tears, giving Trang Xian a thumbs up. So cool. This also proves that what cannot be solved with money can be solved with a lot of money. And this philosophy always works successfully for money lovers like Uji. "I told you to call me boss." Trang Xian grimaced when he heard Uji's vulgar language. Yes, you damn boss. Is having money so great?" "So, boss, what do you want me to do?" "A spear. If you're going to make me create one like yours, I'll split your head open and use it as fuel for the forge. Quite bold, aren't you? Can you even do that?" "No need for that. Just a regular spear will do. Length and weight, about 3 meters long and heavy. If you say that, no one will understand. Don't you have an example? Geogun, get your spear out." Uji held the spear in his hand and wondered about its weight. He approached and touched Geogun's hand. "You mainly use your left hand, right? Instead of using it in the usual way, you use it to thrust." "No, you spin and thrust." Uji analyzed while feeling Geogun's muscles. "Using centrifugal force and rotation to increase the strike's power won't make it slow. Do you pay attention to speed when using such a heavy weapon?" Geogun noticed all previous blacksmiths were very arrogant, but this one was different. Uji also discovered this young man used leg strength as well. Geogun admitted this was truly the master blacksmith Trang Xian had chosen. No wonder his weapons were so great. "What grade do you want it to be?" "At least on par with black iron or ice iron that has been refined at least 100 times." "What? Are you trying to start a war or something?" "Something like that." 15 days, 10. "Are you crazy? That's the minimum time I need after ordering the materials and ingots. If I keep forging without rest, my hands will be ruined." "No, damn it. Remember, it's at least 10 days." "I know." Uji's anger filled the screen. "Why didn't you agree right away?" Even after entering the training room, Geogun was still dazed at the thought of having his own weapon. "What are you thinking about?" Trang Xian's reminder made Geogun realize this wasn't the time to be distracted. "Ah, nothing. I'm just a bit nervous." "Don't worry too much, or you won't be able to train properly." "Yes, the god of the hunting season is excitedly observing your spear, the god of the vicious eagle who tears apart the twilight. is reorganizing information about the reward. The god of the fierce tiger, Sajio, said that a non-death match isn't fun and temporarily lost interest. Well, Trang Xian won't say he should prepare a strong heart. Anyway, how much willpower can you use? Geogun hesitated slightly, and Trang Xian immediately guessed that it wasn't working very well. He thought that might be the problem. Geogun asked in surprise if Trang Xian knew the reason. The god of the serpent coiled around the world wondered what this cunning old man was up to. Your demonic power shouldn't be used like normal magic. A demon human is supposed to be a child born between a mage and a demon, right? So, you could be called half human, half demon. That means you possess both demonic energy and evil energy. But the problem is you're no longer a demon human. If your power moves freely without your control, that's not good. Then, the lights turned on, and the light was quite blinding. You just need a different method of mana circulation compared to the one you used before. Of course, that means you'll need to change everything, from your breathing technique to your smallest habits. So, Trang Xian thought that what Geogun currently possessed was shadow energy. I need to transform that into his unique power or ability. If I can do that, it'll be like turning him into a person with different potential. From now on, you must become my shadow. What kind of strange request is that, bro? Just like before, Trang Xian had also received a similar offer. Shadow, what do you mean? You already know that I don't have a fixed form, right? Yes, otherwise you wouldn't be here. That's what I'm saying. I don't even exist as a normal spirit, because my existence has almost reached that of a god. No god or constellation can sense me. But you are different. So what? To retain a physical body, I merged with your shadow and considered it a part of my own body. Your shadow now is also the physical part of my existence in this world. I need to hide and avoid detection. I cannot let outsiders or the gods know. That means you're taking advantage of me. I don't want to put it that way, but it's close. You'll also benefit from me. At this moment, Geogun was asking Trang Xian what he needed to do. He wasn't the only one who found it confusing. The serpent god coiled around the world is saying that he doesn't understand what you intend to do. The serpent god coiled around the world is interested to see what new knowledge you will offer him. First, you need to learn how to control the shadow energy you possess. Trang Xian seriously instructed Geogun. As I said, controlling shadow energy is different from controlling other energies. So you need a path for shadow energy to flow naturally. Geogun didn't understand what Trang Xian meant by path. A shadow. Try to put all your fears into my shadow. Using your will, pull my shadow towards you. Trang Xian explained, but Geogun didn't quite understand, so his face wrinkled up like a monkey's rear. Don't use force. Think about it, coax it, and let it come towards you. Geogun furrowed his brows tightly. Trang Xian's shadow seemed to be moving. It twitched slightly at first, then surged upwards with a roar. Geogun was startled by its powerful movement. Seize it, Trang Xian commanded loudly. Focus. Geogun furrowed his brows again, watching the shadow rush towards him, enveloping him. Don't let the shadow devour you. Overcome it at all costs. System notification. The shadows are getting tangled. Shadow energy is depleting. Geogun grimaced under the influence, but gritted his teeth and didn't cry out. Shadow energy is chaotic. Strength is being absorbed. It's too difficult. Geogun was suffering, while the shadow complained, I don't like it. Thinking back to the first shadow I captured. It has to be this one again, so be it. Now I must help. The shadows that had been coiling around Geogun as if to swallow him suddenly recoiled, gathering into a whirlwind. The shadows are merging into one. You have successfully captured it. The system reported this sentence, seemingly happier than a resurrected father. The shadow said, You must try hard, for you have chosen to integrate with us. You must take responsibility for the difficulties and dangers that will arise in the future. Geogun's eyes widened as he reached for that black whirlwind. The whirlwind transformed into a face, pressing close to him and asking, Understood? Geogun said, Don't worry. Their eyes met, and the inky black shadow surged straight into Geogun's body. The system reported, acquired the shadow mimicry skill. analyzing the acquired shadow, using mimicry energy as its basis. You've acquired temporary characteristics. You've acquired temporary skills. You've acquired temporary abilities. There's still a lot of hidden information. Only 71.5% was successfully analyzed. Acquired the shadow mimicry property. Conclusion is clear. Beck Geogun, incomprehensible, nickname, Yulin's vessel. Incomprehensible, guardian, class. Ancient scripture protector, level 28. Beck Geogun was quite surprised by his new interface. The system continued to announce other information. The unique details based on player Li Jiangxian are quite poor. Find out as much information as possible from player Li Jiangxian so you can simulate better. Jiangxian explained to him, mimicry energy is the power to simulate something, so there needs to be something it can simulate. That's why I told you to take my shadow. And yes, the more you understand about it, the stronger your mimicry energy will be. So from now on, let's see what you can simulate. Geogun nodded, seemingly understanding. Jiang Xian immediately spun the spear in his hand as flexibly as Sun Wukong. The spear slashed with heavy gusts of energy, making Geogun exclaim in admiration. The god of the hunting season enjoys watching your new martial art. The Owlhawk god who tears apart Twilight praises your teammates' admiration for you. The mighty tiger god Seishin wants to see if you've mastered their divine skill yet. Li Jiangxian performed a few basic moves, then received countless praises from the gods before landing. He unleashed two incredibly powerful moves. The mighty tiger god Seishin happily observes your achievement. Meanwhile, Geogun received a flood of notifications. Incomprehensible. Cannot analyze. The level difference with the Shadow's owner is too great. Oh my god. Does he really want me to imitate that? Before Geogun could cry, Li Jiangxian nudged him. What are you doing? Pick up your spear. Geogun struggled to lift the spear, his face twisted in a grimace. The mighty tiger god Seishin feels it's a pity. If you put more inner energy into it, it would be even better. Jiang Xian smiled, glancing at Geogun. Now begin. The mighty tiger god Seishin tilted his head, puzzled, saying something felt strange. This one-eyed tiger. The mighty tiger god Seishin froze. The tiger roared powerfully. The system helps translate this segment. The one-eyed tiger's state has become Berserk Tiger. The Berserk Tiger roared. The Berserk Tiger unleashed terrifying power. Li Trangxian smiled victoriously amid the shouts of a certain god. The mighty tiger god Seishin yelled, "What the hell did you do at the library?" Surprised, old man. White Tiger Association, Headquarters, 7th floor, Management Council Room. I'd like us to discuss the flag bearers for this round. Those attending the meeting didn't expect things to get worse at such a critical moment. They couldn't ignore this matter, and they didn't know what Director was thinking. If at least half of the training was complete, it would be less troublesome. We need to propose a new training method. Everyone's faces were grim, and they eyed each other warily. Director glanced at Director Kagan. Director Kagan's unusual silence made people uneasy. Kim Izung stood up to begin. Why don't we combine them this time and give them a more advanced appearance? Director Us face hardened. Combine them? How? Recently, I heard that the Future Strategy Department found the whereabouts of the ghost. So, that means, why don't we have the flag bearers capture the ghost? Fortunately, the flag bearers in this round have almost completed their basic training. What better way to gain combat experience than through real combat? What if those barbarians among them speak up? Since only the Senior Executive Council knows about the relationship, the trainees only need to handle trivial matters, and above all, who would believe wicked beings, those who committed unforgivable atrocities before gods and men? Director tapped the table hesitantly, then turned to call Team Leader Park. What do you think of Director Kim's proposal, sir? I think it's quite reasonable. What about the possibility that it might ultimately cause more harm to us? Team Leader Park smiled arrogantly. If they can't even handle this, how can they call themselves tigers? Very well. Proceed according to Director Kim's suggestion. Replace the remaining training exercises with a large-scale military exercise campaign. Scores and rankings will be evaluated based on the trainee's achievements. Furthermore, Li Trang-Xian, who has completed all challenges, will be separated from other trainees and transferred to the Future Strategy Department. This astonished everyone present. Director Kagan also smiled faintly. So that's how you'll reveal yourself. After the meeting, Director A called Director Kim to stay and chat a bit to strengthen their camaraderie. I hope you don't have any foolish plans. Of course not, sir. Can I trust you? Yes, you can absolutely trust me. I'm not the type to value subordinates, as I only see them as tools to be used and discarded. But this time, I found a satisfactory sword. If the blade were to be destroyed or shattered, wouldn't that make me very sad? Kim Izung was so terrified by these words that he knelt down. The sword you intend to use, I will certainly do everything to protect its blade safely. I will destroy every obstacle. Please don't doubt my loyalty. Please trust me. I beg you, sir. Director just glanced at him, without saying anything further. Director Kim Izung's office. Kim Izung came home with his forehead bruised and bleeding, making his son shriek in fright. This guy looks familiar. Director Kim said to his son, "Son, you must deal with him at all costs." But why should I do that? Initially, I just told you to make him pay for mocking you. But I've changed my mind. You must deal with him at all costs. He's a bastard who will constantly get in your way and overshadow you. Director Kim was extremely resentful. I'm not telling you to deal with him just because he mocked you, but to prevent future trouble, because he'll definitely become a thorn in your side later. Yes, I understand. The young man gritted his teeth. That's right. A real man needs to be tough. After taking care of that Li Trang-Xian, I'll deal with that bitch too. He had an idea. Dad, do you know anyone else who was humiliated by that guy? Is there? Yes, it's that barbarian Johan, who founded that strange Lord Lim or whatever team. While the father and son plotted on this side, on the other side, Li Trang-Xian was still unleashing surging golden magical energy to demonstrate for Geogun. The holy body ferocious tiger Saker is silently observing you. The holy body ferocious tiger Saker ferociously asks what you have done. A wild tiger, imbued with the attributes of courage and violence. Nothing can stand against the furious roar of the tiger that shakes mountains. Category: Attributes, Effects, Veteran Warrior, enhances superhuman strength. Plains Tiger, imbued with the attributes of ruthlessness and ferocity. Any target it aims for will not survive. Category: Attributes, Effects, Savage Bite, Oppression by Violence. Tiger, imbued with the attributes of benevolence and agility, quickly assesses its surroundings with special intelligence for hunting. Category: Attributes, Effects, Enhanced Wisdom, Swift Thinking. The holy body snake embraces the world, says you should have thought about this before giving it one. The holy body ferocious tiger Saker asks what the hell you're talking about. The holy body snake embraces the world, says that by receiving just one, it will forcibly take everything else. The holy body ferocious tiger Saker looked displeased, with a stern expression. The holy body snake embraces the world, says you should give up, because getting involved with him has already made you a failure. The holy body cat eagle tears the twilight nodded in agreement. The holy body great demon god pursues hell agrees. The holy body prime hunting season says that you seem to be referring to someone, but he can't think of who, and he has a headache. The holy body ferocious tiger Saker squinted even more, completely infuriated. Trang-Xian was really tired of these idiotic gods, but what they said wasn't wrong either. The holy body ferocious tiger Saker likes you even more and always supports you. There's no way that old man will let me get away. Is training his arm muscles. The system reports that the player is the embodiment of your ferocious tiger. The struggling knight appeared, making the other gods vigilant. It seems to be doing better than expected. Should I check this at the White Tiger Research Institute? You have taken out the Nameless Scroll. Nameless Scroll. The Nameless Scroll, made from human skin, is extremely dangerous as it contains countless unidentified curses. It is tightly sealed and needs to be unsealed. Category: Scroll Effect Unknown. This scroll is made of human skin. Using your beastly sense of skill, You analyzed the nameless scroll in detail. From where it was unearthed, I'm sure it's related to the 7 secret holy scriptures of, if I can read the contents inside, I'll know a lot more. Feeling a terrifying power from the calamity of the late king. Countless black mist with golden eyes gushing out. Trang didn't expect this thing would also contain the calamity of the late king. The sacred fierce tiger's body observes with delight and wonders how you'll deal with the late king's threat. The thing in Trang's hand turned out to be the real deal, not a copy. What the hell did the director do with this thing? The late king's threat is roaring, eager to devour you. The tiger's roar is baring its ferocious fangs. The chaotic tiger wants to devour you. Trang thought he needed to do something, and his mind immediately thought of the golden key. The sacred fierce tiger's body is carefully observing your actions. Damn it, that won't do. I don't want to be discovered by the evil god yet. Despite that, the key was still taken out. The sacred fierce tiger's body is very excited by the appearance of the golden key. The sacred fierce tiger's body laughs, saying, I knew I'd get eventually. Peter's key has found a keyhole on the nameless scroll. The sealing system has been broken. The nameless scroll flies up, and a dazzling light shines throughout the space. The late king's threat has stopped. The secret content of the scroll has been revealed. The words are twisting, seeking a way out. You have obtained the 4th holy scripture from the 7 secret holy scriptures of, calls Trang. Brother, are you okay? Trang spreads his hand, making a stop sign to him. Understood it was a danger warning signal for him to back off. Obediently complied. The 4th holy scripture of, the 4th scroll of the 7 secret holy scriptures of, today it symbolizes the power of forgotten stars. Be careful not to be possessed by its power. This item holds many mysteries and functions, but they are only confirmed when it is near other scrolls. Category: Scroll Relic. Effect: contains wisdom. Other effects not yet determined. Trang thought, I can't believe this thing is the 4th scroll. He had also collected 3 other scrolls from the White Tiger Guild. Perhaps he understood what he had overlooked. The director must have found and secretly kept the 4th scroll. Is this why it could be unearthed? But then, how do you explain these things? Because of it, I endured the late king's threat, so the content must be very special. The evil god won't willingly reveal it to me. But I also can't keep this dangerous item for too long. The great devil god of Hell's Pursuit is very interested in this item of yours. The great devil god of Hell's Pursuit is awaiting your answer. An answer? The offer from the tutorial? The great devil god of Hell's Pursuit says they will exchange this for the promised gift if you are not interested in this scroll. Just then, a ray of light shone above Trang's head. System notification. Under the influence of the lake eye, you can now understand the sentences in the scroll. The sacred fierce tiger's body shouts that this is ridiculous. The sacred griffin's body, tearing through the twilight, is breathing heavily and observing you even more closely. The sacred world serpent's body wants to see the contents of the scroll through your eyes. It's very much looking forward to it. Its content is as follows: My children, those who have come here guided by the moonlight, children who wish to use my power for rebirth, and children who desire to follow me. Listen carefully. I am an entity very distant, yet also very close, and I will guide you. The sacred world serpent's body said it couldn't see the content, and is slamming its tail on the ground. Is there any difference from a tadpole splashing in water? Trang couldn't fully understand this, because the beginning seemed to be missing, but it was enough to guess. Hidden condition, character decoding, has been completed. Hidden condition, information research, has been completed. A new challenge has been created to discover the hidden information. A hidden path in the moonlight. Category: Hidden. Description: You have successfully decoded one of the mysteries of the sacred 7 scrolls of after overcoming many difficulties and challenges. Therefore, you now possess most of the knowledge about the calamity of the tiger and have proven yourself to have an unyielding will and an extraordinary physique. Nevertheless, the mysteries of the sacred 7 scrolls are deeper and more unpredictable than you know. Travel and gather power, knowledge, and starlight from the sacred 7 scrolls. You have met all the conditions to become the master of all the secrets it bestows. Condition: Successfully decode the sacred 7 scrolls of If you fail, the corruption of your mind will lead to your demise. If you succeed, starlight from forgotten stars will guide your way. Do you want to continue the hidden quest? Yes, no. Trang frowned in thought. He remembered and their brief encounters. He guessed this was the power that possessed. I must complete the challenge to gain greater power from the Eternal Warrior, or the starlight from forgotten stars described in the sacred seven scrolls of. The director only uses this superficially. The sacred fierce tiger's body is observing your choice. Trang thought the evil god was truly a bastard. He only gave him a scroll because he knew it would be useless if the director kept it. Don't interfere with what's about to happen to me. And don't let anyone else in here. All right, brother, what are you going to do next? You can do it, right? Yes, I will. Thought Trang was a mysterious person. I'm sure he has secrets I'll never understand. I'm sure this is one of them. As a ghost, I must obey him without questioning anything. Trang smiled, reassured, and turned to accept the challenge. You will be taken to the next challenge to begin the quest. The threat of the Tiger King roared again, the roar of a tiger baring its fangs and claws. The chaotic tiger has been formed. The sacred griffin's body, tearing through the twilight, wishes you successful victory and bestows upon you the reward it carries. Unwavering will and calm have merged, making you more resilient. Trang tried to endure what was penetrating his body. Got it. I'll be back later. Trang was completely sucked into that demonic vortex. You have entered the current challenge, the indomitable demon's den. Tears fell onto the sheet music, falling in drops, even falling on Trang's face, making him open his eyes. His eyes were lifeless, and winding blue marks appeared on his face. He heard a voice in his ear. If only I could go back again. It seemed he was traveling back to his own past. At that moment, Min Luong Kwong suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a yellow rift with countless demonic eyes, causing everyone to scatter. That light pushed me into a random battle, and to survive, I fought. No, actually, I fought only to continue the battle. And before I realized it, I had defeated too many gods and stars. People called me the god of war, or the hateful god, because there was nothing that displeased him that he didn't put an end to. Until one day, a day of pouring rain, at my feet was a pile of cold corpses. It was also because I only fought for that ideal that my comrades abandoned me. Even the one I loved had to sacrifice herself to protect me. Lai Trang knelt before the girl, with hair the color of sea algae, who had long since drawn her last breath. His tears fell, and the massacre began. I carried that wrath and initiated a war against the 12 zodiacs. And the consequence of that is that only I got infected with this lowly toxin. From Lai Trang's eye sockets, streams of green, poison-like tears flowed, spreading all over his body. If only I could go back to before, if only I could reverse time before that light appeared, I would have prepared thoroughly to give you, you bastard, the most agonizing death. Lai Trang suddenly opened his eyes. Dungeon mission begins. Mission objective, survive and conquer. You've been cursed by the Tiger King's calamity. Every 24 hours, the curse will send you to the underworld, the tiger's demon guiding lair. The tiger's demon guiding lair is a labyrinth of 9 levels. The demon guiding spirits hate humans. They will do anything to deal with them and turn them into their allies. The number of demon guiding spirits is infinite. To escape the curse, you must conquer all 9 levels. Trang snorted coldly. May you be safe and sound. First mission begins. Current location, Zone 1, Level 1. Survive for the next 6 hours. The countdown has begun, ticking away second by second. Trang was thinking about the curse activating every 24 hours. The Tiger King's calamity is the remnant of the original owner of this energy flow. In other words, starlight. It enchants ghosts and then drains their souls. If caught by the Tiger King's calamity, the soul will turn into a demon-guiding spirit, and the body will be poisoned and become a multi-armed monster or a goblin. This thing is similar to the power of... So that's how he got it. Holy Body Ho Sa Thong is very curious how you will escape this dungeon. Go ahead and gloat, old man. Although I'm quite exhausted from battles lasting hours and repeating every day, I have a few interesting things to give. While Trang was deep in thought, a zombie-like hand appeared behind him. An unknown creature chuckled. Hee hee, human, human. The holy body how lie hunting said it looked ugly and smelly, and advised you to deal with it as quickly as possible. Trang looked at it and sneered. Only one, huh? He closed his eyes, thinking of the power he was given first. Truth, beauty, and kindness do not exist separately. When all three are balanced harmoniously, you will be able to use divine power. Type power, blessing, amnesty. Effect, mind immunity, indomitable, resilient, overcoming hardship. It seems that the goddess's clairvoyance or divine blade isn't bad either, but it doesn't feel like enough. If the battle drags on, it will be very difficult to concentrate because the body will become heavy from exhaustion. But with that, it's not a problem anymore. The sacred cat eagle, tearing apart the twilight, is praying for you for the difficulties you are about to face. It's a kind thought, but it seems insignificant. Trang opened his eyes, wondering. The monster opened its mouth and charged. Human, you look delicious. I'll eat you alive. It swung the large pig-killing spear in its hand, saying it as if devouring them would be as easy as pie. Trang's face remained impassive as he used the evil dragon's fangs to block a wind-rending blade. Not bad, but in the end, you'll still end up in my belly. My toxins will slowly seep in and destroy your body. Your body will become heavy and rot away soon. The two sides clashed with continuous and intense attacks. The monster kept blabbering while fighting Trang hand to hand. And you will become a demon guide like me. Oh my God, ugly as hell. Forget it, I'm already so handsome right now. If I turned into you, the girls would cry. Trang said nothing, only parried the blow coldly. The monster roared again. Experience that feeling, human. A light flashed like lightning. The demon guide couldn't believe his arm was so easily severed by Lai Trang Xian. It thought Trang Xian should be like itself, but why was he like this? While the monster was pondering, Trang Xian didn't waste a second, continuously beating this demon guide. Effect: immunity to 10 types of poison has purified all toxins. Lai Che and Xian stepped on the monster's chest to stab it straight in the neck. How? The demon guide wondered. Are the others like you too? What? How disappointing! Lai Trang Xian scoffed, then decisively pulled out his sword, sending the demon guide straight to the gates of hell. System notification. Lower level demon, Daka has been eliminated. You have absorbed the calamity of the Tiger King within the demon's body. Your body has transformed. Trang Xian knew it would be like this. The current transformation is not yet complete. Kill more demons to absorb more of the Tiger King's calamity. Trang Xian thought, if I am defeated by the Tiger King's calamity, I will turn into a Daka or a goblin. But if I win and gain ownership, I will advance to another level like Jom Chan Ho. I can't let it end like this. If the Tiger King's calamity is just a type of demon, then I need to adapt to it as much as possible. System warning. Effect: first form. Apocalypse flame has awakened. At this moment, Lai Trang Xian was exhaling purple smoke, with one eye blazing and the other not. The flames are merging with the Tiger King's calamity. The Tiger King's calamity is being purified. The Tiger King's calamity is fiercely resisting. Effect: first form. Apocalypse flame is burning more intensely. The flames flared up fiercely, the purple light almost completely swallowed by the red. The Tiger King's calamity could not resist the flames and began to disintegrate. Successfully purified and transformed. New king has been formed. Achievement unlocked. The king has devoured the Tiger King's calamity. Reward: wisdom +5, willpower +3. The holy body of the tiger chariot has had its eyes opened by this unimaginable situation. The holy body of the hunter, Howley says it doesn't know what's happening and is wide-eyed. The holy body of the world-encircling python is watching intently and says the light from the forgotten constellation has transformed into a new star. You have successfully absorbed the purified new king. Li Jiangxian's head has turned into a flame, flames raging around him. Li Jiangxian smiles sinisterly. Quite an unexpected change, isn't it? At the same time, the system announced that the forgotten star had been found. Phi Noi is a fantasy race that devours tiger souls. It's related to the Void Kingdom, meaning Jiang Xian has naturally become its enemy. The system informs him his current location is Sector 12, Floor 1. The time displayed below shows the remaining duration to complete the first mission .00 to 00. 8 hours 43 minutes and 22 seconds, 0 to 08 to 42 to 11. Li Jiangxian was like a true flame, setting fires wherever he went, making the monsters in this dungeon shriek terribly. Who the hell is he? Stop him. Li Jiangxian found this truly amusing again. At this moment, another guide demon was being consumed by fire. Its subordinate demons screamed in terror. Our master has been defeated. No sooner had they finished speaking than they were incinerated by the destructive flames. The constellations were greatly amused by this scene. The holy body of the hunting season is very happy and satisfied with your actions. The holy body of a tiger chariot is carefully observing your every sharp movement. Mad tiger condition has been activated. The mad tiger is roaring. The mad tiger, escaped from its prison, furiously charged out. Achievement: Hungry Ghost Devourer unlocked. Reward: +5 strength. Fine noise, wise man. You have advanced to the second floor. Thanks to setting fires everywhere he stepped, Li Jiangxian spread his wings and burned his way straight to the second floor. A whole swarm of guide demons welcomed Li Jiangxian here. Normally, those who came here would fear them, but now, Li Jiangxian was the one instilling fear here. The system also reported that fear was spreading. The enemies have entered a state of confusion. The guide demons remarked, "Monster, monster, a monster. That thing isn't human." Li Jiangxian advanced step by step towards the demons. System notification: Your allotted time has expired. Day 1 evaluation, SSS. A reward will be granted to you based on the evaluation. Returning to reality. Li Jiangxian was immediately warped back to reality. Baekgun called out worriedly, "Hyung." Li Jiangxian just couldn't believe 6 hours had already passed. It was so much fun in there, he forgot all about time. He turned to ask his younger brother, "How long have I been like this here?" "Huh? What do you mean? Didn't I tell you not to let anyone in, and not to let anyone touch me?" After you said that, you suddenly changed a little. What did I just tell you?" Lai Trangxian felt that time barely moved when he was inside the dungeon. This could be extremely useful if he knew how to use it wisely, like taking a short break to relieve stress in a chaotic battle, or retreating to heal wounds after suffering a critical blow. For example, I wonder what the remaining 6 cursed scriptures will be. Will he have to continue conquering the hungry ghosts? Or will it be a completely different mission? Jam Chan Ho has obtained 3 of Ezen's secret scriptures, and 3 more are yet to be found. Having obtained those 3 secret scriptures, that mission must now be prioritized. Perhaps the people from the top guild might have some information about the secret scriptures. If only I knew the location of those secret scriptures. Just as Lai Trangxian thought that, he received a call from Director O. He was also surprised by this call, at non-human rang. Director O had changed to a fierce style, sitting by the bar and waving. "Ah, you're here this way." Trangxian told Gun to wait at the door for a moment. He'd be back soon, and Gun obediently complied. When Director O saw him, he asked Trangxian who that was. Lai Trangxian pulled up a chair and sat down while introducing Baekgun, who had accompanied him during the previous training session. "Can you trust him?" "I trust him with my honor." "You've started building your team already?" "I believe the more people we have, the better." Director O glanced at him and smirked. "You're not wrong, but what we need more of first are good items, not manpower. Items that can be used effectively whenever we need them." He then pushed a stack of papers in front of him again. "Let's put that aside for now. As I said, I've put your public relations under my name." Looking at the personnel promotion report Director O handed him, Lai Trangxian asked him what he wanted him to do. Director O didn't hesitate to speak plainly. "There will be a new intern tomorrow, and all announcements will be made tomorrow. Unlike you, the new staff are still inexperienced, so they need thorough preparation. The new recruits will follow our main force in this operation. Now that we've found their location, all we need to do is deal with them." Lai Trangxian froze upon hearing that. He secretly smirked as things were going his way, and if lucky, he might be able to extract more information about Ezen's 7 secret scriptures. Isn't this extremely dangerous for new recruits? Most of the expedition team will participate in this mission, and the association, as well as other guilds, have agreed to help us. New recruits will only work at the back with the rest, so this will be good for them to gain some experience. But unlike them, you will be part of the high-ranking officers in the vanguard. Lai Trang Cien understood. This was the main point of this conversation. Director O continued. The board of directors was a bit concerned, but I strongly recommended you. Why should I treat you like those rookies when you've already proven your skills? I've also attached information about their hideout beneath those documents. We'll set off in 5 days, so complete your preparations by then. I'll give you detailed information once we get there. After speaking, Director O put on his coat and hat, preparing to leave. Lai Trang Cien then said, I want to ask you a favor. Go on. After finishing, Lai Trang Cien took Baek Gun to eat at a street food stall. Seeing them, the people on both sides of the road immediately started talking. Isn't that the tyrant? No, it can't be. Why would the tyrant suddenly be eating a hot dog here? Oh, so tyrants aren't allowed to eat at street stalls? At this moment, Gun was complaining about the stuffy atmosphere, while Lai Trang Cien read the documents Director O gave him about the Hill of Evil Snowmen. He ate a pastry while calling Gun. We shouldn't stay here too long. There's still a long way to go. Yes, sir. Gun suddenly spoke loudly, startling the people around them. 4 days before the training, Lai Trang Cien once again became a destructive flame in that one-eyed tiger dungeon. The demon guides continuously shrieked, Monster! Monster! It's that human again. Quickly, close the gates. Is our reconnaissance force even working? 3 days before the training, another demon guide leader perished. 2 days before the training, Lai Trang Cien was still diligently eliminating demon guides. 1 day before the training, Lai Trang Cien stepped over the corpses of the demon guides, observing his surroundings. The system announced that the time remaining in this dungeon was 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 45 seconds. Lai Trang Cien glared and asked, Is there no one left here? He menacingly drew his bow and said, Not lowly shrimps like you, but a true famine being. The arrow shot forth, flying straight towards the castle quite a distance away. The arrow shot straight into the castle door. The system immediately announced, The poison light break skill has been activated. The arrow exploded. The smoke and dust cleared, revealing an old man referred to as His Majesty. The king's face had a small scratch from the arrow. The king smiled. So he discovered my location? Interesting indeed, very interesting. The king, emitting toxic blue energy, ordered, Bring me my weapons and armor. Yes, your majesty. The king of demon guides then ordered his subordinates to all turn back, so he could deal with Lai Trang Cien himself. Speaking of the king of demon guides, he was a descendant of the Frisia family, a great family from the Acadia region. But that was only the past. Now he had been dethroned, nothing more than a bloodthirsty murderer born from the curse of Ezen's 7 secret scriptures. Even though his body had been destroyed, the hatred within him had not diminished. He would dominate the entire Hungry Ghost Cave and return. After that, he would collect all the remaining starlight of the temple and once again become a god. He had also heard that Lai Trang Cien was the scoundrel who had interfered with such a grand plan, but now that he'd met him, he wanted to ask clearly, What is your name? For the first time in hundreds of years, he felt the blood flowing in his body boil, not the blood of a strategist, but the blood of a warrior. His state made the other smaller demon guides somewhat fearful. The king of demon guides laughed loudly. I see, you are Lai Trang Cien? His eye flashed with a deadly purple light. My name is Jean, descendant of Frisia, of the prestigious bloodline of the demon realm's famous family. Jean trampled on other demons to advance, and I will be the king of the Hungry Ghost Cave after I finish you. Jean jumped from the floor to the ceiling with a super-huge saber, shouting barbarian. After that roar, a yellow energy burst forth, streams of energy flowing turbulently. His Majesty is engaging in battle. Jean rode a guiding demon, personally leading the charge, but the subordinate guiding demons beneath his feet continuously screamed, Even Hun has been released. Everyone run. Jin and his demon darted away, leaving a streak of light like a comet sweeping across the earth, shooting straight to Lai Trangxian's face. The system reported, the second-floor boss monster, the Bloody Slaughter King, has appeared. Lai Trangxian and Jin exchanged glances in a flash. The blood-colored Slaughter King quickly swung his hand, initiating the attack first. He shot down a blinding ray of light, and Lai Trangxian used his long spear to thrust right into the middle of that light. Two powerful energies collided with extreme force. The battle made even the sleeping constellations crane their necks to watch. The divine tiger, trapped in its predicament, was very excited by this fierce battle. The divine body of the hunting season is screaming for you to defeat the arrogant demon. A green whirlwind was sucking up everything, opening a wide maw, ready to swallow Lai Trangxian whole. But he encountered a reckless one, who charged straight into the center. Lai Trangxian activated the single eye of the split tiger to observe the entire area, finding Jin hiding in the whirlwind. He was also very intrigued to see that Lai Trangxian could block his blade even after he had imbued it with his soul. Lai Trangxian just sneered after hearing this guy speak. The divine name of the split tiger has changed to Frenzied Tiger. A great flame blazed fiercely again. Lai Trangxian's face was distorted beyond recognition. The frenzied tiger emerged and charged forward. This state of Lai Trangxian startled even the blood-colored Slaughter King. You are a warrior. No. A gladiator. No. That's not it. You are a fighting spirit. You are a ghost obsessed with battle. Yes, that's right. Isn't it a bit late to realize it now? O spirit that has existed for hundreds of years? This time, Lai Trangxian was the one who charged straight at Jin, creating a cosmic-scale explosion. The insignificant demon guides witnessing this earth-shattering battle incessantly gossiped. How can he possess power equivalent to his majesty's? How can a human be so strong? Lai Trangxian waved his hand, and strands of light like spiderwebs shot out towards the blood-colored Slaughter King. If these threads of light cut them, it's over. Jin quickly used rocks and earth as a shield, hoping to pass through the sharp net Lai Trangxian had created. His special mount, taking advantage, wanted to open its mouth and asked Trangxian for a piece of thigh meat. Lai Trangxian shook his body, wielding his spear as a sword. Facing Jin's huge blade and the mount's XXL beak, Lai Trangxian coldly thrust his sword. The lightning blade skill was unleashed. Hui! The monster hit by the painful blow shrieked. Jin leaped, abandoning his mount, concentrating his strength to bring down the huge knife in his hand, aiming directly at Lai Trangxian's neck and acting decisively. The beast sense skill has warned you that it's very dangerous. Lai Trangxian gritted his teeth, thinking about having to block it, but then thought about how dangerous it was. The skill Soaring Tiger, following the wind, has been activated and the body weight reduction technique has been released. So Lai Trangxian darted away. Jin's powerful blow was taken by the pile of rocks, while the protagonist was safely seated on a mountain ledge. Jin smirked. Too bad, I almost caught you. Right in the heat of the moment, the system reported. Your stamina has dropped below 15%. We recommend you rest and recover. Lai Trangxian was surprised his condition deteriorated so quickly. How unexpected. Not to mention, the remaining time here is only 3 minutes and 28 seconds. Now, he feels as if he's facing a stone wall. Lai Trangxian wondered what he should do. He wasn't confident he could defeat the blood-colored Slaughter King immediately, but he also didn't want to stop the battle. So exciting. Lai Trangxian wants to fight to the end. The sword in Trangxian's hand trembled. Lai Trangxian felt as if it was provoked by the current situation. It seems to be trying to make him use it. Lai Trangxian didn't think any further and spun his sword. The blood-colored Slaughter King smirked and asked Lai Trangxian what he intended to do, just for fun. As he spoke, Trangxian used his sword to cut his own hand. Shine forth. A flash of light emanated from the wound, immediately followed by a giant, glowing sword-shaped spirit. The sword shook violently, and Lai Trangxian seemed to be merging with the sword spirit. Go ahead and cry, Jin. Lai Trangxian made the two swords interact with each other. The twin blades resonated, and the raging tiger bared its fangs and claws. Jin also grinned, showing all 10 teeth. You said you'd do something interesting, making things even more exciting. System notification. The fangs of the evil dragon and Ayu Trang are resonating. The fangs of the raging tiger have been activated. The fangs of the evil dragon had evolved significantly, combined with the buff effect when the two heavy weapons resonated. Lai Trang Xian immediately charged at the Crimson Slaughter King with a triumphant attitude. A smile filled with pride appeared on his face, and on Jin's too. The two overly competitive individuals, with strong belief in victory, charged at each other. After the first collision, Lai Trang Xian quickly changed states. The raging tiger state transformed into wild tiger, unleashing wild tiger's tear and shred on the opponent. Lai Trang Xian quickly forced Jin back. Next was another thunderous slash. Lai Trang Xian was extremely exalted. The wild tiger state had transformed into half-eyed tiger, unleashing the fangs of the half-eyed tiger. Lai Trang Xian and Jin were now back-to-back. He deftly spun his blade and chopped with a thwack. Jin's mount charged out to block his attack, the wild man. Jin called out, but his mount didn't listen, instead charging straight into Lai Trang Xian's slash. Of course, its fate was nothing less than meeting its ancestors. The system popped up a notification. You have slain the named monster, Wild Man. Along with the tragic cries of the mount, there was also a mechanical announcement. You have received Wildman Ribs X3. You received the Crimson Beast King's kidney. You received Finoy's assets. But that alone wasn't enough to end it. Lai Trang Xian frowned, thinking, I thought he would be weaker if I destroyed his pet first, but it seems I was wrong. The Crimson Slaughter King became completely somber after witnessing his mount being slaughtered. A surging green energy billowed around it. One of his eyes lit up like car headlights. Lai Trang Xian was startled. The system urgently reported. The opponent is unleashing a powerful attack. Jin jumped up like a high jumper. Lai Trang Xian wondered if this guy's attacks from earlier weren't strong enough for the system to notify him now. Jin gritted his teeth and glared. Lai Trang Xian also looked at him seriously. Two immense streams of energy clashed unfriendly again. Jin gritted his teeth, pushing his big blade down. Lai Trang Xian gritted his teeth, thrusting his two swords up. The collision was so strong that it produced a flash of lightning. Energy shot down, tearing up rocks and earth, splitting mountains and carving hills. Blood began to splatter. Jin's eyes narrowed. Lai Trang Xian was also struck, causing his beastly form to fly away. Jin stood heroically with his blade, while the system notified Lai Trang Xian. You have been severely injured. Your health is below 5%. Please quickly leave the designated area to rest. You have 0 seconds left. Time's up. Day 1 evaluation, SSS. You will receive a predetermined reward based on your evaluation. You are returning to the real world. When Lai Trang Xian opened his eyes, he immediately saw Baek Jian's panicked face. Mr. Trang Xian, why is there blood? Let's go to the hospital, quickly. A trail of blood flowed from his shoulder all the way down to his waist. Trang Xian stood still like statue, but his hands were trembling as he held the broad-spectrum healing potion he had retrieved from the system. It's fine, I just need this. Let me help you, Jian said eagerly, immediately taking the potion bottle and splashing it onto Lai Trang Xian's wound. The potion was potent, causing him considerable pain, but he gritted his teeth and didn't cry out. Phew, I almost died. System notification. Your health has recovered to over 50%. Your condition is significantly improving. Seeing that he had stabilized, Jian immediately asked what had happened, but Trang Xian brushed him off, saying everything was fine. He frowned, thinking, the battle with the Crimson Beast Gate King seemed evenly matched, but I was completely defeated. If the second-floor boss is this strong, how much more difficult will the higher floors be? I must obtain reinforced bones or a shining robe to compensate for the power gap. Let's disregard the shining robe for now, as I can't find a unicorn tribe yet. So, reinforced bones, If I use reinforced bones to create a Vajra body then, the problem is that I have to fight the Crimson Beast Gate King for 24 continuous hours. What should I do? Come to think of it, isn't the Yeti's permit also for a snowy area? I must seize this opportunity to. While he was plotting, a bell rang. making Trang Xian's mood drop instantly. It was a text from the director, arranging to meet at their usual spot at 7 a.m. tomorrow. He had found what Trang Xian needed. Trang Xian thought he should focus on this first, then plan while waiting. Another message arrived from the compliant blacksmith. He announced that he had finished forging the weapon Trang Xian requested. Just as he stepped out the door, Trang Xian bumped into the reporter, who had been standing there since the afternoon. The reporter wanted to interview him, but as soon as he finished his introduction, Trang Xian glared at him fiercely. He was already annoyed, and now someone was provoking him. He said, "Is this my weapon?" A shiny, mirror-like, and huge spearhead. Baek Jian looked at the spearhead, his whole face sparkling. "So beautiful, my weapon." As soon as Trang Xian arrived, he immediately started arguing with Uji again. "Didn't you say I had 2 weeks? How could it be this fast?" "It's not too complicated. All I had to do was forge it according to the mold." Baek Jian was thinking about trying a slash to see if it felt good, while Trang Xian found fault. "Why didn't you engrave some patterns on it? It looks too plain." "Don't like it. It hurts to do that." Trang Xian didn't bother to say more, immediately transferring another 100 million to Uji. "Is that enough?" "You. All right, come pick it up tomorrow morning." "Good." Trang Xian glanced at Uji. "It seems you have something to tell me, don't you?" "Your weapon." "Boss." Trang Xian reminded him of his stubbornness. He truly is a stubborn man. I apologize. I was being rude about the weapon of our noble and extraordinary boss." "Isn't there still a month left?" "It's 2 months. Don't play smart." Uji flailed about as Trang Xian kept pressuring him on time. "Yeah, what's wrong with it?" "Perhaps we have to extend the deadline. I've run out of materials." "Materials? You mean cold steel?" "Yes, I've been searching everywhere and can't find any. And not just any ancient cold steel will do. The weapon you requested requires a type of steel mixed with ice crystals, at least several decades old, boss. You also want it to withstand extremely high temperatures without changing shape, right?" "Well, that's a problem. He needs all the cold steel pieces to create a shield. Moreover, some of the limited domestic supply has been cut off. Because of the higher floors." "Yes, you said you were going to the Yeti's Gate, right?" Trang Xian said he would try for the cold steel, and also to see if he could find the basic materials for reinforced bones. Uji then said that someone really wanted to meet him. "My name is Choi Hyung-jin. I've heard a lot about you." This man is a representative of Fortune Trading Company. But upon seeing the calluses on his hands, Trang Xian immediately guessed that this person was also a blacksmith. Trang Xian crossed his legs, watching and asking, "Fortune is a multi-industry trading company. What does it have to do with Choi Byung?" I'm Choi Byung's cousin." Trang Xian remembered that Choi Byung only wanted to suggest a good supply, but this man seemed to be someone of higher authority and position than he had thought. How significant was his stake in such a valuable material? "I see. I heard you wanted to meet me. Is there something you need?" "I want to hire you." Trang Xian sneered. "So you want something from the Yeti's Gate, then?" Choi Hyung-jin remained as calm as when he first walked in. Indeed, as sharp as expected. "Let me explain in more detail. Mr. Xian, do you know why the remnants of the higher floors chose the Yeti's Gate as their hiding place? Just get straight to the point. Stop playing coy. There's something there called the breath of the Ice Emperor. This is the first I've heard of it." Trang Xian's expression hardened. Choi Hyung-jin explained that it is currently the highest grade ice crystal, also known as the Eternal Ice Crystal. Trang Xian's eyes lit up when he heard that. This expression made Choi Hyung-jin curious, so he immediately asked about his equipment. Trang Xian instantly denied that it was nothing, but he had already realized the problem internally. Trang Xian recalled his past conversation with some unknown people. "Reinforced bones. Have you ever heard of them?" "I've heard of them, but legendary skeletons like the Absolute Body or Dragon Body are said to be owned by the war gods. That is also their fundamental foundation. The 2 essential basic materials, if one wants to create reinforced bones, are the blazing heart and the icy imprint. I heard someone taught you how to light a fire before, right?" Then you need to obtain the icy imprint to protect your body from the destructive power of the flame. First, find the eternal ice crystal, a type of crystal that has absorbed the pure energy of moonlight for who knows how long, perfectly suited for the icy imprint. Lai Trangxian went to the dungeon in the U.S. precisely for this. He frowned deeply. I don't know what the eternal ice crystal is, but it seems to be a very important material, he said. They say it can help an ice mage gain dozens of levels. So the remnants of the higher floors are aiming for it? Yes, they believe it can strengthen their power, which is being pushed to the brink. So you want me to seize it? Exactly. In an unexplored dungeon, avoiding the eyes of the higher floors. Perhaps also avoiding the guild's eyes, right? You don't want to share such a delicious bait with others, do you? Of course. I know it's hard for you to trust me immediately. I'll do it. Lai Trangxian quickly agreed, startling Choi Hyung-jin, who immediately moved on to asking about the price. Money is not necessary. Instead, I have a request. Late in the afternoon, leaving the building, he saw Uji sitting, picking his teeth and patting the head of his dog, which was squinting and gnawing on its bone. Uji chuckled. My brother, you seem a bit tipsy, huh? Because he didn't want to owe him anything. What's wrong? After keeping your heart closed for so long, are you still rejecting a new friend? What do you mean? New friend, my ass. Everything went smoothly. He seems quite relaxed. It's all just an exchange of benefits. As soon as he finished speaking, his face wrinkled. The breath of fragments. The moon record, the dewdrop of the flower god. He didn't know what Trang would use these ingredients for. Not to mention, he was also interested in the whereabouts of items related to the 9 great swords. How did he come to know such a person? Could he really do it? Conquest Day. Any news from Team 10? The long-haired girl asked, hands on her hips. The young man with his hair tied in a top knot immediately replied, none. The girl frowned and said, then we'll consider that a failure. It seems there's no other choice but to evaluate now. Why don't you two have a cup of coffee before you go? A tall man with 2 side bangs smiled gently, offering 2 hot coffees. An Americano with 2 espresso shots and 2 chestnuts for Agent Tra, and a hot caramel for Agent Zin, right? Female Agent Tra exclaimed that he had a good memory. Male Agent Zin happily thanked him. The man bringing the coffee asked again. It seems things didn't go smoothly, huh? Agent Tra said. They added more resistance than we anticipated. However, it might be because the dungeon's difficulty is quite high. Besides, why don't I see your niece, who always accompanies you? Huh? Oh dear, the elder brother's eyes welled up when his niece was mentioned. She heard someone say the White Tiger Guild had arrived, so she followed them. To meet her benefactor. That's what the kid said. The little girl is running like an athlete to rush to her benefactor's call. The man helplessly looked over. The devil's call, here they are. Agent Tra also looked over. A group of people in uniform, all from the White Tiger Guild, led by Lai Trang, and followed by, certainly. Lai Trang was already fuming, and from a distance, shouting echoed. Li Chang, focus. If you dare to embarrass me and the director, I won't let you off the hook. The man who dared to poke the angry tiger, disregarding his own life, was none other than Sim John, the guild's head of future strategy. The sycophants behind him immediately fawned. Go for it, section chief. Teach that rookie some manners. Don't target the rookie like that. You'll scare him away. He'd probably pee his pants while running. While those childish old men laughed and joked, Lai Trang didn't bother to reply, merely offering a faint smile, like an immortal watching mortals quarrel. They say silence is the highest form of contempt. Although this group of flatterers and sycophants was ignorant, they still noticed the contempt about to spill from Lai Trang's face and immediately retorted. You dare to smile? Don't you understand what's happening, you deluded idiot? The man with hair like a tangled dishcloth lunged forward, grabbing Trang's shirt and snarling. Lai Trang, annoyed, coldly told him to let go. That guy, however, didn't know his place, yelling loudly. I don't wanna. What are you gonna do? Lai Trang frowned. Sim John knew this was a sign that the wild beast was about to bite, and immediately told the other guy to let go. Hurry up, or you're dead. Even if I jump in, I won't be able to save you, pal. The thing is, It was too late. That thug, emboldened by his proximity to his boss, was spun around by Lai Trang's invisible energy like a top. Screaming wouldn't change anything. At the same time, other players were being blown away. This damned monster. Indeed, there was a monster tearing up the ground, and tearing up everyone standing on the ground around it. A golden light flashed by. The monster recognized it as the form of a mighty tiger. Perhaps the White Tiger Guild had arrived. And the one who arrived was Cian. He was very excited, fighting and shouting. Ah ha ha ha, Sigma. I've always wanted a proper fight with you. But I didn't think things would turn out like this, you know. Sigma gritted his teeth and cursed silently, wondering why this madman was here instead of the other captains. At this moment, another mysterious person appeared and immediately exclaimed, "There are already so many victims?" This person was the Black Sword-O. You really can't be left to do as you please, can you? Sigma seemed to lack the energy to pay attention to O, as he was busy dealing with Cian's leader, but he still had enough breath to exclaim, "White Tiger and the 5-star sword. I guess this old man has become quite famous, huh? The nation's promising talents have given me such a warm welcome. So let's consider the talents of my juniors as well, shall we?" He suddenly shot up, heading somewhere unknown. However, Lai Trang was also shooting off somewhere. Brother, but that direction. It's not there. Lai Trang used the Flying Tiger, following wind, and light body technique skills, and at the same time activated the Eye of the Elder skill to quickly scan the surrounding area. What do you mean? Sigma is just a diversion. The real thing is right here. Lai Trang didn't hesitate to jump straight down from the high floor. At this moment, Sigma was standing with the rookies. He frowned and urged, "Hey, old man, just give up." He felt strange, as this Sigma seemed calmer than usual. Sigma grinned broadly. "It's not time yet. I cordially invite you to experience the hell we had to endure." Startled, the system announced, "Trap activated." A few minutes earlier, when Sim John was shouting for his subordinate to get away from Lai Trang, but it was too late. That dimwit had already been shocked to the ground. The process took less than a few seconds, but it was enough to make the players there gape in awe at the overpowering aura of the male protagonist. That curly-haired guy, Fearless, charged in again. "You bastard! What do you take my storm fist for?" No sooner had he finished speaking than he regretted having said it. The Half-Eye's mighty tiger state has been activated. The shining Tiger King appeared above Lai Trang's head, along with his tiger-like face, enough to make anyone retreat in fear. The speed of the Half-Eye's mighty tiger burst forth. The fist of the technology clashed violently with Lai Trang's 5 fingertips. Bones cracking echoed. His hand was distorted, and he screamed tragically. Lai Trang was about to give him another blow to finish him off, but Sim John stopped him. "That's enough," Lai Trang said coldly. "He was the one who threatened me before. Even so, he's still your senior." The senior, after taking a beating, was unconscious and carried away on a stretcher by medical staff. Lai Trang didn't say much more, turning to leave, and sarcastically added, "It seems the future strategy department values seniority over work skills." The fallen mighty tiger god laughed, finding the situation amusing. Witnessing this scene, he laughed as if he'd struck gold. "I'm sure that kid is the same kind of person as me. He's also a madman just like me." The guy with thick glasses chuckled. "That's not it. You've seen it with your own eyes, and you still haven't realized?" "What? So you mean the whole attitude was calculated?" "Yes. Among all the players, there are many who still doubt his abilities, and taking him down has also garnered quite a bit of attention. Ah, so there are a lot of bastards waiting for the day he fails miserably, and because he found that annoying, he decided to smash him right there and then?" He was still chuckling. "Oh dear. A judgment based on that is an incredibly intense personality. He truly is just like me." The thick glasses young man was speechless. At this moment, the precious niece of the 5-star swordsman guild came to find Lai Trang. "Do you still remember me?" The divine hawk eagle tore through the night. "All things shall reunite if fate has willed it," and looked down with satisfaction. She smiled with her eyes crinkled. "You still remember me? Phew, I'm relieved then. She was worried you wouldn't recognize me after I became a player. You didn't recognize me right away because my image has changed. Lai Trang thought to himself. He had hoped that the girl would live a normal life and not become a player. Just then, a young man wearing dark glasses from the Five-Star Swordsman Guild called out, "My lady, the department head needs you urgently." She gruffly turned to ask, "Uncle, why?" Then she smiled with her eyes crinkled at Lai Trang. "Sorry about this, brother. Something's happened with the guild, so I'll see you later." Lai Trang watched the two of them. Thinking back, their group's surname was probably missing name. The young man in sunglasses told her that it seems the director's secretary of the Summit Guild has recently been found, so they currently need to track him down. Lai Trang glanced at the two of them, again thinking that her surname didn't matter. It seemed the girl was fine. That was enough. So he smiled slightly and told him to prepare for action. He immediately transformed, hiding in Lai Trang's shadow. Meanwhile, a group of people was rushing somewhere in a hurry. "We found him. Why is that bastard standing here instead of going into the dungeon? There you are." The assistant director of the Summit Guild was leisurely sitting and enjoying the view. He received orders to attract as much attention as possible from outside. On the street below, players flocked to him in increasing numbers. The melancholic soul spirit looked at its disciple with a pitiable gaze, smiled faintly. "Oh my God, please don't feel too sad. All of this is my choice. So please just observe me." The melancholic soul spirit nodded without a word, smiled as if completely satisfied. A nimble young man spearheaded the charge, leaping up there to fight him. Before he could even reach him, Kawadagun jumped down, landing a steel fist on the eager young man. The blow was so powerful that all the players below were also affected. As soon as Kawadagun landed, he began tearing up everything around him. Seo Wongin quickly flew to the spot, immediately exchanging dozens of punches with Sigma Kawadagun. Aungun also appeared. Seeing the nation's two young talents come for his special attention, Kawadagun stopped sparring with Seo Wongin. At the same time, Li Chongxian was heading in another direction, towards the real item. Meanwhile, Kawadagun was standing in the middle of the street, surrounded by players. Seo Wongin impatiently urged the old devil to just give up. But Aungun found this guy to be unusually calm. Kawadagun bared his teeth and smiled. "It's not time yet. I cordially invite you to experience the hell we had to go through. The trap has been activated. Due to the swirling blood-red vortex, the spiral body disguise skill has been activated, and the illusionary labyrinth seal trap has engulfed your body." Agent Cha touched the shaking ground, grimacing as he said to Agent Jean, "It's a trap. They lured us into their trap." Over here, amidst the blood-red energy and magic circles, a demonic creature appeared. Seo Wongin's eyes had transformed into red sclera and pupils. "Captain, no matter what, don't let yourself be engulfed by the phantom." "Captain." The captain didn't hear clearly and didn't answer. The phantom continuously mumbled some incantation. Negative thoughts arose in Seo Wongin's mind. "If only you hadn't been born. You bastard. You murdered your own mother. Die. You harmful person." Blood oozed from the corners of Seo Wongin's eyes, and his wide mouth mumbled, "Mother." At this moment, Li Chongxian was standing on the rooftop of a tall building. Kalakathia's authority is active and mind immunity has been activated. The snake eye skill has been used to illuminate the hidden path. Li Chongxian frowned, looking at the road below. "We wanted to live too. But because of you, we had to die. I hate you. I hate you. Hyben, I hate you." The female protagonist's favored younger sister, Hyben, also couldn't escape being surrounded by negative phantoms. The girl froze, not reacting as she was surrounded. The phantoms continued to wail. "Why do you get to live while we have to die? Come to us." Just then, a hand broke through this illusory scene and entered, and the phantoms bothering Hyben also shattered and vanished. The girl turned around, her eyes filled with tears. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Li Chongxian appeared like a god. "Chongxian." Chongxian glanced and commanded, "Catch them, Winter." Baek Gun, who had transformed into a shadow, immediately received the command, then transformed and darted off. Hyben stared after Baek Gun as he plunged straight down from the top floor of the building. The one directing the phantoms to pursue the players was quickly surrounded by Baek Gun. System notification. Night binding skill activated. Target captured. Baek Gun tied up the person and brought them before Lee Chong-sian in a flash. The captured guy wasn't afraid and immediately shouted loudly to gain an advantage. "I don't know how you found me, but do you really think I'll tell you everything?" Lee Chong-sian's expression didn't change as he asked, "Is that so?" The guy insisted on staying silent until the end, loudly asking for death rather than revealing anything. Lee Chong-sian transformed into a fierce tiger and smiled ominously. "Let's see how tight-lipped you are." System notification. The ferocious aura of the skill Tiger's Bloodlust dispels the target's fear. Under the terrifying pressure, the ghostly figure panted, sweat pouring down like rain, and blood splattered. System notification. You have eliminated the first illusion. Find and destroy the remaining illusions, January 9th. Chong-sian mused. These guys really have a lot of illusions. It must have taken a lot of effort to set them up. The system then relayed a message. The constellation, Fierce Tiger drowning in chaos, laughed maliciously and acrimoniously, saying he thought you already had another plan in mind. Lee Chong-sian merely smiled smugly. "So, where's the eternal ice crystal?" He felt lucky he had found its location beforehand. Otherwise, he would have had to go deep into the dungeon to find it. The system once again helped the constellations relay messages. The constellation, Heavenly Serpent returning to the world, shook its head vigorously and said that a cunning person like Lee Chong-sian truly was one of a kind. The constellation, seasons suitable for hunting, excitedly watched you relax. Lee Chong-sian ignored them, turning to ask Haibin if she wanted to come with him. He felt less worried with the little girl by his side. Haibin agreed to go with Dad without fear of being sold. The constellation, Feline Eagle tearing through twilight, watched you both with pride. Haibin looked at Chong-sian with sparkling eyes. "Chong-sian is amazing. You weren't affected by those illusions at all, right? I wonder when I'll become as strong and resilient as you." Chong-sian asked her why she thought that, why she assumed he wasn't affected. Meanwhile, he was still surrounded by phantoms continuously spewing curses. In that moment, Lee Chong-sian saw a long-haired man holding a spear. He also looked at Chong-sian affectionately. "Well done. I'm so proud of you. You've grown up. Finally, I can rest in peace." System emergency notification. The absolute power is trembling for an unknown reason. Warning. For some unknown reason, your mental fortitude is wavering. Please calm down and maintain your composure. Lee Chong-sian calmly maintained his composure by smiling affectionately. "Old man." As soon as he finished speaking, the illusion exploded with a bang. The system immediately reported, "Absolute power has returned to its original state." Chong-sian turned to look at the two siblings and told them to hurry up. Baek Gun and Gu Haibin were still wide-eyed and open-mouthed, reacting to Chong-sian's smile. Seeing his normally stoic face, smile couldn't help but deeply shock ordinary people. Elsewhere, the people of the Five Sword Association were determined to find Haibin. The agent with bangs grimaced, hoping the girl was okay. "If you can pass on a message, please tell him his sister is busy following a guy." He didn't have time to worry for too long either, because Captain Seo Wongen, who had fallen for the trick, was right behind him, looking at him with eerie glowing eyes. Seo Wongen quickly lunged at Ungun, like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Seo Wongen's terrifying punch slammed straight into the ground, because Agent Gu managed to dodge in time. Seo Wongen was mutated by the ghost. Ungun tried to awaken him. Captain Xiao calmed down. "I don't know what situations you've encountered to get to this point, but a captain like you shouldn't be trapped in an illusion like this." While Ungun tried to de-escalate, both sides continued to fight fiercely. It is often said, when the snipe and clam fight, the fisherman profits. On the rooftop, we have a red-haired fisherman who is incredibly cool and composed. Sigma Kawatagun watched the two incredibly strong captains from two associations fighting and laughed heartily, internally calling them fools. He thought that all he had to do was trick them into slaughtering each other and wait for the opportunity to eliminate the last survivor, and his mission would be perfectly complete. "I wonder who will win this one." Below, Ungun was still trying to reason with him. "If you don't stop, I won't hold back either." Why did the nameless giant rise? Ungun channeled his power and shouted loudly, "I'm not sure I can defeat you in one move, because you're quite strong." Grah! Seo Wongan opened his mouth and roared loudly, as if in response. Ungun frowned and clenched his teeth. Then blood splattered. Seo Wongan was impaled right through the chest, and Kawadagun's eyes lit up at the sight. This fight between the snipe and clam had come to an end, so he immediately jumped down to check the result. The two people fighting immediately turned around, saying, "Finally, you've fallen into the trap." "You dirty old rat." Kawadagun froze, thinking, "Where am I? Who am I?" The truth was that he had a trap, but Ungun and Seo Wongan were also cooperating to lure him into their net. Seo Wongan broke free from his demonized state as quickly as a magic trick, complaining as he rushed up the wall. "Ah, damn it, my chest hurts terribly. How dare you stab so deeply? If I didn't stab deeply, how would he fall into the trap? I'll beat your butt for making me endure this pain. I won't tolerate your insults a second time." Sigmatagun took a flurry of punches, forcing him to bend his back and use his steel arms to block the blows. However, in the end, he was still relentlessly pressured until he couldn't breathe. Kawadagun had no other choice but to unleash his unique technique. Just then, the system announced a shocking piece of news. All illusions had been destroyed. What? Dogun felt like he had just heard a clap of thunder, not a system notification. But the system continued. The inner circle of the illusion maze has been destroyed, and the mist is gradually dissipating. Ungun wondered how that could be possible. Seo Wongan was also surprised. "What? You guys didn't do it?" "How would I know? I only know one thing for sure. Nothing can hold us back anymore." "I agree with that. You arrogant brats." Kawadagun was truly enraged. He unleashed blood-red energy, roaring, "I will teach you the reason I am revered as the Blood King of Slaughter." Kawadagun threw out energy whirlwinds, while Li Chongxian stood on the rubble, gazing into the distance where a mountain was smoking. At this moment, Seo Wongan also stood amidst the rubble, yelling, "Where are you, Kawadagun, you dirty old rat? He must be around here somewhere. I have to find him." In a dark place, Kawadagun was crawling on the deep black water. Blood dripped along his path. Why did Morning Yulin look at him so sadly? "If you wish to atone for your mother, don't even dream of surviving." Why did Morning Yulin say regretfully that they would witness the last moments of your life? Kawadagun said regretfully, "Just as you said, I never expected to return alive. I will burn away the last rays of my existence to help you achieve your wish. You've fallen into a mystical trap." The system's sudden announcement startled Kawadagun. One of his steel arms had been severed. He yelled furiously, "Who are you? Show yourself." A confident smile peeked from behind the wall, astounding Sigma. Li Chongxian appeared wearing a mask with a sinister smile. "What? Have you seen this mask before? You?" Kawadagun trembled, then burst out laughing. "Haha, I understand. So you're the one who started this battle." Li Chongxian stood calmly with his arms crossed, watching him guess. That mask must be inspired by an old man with a bright smile and crooked teeth. The expeditionary force, my guild, all of them, were played in your palm. Sigma angrily recalled how the young man in the mask massacred his comrades, grinding his teeth as he said, "Even the reason I am in this state." Kawadagun realized everything and flew into a rage. "So you're the culprit behind all the trouble we faced." The system notified him. The ancient labyrinth runes carved around this area are being activated. Dogun was still fuming. "A mere brat, not even level 40, dares to trap a level 70 like me?" Li Chongxian maintained his dangerously smiling mask from before. "You're too arrogant." Kawadagun was absolutely enraged. "I'll tear you to shreds." He created a whirlwind and charged straight at Li Chongxian with it. Chongxian was completely unfazed, even sneering from behind his mask to better express his intense emotions. Kawadagun couldn't believe this young man was smiling. Could he be reading his movements? Even so, with the punch already coming, not unleashing it would only harm him. So he had no choice. It's just that Dogun's steel fist couldn't withstand the fangs of the evil dragon in Li Chongxian's hand. Kawadagun didn't expect the shattered jade to be pierced through. Usually, Just containing it was an achievement. He tried to force his punch down, but ended up punching into the black puddle at his feet. Water splashed everywhere, while Lai Trang-Xian had already moved aside to switch forms. The title, embodiment of the phantom concept, was used to ignite the firestorm. Kawadagun was stunned, wondering what this endless energy source was. After successfully transforming, Lai Trang-Xian immediately kept pressuring Kawadagun. He continuously retreated, to the point of doubting his own existence. He was clearly a top-tier A-rank master, yet he was being pushed back like this. Now he realized the young man in front of him wasn't a kid, but a monster. If he didn't kill this young man now, he would become a source of calamity for his nephew. So, he counterattacked even more fiercely. Unfortunately, he hit thin air again. After striking, Kawadagun realized he had lost sight of his target, having no idea where he had teleported. Over here, right behind you, old man. Lai Trang-Xian, like a phantom, approached Kawadagun from behind without him knowing, quietly plunging two blades into the back of his neck. Kawadagun cried out in agony. Blood splattered, and a large burst of energy pushed Lai Trang-Xian away. In his final struggles, Kawadagun remembered a monster that brought a sense of despair. Himself, Yujin. Before Kawadagun could finish his sentence, Lai Trang-Xian destroyed his limbs, leaving him sprawled in the shallow water flowing on the ground. Lai Trang-Xian couldn't help but smile as he saw how much he had changed. Now he could overwhelmingly defeat someone approaching the high-level masters. This is only the power of one of Ezen's 7 secret holy books. Moreover, Trang-Xian hasn't fully deciphered it yet and has already achieved such power. I absolutely cannot let it fall into the hands of the puppet ruler. The system helps constellations relay messages. The god of the cat eagle, tearing through twilight, praised your accomplishment and said that villains must be dealt with. Kawadagun, now barely clinging to life, pleaded with Trang-Xian to quickly send him to his ancestors. But he said no, because there was still some information he needed to extract from him. You think I'll tell you everything, when you destroyed my children's lives in just one day. A scumbag who exploits others for personal gain. And now you're babbling about honor? How funny, he laughed. Hee hee. No matter how much you bluster, you won't get any information from me. I know, so I'll ask someone else. Lai Trang-Xian took what looked like a button from Dogun's pitch-black fur. He immediately screamed no. That button-like object, upon closer inspection, turned out to be a mini-speaker. Vice President, you're not him. Who are you? You want to save Kawadagun, don't you? The person on the other end paused. Then she heard Kawadagun's voice. Yujin, no. Just ignore him and cut the call, dear. Kawadagun was kicked in the face by Lai Trang-Xian, unable to say anything more. He warned, here I am the one with the right to ask. If you want to save him, focus and answer. Ezen's 7 secret holy books, do you know about them? Are you a member of the White Tiger? No, the White Tiger wouldn't ask such things. Answer me. Lai Trang-Xian cut her off immediately. I'm busy, no time for arguments. There are children and an old friend waiting at home. The 5th holy book. It seems you know where it is, tell me. Yujin listened and let out a sigh of relief. This fool. He thinks those words can threaten me? If he wants information from me, he won't easily lay a hand on him. Thinking so, the woman confidently spoke coldly. Just kill him. All right. Trang-Xian quickly sealed the deal, startling the woman. What? I'll do as you say. This ends here. Yujin's face contorted in anger. Why would you? Lai Trang-Xian was actually just trying to provoke her. He didn't believe that after provoking her to this extent, she wouldn't rush over. However, this also came with complications. Therefore, it was necessary to prepare a small battle formation to confront the enemy. Super Soul Power has been activated, successfully absorbing the essence of player Kawadagun. The level of Super Soul Power has increased because it absorbed the essence of a target with the large level difference. You have successfully absorbed player Kawadagun's Jade Shattering Fist skill. The continuous notifications also left Lai Trang-Xian dumbfounded. What? What does Super Soul have? It was too fast. Has its proficiency improved because I've been using it continuously in the Demon Tiger's cave? Just when I needed an unarmed combat skill, so this is good news. The Weeping Soul God scorns you for taking away the gift she bestowed upon her apostle. Lai Trangxian also didn't understand what happened to Lamastu. Ah, so Kawadagun was Lamasta's apostle. In her war with the 12 Zodiacs, she wasn't on their side, so I don't want to make a bad impression on her. I'll apologize to her personally later. Thinking so, Lai Trangxian decisively spread his wings and flew away from the scene. Meanwhile, in a dark valley, the weeping soul god screamed in agony over the loss of her apostle. Lightning struck the ground, and an indescribable creature shrieked from a mountain peak. At the same time, players swarmed to the main road. "Senior, there are people coming down. The traps those bastards set. I heard Lai Trangxian eliminated them. Amazing. He's really a monster, isn't he? He actually caught and executed all those psychotic bastards and even found survivors and rescued them. Apparently, Gu Jiangun and his niece were also part of it. When asked how he could do all that, he just said he got lucky. It's astonishing. Everyone has called him a tyrant." Walking amidst a shower of gossip, Lai Trangxian maintained a blank expression and a cold demeanor. Agent Cha took advantage of the chaotic crowd to secretly peek at the handsome man. Out of nowhere, a malicious Sim John Ho appeared to speak ill of Lai Trangxian. "Don't get arrogant just because the CEO values you." Lai Trangxian was fed up with this man, who seemed to have nothing to do but constantly antagonize him. The man behind him couldn't see Lai Trangxian's deep-seated annoyance and continued to ramble. "This is a battlefield where everyone blindly wields their weapons. It wouldn't be surprising if you suddenly lost your head. Thanks for the advice. Now allow me to reply. Stop spouting nonsense. Couldn't you also lose your head if someone wielded their weapon? What? What are you talking about? How annoying." Sim John Ho even gritted his teeth and called Trangxian an arrogant bastard. Just then, a young man with spiky hair came looking for him. "I want to say a few words about Lai Trangxian." This interested department head Sim greatly. At a winter fortress. Why did he have to die like that? Eugen sat cross-legged, wondering. He departed as suddenly as he arrived. A purple flame with a golden core suddenly appeared next to Eugen. "The Weeping Soul God asks if you want to use the power. The Weeping Soul God says she will give you a chance if you truly desire it." Eugen was briefly stunned, then suddenly smiled and said something, an answer that even the constellations had to watch. The god of the sky hidden in the aurora shows interest in the devotee's decision. The Weeping Soul God ignores your guardian star. Lightning struck. Purple energy surrounded Eugen. The Weeping Soul God wishes to bestow a gift. Eugen's eyes had turned into monster eyes. Upon reaching the winter fortress, the system announced, "You have entered the Snowman Peak dungeon. The dungeon quest will now begin." Quest theme, Conquest. A castle called the Winter Palace exists amidst the endless white snow plains. Take over the castle and become the master of winter. The snow plains are always plagued by blizzards and traversed by glaciers. Snowmen live here as their home and have developed into excellent hunters. Beware of their ambushes. Good luck. Players trudging through the blizzard continuously complained about the cold. The snow was so thick that you could barely see anything around. Despite this, everyone's morale was still high, mainly to compete with the famous guilds leading ahead. Go on. Rip that delusional John Eugen to shreds. Agent Cha glanced at these players, thinking to herself that if they kept being so overzealous, the chance of falling into enemy traps would be very high. Things were getting more complicated, and she wasn't sure if she could help them complete this conquest. But when she looked at Lai Trangxian nearby, she wondered if he could show them another miracle this time. Lai Trangxian looked back at Agent Cha with an unperturbed expression. The loud-mouthed captain, Co. Jong-gun, immediately came over and patted his shoulder. He. Looks like the witch has her eyes on you, see? Lai Trangxian only felt as if he had suddenly gained a mobile nuisance sticking to him, while Captain Co. continued to be excited. If it's the Black Gold Witch, she's had many men, both domestic and foreign, pursuing her. Of course, most of them got shot trying to flirt with her. As far as I know, you're the first person she's ever shown interest in. Black Gold Witch Cha Jae-un. She's considered one of the most magically intelligent people in the world. Her pistol is loaded with magic, and each shot can turn the area in front into a wasteland. With such rare and outstanding talent, she's expected to soon become an A-class master. She's also a living symbol representing the association. Even the leaders of the largest guilds can't ignore her, because she has the ability to directly pressure the leadership of the Korean Association. Lai Trang-Sien felt everything was within reach. His eye for people had always worked well. It was of good quality. But of course, not for finding a partner in romance. Trang-Sien took a running start and jumped, saying, "The executive director has given me orders, so from now on, I'll act on my own." CO Jong-gun wanted to stop him, but Trang-Sien had already flown high. The skill Flying Tiger following the wind has been activated. CO Jong-gun couldn't help but marvel at how fast this young man was. He stroked his chin, thinking, "Doing these things just makes me want you even more." It seems I'll have to recruit you before Si-Hone gets to you. Winter Palace. Inside a cave, where ice pillars grew irregularly, shouts echoed. "Hurry up, you filthy snowmen. Don't dawdle. If you don't find the eternal ice crystal, don't even dream of freeing your king." These snowmen had ape-like appearances, but their fur was pure white and their skin pitch black. A snowman in armor stood high above, looking down at a train laden with red orbs, and thought, "These guys have so many firestones. Are they planning to blow this whole place up or what?" A group of snowmen walked away. The chieftain, "Did you only come here to observe the suffering of the snowman tribe? Shouldn't you claim the throne and rescue our tribe?" The chieftain whistled a signal and said, "There is only one king, and I am merely his vassal. So there is only one thing a subordinate needs to do: pray for His Majesty's safe return." So, the snowman chieftain climbed onto his mount's back, declaring loudly, "Just as the human race dared to offend His Majesty, we will also destroy the allied forces of the human race." The snow chieftain fiercely joined the battle, and the system announced, "The ancient guiding script is reacting." Li Jiang-Xian used the communication device between Kawatagun and Zhang Yujin as bait for the tracking scent skill. The gods were buzzing with excitement. The god of the hunting season licked his lips and said that hunting would be easier with that tool. The god of the world-encompassing serpent was stunned and said that you must be very knowledgeable about ancient scripts to be able to use it this way. Li Jiang-Xian flew along the guide, while thinking the Upper Peak executives must have taken the king hostage in the Winter Palace. The snowmen are extremely loyal to the king, so they'll have no choice but to follow the Upper Peak's orders. The eternal ice crystal is located in the underground mine beneath the palace, and there are also snowmen and the Upper Peak blocking my way. I'll have to deal with all of them within 3 hours. I should speed up." Just as he was about to rev his engine and speed past, a snowman jumped out from both sides of the cliff, demanding to sew him up before he left. Just as he was in a hurry, Li Jiang-Xian brandished his sword and unleashed a firestorm, burning the group of snowmen to ashes. But Jiang-Xian suddenly stopped. The talkative guy with Sim John-ho, hiding behind a rock, was unexpectedly discovered. Just then, a masked figure appeared behind him. He demanded a higher fee because Jiang-Xian was much stronger than his description. The other guy readily accepted, as long as Li Jiang-Xian was dealt with without leaving a trace. The masked man then had his team appear and confidently stated that there was no one the Black Hand team couldn't assassinate. Just wait patiently. The talkative guy was sure Injuan would fulfill his duty, and if it was bloodthirsty people like the Bloodwolf team, they could be trusted. Section Chief Sim John-ho even gave him an interesting toy. An entire group of assassins rushed towards Jiang-Xian. The beast sense skill quickly searches for hidden enemies by sharpening your senses. The scan results showed about 13 assassins, with over 50 more waiting behind them. These guys pooled all their resources just to catch me? That's quite impressive. Li Jiang-Xian called Gun, telling him to go find them. As soon as Gun left, 2 assassins appeared behind Jiang-Xian and greeted him. "I'll send you off. It'll be quick and painless. Go ahead and try." Jiang-Xian didn't mind clashing with them, but the problem was he didn't have time to linger. The wind-following Flying Tiger skill has been activated, granting stealth. Trap activation mechanism has been triggered, initiating the explosion. No sooner had the system finished speaking than explosions erupted from all sides, and frantic screams rang out. The assassins who arrived later, unaware of the situation, scoffed. "Are you guys putting on a comedy show?" You can't even handle one guy. No sooner had the arrogant guy finished speaking than an avalanche buried them. No one survived. You have successfully defeated all enemies. Gun, Li Jiangxian called his friend again, while the god stirred. The god of the hunting season said that your battles are always a dazzling feast that he never gets tired of watching. The god of primordial chaos shook his head in disappointment, saying that Trick was even worse than the Demon Kings. The god of the mighty tiger laughed softly at the idiotic fools, who were buried alive. Gun had flown back to Jiangxian, bringing with him the mastermind of this assassination. The two caught men were sweating and begging. "Ugh, please. I'll do anything you ask." They started to turn on each other, voluntarily confessing their wicked deeds before Li Jiangxian even had a chance to speak. The long-haired young man, with a two-block haircut, yelled, "This bastard's father is Director Kim Xian. All the assassins who got into the dungeon were thanks to him. And the future head of strategy, Sim John Ho, even had some scheme and gave this guy a strange flute. Flute. As soon as Jiang Xian touched it, information appeared. Parasite flute. A flute capable of controlling a specific type of parasite through special sound waves. Type flute. Effect. Controls parasites, causes neurological disorders." Li Jiangxian looked disdainfully at the meddler. "You plan to use the parasites inside me to force me to commit suicide?" That Li Jiangxian sneered. "I already know that White Tiger is creating more subordinates in the Institute by mixing parasites into their food. But anyway, I've already burned them all." The two men turned pale, looking at each other, not expecting Jiang Xian to know everything. "Shoot quickly. Kim Jiang and Shim John Ho, huh? Those annoying bastards dare to threaten me too." Jiang Xian finished dealing with them and quickly flew away. He had wasted too much time here. The wind-soaring flying tiger skill has been activated, activating Qinggong. Returning to the Winter Palace, the spirit god lamented, warning that the enemy was approaching. Yong Yujin had completely fallen to evil, standing behind the door with a demonic smile. Li Jiangxian was still gliding like birds on the snowy mountain. This time, there was no one blocking his way, so he rushed straight to the Winter Palace. The system appeared again with a notification. "You have arrived at the Winter Palace. The Hungry Ghost Curse will be activated in 40 minutes. Only 40 minutes left. Li Jiangxian told himself he had to quickly find the Eternal Ice Crystal. While Jiangxian was already here, the other players were still marching through the blizzard. Seeing this, a god began to fret, prompting them through the system. The world-coiling serpent god asked why they weren't using magic and criticized the members of his family. At this moment, the group suddenly remembered they had magic. Magic was activated to reduce the cold. The players quickly became much warmer. The world-coiling serpent god let out a sigh. The players wondered again, "If even the artifacts aren't working, how can we endure this?" This is why the 5-star swords haven't been able to do anything yet. The young man looked at a girl carrying heavy supplies, standing proudly in the wind, and wondered, "Xian doesn't feel cold at all. I can't catch up to her anymore. And where's Jiang Xian?" He remembered Jiang Xian once saying, "If it's you and Xian, you'll be fine. Don't worry too much." He immediately encouraged himself that he would do well. At this moment, Xian suddenly raised her demon-face shield, standing defiantly at the top of the mountain. Xian also saw this, and he unhappily called out her name. "Ian." "Yes, it seems to be it." I suspected it when it was so quiet." "Everyone, we're being ambushed. Get ready." A black-haired man shouted from the mountaintop. "All the snowmen are subordinates of the Apex. Let the Mi family avenge our comrades." His father reminded him, "Don't separate from the group. They are." The system's voice interrupted her. "The impact of magical power has spread and suppressed the battlefield. The curse of chaos has been activated." His father frowned, warning, "They're coming from above. The great winter general has appeared." The loudmouthed guy immediately charged forward. "So you're that foolish leader I've heard of, huh?" "No, it's too late to stop him." The snowman general, carrying his huge sword, jumped off his mount and struck down with a powerful blow. That guy quickly blocked the attack, speaking confidently, "I'll take you down." Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, The sword in his hand broke to its owner's shock. The snowman general's eyes gleamed, and a beam of light split him in two before he could even process his death. The system coldly announced, "Player son Sook has died." Taking advantage of the opportunity, someone attacked the snowman general by surprise. Father finally opened fire. A single shot could repel the snowman general, and the situation became extremely tense. An energy source emanated from behind the stone pillar, carved with a king's image. Jiang Xian appeared majestically. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian had entered the Winter Palace. "You have entered the Winter Palace." The serpent god coiled around the world, directed his glittering gaze towards the exquisite carvings. The owl god, tearing through the twilight, offered a bitter smile. Li Jiangxian looked around and assessed. The snowmen had once built an excellent civilization with their superior intelligence, but the gods and constellations exploited and even stripped them of their power. This dungeon was originally a fragment of a world facing its end. The reason why Snow Heart Hill, where the immortals resided, was full of lizards and skeletons in the real world was because, after they met their end, the gods and constellations deemed them worthless. They could be considered unlucky, but now they are just soulless corpses. He began to delve deeper into the castle. According to the map he obtained after defeating the deluded ones, there was a storage vault beneath these stairs. Upon reaching the end of the path, what Jiang Xian saw were snowmen being enslaved by a group of wicked people. "Hurry up! Finish the mining while your general is holding those people back. Hey, transport it carefully. Do you all want to die?" Li Jiangxian pressed against the wall, observing. He guessed that the red gems the snowmen were transporting were the breath of Agni. Jiangxian grimaced and gritted his teeth, seeing these people attempting to acquire the eternal ice crystal by mining. Jiangxian then swung his hand, unleashing a large flame. The miners below were still desperately shouting, urging the snowmen, "If you want to save your king, hurry up." The snowmen also gnashed their teeth in anger. "I'll deal with all these humans someday." Just then, a fire vortex appeared in the sky. "What the hell is that?" Li Jiangxian appeared in his ghost form. At the same time, in the palace hall, Xian also sensed him. "That bastard is here." She immediately erupted with dark energy. The lamenting soul god ensures that with the power you receive, you can exact revenge. On this side, Li Jiangxian had gone on a rampage. "You have successfully defeated a large number of demon humans. Your achievements have been recognized, and your alignment has shifted partly towards good. Currently, the ratio is good 45, evil 55. You have discovered the 100-year cold storage. You have discovered the breath of the Ice King." Li Jiangxian scratched his face, stunned. He hadn't anticipated this either. There were 8 eternal ice crystals. The number of ice crystals made even the gods clamor. The god of the hunting season was surprised by these pure crystals. The world serpent god asked if he wanted to give up one as an offering. The savage tiger god said that offering this to the king, who blessed you, is a given. The twilight-rending owl god coughed a few times and said, "These ice crystals look quite captivating." The hell-hunting great demon god was staring curiously. Li Jiangxian thought to himself that he absolutely had no intention of giving them up, because he thought they could become ingredients for crafting divine artifacts. Li Jiangxian suddenly realized why those people had to cling to the 5-star sword no matter how weak it was, and why the summit desired it so much. When he touched the ice chunk, Li Jiangxian thought to himself, "This cold sensation comes from the eternal ice crystal. It's truly a bone-chilling cold." If it weren't for the world-destroying flame, this would have been much more difficult. The gods clamored once again. The god of the hunting season was winking. The world serpent god was drooling over the effects of the world-destroying flame. The twilight-rending owl god looked on with anticipation. The system suddenly warned. A powerful cold poison was flooding his body. Even with ice almost completely covering his face, Li Jiangxian was still grinning widely. The system reported, "Breath of the Ice King. An artifact left by the Ice King, ancestor of the Snow People, for his descendants. It continuously emits cold air and blue light. If a weakling holds it, they will be instantly frozen, so hold it with care. Type treasure material. Effect: increases cold air eternal freezing. The breath of the Ice King was resisting fiercely. A massive explosion shattered the ice, and Li Jiangxian, engulfed in flames, reappeared completely unharmed. The first form of the world-destroying flame exerted suppression, and the conflict between the breath of the Ice King and the first form of the world-destroying flame became extremely fierce. Li Jiangxian heard a strange voice. "Who are you? Who are you? Why do you possess my artifact when you are not my descendant?" "Shut up!" Li Jiangxian gritted his teeth and roared back, the firestorm overwhelming the resisting will. The breath of the Ice King's resistance failed. "You have obtained breath of the Ice King X8. Li Jiangxian sighed. "Good." Li Jiangxian cast an unusual glance, thinking he had about 10 more minutes. At this moment, the newly risen Witch Xian was flying towards him. She was also very surprised by the scene before her. The ghost had arrived as well. Did Jiang Xian see it? But the system's words made it even more surprising. "Boss Monster Ice King has invited you to an unknown space. Do you accept the invitation?" Jiang Xian was startled. The Ice King. Jiang Xian could even directly hear the Ice King's voice through telepathy. I wondered who had claimed the breath of the Ice King, but I did not expect it to be a human, rather than one of my own kind. "No need to be tense, human. I am just an old man with one foot in the grave. It will only take a little of your time, and looking at you, you seem to have a long journey ahead of you." Jiang Xian could sense that this Ice King had no ill will, so he made a decision. "You have accepted the invitation. A bold move opens the gateway to another space. You have entered the Ice King's sanctuary, so you have accepted this old man's invitation. You must be a virtuous person." As soon as Jiang Xian entered, the Ice King immediately marveled at him. He was introduced by the system as a level 90 boss monster, the Ice King, but the system wasn't even sure about this information. Damn, looking at this withered old man, it's hard to believe he's over level 90. Even the gods were stirred up. The world-encircling serpent god snorted and said that Ice Orb was just spouting nonsense. The feline eagle god who tears apart the twilight nodded and said the Ice King was telling the truth. The fierce tiger god Sako angrily demanded to be called a virtuous tiger instead of a virtuous person. The Ice King continued to marvel, seeing how strongly the gods react. "It seems that even at the very end of my life, my judgment of people hasn't faltered, has it?" "Ho ho ho, you can see them? If you mean the messages from the great rulers of heaven, then yes. Although I cannot see the important messages." Jiang Xian had already guessed that the Ice King's stats were extremely high from the moment he used telepathy to send him the invitation message. But for such a person to be defeated by an illusion, that's hard to understand. You are deceiving your own people. So that is your view? You don't look like you're caught in a painful illusion. The Ice King chuckled at Jiang Xian's observation. "Thankfully, from the outside, I seem fine. However, I regret to say, you are mistaken. Someone of your caliber still hasn't realized it. Realized what this place is?" Hearing these words, Jiang Xian was startled. His beast sense skill was enhancing his perception. Jiang Xian immediately realized this was a void realm. The Ice King didn't hesitate to confirm that this was indeed the void realm. Even if, by divine grace, his consciousness was preserved, albeit as a mere wisp, it didn't change the fact that he had been defeated by a woman known as the Illusion. And because of that, his people were suffering. Jiang Xian thought to himself, that woman must be very cunning to choose to strike when the Ice King was so close to death's door. He said coldly, "So what's the reason you invited me here?" "Frankly, in your eyes, I should be no different from an enemy. These poor children who worship this old man, can you save them?" The Ice King stood up, releasing a bit of magic. "It's sad to see them frantically trying to save this old, sick body. Just because I am king. Help them, and of course, there will be no shortage of rewards for you." The Emperor's treasury appeared. The Ice King introduced, "These are the treasures we've accumulated for 13 generations, from my ancestor, the owner of the ice crystal you took, to my time. I will give them all to you." These treasures were so numerous they dazzled even the gods. The god of the hunting season exclaimed upon seeing the abundant treasures. The world-encircling serpent god was astonished and said that for a mortal, these treasures weren't bad. But Li Jiangxian immediately refused. The Ice King was so shocked he nearly shed a layer of skin. He bowed his head. Is it because we are fragments of a shattered world, mere shadows abandoned by souls that no longer exist in this world? The treasury door slowly closed. Jiangxian coldly. So you know that too? Wouldn't it be strange if I didn't know? This is an irrational world. There's nothing inside it but us. Li Jiangxian was slightly surprised by this case. Monsters in dungeons cannot realize they are fake, no matter how intelligent they are. Even if they know the truth, the system intervenes in their perception to stabilize the dungeon. Dungeons are remnants of worlds that have met their end and no longer exist. The creatures existing here are also just remnants of the living beings from that time. For this reason, dungeons must be eliminated at all costs. It's impossible to predict when it will explode due to instability, and the seeds of the end could escape into the outside world like toxins. Jiang Xian thought to himself, the Ice King situation is indeed sad, but the peak of the snowman must be sealed off. If I save the snowman, I won't be able to close the dungeon. The Ice King spoke in a dejected voice. It's truly a tragedy. I'm sure I'm breathing, thinking, and talking to you right now. It all feels so real. But when I think about it, it's all fake. He painfully cried out. The one truly called the Ice King is already gone. And the only thing left is just his remains. So who am I? Who is standing right here? Lai Trangxian determinedly turned a blind eye. I don't know what you're talking about. You are the Ice King. Why am I the Ice King? The real Ice King is gone. No, he was the Ice King. But now you're also the Ice King. You said it yourself. You've been breathing, thinking, and talking to me in that position. Then you are the Ice King. If not, then who else could it be? The Ice King was stunned. Even the gods couldn't make sense of the situation anymore. The god of the hunting season felt dizzy from these paradoxical words. The serpentine god coiled around the world nodded at your profound explanation. The Ice King sulked. Because I exist here, you call me the Ice King. Ho ho ho. It seems I've been overthinking. I could have reached such a simple conclusion after all this time. I thought my mind had been purified, but it seems I still have a long way to go. So, may I ask another question? I'll decide after I hear it. I want to use my own choice to close the shattered world, not based on a quest assigned by the system under its rules. Can you help me? As soon as he finished speaking, Lai Trangxian immediately took action. His movements were so fast that the evil dragon's fangs hadn't even touched blood yet. At least I can help with that much. As I thought, inviting you here was a wise decision. He returned to his throne and collapsed, thanking Lai Trangxian. The system immediately announced, the Ice King's sanctuary is closing. You have defeated the boss monster, the Ice King. You have gained a large amount of experience points. Level up. The Eagle Cat god tearing through the twilight comforted you, who were deep in thought. Lai Trangxian remained rooted there, while outside, everything was in chaos. The boss monster, the Ice King, is dead. All the snowmen have been freed from the Ice King's command. The snowman tribe has lost its ruler. Now they are all confused. Co Yujin, flying over, also received the notification. She gritted her teeth, even with the weeping soul god's promise to accompany her. It's that bastard, it must be him. As soon as the Ice King died, the miners were immediately strangled by the snowmen. You said our emperor would live as long as we obeyed you bastards. The one-eyed snowman furiously punched the man in his hand and questioned, so why? Other snowmen were also frantically beating people. The witch Co Yujin flew in, extending her hand and unleashing surging purple energy. Inferno's melody. Purple energy exploded everywhere. The snowmen screamed continuously. It's hot. The system announced, the weeping soul god is accompanying you. Emboldened, Yujin became even more frantic. Ah ha ha ha, all of you die, you damn monsters. The snowman growled. Take out that bitch first. Yeah, that bitch is the one who caused our emperor to end up like this. As soon as they finished speaking, the ice wall behind them glowed yellow and cracked open. Lai Trangxian, wearing his mask, reappeared before the crowd. The deep purple infernal flames continued to burn the snowmen. Hot so hot. Lai Trang-Xian disregarded everything else and charged straight at Yujin. The witch grinned widely. You finally appeared, Mask of the Howling Rose. Two streams of energy, one purple and one orange, collided like two opposing missiles. A white light shone everywhere. CO Yujin grimaced and screamed. How dare you appear before me? I will definitely take your life. Lai Trang-Xian also smiled, but it was a smile reeking of danger. So you finally arrived. Lai Trang-Xian grabbed her wrist, which was as thin as a chicken leg. I've got you now. Got what? Do you think you can stay safe after causing trouble for us? Just look and you'll understand. Behind Lai Trang-Xian, a blue shadow appeared. CO Yujin received the system notifications sent to her with astonishment. 24 hours have passed. The curse of the den of the suffering demon tiger has begun. She glanced around, and the system continued to speak. You have entered the den of the suffering demon tiger. The 7-day mission has begun. Survive for 24 hours from now. 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds, 72 ticks. Above her head was the blood-colored Killing King from the practice dungeon, where Lai Trang-Xian almost died. Jean didn't care who came. He swung his large sword and slashed CO Yujin while she was still stunned and bewildered. The gleaming sword's shadow carried away one of her arms, and CO Yujin screamed piercingly. Returning to the peak of the snowmen, the Snow Tribe chief was fighting but suddenly stopped, growling with a dark expression. Our emperor is dead. A young man rushed forward. Senior, step back. Cha Jaeun's expression changed, telling him not to come, but it was too late. The young man who liked to show off was sent by the Snowman Chief to be buried with the Ice King. Before he passed away, the young man still tried to look at June one last time. Senior. Sukte. Cha Jaeun was so shocked that she screamed loudly. The Snowman Chief sheathed his sword and rested it on his shoulder, looking coldly. This all originated from you humans, those who dared to trespass on our territory. He gnashed his teeth. So I will tear your emperor into tiny pieces and devour him. Other snowmen, riding their flying beasts, dropped spherical Agni's breaths, causing them to explode like bombs. Cha Jaeun was furious. That's Agni's breath. Scatter. A flash of lightning streaked across her eyes. The system stated, the protection of the twilight-tearing feline god accompanies you. The protection of the god of primordial war accompanies you. The protection of the god, the spreader of madness, accompanies you. The protection of the god, the volcano blacksmith, accompanies you. Cha Jun didn't hesitate, swinging her gun and shooting straight at the Snowman Chief's head. However, her shot, which could flatten the ground, only managed to push back the Snowman Chief. Utilizing the large explosion caused by the magic bullet, Cha Jun embraced the unconscious, stabbed young man, trying to hold on a little longer. Jean Sukte. The Snowman Chief gritted his teeth. You are the most troublesome human I have ever encountered. He shouted loudly. So I will personally put an end to you. Meanwhile, in the corrupted tiger's dungeon, Boss Jean was surrounded by black orbs emitting purple flames. Even an atomic bomb couldn't be worse than this. Under that bomb rain, even Jean, a seasoned general, couldn't avoid taking hits. However, he didn't ponder much, lightly landed on a rock ledge, and drew his sword. I thought he must be hiding something by letting a stranger appear in the middle of a battle like this. But it seems he brought someone quite useful. CO Jean had grown a ghostly arm to hold the scepter, her whole body covered in flames. She grimaced. Quite useful, huh? I'll make sure you can never open that arrogant mouth again. Ah! He yelled loudly and plunged into a fierce battle. Flashes of light exploded abruptly from east to west. Meanwhile, Lai Trang comfortably sat aside as a spectator. The invisible ancient language has been activated. Lai Trang exclaimed. I was worried things would get big if they joined forces, but they're not that kind of people, just as expected. Lai Trang pulled out an eternal ice crystal and continued, and I didn't expect La to give her the Hellfire Song. Anyway, I've got some time now, probably enough to complete the bone reinforcement. Lai Trang opened his mouth, and ate the ice crystal raw. Lai Trang swallowed the eternal ice crystal. The system immediately announced, "You have absorbed the breath of the Ice King. Cold ice is covering your body. You have been afflicted with ice poison. The effects of the world-ending fire technique and immunity to 10 types of poison have been activated. The ice poison has been neutralized. Your magic is conflicting. A new magic attribute has been expanded. It is conflicting with your existing magic. The detoxification process has failed. The conflict is gradually intensifying. The god of the hunting season is worried and says you are in a dangerous situation. The world serpent god says that even with a valid reason, what you've done is truly insane. Your stamina is decreasing extremely rapidly." Lai Trang gritted his teeth, enduring the ice and fire battling each other within his body. He recalled the previous conversation with the group of unidentified men. "Just swallow it. What kind of item is it?" Lai Trang questioned the other person, stunned. The old man, whose face was obscured by his beard and hair, answered him. "That is what you are aiming for, a great conflict. Tell me more details. If it's useless, then you deal with it yourself. The foundation of bone reinforcement I taught you, do you remember? Implanting the heart of fire and the cold star glow. Yes, bring the fire you acquired closer to your heart. I don't think using your heart as the core to regenerate magic furnace is a bad idea, but if I do that, my heart will burn to ashes. That's why you need to find a contact point to cool your heart." A contact point. The more Lai Trang listened, the more confused he became. Can't this old man just say it all at once instead of waiting for me to ask big questions? Exactly. A contact point where opposing elements can harmonize without excessive conflict. What are the properties of the world-ending fire? Fire and darkness. And what about the eternal ice crystal? Ice and darkness. I see. Because the eternal ice crystal is formed from the essence of the moon permeating perpetual ice. It possesses combined properties of ice and darkness. That's right, they all share the property of darkness. And because you've been recognized by Yama, you have a much higher ability to control the dark element than other creatures or constellations. Back to reality. Lai Trang was still gritting his teeth and clenching his glutes, enduring the enhancement. The system kept notifying. The core of the furnace's magic power has been restructured within your heart. Ice attribute magic is permeating your bones, strengthening them. The structure has been refined. The notifications turned red. Your physical body will become as hard as ice, while your heart will burn fiercely like fire, elevating your physical potential to its absolute maximum. Do you know what's scarier than that? Because you've restructured your body. It will now exhibit a talent you've never had before. Lai Trang snapped awake from his trance. The fire and ice vortex, like toothpaste being squeezed by fire and ice, flared up and then exploded like fireworks. Because you've restructured everything, including your senses, perception, thoughts, composition, and even your very personality. And because you now possess both ice and fire elements, the properties won't lean towards either side. So you've turned yourself into a plate that can hold everything inside. The notification returned to its original blue color. You have completed Fire Heart and Ice Glory. You have received a new characteristic, Enhanced Bones. Enhanced Bones. A form where you contain a fire spirit within your heart and an ice spirit throughout your body. The advantages are that both these attributes merge to create immense immunity and strength, preventing exhaustion, enabling self-healing, and never getting tired. Cardiovascular respiratory endurance is a special feature of this characteristic. Category, characteristic, effect, Fire Heart, Ice. The red notification appeared again. Once again, the gods and constellations felt they would go mad. Then the notification turned red again. The god of the hunting season was overjoyed, saying this was a worthy talent to be her disciple. The serpent god coiled around the world shook his head and said he wasn't even surprised anymore. The eagle cat god who tears apart the twilight sent you congratulations and is considering gifting you a suitable present. The ferocious tiger god Sarko was happy that his family member had become stronger. Many gods watching you are showing excessive emotions. Some constellations observing you feel excited. Although Lai Trang's clothes were tattered and smoking, These status lines still made him so proud that he grinned from ear to ear. The Gemini god showed interest on one of their faces. Lai Trang suddenly remembered two names, Castor and Pollux. I really want to know which one of them it is. Just then, a slight tremor caught Trang's attention. A giant eye appeared in the middle of the black hole. The god of great demons pursuing hell is showing excitement by erupting flames from his eyes. The god of great demons pursuing hell is trying to reach you with his demonic hand. Lai Trang stomped hard, shattering the glass, and jumping out. The god of great demons pursuing hell is trying to capture you and take you to his domain. Huh, what's going on, buddy? Lai Trang landed in an undefined space, dark as ink. Where is this place? Lai Trang glared and asked, his serpent's eye skill activated and scanning the area. For unknown reasons, the skill ceased to function. The beast senses skill has been activated and is trying to restore your senses. For unknown reasons, the skill ceased to function. Your innate power has been activated and is helping you stay conscious. Is this truly a god's domain? Why did you call me here? A faint gaze is watching you. From within the giant crevice, only one eye and a few teeth appeared. Lai Trang felt himself fading away. The system issued a red alert. Your innate power is trembling. That eye, like a demon mirror, gazed into Lai Trang. Who are you? Lai Trang was as if hypnotized, his brain already asking himself who he was. The barely visible face continued to interrogate. What are you to the abyss? Lai Trang also repeated internally. The abyss. Just then, a golden lightning bolt streaked across. The cat-eagle god who tore apart the twilight has descended into the god's domain. The golden lightning struck directly into the ground, the light incredibly dazzling. By the time Lai Trang opened his eyes, he saw a tall, beautiful goddess with red hair, dressed in warrior's armor, standing before him. Minerva. Trang was still stunned. The goddess said, "Human, this is not a place for someone on the path of a hero to come. Go back." The goddess snapped her fingers, and Lai Trang was pushed out of that space. The last image that caught his eye was the cat-eagle god tearing apart the twilight, rushing towards the crevice, hiding the demonic face. Minerva, don't stop me. Constellation of Orion. This act violates the treaty. That person has nothing to do with what you are pursuing. With that said, everything became blurry, with only the system notifications remaining. For unknown reasons, the connection to the Orion space has been severed. Recovering lost data. Player system reconnected. Lai Trang returned to the dungeon of the ferocious tiger god Sako, but was still bewildered, not understanding what the hell had just happened. The gods clamored. The god of the hunting season reacted violently and asked if you were injured anywhere. The world-encircling serpent god asked how you could overcome the law of causality. The ferocious tiger god Sako opened his eyes in anger, having almost lost his human form. Lai Trang's face was wrinkled as if torn, and he gritted through his teeth. How disgusting! The system reported again. Title: Spirit Vessel has been activated. Lai Trang thought irritably. What a disgrace. Even if I've completed bone reinforcement, so what? I still couldn't resist Mephistopheles at all. I'm too weak. I need to recover my previous strength. No, I need to be even stronger than before. First, I need to devour everything here. Thinking this, Lai Trang quickly took flight, activating his serpent's eye to search for prey. Meanwhile, Co Jean and Jean were still clashing endlessly. Lai Trang was also thinking about them. The blood-colored Killing King is a martial artist, while Co Jean is a mage. It seems she's at a disadvantage in this battle. And I can't let her die here. I still need her to ask about the 7 secret holy scriptures. Time remaining in this dungeon, 1936 and 59 seconds. Co Jean was constantly pushed back, cursing repeatedly. The wailing god of souls pressed you, asking why you couldn't do anything even though you had her power. The wailing god of souls wants to know if you truly possess her disciple's bloodline. So angry you were about to grind your teeth, you silently vowed to quickly defeat and capture that masked man. But she was always read through and continuously countered, truly as if he were a player trying to defeat a boss monster. At this moment, He suddenly darted behind her. What an interesting battle. I thank you. To reward you for that, I will take your life and turn you into my new vassal. He mercilessly struck the girl with one blow. She only had time to scream as she was sent flying along a trajectory. The girl crashed straight into the cliff. Smoke billowed up. A critical hit. She vomited blood, her whole body seemingly helpless. The girl reached out, wanting to cast magic, but it vanished like thin smoke. The wailing god of souls stood up abruptly and screamed. No! She trembled as she saw death approaching very closely. Just then, a fiery vortex stopped him. You! Lai Trang appeared, blocking him. He scoffed. She's mine. Lai Trang and the blood-colored killing king clashed, sparks flying. Both sides possessed terrifying energy. He became even more excited when he realized Lai Trang had grown stronger. Trang also didn't hesitate to land a punch on him. I haven't just gotten stronger. Lai Trang performed a few moves to push back the blood-colored killing king. What have you done? Who knows? He answered mockingly. It seems you've been outside, haven't you? You know about the structure of the Hungry Ghost Cave? Because I, too, was once afflicted by this place's curse, just like you. But even if you get outside, you can only leave for one day. Not everyone can get stronger as quickly as you. Then, he smiled even more sinisterly. I must turn you into my vassal at any cost. Having said that, he immediately charged forward, fighting Lai Trang with his fists. The two exchanged incredibly fierce blows, causing the ground in the Hungry Ghost Cave to crack. He laughed gleefully while his subjects worried about him. He never expected to be so excited in this damn Hungry Ghost Cave. It made him emotional, recalling when he was human. When I was Jean, the successor of the family, I never thought I could relive the days of being a warrior. Interesting, very interesting. But more than interesting, it's terrible, because he used most of his energy to confront CO Jean. So now he's a bit tired. What trick are you planning this time? You might be tired, but you still have plenty of energy to talk to others, old man. Furthermore, Lai Trang didn't hesitate to show him his fire. Streams of fire and shadow energy formed into roaring monsters. The Black Mountain God's first claw skill was unleashed. Lai Trang flicked his hand, and dark claws reached down toward the blood-colored killing king. He tried to resist, but it was negligible. He was still injured by the claws and shrieked. The skilled Black Mountain God's second claw was unleashed. Lai Trang Xian coldly delivered the second claw, as if a wife had caught her husband cheating, furiously hitting him nonstop, slapping him relentlessly, scratching, biting, and tearing. The terrifying purple energy overshadowed Jean. He gritted his teeth and tried to resist, but was ultimately swallowed by the purple light. Jean lay flat on the ground, blood splattered everywhere, yet still weakly asked what that move of Lai Trang Xian was. He replied indifferently. This made him burst into loud laughter. Claw, claw, you say? Ah ha ha ha! What profound meaning is there in that? And then he finally disappeared. Lai Trang Xian immediately waved his hand to collect the spoils. You have received a large amount of Fei Wei's attributes. You have successfully absorbed all of Fei Wei's attributes. You have perfected Fei Wei and can choose a candidate to become Fei Wei. The candidate you choose will become your vassal. Lai Trang Xian was quite surprised that he could choose his vassal. This means he can create a loyal slave. This battle was a huge gain. The system displayed information about Fei Wei. Fei Wei, a legendary divine beast, has the ability to absorb the Tiger King's calamities. It is also known to possess a cunning nature, enjoying challenging its master, but will become extremely loyal once subdued. Lai Trang Xian smiled gleefully, thinking, I can even turn it into a clan member? That means I have a chance to own a reliable servant. If I want to climb to a higher position, I truly need an organization, like the 12 constellations or puppet rulers. And if the organization expands and its members are gods or constellations, it will automatically become a community. I think it's because the characteristics of Fei Wei that I absorbed have reached their limit, giving it sentience. So what should I do? Lai Trang Xian racked his brain. I must completely subdue it, give it no reason to betray me, and keep transferring XP to it. This isn't something I can do casually. Since I haven't chosen a sacred body yet, I can't even level up faster. And there's more. No. Trang Xian suddenly recalled the past scene, when he stood upon a pile of corpses. Among those bodies was the girl Trang Xian loved. He collapsed when he saw her corpse. I know fighting alone is impossible. No need to consider it further. I choose the blood-colored killing king to be Fei Wei. Fei Wei's form quickly transformed, revealing the blood-colored killing king in his human form Jean. I never thought I would awaken in this form again. Are you going to absorb me as a clan member? The blood-colored killing king in human form was as handsome as a prince. But handsomeness was not what Lai Trangxian cared about. He only saw that he was an extremely powerful person. Why not? By law, no. This is a hungry ghost cave. The winner takes all. If you defeat me, then go ahead and absorb me. That's all there is to it. Whether I accept you as my master is another matter. Trang Xian knew this guy had no intention of submitting. Want to rest, huh? Dream on, buddy. Lai Trang Xian said coldly, I will get you out of here. Don't you want to go home? Jean was surprised by this offer. What do you mean? Lai Trang Xian suddenly flared up. I'm not going to say meaningless words like be loyal to me, or anything like that. Just follow me. Not right now, but eventually, I will bring you back. I swear on these flames. Jean sighed. Why should I believe you? Isn't it more beneficial to put your trust in me? At least it's better than me dragging you away by force, and you'll have far less trouble if you have something to look forward to. What? Jean put a hand to his forehead and burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, what a madman. I'm sure it's much more pleasant outside than being stuck in here. But be careful, I'm not exactly docile. I hate being controlled too. I look forward to seeing you like that. The more I delve into you, the stranger you seem, and that's why you're interesting. Jean finally knelt on one knee. Master, you promised to grant me freedom. Please bestow a new title upon me, so I may serve you. Jean Frisha. Lai Trangxian said it immediately. That one phrase was enough to startle Jean, reminding him of how he had previously introduced himself as Jean, heir to the illustrious bloodline of the tyrannical Chu Frisha. Light shone from beneath his feet. Jean mused. Perhaps I found an unusual master. System notification. Member recruitment process complete. Finoi's name is Jean Frisha. This member will become your guardian. Jean, having just joined the capitalists' ranks, was very enthusiastic. Master, what task do you wish to assign me? Lai Trangxian threw Jean a spear, telling him not to return until he had eradicated those ghastly demons. Jean accepted the command, suddenly thrilled that one moment he was their king, and the next, his new master had entrusted him with the heavy responsibility of destroying his own subjects. Too insane, too interesting, perfectly suited to him. Moreover, doing this now would also allow him to assess his physical condition. The system immediately stated, Jean Frisha is currently a level 1 Phi Noi. Upon reaching level 10, he can change his profession. The guiding demons trembled. Jean Frisha's eyes held no compassion, only killing intent. He leaped from the rock, lunging downwards with a crazy grin. Member Jean Frisha has activated basic Frisha spear arts. The guiding demons could not escape the screaming, panic, and terror. Great King, why? The Great King went mad after his resurrection. With that matter settled, Lai Trangxian immediately turned his attention to the heavily injured Xiao Jin. He was eager to find more information about Ezen's 7 secret scriptures. The system helped the weeping ghost god relay a few words to Lai Trangxian. The divine form weeping ghost glares at you resentfully. The divine form weeping ghost curses you. Lai Trangxian's face darkened when he saw her starting to make trouble again. The divine form weeping ghost swears revenge on you. The divine form weeping ghost threatens you, saying she will choose a new priest to destroy you. The divine form weeping ghost is biting her nails while glaring at you. The divine form suitable season for great hunts loudly chased her away for being too noisy. The divine form world encircling serpent scolded her for being petty. Lai Trangxian felt that this entire assembly of gods was equally foolish. He began to get annoyed. Herod, are you there? There was no reply. Lai Trang Xian continued to speak. Answer me. You're observing me anyway. The divine form suitable season for great hunts insisted that the rabbit spirit wasn't here. Herod, if you don't appear, I won't discuss anything. A spatial gate immediately appeared. His voice was heard before he was seen. Oh, come on. I already told you last time. Dungeon masters can't directly intervene. That's against the rules. The gate opened further, and Herod's plump face also appeared. My superiors keep complaining to me all the time. And what do I gain by getting involved with you? Lai Trang Xian. His chubby body finally squeezed through and fully manifested here. Because of all the pressure, I've gained weight from eating too much. The divine form suitable season for great hunts was astonished because he appeared there. The divine form world encircling Great Serpent asked if you were a god. The divine form Wailing Spectre glared and growled at you. I want to block those notifications, Lai Trang Xian demanded. This request shocked Herod. He never expected a mere mortal to dare want to do that with the god's notifications. It was utterly insane. Lai Trang Xian continued to speak. I don't want to see it. If necessary, I can pay you with my accumulated points. Herod listened, his face blank. The system once again sent a bunch of statuses from the gods. The god of the hunting season rolled on the floor laughing. The god of the world-encircling serpent thumped the floor with its tail, telling everyone to come and see the foolish god being mocked by a mortal. The god of the fallen mighty tiger chuckled happily. Lai Trang Xian was extremely impatient. What's wrong? Can't you do it? Noah, why are you just standing there blankly? Block it quickly. Herod was so furious his face wrinkled as if torn, sweating profusely as he cursed inwardly. Yoah, this madman, does he want to die? Should I lie to him and say it's against the rules, that I can't do it? No, if this gets exposed in a later investigation, I'll be heavily penalized. Oh my God. Just then, the system displayed a notification. The god of the great demon pursuing hell focused his aimlessly wandering gaze and looked down. Both Trang Xian and Herod were surprised by this status. Trang Xian vigilantly wondered what he intended to do. The system continued to narrate the event. The god of wailing souls, tense before the strong will of the purest evil. The god of the great demon pursuing hell looked away with an indifferent gaze. The god of wailing souls quickly gathered its strength to resist. The god of the great demon pursuing hell extended his hand in the direction he was looking. Thunder and lightning erupted. The god of the hunting season was stunned into silence by this strange scene. The god of the world-encircling serpent remained silent. The god of the fallen mighty tiger was speechless. Trang Xian and Herod were also dumbfounded. The thunder and lightning disappeared. The system reported. The god of the great demon pursuing hell gently brushed his hand and looked down at the lower realm once more. The god of the great demon pursuing hell said you could continue what you were doing because he had removed that nuisance. Good heavens, that really gave me a fright. Herod sighed, and he flew up. Seriously, not a single day is peaceful when I'm with you, Lai Trang Xian. Anyway, it seems the problem's been resolved. I'll go first. The owl god, who tore apart the twilight, finally processed what had just happened and let out a sigh. One side of the twin god had an immense interest in this. Jean also sent a word of praise to Trang Xian. My lord, what you've done truly exceeds my expectations. Trang Xian looked at Xiao Jean again. By now, she'd completely gone insane, only emitting incoherent sounds. Lai Trang Xian happily approached. It seems I won't need to specifically find a way to torture her. The sea was calm, and finally, a sharp sword light, stained with blood, shot up. Lai Trang Xian, finished with his work, turned away, unable to help but marvel at how much this battle had given him. Most importantly, the location of the 5th volume of Ezen's 7 secret scriptures. Who'd have thought they'd use this to trade with the White Tiger Guild? If they hadn't run into me, they'd have surely succeeded. At this moment, the system also announced. The follower Jean Frisha has successfully cleared the entire 2nd floor. Lai Trang Xian's Phi Noi, sitting leisurely and sipping water, said, I'm done here. I did train this thing, but I didn't expect it to be this weak. His current rank is 4. Jean then said. No wonder he was stationed there all this time, trying to occupy the second floor with his trash. Lai Trang-Xian praised. You finished faster than I thought. Me? Hee hee. If you're done over there, come here, my lord. I have something to show you. All right, I'll finish up here and then head over. The Soul Transcendence power has been activated. You have successfully obtained Player Seogen's ashes. You have discovered that the power of Hell's Chica has lost its owner. You have successfully buried the last remaining fragment of power with the flames of purgatory, thereby enhancing the level of the Hell's First Light effect. Achievement unlocked. Mighty Demon Devourer of Fireflies. Effect: Fire Attribute plus 20. Title: Manifestation of the Mighty Demon. Manifestation of the Mighty Demon. Evolved form of the Mighty Demon, Legion of Flames and Souls, and has devoured the fireflies rumored to flow through hell. Category: Title, Effect, Fireflies. Current artwork. Trang-Xian re-examined his stats. Lai Trang-Xian. Divine name. Twilight of the Gods cannot be used. Title: Manifestation of the Mighty Demon. Faction: Underworld. Patron constellation. Occupation: Master of Ancient Runes. Rank: 41. Then let's go. Lai Trang-Xian spread his wings and flew with a jet propulsion towards Jean. His net boost was so powerful that he almost overshot. Fortunately, the thoughtful servant saw his master and called out. Lai Trang-Xian immediately landed. Finally, you're here. What's that? This gluttonous savage you gave me is quite special too. Let me show you right away. It'll be easier to understand than for me to explain. Zen Frisia waved his hand. Wake up. Zen Frisia used the Cobra Demon Revival skill. Trang-Xian wondered how he suddenly managed to do that. At that time, I just thought maybe it would work, so I tried it, and it really did work. It's as if I'm also their Demon King. The summoning method is also the same. Explain in more detail. You must already know that all the Cobra demons here are foolish ones whose souls were absorbed by the starlight, right? Humans who can enter the Cobra demon's den will all become subordinates of the demon who annihilated them, and the demons will absorb these humans' life force to level up. So you mean this gluttonous savage also works like that? But of course, its effectiveness has greatly decreased compared to when I was a Cobra demon, and the effect of the gluttonous savage is also limited. Limited? That's right. Although I can revive dead souls and turn them into puppets like this. If I try to make the move, you have activated a failed skill. The revived Cobra demons will lose their abilities and disappear. They'll fall immediately and won't last long at all. To revive one Cobra demon, I'll need to absorb the energy of hundreds of other Cobra demons, like these. The system introduces information about these new monsters to Trang-Xian. Natural enemy of tigers. It is said its body is impervious to blades, unable to be harmed by any sharp objects. A natural enemy of tigers. Introverted, moving slowly like an ox, but possessing formidable strength in return. A natural enemy of tigers. Can perform many flexible, supple moves as if boneless. The gods are in an uproar again. The god of the hunting season advises you'd rather have no subordinates than useless ones. The god who encompasses all serpents enthusiastically flies over to study these new corpse forms and their characteristics. The god of the crested owl who tears apart twilight advises you not to worry, because your subordinates will be just like you. Lai Trang-Xian finds it incredibly annoying. Just like these Cobra demons leveled up from prey to predator. I wonder if these things can be categorized this way. Trang-Xian asks and again if they are useful. Zen says they are capable enough not to be a burden to the two of them. All of you, stand up. Let's go attack the third floor. The Lord will be watching you. So all of you must do your best. If you don't prove your usefulness, you know what your future will be like, right? 2 out of the 3 obeyed, but 1 answered in English, understood. Is this a beauty pageant or something? Speaking English like that, geez. So, shall we begin? You have entered the territory of the 3rd floor. You have passed Sector 1. Zen Frisia announced that he would occupy Sector 6. Low-level God has successfully planted a flag at the endpoint of Sector 9. You have gained 125 XP. You have gained 281 XP. With these war gods at hand, Lai Trangxian quickly annihilated the third floor. Trangxian put his hands on his hips and sighed in admiration. Because I'm occupying all the encampments, it seems low. But making him a clan member seems worthwhile, doesn't it? You said this is the place of the Tan Sat King or something, right? Actually, that's the gate to the third floor. Currently, there are no low-level monsters, but only fiends, so it'll be difficult to defeat him. But you can still corner them there? That's the difference in our energies. But I can agree that those bastards are quite useful, aren't they? Trangxian also truly understood the feeling of leading an army to conquer. It's indeed much easier with many people. At this moment, the remaining time in this space is 4 hours, 20 minutes, and 49 seconds. Trangxian frowned, thinking, if that guy is really the Phrygia I know, then I've hit the jackpot. If it's the Phrygia family of Acadia, the famous family rumored to have holy blood in their veins, because they are skilled in martial arts, swordsmanship, and strategy, the entire empire is wary of the Phrygia family. If he's truly a descendant of Phrygia, he'd be the perfect heir. So why is he in a ghoul's den? Perhaps he touched the Holy Scripture, hoping to win against other descendants. I was wondering how to protect the soul soldiers when I meet Museum. With Zen here, I don't need to worry anymore. Trangxian pulled out another eternal ice crystal. After this, they'll surely still be useful, and you'd best prepare everything. I thought there wouldn't be any in a ghoul's den. You might not know, but my family is quite famous in Acadia. Of course, I've seen all sorts of treasures. The holy body of the best hunting season clicked its tongue in admiration upon seeing the ice crystal. That's the most beautiful ice crystal I've ever seen. Where did you get it? I can even feel holy power from it. Even with a lot of money, you probably couldn't buy something like this. The holy body, the serpent that envelopes the world, said with sparkling eyes that he wanted to study the object left by his ancestors. Li Trangxian didn't hesitate to offer the eternal ice crystal. You probably know how to preserve it, right? Zen was so stunned he froze, then burst out laughing. I've never seen such a ridiculous master. Are you just letting me have this easy win? Trangxian even considered giving Zen bone reinforcement, but since Zikui wasn't here, he decided against it. He's sure the Phrygia family's genetic method would also be very effective. Zen also didn't hesitate to accept this great gift. I thought I told you it's very difficult for me to acknowledge you as my master. My calling you master means nothing at all. Yet you gave me such a precious thing. I have no intention of being betrayed by my clan member like a fool. So you're still going to give me that? I'm just surprised you're crazier than I thought. Zen Phrygia absorbed the breath of the Ice King. Cold air is pouring into his body, combining cold air and shadows. He was granted the ice element. The holy body, one of the faces of Pisces, showed interest in this event with sparkling eyes. Achievement unlocked. Ice element plus 15. Zen Phrygia has evolved into an ice undead. Clan member created a new skill, Blizzard. Clan member created a new skill, Frozen Ground, 0 degrees. Zen, now in his new attire, smiled radiantly, feeling refreshed. Zen Phrygia activated the skill Frozen Ground, 0 degrees. Ice shot out, plowing a straight path to the castle ahead. All creatures in its way were buried by ice. The Tan Sat King must have peed his pants. Zen grinned triumphantly. The system announced the remaining time was 22 minutes and 13 seconds. At this moment, Tan Sat King hadn't wet himself yet, but he had already collapsed to the ground. Red Sat King, why have you become that human's puppet? You're right, I don't know why, but I'm sure of one thing. You can't give me the answer either. Tan Sat King tried to intervene, but Red Sat King didn't give him that chance. Zen Phrygia decisively finished off Tan Sat King. Says who? He probably wanted to ramble about conquering the third floor together or something like that. The system's mechanical voice rang out again. You have successfully conquered Sector 10. You have defeated one of 4 lords ruling the third floor. Instead of self-proclaiming, the player Lai Trangxian's name is spreading throughout the Hungry Ghost Cave. Your reputation has increased by 15. You have received 1,000 karma. Many lords in the Hungry Ghost Cave have begun to observe you. Zen suddenly burst into tears as his master was living a life of luxury while he had been working his butt off the whole time. But his mission wasn't over. He still had to fight on. At this moment, Lai Trangxian's time here was up. Excellent. You will receive rewards based on your evaluation. Returning to reality. An excellent evaluation? Your reward is the ability to sense the wealth of the fierce dragon. Desperate screams rang out. Brother, wake up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw those hateful gold diggers. When they saw him wake up, they immediately yelled, asking where their commander was. Lai Trangxian coldly called out to Zen. Deal with them. Humans and snowmen fought, a chaotic mess of flesh and blood. Only Lai Trangxian and Zen Frisia remained intact. You have successfully conquered the Winter Palace. Lai Trangxian glanced at Zen and spoke. I need to go somewhere. I'll go ahead. You have entered the Winter Palace Annex. Here, the Ice King has passed away on his throne. So you're in this decayed state. The Soul Master's power has been activated. The purgatorial flames have begun to burn the Winter King's corpse. Purple flames blazed up. You have absorbed the remaining ashes. Lai Trangxian suddenly felt a sense of empathy for the Ice King. Recalling when he fell into Acadia, Trangxian asserted that the king was not fake. While cremating the Ice King, Lai Trangxian saw something like a letter. The Snowman Chieftain was still fighting with all his might. The monster named the Winter King's general has used the Tundra skill. Player Cha Jaeun has activated the Mirror God combination skill. Two colossal energy sources collided and exploded like an atomic bomb. General Snowman looked at Cha Jaeun behind him. You're strong, human. Throughout this time, I've eliminated all intruders because they were too weak, but I acknowledge your strength. What rank are you? Cha Jaeun was shaken to learn that this monster could differentiate between the inside and outside of the dungeon. What's a king? He fired a lightning bullet and swiftly retreated. General Snowman dodged this dangerous bullet, muttering as he flew higher. Even someone strong like you can't become a king. I simply cannot comprehend the beings known as humans. If you're not a king, then you don't have the right to exchange blows with me. Just as you murdered our king, we must also take the life of your king to get justice. I will take the lives of all these scoundrels here, and all of humanity too. No, I will escape this place and take the lives of every human outside until your king appears. The system immediately displayed a notification. Urgent quest. Kingslayer has been created. Description. The Winter King's general, ruler of the Snowman Peak within the Winter King's domain, has sworn upon the honor of the late Winter King that his wrath will not cease until the human king is dead. With this oath, the Winter King's command or royal decree has become a general's command and now belongs to the general. The general's wrath has begun to spread beyond this area and is now affecting the real world outside this dungeon. From now on, stop all snowmen, including the Winter King's general. Otherwise, it will cause a terrible natural disaster in the real world. Conquer the Winter King's general. The Winter King's general's great sword. Cha Jaeun couldn't believe his eyes. At this moment, a man quickly rushed forward. We must defeat it at all costs. We can't let it escape. Our biggest problem? Then by default, it's ours, okay? Finish it quickly. And yet we haven't even defeated the mini-boss yet. It's truly disgraceful to have 3 leaders of the punitive squads here. What are you two doing? I'm the one who will take that thing's life. You two go find another target. You got stabbed and you're still talking so much. Huh. Oh. While the young men were bickering, they were suddenly swept up by a surge of energy. Said Cha Raeun, I won't be able to maintain this floating magic for a long time. I'll cover you all with magic bullets. So please feel free to take that thing's life. We'll leave the top to you. I'll handle below ground. The perfect curve had started to draw many curves. Swordsman Yu Gon looked at the snowmen below and lamented that they were relentlessly charging and their numbers were constantly increasing. They needed to do something. Right after he finished lamenting, a snowman attacked him from behind. Just when he thought this trip would send him to the afterlife, his precious niece swooped in. Player Gu Haibin unleashed the Storm Dash skill. The War God's dagger was accelerated, carrying overwhelming power in the strike. The snowman was mercilessly slashed by Gu Haibin. The girl who normally seemed playfully naive turned out to be quite formidable when her beloved uncle was involved. The thunder imbued in the Thunder God's saber began to pour down. Haibin turned and grabbed her fussy old uncle. Uncle, focus. How did you even survive in this brutal player life, being so clueless all the time? Ui Hung-gon cried two streams of tears. Haibin, you're so much better than your uncle now. Those two daggers along with the artifact easily amount to over 100 billion, but father gave them all to you. Just as I thought. He loves his niece more than his son. This uncle is truly starting to get jealous of those items. After a rather good performance, Haibin received a message from the god. The god of the hunting season praises you, saying you have outstanding talent in hunting techniques. The god of the hunting season turns around, wondering why they hadn't recognized such talent before. The god of the hunting season whispers that the girl would improve much more if she received teachings on dagger techniques from him. The god of the hunting season asks if the girl wants to learn immediately, as such a good opportunity doesn't come often. The god of the hunting season praises you, saying you have outstanding talent in hunting techniques. Haibin wonders who this god is. Could it be someone Uncle knows well? Haibin recalls earlier, when Lai Trang-Xian single-handedly dominated the zombie forest, she wanted to follow suit, immediately turning and making a lightning-infused jump. The god of the hunting season gapes at your excellent jumping ability. Everywhere Haibin jumped, she annihilated snowmen. The god of the hunting season continues to express astonishment at her perfect dagger usage, while also worrying Haibin might make a mistake. Haibin performed a few more kicks, making the god of the hunting season's eyes widen. The god of the hunting season's eyes light up at your skillful kicks. Haibin almost laughed at this god, who reacted to everything she did. This god is truly adorable, making Haibin imagine some people. Wow, Haibin, did you really knit this scarf yourself? That's amazing. I want one too. Why are you only lending it to Ciola? This is discrimination, you know. Snap out of it, Gu Haibin. It was my birthday the other day. Gu Haibin, you should give me a scarf too, shouldn't you? Haibin shed tears remembering them. She truly missed her friends. Thunder and lightning roared around Haibin. The lightning storm is charging forward. Haibin charged forward amidst the lightning storm. Wherever lightning struck, the monsters convulsed wildly. Due to electric shock, a large number of snowmen and snow-winged dragons lost their combat capabilities. The snow-winged dragons could no longer fly and fell to the ground due to the fierce storm. Player Gu Haibin is entering a berserk state. The god of the hunting season cheered joyfully. Snowman General hastily gave orders. You fools! Deal with that human first. System warning. The monster named Winter King's General has recognized the existence of player Gu Haibin. Player Gu Haibin has been designated an enemy of the snowmen, and attacks will focus on this player. Agni's breath rained down right where Haibin was. Just when things were heating up, an older brother opened a magic book. Studying right before the exam, huh, big bro? Player Sinjim Gu activated the Ouroboros structural formula skill and created a temporary shield. Though he learned on the battlefield, Simgun Gu's shield was effective. Agni's breath was blocked, exploding outside the shield. The god of the encompassing serpent thrashed its tail loudly and said it could find some useful talents among its followers. Sinjim Gu turned to call on Cell. She immediately grabbed her shield and charged forward. All right, I'll take care of everything. Come on out. The demon-faced shield was pushed forward. Player Sin on Cell unleashed the assault tower skill. But the shield suddenly stood still, to the shock of both on Cell and Jim Gu. You do not have enough strength. You do not have enough energy. Sin Jim Gu shouted in confusion. Ah, what are you doing, sis? The shield didn't even get bigger. How are we supposed to deal with those bastards like this? It's because you haven't eaten and you've used up too much strength. A god smiled and cast a spell. The owl god of torn twilight was impressed by your determination and has blessed you. Your lack of strength and energy has been compensated. Sin on Cell quickly received the god's buff. The Jean Dan effect has been applied. She smiled radiantly, said, the assault tower skill has been unleashed. The snowmen were like ants before the demon-faced shield after receiving the power buff, falling down and screaming miserably. Miss. Jim Gu turned to remind Haibin, who was stunned. She immediately came to her senses, firing lightning like a cannon. The slaughter has begun. Snowman General gritted his teeth. Saw June Gun reached out intending to grab the Snowman General's head. My mouth moves faster than my brain. What are you still looking at? The Snowman General grumbled. If you're not the king, don't bother me. After saying that, he swiftly dodged June Gun's claws. The Winter King's general has appeared. Jim Goo panicked upon hearing this announcement. Player Sin Jim Goo activated the snake's curse skill. The curse of chaos is targeting the Winter King's general and the general's winged snow dragon. The skill was nullified. The blind curse was cast. The skill was nullified. Sin Jim Goo was quickly knocked away by the Snowman General. Haibin immediately turned back, but still took a hit from him. Haibin coughed up blood, sent flying far away. Before the girl could recover, the Snowman General closed in. You bastard! Uncle, Haibin is thinking of Trang Xian again. She really wants to be like him. Am I okay like this? Tears welled in the girl's eyes. Haibin only wants to save everyone, just like Trang Xian. Of course, that's the answer for Haibin. A halo appeared in the sky, and a golden beam of light shot down to the ground. The unlucky mountain peak hit by that beam of light immediately exploded. System notification. Player Lai Trang Xian is entering the arena. The sound of people wondering where the fire came from echoed everywhere. Flames blazed, and Lai Trang Xian emerged from that fire, standing right in front of Haibin, making the girl incredibly emotional. Cha Rayun, seeing this scene from afar, also choked up. Who are you? Who do you think I am? The Snowman General was enraged by Lai Trang Xian's attitude. You are that person, the bastard who murdered our king. His shout echoed throughout the mountain range. The players present stared in astonishment as they received this information. The Snowman General's eyes bulged. Let me ask you this, human. Are you the king of humanity? King. Yes. If you murdered our king, then I must also end the king of humanity. But if our king was harmed by the leader of humanity, then his death was not meaningless. So answer me, are you the king of humanity? Lai Trang Xian displayed an extremely dismissive expression towards the Snowman General's philosophy. What king? I don't think we humans need something so childish. Then you're no different from the others. Go die. The Ice King's great general displayed his cold sword skill. Lai Trang Xian coldly raised his sword to block the attack. The Fierce Tiger state is active. Fierce Tiger Soul Slash just erupted. Two streams of energy collided intensely. The players were amazed to see Lai Trang Xian's savage power, which could rival that of the Iron Maiden King. The Ice King's general hunched over, defending against Lai Trang Xian's attacks. The players cheered for him very enthusiastically. The Snowman General thought to himself, this human is strong, and changed direction, seizing the aerial advantage. His snow dragon wing immediately flew to rescue its master, while Trang Xian dodged its bite. The Snowman General jumped onto the snow dragon wing's back and flew away. The other players quickly prompted him. He's using the snow dragon wing again. Tyrant, don't lose to him. Lai Trang Xian frowned and called Gun. He immediately launched forward. Player Beck Gun unleashed his dark footprint skill and vigorously attacked. As soon as Beck Gun appeared, he drew 2 liters of blood from the arrogant snow dragon wing that dared to bite Trang Xian. The Snowman General was furious. Another snowman immediately flew to assist. That one pulled the Snowman General to its side and launched upwards. The other one was quite wary of Trang Xian, but the Snowman General reassured him that he held the advantage in the air. Just as he finished speaking, a mocking voice rang out from behind. When will you stop relying on that foolish snow dragon wing move? He had no idea Lai Trang Xian had wings. He could fly swiftly and easily deal with those beasts, couldn't he? The Snowman General was so surprised he stammered. Lai Trang Xian didn't say much. He immediately unleashed a firestorm to wreak havoc on this snow peak. The Fierce Tiger state has transformed into the Dominant Tiger. Luna's Dominant Tiger has erupted. Light illuminated the entire sky. Look over there, something's falling. The sky seemed to crack, and light shone down. Lai Trang Xian rode on the Snowman General's chest, flying down as if snowboarding. He just plunged straight down to the ground with a thud. The Snowman General grimaced. I can't die like this. I must avenge the king. Why are you so obsessed with those two words? The king. Because the only way I can become king is to avenge our king, which means killing your king. To think this old monkey could still scream while on the verge of death. Only then can I seize kingship. A king is one who can provide a prosperous and thriving life for his people. To lead my subjects, I must become king. So that's why the Ice King left it. What are you saying? This is the Ice King's last will and testament. Lai Trang threw the paper down to the Snowman General. It says that the Ice King entrusted the snowman to you, because his time had come and he would leave this world. It also reminds you that you have full authority to lead your subordinates. The system reported, the Ice King's Monster General has become the new boss of the dungeon, in accordance with the late Ice King's last wishes. The Ice King's General has become the Ice King. Ha ha ha, my foolish father. He shed tears. What's the meaning of just leaving behind those few words? We're just fakes. We don't even truly exist. But whether we exist or not no longer matters. Lai Trang decisively sent him to join his father in the afterlife. All that shouting was giving me a headache. The Ice King monster boss has died. You have completed the hidden quest, the Ice King's final request, and received the Ice King's fortune and the Ice King's will as rewards. You have completed the hidden quest, the King Slayer, and received the Ice King's General's great sword as a reward. The dungeon confinement has begun. The dungeon has finally closed. The developments of this war were closely monitored by a mysterious person. Lai Trang, did you say that person dared to refuse the goddess's blessing? Yes, that's right. Let's go to Dahan. I must see it with my own eyes. If he is truly incompetent and disrespectful to the goddess, I will punish him myself. The observer smiled with no good intentions. Upon returning, Lai Trang rarely had time to stand idly, hands in pockets, admiring the city lights. While things were peaceful, someone came and made noise. Thank you for calling us here. Sin Un Seo and Sin Jim Gyu were bickering very loudly. Are you crazy? What if a crazy fan rushes in if you shout so loudly? What crazy fan can compare to me? Sin Un Seo, furious, grabbed her brother's collar and asked, "Want a punch?" After showing off her brother, Un Seo immediately turned to smile at Lai Trang. Thank you for inviting us. I remember during the Las Vegas season 4 years ago, you only ate this dish, so I brought it for you. The girl held up a fruit box, showing it to her idol. Inside, Un Seo was silently screaming, "Wow, this is insane. I can't take it. Our Appa just changed his hairstyle." Lai Trang did not disappoint Un Seo's elaborate efforts, turning to give a charming smile. Thank you. Sin Un Seo immediately felt like a successful fangirl meeting her idol. Oh my God, he just thanked me. I can die happy now. Sin Jim Gyu was so annoyed he had to expose her. Don't fall for it. She begged endlessly to get that gift from the fan club. For this honesty, Sin Jim Gyu immediately received a knee straight to the face from his sister. This is what you get for being a busybody. The noisy Sin siblings made Trang pay more attention to the girl quietly standing behind them. It was Hai Bin. Seeing him look at her, she stammered, "Hello." Her everyday clothes made Hai Bin look very adorable and cute. Trang smiled at her very gently. "Come in. Please understand, there's nothing here, so it's quite empty." A sumptuous meal was served. The 4 freeloaders ate enthusiastically, while Lai Trang was rooted to the hallway with a few cans of beer. "Hai Bin, this is for you. It's the real deal." Sin Jim Gyu gave Hai Bin something like a coin, but with someone's annoyed face on it. He eagerly introduced it. "Usually, you only receive this after becoming an official member, but you're a special case, so I'll give it to you early. As long as you use this to verify your identity, you can watch all the tournament videos and even behind-the-scenes footage with our brothers' cursing videos." Hai Bin happily accepted the gift. "Thank you, Jim Gyu." What Jim Gyu said not only intrigued Hai Bin, but also the god of the hunting season, who looked at the badge with curiosity. Jim Gyu was intoxicated by her smile. He turned his face shyly, secretly thinking, "Wow, she's really pretty too. This is true healing beauty." He couldn't help but wonder, how did Miss Hai Bin become Appa's fan? even though he's known as a jerk. I don't think I'm his fan, Hai Bin immediately replied. If anything, I only admire him as a student. Looking at the man standing alone on the balcony, Hai Bin said, I also want to become someone as warm as him. Lai Trangxian, although his body was outside, his soul was inside. Hearing Hai Bin say that, he secretly smiled, marveling that this kid wasn't bad. The gods also had many states in this moment of calm. The great demon god who pursued hell silently observed the peaceful scene. The fierce tiger god Sako complained that he felt unhappy. Trangxian felt that this seemed to make the gods angry. Trangxian smiled and asked back, Are you bored? The system immediately displayed the answer. The fierce tiger god Sako scolded you, saying you were talking nonsense. If I misspoke to you, I apologize. I hope you will forgive this disrespect. The fierce tiger god Sako hollowly declared that he would not forgive you if you crossed the line again. Trangxian thanked the fierce tiger god Sako out loud, but inwardly cursed him as utterly stupid. Forgive what nonsense? The fierce tiger god Sako began to talk about an idiot, just like you in the place he used to be. Lai Trangxian was very curious what he wanted to say. The fierce tiger god Sako added that the idiot didn't know what fear was, always acting arrogantly as he pleased. The fierce tiger god Sako said that because of those actions, that guy was quickly driven away. The fierce tiger god Sako said that, but because of that, he was a respectable idiot. Lai Trangxian was startled. Wasn't this his own story? The fierce tiger god Sako recalled meeting that idiot for the first time in the plains of Arcadia. Lai Trangxian was startled. Wasn't his first encounter with the fierce tiger in astrology or numerology? But if it's Arcadia, then it must be him. At that time, the fierce tiger god Sako, with a face resembling a half-human, half-white tiger, aggressively asked him, Are you the crazy war god who grabbed Antares by the neck and threw him out? What should I do to become as strong as you? Lai Trangxian coldly replied, Shut up, you trash. The fierce tiger Sako pulled his hat over his eyes, laughed sinisterly, and turned his back and left. And then the heavenly pillars transformed. Lai Trangxian was imprisoned, and the fierce tiger laughed with great joy. He clearly remembered that when numerology tried to eliminate him, that guy was the puppet ruler who led the charge. The fierce tiger god Sako wants to warn you. The fierce tiger god Sako said that truly in heaven, even eternally bright stars will eventually fall. Trangxian wondered, could he always have been his target? The fierce tiger god Sako said that he will always support you and won't let that happen. The fierce tiger god Sako advised you that even if it happens, you shouldn't let others pressure you. The fierce tiger god Sako said that a solitary star is the brightest star. Trangxian replied, I understand. Actually, he thought to himself, who around you could possibly drag you down? Being alone is a way to shine, huh? Nonsense. Trangxian also wondered why this god suddenly brought up the twilight of the gods right now. In conclusion, the fierce tiger god Sako said that you are intelligent, so you will understand his meaning. Lai Trangxian thought, the chance of that old bastard knowing my true identity is very low. Thanatos security system can't be that bad. I don't know if this is really just a coincidence. The fierce tiger god Sako asked about your plan. Currently, Trangxian couldn't be certain about the puppet ruler, so he would save it for another time. Trangxian replied to the fierce tiger god Sako, 1 month. The fierce tiger god Sako shook his head, not understanding what he meant. Within 1 month, I will become a renowned courtesan. The fierce tiger god Sako doubted the feasibility of this plan. The fierce tiger god Sako said he wouldn't forgive you if you pushed too hard and got injured. Li Trangxian even found that becoming a renowned courtesan was not only feasible, but also too easy. He told the fierce tiger god Sako, I know with my strength alone it's difficult to become a renowned courtesan, so I plan to obtain the 5 holy scriptures. Once I have that holy power, don't you think becoming a renowned courtesan will be as easy as pie? The fierce tiger god Sako conveyed that he didn't know if you could endure another curse. Trangxian saw him hesitating, showing his teeth, so he comforted him, saying this was just suffering first, then pleasure later. The fierce tiger god Sako no longer hesitated and agreed with Trang Xian's idea. A two-colored light, red and blue, with lightning bolts descended. The system reported that the fierce tiger god Sako praised your courage and granted you another privilege. Meanwhile, in a luxurious car speeding down the road, Uncle Yuan Gong was crying profusely. Hai Bin, my Hai Bin has followed Li Trang Xian. Me, she even called me a nuisance. The fierce tiger god Sako was so exasperated that he had to go and advise the uncle that a child's independence comes very suddenly. After obtaining the eternal ice crystal, Trang Xian's next action was to report to Choi Bayong and simultaneously deliver the goods as promised to Choi Hyung-jin. The Nameless Spear and Geogul Spear will be enhanced if this is used, so remake them. Choi Bayong immediately screamed. How could you? You want me to start from scratch when I've been up for 3 nights straight? Li Trang Xian calmly took out 100 million won and then asked, now what? Indeed, the style of the wealthy is different. Li Trang Xian then opened the king's treasury. The system displayed the item list. Item list. 1. 10,000-year-old cold iron block X32. 2. 1,000-year-old cold iron block X126. 3. Black ironore X61. The sheer volume of items unsettled some of the gods. The world-encircling serpent god remarked that it was extraordinary how these monsters had managed to collect such a pile of treasures over generations. The fierce tiger god Sako licked his lips while drooling. Li Trang Xian asked his fortunate blacksmith if this was enough material, right? Charbi Zong et Kulim, you've done something incredible. He couldn't help but think, it's not just ordinary cold iron, but 10,000-year-old cold iron and 1,000-year-old cold iron. Just a fingernail-sized piece of 10,000-year-old cold iron is enough to forge a powerful weapon. He suddenly smiled radiantly, thinking, with this much, I'll be able to forge even more weapons. I want to create a masterpiece that no one can rival. So Choi Bayong immediately told Li Trang Xian, you damn bastard, I'll do it. Li Trang Xian reminded, boss that. Yes, you damn boss. 5 days later, the announcement of Li Trang Xian's appointment as the head of the Future Strategy Department was publicly posted. Executive Director, Section Chief Li Trang Xian has arrived. Oh, you're here? Li Trang Xian appeared with a handsome new haircut. Seeing him, Sim John Ho gritted his teeth, remembering how Li Trang Xian had previously mocked him as being overdramatic. As Trang Xian arrived, the director immediately dismissed Sim John Ho, saying, Section Chief Sim, you may leave now. Remember to ensure there are no errors during your business trip. Yes, Executive Director. He didn't want to stay here either, so he left immediately. Of course, he still resented Li Trang Xian, feeling like one annoying problem after another was cascading down on him like a waterfall. Meanwhile, Li Trang Xian got a slot on the business trip to the States and the Elders' Council. It's hard to understand the plans regarding the upcoming monsters. Sim John Ho gnashed his teeth, so hard they almost dislocated, thinking, one day that bastard will chew my head off. It's best to go meet Director Li first. Inside, Li Trang Xian was letting Director Yuan admire the eternal ice crystal. Oh, it's far more dazzling than I imagined. The mighty tiger god Sajiam drooled at the breath of the Ice King. Since even the constellations desire this, I don't need to appraise its value. Well done. But don't you have any questions? Like how to use the ice crystal, for example. I believe you know how to utilize it, and if necessary, you'll transfer the information to me. You are truly exceptionally intelligent. Director Yuan looked at him with a very stern gaze. How about it? Are you curious about the secret I'm hiding right now? System notification. The mighty tiger god Sajiam silently looked at you. Li Trang Xian also directly told Director Yuan that he was curious. Director Yuan clapped his hands heartily. Then let me show you. You have entered Player Yuan's illusionary realm. The mighty tiger god Sajiam stared at his kin's territory with a sinister smile. The Twilight Raptor god frowned and said that he would probably have to see something unpleasant again. Trang Xian also thought, I can't believe he can create an illusionary realm so easily. He truly lives up to his name as the White Tiger Guild's only great archmage. But when did they appear in such large numbers? The Tiger King's calamity is violently shaking. Trang Xian estimated the newly arrived squad consisted of about 400 to 500 members, and he also sensed signs of the fourth, Holy Scripture. Could it be that he had the Silver Lake research facility destroyed because the decoding of the Holy Scripture was complete? Director Yuan laughed loudly. How does it feel to witness my army for the first time? They're magnificent. Yuan unleashed his energy with a hearty laugh. Ah, I knew it. You are also the same kind of person as me. Do you know what rank our guild holds worldwide? I think it's somewhere in the top 20. Trang Xian was silently evaluating this old fox. Previously, he had perfectly concealed his identity from outsiders, but now he wasn't hiding that he was a demonkin anymore. Revealing his true form like this meant he had decided to trust him. Yuan said, "It's rank 27. There are no S-rank individuals to lead as a king, and no efforts to establish global influence. That's why they ranked us at that level. What do you think about that? There are 4 ranks. King at the top, then Duke, then High Baron, and finally Baron. The White Tiger Guild has enough power that Acadia cannot ignore it. Munxiang is currently at Duke rank, but his actual power has long since reached King rank. Obviously, they should rank us higher." Trang Xian said, "I don't agree, even though I haven't worked with any other guilds." Director O thinks so too. "You're right. It's ridiculous. But then again, we're still at rank 27, even though we're holding ourselves back. What do you think would happen if we decided to rise up? You can see I have no intention of limiting our guild within Korea. I want to take this guild higher further, and I want the world to tremble in fear with just one roar from us." This grand ideal made the fierce tiger god Saker laugh wildly. "Our patron constellation shares the same desire. Soon enough, everyone will bow before us." Trang Xian frowned. "Are you planning to take us to the outside world? Don't you think the world will criticize you for becoming a demon and following an unrighteous path? In the face of absolute power, everything else is meaningless. Since I've shown you all my secrets, it's time for you to show me yours." Yuan took out a dream orb. Trang Xian knew what it was, but still asked, "What's that?" "This is what will turn you into someone like them. No, this witch's creation will turn you into an even greater warrior. All directors and captains have gone through this process. System displays item information. Lost Dream Orb, an enhanced form of the Dream Orb. A sphere created by mixing the flowers of death and destruction with several other ingredients. It smells of those who have fallen before the calamity of the fierce tiger. Type orb mixed potent." Director O chuckled sinisterly. "I guarantee it. You will become stronger than any of them. Take it." Li Trangxian looked at the disgusting thing and wondered what he should do. The demons underfoot screaming. A new form of dream orb. If I examine it closely, perhaps I can discover the secret of the fierce tiger's calamity, right? Just then, Jean spoke up. "Hey, Master, why don't you give that thing to me?" Li Trangxian looked at the orb and hesitated. "What should I do?" "The Hellfire Spirit will remove all toxicity. In theory, I should be able to absorb the pure energy, but within the form of the illusory orb lies the fierce tiger's ailment. If I could observe it a little more closely, perhaps I could discover the secret behind the fierce tiger's ailment." But just then, Jean offered for him to give the orb to her. "Give this omnipotent thing to you. I'm thinking of recruiting more followers, and I'm also curious about its refinement. You are thinking of enhancing the summoning call of the gluttonous baboon by purifying it? How can I give it to you? Foo-foo. Just eat it. Don't purify it yet. I'll take care of the rest." Li Trangxian didn't hesitate and put the gem into his mouth. "You have consumed the illusory orb. The fierce tiger's affliction is spreading throughout your body. Effect: immunity to 10 types of poison has been activated to eliminate foreign elements in your body. You have nullified the effect. Disciple: Jean wants to take the fierce tiger's affliction. Disciple Jean has neutralized and absorbed the fierce tiger's affliction." He smiled at Trang Xian. "I've absorbed it. I'll report the results to you later. Next time you have something like this, don't hesitate to tell me." Just then, Director O closed the illusory realm. He turned and asked him, "How was it?" "Excellent." Yuan burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, Almost everyone has gone crazy trying to absorb that power, as it's very difficult. But for you, it went smoothly, didn't it? Can I get something like that again? He's taking advantage again. The fierce tiger god Saker smirked mysteriously. Of course. Each time you achieve an accomplishment, I'll reward you with one. The Zinx Corporation in America will declare war soon. A month later, we, the White Tiger Guild, will join forces with them as allies and dominate the world. Zinx is a large guild in America, led by the Gold King, one of the 10 kings at the top of the global player rankings. It's a place that nurtures players, leading the conquest of dungeons. They also research and develop weapons and artifacts. Trang Xian wondered if this was a war for sovereignty, and if so, who Yuan intended to challenge. What's my mission? Bring your reputation and influence to America. You mean you want me to win over public sentiment, so the White Tiger Guild can gain attention in that war? Trang Xian chuckled to himself. The more attention I get, the higher my position in the White Tiger Guild will be. The rise of the White Tiger Guild will be favorable if I can handle this area. To get everything, I need to take it slow and predict the next steps. Li Trangxian said to him. Before that, please allow me to go to the Windy Rock Desert in Nice, France. I will conquer that place and complete the City of Revelation in Chicago, USA. If I become a ranker afterward, wouldn't that be explosive news? Director O laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, you mean those unfinished dungeons? So you intend to become a superstar. If that's what you want, then go ahead and do it. However, since you don't know what dangers you'll face, I'll send an assistant to help you. The system conveyed a message from the guild's guardian god. The fierce tiger god Saker was very pleased with the omen of impending difficulties. Elsewhere, Sin Jim Gyu had also become an employee of the Future Strategy Department. He showed up for duty with a wry smile on his face. I'm currently an employee of the Future Strategy Department. As soon as the door opened, he saw 2 familiar faces. Move it, you lazy bum. Sinun Seol and Baek Jian were enthusiastically fighting each other, while Jim Gyu just stared blankly. You guys started training immediately after officially becoming a team? You're here. Ah, you. Captain, what's that weapon? Trang Xian glanced at him. When it's just the 2 of us, you can call me whatever you want. I just got this. I brought it here because I intended to test it during training with everyone. What, does it look weird? Oh, no. No, it doesn't. Li Trangxian goes to practice like it's a fashion show. There's nothing that looks out of place. Sinun Seol's eyes are all hearts now, she exclaimed. Indeed, fine clothes make the man. He looks good in anything. Looking at the 2 tall, handsome guys in front of him, Sin Jim Gyu wondered, is this team chosen based on looks? With me here, it probably isn't. Li Trangxian turned to them and said, today, we are here to test the coordination of Team L. So, from now on, we will begin a real mission. The CEO just assigned us an unexpected mission. A production guild related to ours had its mine collapse while mining magic stones. The system displayed the mission info board. Rescue the miners. Classification: normal. Description: about an hour ago, a mine mysteriously collapsed in the Green Jade Island dungeon. As a result, more than 20 miners are trapped inside, and their condition cannot be determined due to severed communication. Find the cause of the mine collapse and rescue all miners within the time limit. Time limit: 5 hours. Status: accept mission. Reward: reputation plus 100 and some magic stones. After everyone has finished reading, we will depart immediately. Li Trangxian herded the team towards the dungeon raid, as if he were herding chickens into a pot of herbal stew. Incheon International Airport. Passenger gate number 2. In the afternoon, Cha Jae-un and a guild member went to pick someone up. A tall, muscular foreign youth with shaggy hair like a lion's mane. As soon as Cha Jae-un saw him, he greeted him immediately. Welcome. Six Wolf of the Illuminati Guild. I've been sent to assist you during your stay in Korea. Oh, you speak German? He smiled so broadly his eyes disappeared. Thinking of the Iron Saintess, guided by the blessings of our guardian star, this trip to Korea already feels wonderful, haha. Then please allow me to meet the tyrant. Cha Jae-un frowned, gnashing her teeth, and cursing this guy's guild as idiotic and damn useless. She already found Li Trangxian weird enough as it was. Yet the White Tiger Guild even cut off contact with Li Trangxian? She truly didn't know what to do, so she had no choice but to say, "It's quite difficult to arrange a meeting with him right now." The young man accompanying Cha Jae-un heard that and immediately spoke up. "Senior, I think he just mentioned the tyrant. The tyrant is currently with the rescue team for the mine collapse in Watchan." Cha Jae-un saw the situation diverging from her intentions. She secretly cursed herself. This tactless idiot, truly incurable. She hastily invited this foreign gentleman to follow her. To herself, she thought she shouldn't treat a VIP guest poorly just because of personal matters. But every time she saw Li Trangxian, she sensed his danger, as if she would be the one to lose her life. At the same time, in Kangwon Province, Watchan, in front of them was a wall with rather gruesome traces. Li Trangxian asked how many people were still buried beneath. Someone replied, 24. A staff member openly expressed discomfort. The director can be really cruel sometimes. They're all just rookies. What can they do? That guy must be a master-level individual, I suppose. You believe that? It's all just nonsensical media stunts. Li Trangxian didn't care much, walking straight back into the dungeon. You have entered the Blue Gemstone Dungeon. The two people accompanying Li Trangxian were overly excited as soon as they passed through the entrance, exclaiming, "The landscape is so beautiful." Trangxian reminded them not to let their guard down, because they didn't know what would happen. After reminding them, Trangxian turned to call Jim Gyu. He immediately understood, throwing up a lightning orb. Player Sin Jim Gyu has activated the snake structure skill to create an overhead light orb. Unseol. Understood. I need to stand like this, right? As soon as the girl rushed forward with her shield, an arrow immediately flew straight into the middle of Jim Gyu's head, causing Unseol to lose focus. Li Trangxian quickly warned, "What are you doing? Snap out of it." They both looked towards the bush from which the arrow was shot. A rain of arrows shot out from that bush. Sin Unseol immediately charged forward with her shield to block. Player Sin Unseol has activated the amplification shield skill. The arrow that struck Unseol's demon-faced shield shattered into pieces. At this moment, Jim Gyu's light orb suddenly flew over and unleashed thunder and lightning that resonated throughout the entire area. Cries of agony echoed throughout the forest. At this moment, Jim Gyu pulled that arrow out of his head without a single scratch. The system conveys a message. The world-encircling serpent god scared at the clumsiness of the members. Jim Gyu replied, "The guardian god said so. I knew the magic core would protect me." The world-encircling serpent god glared and asked you why you only realize your mistake now. He laughed smugly. "It's not what you think, hee-hee. It's even more than that, hee-hee." And then he started reenacting Sin's concern for her sister. And of course, he once again succeeded in infuriating the lioness hiding in his sister's body. Lai Trang ignored what they said. "Comrade." Bach immediately rushed out in that direction. There was movement in the forest. Then Bach rushed out again, carrying a creature. Sin and Sin watched, frozen. Bach threw the creature he had caught down at Trang's feet. "I think we'll need to investigate." So I caught him and brought him here. Sin and Sin looked at this creature and said in unison, "Is it a spirit?" The god of the appropriate hunting season shook his head, not understanding why a spirit would appear here. Trang didn't think so, because looking into its eyes, it was clear it wasn't an ordinary spirit. It was a gray spirit. The two Sin sisters didn't know what a gray spirit was. Gray spirits might have the appearance of spirits, but they don't belong to the spirit race. They are like meddlesome creatures created by a monster called a parasite to drain the energy of other beings. Parasite. Then what's drawing them here? To produce gray spirits, the parasite must be in its mature stage. Humph. It really found that much food in such a small dungeon? The serpent god entwined around the world narrowed his eyes, saying that gray spirits were a particularly rare form externally. Trang observed that the river flowing around this island had no monsters, and even a mana quarry. Therefore, people visit here very often. A parasite couldn't possibly grow without anyone noticing. Trang had a hunch, but it was only possible if she had a hand in it. unless she wanted to help destroy that world and create this dungeon. This possibility could happen, but there's still something else. Trang immediately proposed a new plan. From now on, we will withdraw from here. What? Surprising. We still don't know the fate of those trapped inside. Was also quite doubtful of this strategy. The appearance of gray spirits has warned us about the parasite that has taken over this island. Now confronting their entire force would endanger others. Trang wanted to log out, but the system kept warning her. You cannot log out. You cannot log out. Lai Trang was stunned looking at the notification, but the system still had more to say. All connections to the outside world have been reduced for some reason. Please log out after completing the dungeon quest. Starting dungeon quest. Dungeon quest started. Theme. Search. We wish you good luck. Was also surprised. Lai Trang was so shocked she froze. Her face blank. Finally, he decided to return to the original plan. In the dense forest, with fallen and standing trees. Raging Tiger State and Raging Tiger Hole Escape have been activated. Lai Trang, sword in one hand, shield in the other, slaughtered the gray spirits. After this battle, Trang found it even stranger because normally gray spirits are products of parasites, so they don't bleed. But with these ones, he felt like he had just sliced real creatures. Their flesh, muscle, bone, and blue blood flowed out little by little. Furthermore, they were very cunning, and they possessed a divine veil. There's only one such parasite, and that is the divine tree. And only one god can plant a divine tree. That is the goddess of destruction and death, who was once Lai Trang's teammate. She is Kali. Why are there traces of her here? Seeing the gray spirits fallen all over the ground, Lai Trang frowned even more, worried about his old friend. Kali, what happened to you? In a cave with jagged rocks, cries for help echoed everywhere. Soon, people rushed into the cave. The White Tiger Society is here. Just rest. We're here to help. The others continued screaming. We're alive. We're still alive. Please save us, please. Move these rocks away. I'm about to die. About to die, but screaming louder than a megaphone. Something's wrong here. Lai Trang immediately raised his hand, signaling the whole team to stop, then called out. As soon as he heard, he immediately knew what to do. The player has activated the wondrous lightning skill. Light shone, and there were no people in the cave, only zombies. The system announced a foreseen reality. This place had been ravaged by unknown zombies. Lai Trang frowned. This is a trap. Good thing I braked in time, or I would have charged right into this horde of cannibals. But it also shows that the current situation is that the roots of the tree have penetrated deep inside those who haven't slept yet, and it surely leads somewhere. Before they could get there, the zombie horde was already approaching. Lai Trang thought he could easily burn this horde with his flames, but because there might still be survivors, he couldn't do that. Winter, create an entrance. Darkness shot out from behind him, forming a hole. Trang then jumped into it and was stunned by the sight inside the cave. A fruit tree with sprawling roots like a ghost tree. It's the personified form of a mature parasite with its own egoistic roots. Or as it's called, the goblin root, the system announced. You have found the goblin root boss. Trang realized that the crown it was wearing was very similar to the one Kali had used. The system reported again. The Holy White Tiger has observed the dungeon and is very interested in it. Player Lai Trang has drawn an unidentified spear. Trang advanced with a spear in each hand. He thought, could it be that the divine tree cultivated by Kali went astray and had to remain here? This might be a crazy speculation, but given the interest of the puppet ruler here, it's very plausible. And Kali too. It's hard to consider this a coincidence. Something sinister is happening here. The system announced the boss raid has begun. The goblin root extended its long, sharp claws to scratch Lai Trang's face. My only asset to show off to the girls is my face. What if you scratch it up? Trang swung his spear, parrying the goblin root's claws, determined to protect his handsome face. The goblin root had no other weapon than its divinely refined claws, continuously lashing out indiscriminately. As Lai Trang exchanged moves with it, he could feel Kali's power within this monster. This made him think even more, especially about that crown. Not only was it similar in form, but I could also feel its divine power. It must be a replica of the goddess's crown. At the very least, it must be a treasure tier, if not sacred item tier, meaning it must be at least a bishop or priest of Kali. The system transmitted a message. The Holy White Tiger observed these events with immense interest. One of the forms of the Holy Gemini eagerly awaits new events to happen to you. The god state made Trang ponder even more. Not only the puppet ruler, but now even the Gemini are observing. These guys aren't showing interest just for a simple fight with a strong opponent. Trang is certain that there's something between Kali and them that he doesn't know. But right now, it's the demon root, sending its subordinates to gang up on Lai Trang. To know what it is, Trang must defeat it at all costs. He swung his spear, twisting his body, conjuring a storm of fire. What gives birth to fire? Among the 5 elements, what cannot resist fire? The system popped up to report. Fire Dance is raging with the title of attendant of. Fire literally blazes above Lai Trang's head. I will burn all of you to ashes. Behind him, the demon face shield was like a flat iron. Any zombie that dared to approach would be flattened. The girl also shouted loudly to assert dominance. You're all dead, heh? Used his miraculous lightning to turn those zombies into actual corpses. Wasn't idle either. He used tsunami illusions to pin down dozens of zombies at once. Goa, he's no ordinary player, sighed in admiration at the scene of mass slaughter. After finishing off an entire horde, glanced coldly and said, anyone else want to come up? Do it now. Yet, someone hiding in the back launched a sneak attack. Was a bit surprised, but didn't let him succeed with the sneak attack. And this sneak attacker is still a proper survivor. Who are you? I am Lieutenant Park, a B-rank player and a soldier of the Awakened Forces under the command of the Military Defense Support Command. I was held captive here while attempting to rescue those buried here by order of the Association. That answers your question. Now it's my turn. Are you human? Took off some equipment, revealing his face. I am a member of Team L of the White Tiger Guild. Park was agitated upon hearing this. Team L. Isn't that the team commanded by Lai Trang? Does that mean he's here too? The injured desperately need first aid. Told him that their commander was not currently here. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook, helping Lai Trang relay a command to his team members that he said to move first and that Cobra would arrive soon. So be careful. Realized it was, but he didn't trust him. How can I believe your words? Immediately thought, look, so you already know my exact location? I thought you were just a dog begging for its master's praise. Even if he was a loyal dog, he was still a dog with his own consciousness and a brain too. Sneered, if you don't want to, then don't believe. Damn it. He wanted to call him, but he'd already bolted. Wondered what Brother Trang would do in this situation if his words were true. Finally, turned to call Lieutenant Park. Where are all the survivors? The mechanical system, sound echoed. Activated the title of attendant of and created Fire Dance. Next was Lai Trang's angry roar. I will burn everything to ashes. The firestorm charged straight towards the demon root and incinerated it. What happens when fire meets wood? It blazes fiercely. What else could happen? The fire was so large that it pierced through the layers of earth, shooting up into the sky. Inside, the demon root was using all its energy to create a defensive barrier to avoid being burned alive. After repelling Lai Trang's fierce flames, the demon root went wild, screaming loudly, and summoned a horde of zombies to surround Lai Trang. He raised his eyebrows and yelled, immediately appearing fully armed with a sword. As soon as he arrived, he brandished his sword. Hoo-hoo, I've been waiting for you to call me. Whichever path he took, the zombies fell apart along that path. Lai Trang handed this place over to him, then chased after the demon root, which was writhing from the fire's burns. The demon root thrashed wildly when it saw Lai Trang pursuing it. Seeing it rush forward at an incredible speed, Lai Trang wondered if this kind of creature got stronger the more it was attacked and hit. With a weapon already in hand, Lai Trang immediately thrust it at it. The demon root transformed a bundle of interwoven roots into a shield to block Trang's attack. This monster was giving Lai Trang a headache, but he quickly swapped his spearhead for a saber blade. For chat mode. A for chat is a Western weapon used for slashing. As soon as he changed weapons, Lai Trang immediately slashed the monster in two. However, if one part was cut off, another grew back, so it wasn't too concerning. The monster even grabbed Lai Trang as easily as catching a chicken. Moreover, Lai Trang realized that this thing not only had faster regeneration time, but also stronger regenerated parts. Just like Callie, instead of practical combat skills, she always had an edge over him in traditional martial arts. Perhaps because this thing is Callie's priest, it would have an advantage over him in combat techniques, and it was getting stronger with regeneration. So the physical difference between Trang Xian and it was shrinking. He began to wonder, could it be that I've only made it this far because my elemental power is stronger than many other opponents? Lai Trang Xian started to breathe fire again. I'm not sure if I can destroy it, but it's very difficult to subdue it now. I'll have to overpower it somehow, but now, no matter what it does, I can't keep up anymore. As Lai Trang Xian breathed fire, he recalled his encounter with Callie on the snow mountain. If I only used pure martial arts to chase her, it would indeed be difficult. Lai Trang Xian's face was wrinkled like a monkey eating ginger. Just now, her power seemed to have erupted even more strongly. What was that? Can I use it too? That's my life-preserving move. It's easy to tell you, but listen carefully, Twilight. Only use it when you are truly in danger. You should know that among those who have witnessed it, only you are still alive. Ending his recollection, Lai Trang Xian puffed out his chest, took a deep breath, and channeled the fire to gather before his nose. The system informed him, "You have discovered a hidden fragment, Breath of Himavat, a special breathing technique of practitioners on Himavat, the sacred snow mountain ruled by the goddess of destruction and death, created to compensate for oxygen deficiency. Very useful for amplifying energy. However, if not performed correctly, it will leave a significant burden on the body. Category: Status: Temporary skill. Effect: Activates latent power, increases vitality. Just one breath is enough to activate latent power and awaken an even greater source of energy. So Lai Trang Xian was using his entire face to breathe. The special thing is that even if the puppet ruler or the twins were watching him, they wouldn't be able to recognize it because Callie had said that everyone who had ever witnessed it had died. Lai Trang Xian would immediately overpower that monster in a brief moment, then unleash his full power to destroy it. Thinking this, Lai Trang Xian tried to inhale everything he could, and then exhaled an incredibly hot breath. Used Breath of Himavat. Your latent abilities have been activated. The system announced. You have entered a berserk state. You have entered a state of mental disorder. You have entered a state of exhilaration. Latent power activation significantly increases all stats for 5 minutes. Lai Trang Xian's face began to bulge with veins. The system said, Knight's ideal skill has been activated. Now you can use the magic boiling within you. Lai Trang Xian immediately wielded his spear. These 5 minutes are truly the time limit to use all of your latent power. But in Trang Xian's current state, it's not certain he can endure for that long. Even 5 seconds would be a struggle. Therefore, he must end this within the time he can endure. As sharp beams of light pierced the goat demon's body, the monster let out a pathetic shriek. Only 1 second had passed of Lai Trang Xian's endurance, but it felt like an hour. Trang Xian was determined to press on, taking down this demon before it could recover from its wounds. The Snake Eye skill focuses on the target's movements. Another second passed, and the Black Claw Mountain King's skill exploded. Another second elapsed, and now the goat demon's body was being torn into large chunks. The skill, Black Dual Claw Mountain King, raged furiously. With only 1 last second remaining, Lai Trang Xian conjured a colossal fire whirlwind. The fire whirlwind engulfed and incinerated the goat demon. The furious flames almost completely annihilated the goat demon. At the same time, Lai Trang Xian's peak power duration also ended. System notification. Feat Incarnation of Destruction completed. Reward: Attack Power +5. The Black Claw Mountain King skill has leveled up. You have successfully subdued the boss, the goat demon. The constellation of the hunting season widened their eyes as they witnessed the amazing skill you demonstrated. Lai Trang Xian panted heavily like an ox. The Himawat breath state has been forcibly terminated, and all stats will be restored. You have used 45% of your stamina. You have used 61% of your mana. You are suffering from fatigue. You are suffering from anemia. The constellation of the serpent winding around the world said that activating someone's latent power can often debilitate them, but this was less risky, and they were also curious about its mechanism. The goat demon was gasping its last, shriveling. The parts incinerated by the great fire would be difficult to regrow. Lai Trangxian looked at its condition. He honestly never thought he'd use the skills Kali taught him to fight her priest like this today. The gods were still clamoring after the recent performance. The constellation of the owl tearing apart twilight is worried about your fatigue. One of the Gemini constellation's faces enjoyed watching your powerful performance. The constellation of the fallen tiger smiled, saying you truly are one of his kin, considering how easily you subdued such an opponent. The constellation of the great demon chasing hell showed curiosity about how you plan to deal with the opponent you subdued. Lai Trangxian frowned. It's true he had subdued him, but now he also needed to find out what happened to Kali. Meanwhile, the Gemini and the Void King were watching closely, so he couldn't carelessly interrogate the goat demon. But as he approached, its two eyes suddenly glowed like lasers. Trangxian was shocked. What's wrong with this guy all of a sudden? The goat demon's head sprouted roots and let out a long, eerie laugh. Trangxian was stunned. This guy, what's wrong with him? The goat demon used its last breath to retaliate. You disgusting gods, your filthy, abominable game won't last much longer. Just wait. Our death god will be resurrected once more and will sweep away all of you insects. And the apocalypse you fear, along with the twilight of darkness, will come for you soon. System alert. Skill Beast Instinct senses danger. The Snake Eye skill advises you to run away. The goat demon is dead. But how on earth did a tree grow like this? Lai Trangxian flew far from that tree. The system continues to alert. The goat demon sacrificed its divinity and extracted magic to strengthen the parasitic tree. According to the rules, the parasitic tree will now evolve into a new form. Lai Trangxian hurriedly sped away, but still turned his head back to look at that rainbow-colored tree, the sacred tree. Outside the quarry, the scene began to become chaotic. Nothing's happening. I'm suffocating here. Why aren't they here anymore? Don't you think something happened inside? Are you kidding me? What are you talking about? Cut the crap. Do you want us all to die? I didn't mean that. Yeah. Oh, look. The gate seemed to explode and emit a huge, blazing fire. Jim. Jang. Hurry up. Call the association. The dungeon is breached. Before they could call, a car screeched to a halt. Cha Jae-hyun arrived with a foreign guest and two others to observe. Oh my God. Even the changes in the dungeon, these transformations, were unexpected by the Hunter Association management. The foreign gentleman exclaimed in his native language, judging by the magical wavelength emanating, this dungeon must be about 4 stars or higher, right? The woman in the purple dress immediately translated. He just asked if that's a 4-star dungeon or higher. Cha Jae-hyun's subordinate immediately replied, No, that dungeon seems to be only 1 star. The gentleman scoffed. He thought 1 star? If that's true, then a double dungeon opened here? Many incidents must have occurred within. Inside, the system is reporting. One of the faces of the Gemini constellation tells you to stop idly enjoying the worldly landscape and overshadow its expression. The fallen tiger constellation grins while watching a star that says this slow creature also seems to be interested in you. Large-scale energy depletion is occurring across various areas of the dungeon. The process of desertification is underway. Trangxian anxiously wondered if Baekjai and the other expedition members had evacuated safely. The gods continue to express their attitudes. The fallen tiger constellation is amused by the resistance of the mortal, who is now but a lingering ghost. One of the faces of the Gemini constellation observes everything coldly. Trangxian recalled that the goat demon had said the fallen god would be reborn once more, bringing about the apocalypse and the revelation. In other words, Kali is dead, and it's all because of Gemini. Soxus and now Kali. What exactly happened after Trangxian received divine punishment? is what they had to endure because of him. The newly grown galaxy-colored tree is continuously glowing. The new boss monster, the parasitic sacred tree, has emerged. The parasitic sacred tree boss monster believes the energy source from the dungeon is insufficient to satisfy it. It is exploring the surrounding area to find a new energy source. It discovered a new host, the Earth, existing outside the dungeon. The parasitic sacred tree is extending its roots towards the Earth. The dungeon is gradually cracking. The quests are being replaced. Quest logging. The parasitic sacred tree, which unusually reset Lamb Thatch Island, is currently frantically destroying the island's ecosystem and beaches. Once this place is completely destroyed, it plans to invade the outer lands. Cut down the tree. If you fail, the dungeon will be destroyed, and the parasitic tree's roots will engulf the earth. At this moment, Lai Trangxian thought again. What if it's all my fault? I'll bring Callie's priest back. Zen heard this thought and appeared, laughing playfully. Your thoughts are interesting, master. Bring someone who was once the high priest of the goddess of destruction and death back to be family? If we let the parasitic tree's roots spread to earth, everything will end. I must destroy the parasitic tree and restore the goblin goat. Trangxian's reaction even prompted comments from the gods. One of the faces of the Gemini constellation was surprised by this human's unimaginable stubbornness. Trangxian continued, perhaps the parasitic tree is aiming for the sky, where the stars and gods reside. Go find it. Zen smiled in astonishment. Huh, you mean the goblin goat? That's ridiculous. Trangxian glared at him with a dark expression. This is an order. Go find it. Zen gritted his teeth, fuming. An order? He dares to order me, Zen Frisha. But for some reason, his words carried weight, compelling me to obey. Zen could only submit. All right, as you wish. After he left, Trangxian thought he had somewhere he needed to go first. He pulled out the white submarine bow and took aim. The snake-eye skill had marked the target. The arrow, as it left the bow, emitted a golden light and shot towards the parasitic tree, creating a magnificent explosion. 100 shots, 100 hits activated. The arrow hit the marked target. The skill's explosion break and lightning net created a chain reaction, causing a large-scale fiery explosion. Achievement acquired. Chain explosion, reward, fire element attack plus 15. Explosion plus 10. Advanced archery skill. The parasitic tree, catching fire, burned like a giant torch. Trangxian looked at it. After catching this fire, the parasitic sacred tree will temporarily stop growing. The gods discussed animatedly again. The constellation of the hunting season puffed her chest out, boasting about how wonderful the power she bestowed was. She added that the explosion just now was truly a masterpiece. The constellation Ouroboros asked why the previous display was attributed to the power they bestowed, and asserted that it was the boy's talent that created this result. The constellation of the hunting season jumped up agitatedly, asking what nonsense he was talking about. The constellation Ouroboros bragged, saying that without the ability to precisely target, everything would be meaningless. The constellation of the hunting season raised her arrow, angrily asking if Ouroboros wanted to compete with her power. The constellation Ouroboros chuckled, saying, "If you're so good, come on." Lai Jiangxian's face went blank listening to them argue. He thought, how could gods be so childish? He was ashamed for them. Just as he was feeling awkward, the monstrous tree acted up again. The boss monster, the parasitic holy tree, suddenly entered a state of rage. Seeing that, Jiangxian quickly fired another arrow. You have destroyed a part of the parasitic holy tree with just 2 arrows. You gained a large amount of experience points, and your advanced archery skill evolved into Master Archer. Lai Jiangxian was flung around by the parasitic tree's rubbery branches. Thanks to the skill Flying Tiger with the wind, you can soar through the air. One of the faces of the Gemini constellation is very pleased with you for pursuing the faithless one who dared to point a spear at the gods. The constellation White Tiger Sage smiled with satisfaction, observing this interesting scene with interest. Lai Jiangxian revved up and flew straight into the sky, piercing through the clouds. This kind of flight was even more extreme than a jet plane. You have entered the Holy Tree's hollow. This thing has already spread its reach quite wide for being newly born. Even more notably, Lai Jiangxian also saw someone in that large hollow. At the very top, formed by several roots, was a bizarre-shaped creature. A winged demon perched on the top of the demon roots like a bird, holding a whip, with a fierce face and a sinister smile. He laughed loudly. "Ha ha! I didn't expect this place to welcome a new guest." The system frantically warned. Gemini's divinity illuminated the entire sky. The skilled beast instincts was frantically warning of danger. The man looked up and sneered. "The patron god is speaking. You should have shown respect upon meeting me, but I am very generous, so I will forgive you." Lai Jiangxian frowned, wondering if he was an apostle. It didn't sound quite right. Perhaps his power is on par with a high priest or an archbishop. Either way, his rank is definitely very high. The man bared his sharp teeth, drooling as he continued. "I will show you the consequences of daring to blaspheme my patron god, and grant you the favor of spreading the patron god's doctrine in your homeland." One of the faces of the Gemini constellation smirked. A beam of light descended, striking the person who had just uttered those absurd words, making him shriek. "How dare a mere soul do such a thing? You have no divine status. How dare you defy the will of the patron god? I'll have you reunited with that fallen god right away." The system announced. "Sun, the high priest of Gemini, wishes to revive the fallen god's divinity." A blinding light, heart-wrenching screams echoed. Lai Jiangxian's face was as twisted as a monkey eating ginger, thinking that guy was truly a strong opponent. Even at his peak strength, he might not necessarily win. Should he just give up? There must be a way to defeat the monstrous bird and retrieve the demon roots, right? The monstrous bird laughed maniacally while Lai Jiangxian was at his wit's end. Just then, Xing reappeared to show the way and offer advice. "There's still a way. First, let's retrieve the demon core." Lai Jiangxian felt that if there was a way, no matter how difficult, he would risk his life to try it. The fierce tiger integration state has been applied to speed up thought processing. The beautiful virtue, skill has been activated to maximize all stats, currently comparing your current stats with those of two target opponents to temporarily compensate for missing stats. Strength has increased, agility has increased. The monstrous bird turned its head in shock. The breath of Himavat has been applied to unleash your potential. You have been affected by the frenzy state. Lai Trangxian's eyes shone like car headlights, rushing forward at an incredible speed, leaving the monstrous bird stunned and bewildered. The fierce tiger god Sako observed your actions with renewed interest. One face of the twin god belatedly recognized your actions. Lai Trangxian, holding a sword and saber in both hands, flew forward radiating killing intent. The monstrous bird remained in its head-tilted posture, watching. Meanwhile, Cha Jun's group and the foreign guy had also entered the dungeon and received a notification about the parasitic sacred tree boss of unknown level. The foreign guy exclaimed, "I can't believe all of that is one monster." Cha Jun gritted her teeth, thinking this was no ordinary dungeon raid. Moreover, that monster is still growing. If it crosses the gate and reaches Earth, just thinking about it makes me realize how terrible the situation will be. But the problem is how to deal with this thing. Just then, the horrifying thing in front of them violently discharged tremendous energy, as if exploding, making the foreign guy's expression change. What's happening all of a sudden? At this moment, Cha Jun received a notification that made her exclaim inwardly, "It's him again!" The foreign guy also showed a very excited expression. "So it's the tyrant." He took off his glasses and laughed loudly. "I never thought I'd have to participate in a dungeon raid during a business trip to Korea. But it seems if I want to get what I want, I'll have to clear this dungeon first." Blue light shone brightly. The system announced. Player Joachim Guff has activated the werewolf transformation skill. Joachim transformed into a wolf, roaring with an open maw. Cha Jun nimbly jumped onto his neck. The gods were also stirred. You received the protection of the owl god, who rips apart the twilight. You received the protection of the war god, who incites conflict. You received the protection of the volcano blacksmith god. You received the protection of the god, who incites madness. Joaquin couldn't help but exclaim a few words. Your protection is much stronger than most high priests. And I'm surprised too. You not only receive protection from a goddess, but also from the great gods of Olympus. Ah! Without any wasted movements, Cha Jun activated the keen eye ability to scout the way, then informed Joaquin. There's a survivor, 32 degrees to the northwest. He opened his mouth and said, Be careful, if you fall. Don't dream of climbing onto my head again. At this moment, Lai Trang-Xian was flying amidst a purple energy vortex. The skills, Black Mountain God's first claw and second claw, were intertwining. One face of the twin god shrieked at the servant about the danger. Lai Trang-Xian had almost merged with that energy current, directly rushing towards the monstrous bird perched on top of the demonic roots. Earlier, the monstrous bird had been incessantly lecturing Lai Trang-Xian about doctrine, but now look. The guy was as if hit by an immobilizing spell, frozen stiff, just staring blankly as Lai Trang-Xian rushed straight at him. The monstrous bird was caught off guard, engulfed by Lai Trang-Xian's dark energy. Purple light enveloped everything. The system announced, Son, the High Priest of Gemini, has died. You have defeated the parasitic sacred tree boss monster. You have achieved an astonishing feat. You have obtained the divinity of the Gemini god. You have obtained the divinity of the fallen, unknown god. You have gained a large amount of experience and achievement points. The Black Mountain God's Claw skill that Han Su gave me has 5 claws, but with my current stats, I can only use 2. I had thought about using these 2 claws simultaneously before, but never tried due to the potential repercussions. Lai Trang-Xian is free-falling. I gave it my all, even using potential burst. One face of the Gemini god jumped from its seat, frowning and saying that this couldn't be happening. It wouldn't matter even if she jumped with both faces. Lai Trang-Xian was now left with only thoughts. I don't even know how bad the consequences will be. The tiger god Sako laughed, saying, You've done something crazy again. The god of the hunting season watched the colorful explosion with an open mouth. The serpent god, encompassing the world, forced a smile. The owl god, tearing apart dusk, worried about your physical condition. Just then, Xing Frisha brought good news. Phew, if I had made even a tiny mistake, I'd be done for. Now I've got the magic core stone. Master, Lai Trang-Xian is still free-falling. He completely ignored Xing Frisha's announcement and just let go, drifting through life, calculating rewards for completing the dungeon quest. Please wait a moment. Additional rewards will be granted based on quest contributions. The administrative department is planning a new investigation into this incident. Many gods are stunned. Many constellations are laughing. The dungeon is about to close. Please prepare for a shockwave. The system began a 10-second countdown, while Lai Trang-Xian showed no signs of regaining consciousness. Just when he thought this was the end, his life was over. Surprise! An old lady. A hand caught Trang-Xian in a princess carry. Damn it, if he were conscious right now, he'd probably want to just pass out again. Lai Trang-Xian's vision could only vaguely make out the silhouette of a long-haired person speaking. A fallen one after losing its wings. I didn't expect to find it interesting. In the end, Lai Trang-Xian passed out before he could clearly see who that person was. At this moment, he was comfortably settled on a soft bed, his mind vaguely recalling that face. The warmth and fragrance reminded him of pungent mint, a gruff voice filled with concern. Lai Trang-Xian slowly opened his eyes, thinking, Why do I feel? Then reached out his hand. This longing feeling is so familiar. Lai Trang-Xian's hand nearly grabbed Baekjian's tired face, but luckily, Baekjian saw his hand reaching out and took it. Hyung, are you conscious yet? Lai Trang-Xian's face immediately showed an expression as if he'd just been defiled. Hey Hyung, why are you looking at your little brother like that? Because our god of war fought so passionately and recklessly. He was sent to recuperate at the hospital. As soon as Trang-Xian woke up, Jian reported everything that happened in the dungeon. Lieutenant Park Haesong, huh? That's right, do you know him? Trang-Xian thought. Is it the second lieutenant I met during the tutorial? It seems like he got promoted this time, didn't he? Baekjian continued. At that time, the parasitic sacred tree grew stronger day by day. and we were almost swept away by its vines. Suddenly, in the midst of a crisis, we were rescued by a very large wolf along with Agent Cha Jae-un. Lee Trang-sien, as if hearing the name of his dream lover, sprang up like a coiled spring. Hey, don't stand up so suddenly. The gods, seeing Lee Trang-sien's embarrassment, became more boisterous than when he won. The constellation of the ideal hunting season jumped up from its seat, delighted that you had noticed. The constellation of the world coiling serpent argued back that he was also observing. The constellation of the ideal hunting season ignored what the other god said and asked if you were okay. Lee Trang-sien didn't answer the god of the hunting season, but instead asked Baek Jian. Why was she there? It seems she came to meet you, but after seeing the risk of monsters breaking through the dungeon, she went inside. She was also the one who gave you first aid when you were exhausted. Lee Trang-sien thought back to that moment. He was fighting very high in the air. How could she have sensed that? To sense mana waves from such a distance. Just how high is her mana mastery? Not only that, Lee Trang-sien's expression became even more distorted as he recalled greeting her briefly at the Snowman Hill before. But from her, he could feel the blessings of several gods, leading him to conclude that she was not simple at all, especially the other face hidden behind the source of wind mana. It felt like something vast was hidden behind that veil, moving, and Trang-sien was certain it had looked straight at him. Cha Jun, well then, meeting her and finding out would be a good idea. I should thank her too. Let's decide on this. There's something more important anyway. System notification. A face of the Gemini constellation is observing you intently. Lee Trang-sien was also curious how Gemini would react to losing a high-ranking member. It was dark on the highway. A yellow car was speeding like crazy. Oh, come on. If you can still work at this hour, why didn't you leave right after you woke up? Cha Jae-un's Jr. enthusiastically tried to strike up a conversation. Do you know how terrifying it is to hear the tyrant say thank you? Back then, some shows even dedicated a segment to broadcast his thanks, you know? Or are you too shy to hear it directly? Aha, I'm right, aren't I? Well, am I not? Cha Jae-un, both annoyed and embarrassed, remained silent like a jelly, pretending to be very focused on driving. That guy, emboldened, continued to blabber. Oh my, who would have thought the great witch Kim would be so shy? Ugh, the price for uncontrollable blabbering is getting his neck chopped off by Father Rian. But it wasn't just him who was talkative, the gods were too. The constellation of the owl tearing through twilight nodded and said that boasting about righteous deeds is a shameful act. The constellation of the war god inciting conflict tilted its head and said that it didn't seem to be the reason. The constellation of the volcano blacksmith said that this wasn't the first time his sister had made a wrong judgment. The constellation of the inciter of madness nodded in agreement. After all, the one who got beaten and was painfully begging for mercy was still the poor younger brother sitting in the passenger seat of Father Rian's car. 3 other constellations averted their gazes. After beating that know-it-all younger brother until he was unconscious, Father Rian frowned and thought, I can be sure now. He had seen it, that Lai Jiang-sien. Who exactly is he? While Father was busy pondering, Lai Jiang-sien, having just woken up, rushed into the dungeon. The curse of the starving demon cave has begun. Survive for the next 48 hours. Your location, 4th floor, District 32. The system has started the countdown. Zenfrisha was quite worried seeing the boss go to battle still in his patient clothes. He's truly risking his life, to the point of madness. Your condition doesn't look very good. Are you all right? If I'm not well today, my opponents won't spare me anyway. What other choice do I have? Haha, I like that attitude. What about the magic core? The constellation of the suitable hunting season is curious how you will use the magic core. Zen squinted his eyes at the boss. I knew this would happen, so I prepared in advance. Do you know how long I've been running around looking for it? The constellation of the serpent coiled around the world is rummaging through its knowledge and seeking a way to control its dead kin. Jiang Xian told Zen to stop beating around the bush. If he had a good idea, he should spill it quickly, so they could go back and recover from their injuries. You know, even if I wash my eyes with holy water, I still can't sense anything at all. The constellations clamored. The constellation of the serpent coiled around the world nodded, and said that was correct. The constellation of the owl tearing through twilight silently acknowledged this, with a bitter smile on its face. The constellation of the fallen tiger agreed, and said that's why it's pleased with this person. The constellation of the suitable hunting season quietly complained that it wasn't necessarily so. Lai Jiangxian got annoyed by the announcements. These gods sure love to chat across continents and never get tired, do they? Just feed one of them the magic core. You just need to do that. Zen said, That's all. I don't understand. Including myself, how did you create everyone here? Using the calamity of the Tiger King. Tell me more precisely, with specific details. By purifying the starlight of the forgotten god. Ah, so that's how it is. The truth finally shone through my heart. I get it now, everyone. That's right. All the kin in the starving demon cave were created from purified starlight. In other words, the Tiger King's calamity doesn't need to concern itself with elements or characteristics. It has no existing elements, which means it's just a vessel. Lai Jiangxian smirked. So, how much to fill this vessel will be decided by me, its master, right? Suddenly, Trang Xian felt that entrusting this task to Zen was the most correct decision, because even when Trang Xian was the twilight of the gods, he was always a lone wolf, without a single clan member or god as a friend. So he couldn't delve deeply into this topic. While he was pondering, Zen laughed loudly and raised his hand. As for the vessel, you don't need to worry. The vessels I create are very powerful. Lai Trangxian didn't respond to him but thought, on the other hand, Zen learned how to wield power from a great clan and also dominated thousands of hungry ghosts in this cave, so he surely has a lot of experience. So Trangxian didn't need to think much anymore, but just follow Zen's suggestion. Zen's clan member, Zabek, is trying to absorb the magic core. Zen's clan member, Zabek, has successfully merged with the magic core. Its existing divinity is regenerating, and all its stats are changing. Element acquired. Skill acquired. Blue light emanated from within Zabek. The sudden influx of energy made it gasp with wide eyes. Zabek was undergoing a powerful transformation, witnessed by Lai Trangxian, who remained perfectly calm. The good master casually had his hands in his pockets, waiting for the final result of this nourishing meal. Zabek overate the nourishing food, causing the system to narrate the transformation process almost frantically. The elf characteristic is gradually awakening in Zabek. The assimilation rate is extremely high, bringing with it his past life's memories and identity. A clan member with new attributes has been born. Zabek exploded with power and suddenly charged, heading straight for Lai Trangxian. He could understand this action, as in his past life. He was Kali's noble priest, always harboring intentions of revenge. Zen was once like this too, so this reaction was expected. Zen, are you just going to stand there and watch? Hearing his master call his name, Zenfrisha immediately grabbed the creature's head, frowning. You dare bite your master? I will make sure you can never do that again. Thinking back, Zabek was a clan member revived by Zen. Zabek's body was borrowed for reincarnation and stat redistribution, so he could probably only defy Zen to a certain extent. Zen tensed his arm muscles and pushed Zabek's head down without mercy. A tragic scream echoed everywhere. A moment later, the system popped up and asked, Would you like to name him? Yes, his name will be Elf. Lai Trangxian replied without hesitation. Elf, having been smashed by Zen and reduced to less than half, was furious and knelt on the ground, unable to do anything. Clan member named. From now on, Zabek's name is Elf. The clan member will be a weapon and a shield to protect you. Lai Trangxian asked him, I heard you possess the divine power of the unknown god. Is that true? A god who could appoint you as a high priest. Surely their authority is not to be trifled with. Yet you still lost your life. I know you can speak now. You'd better answer clearly. Elf finally spoke. Why are you curious about that? Because I can gain even more power. You see, I still don't have a patron god. Huh, you don't have a patron god? After Elf spoke, he thought suspiciously. Unless this is related to constellations or horoscopes, there's a chance I can find light on this obscure path. Thinking so, Elf immediately recounted. Before the apocalypse, there was a constellation called Twilight of the Gods. Upon hearing his old title, Lai Trangxian's expression involuntarily tensed. He once fought against many other constellations, including the 12 zodiacs, and in the end, had to face divine judgment and lose his life. Most constellations unanimously agreed to make him face judgment, with only a few opposing. One of them was the patron god I served, the goddess of destruction and death. At that time, Kalen called Elfin, now Elf, and said, "He must be the idiot who abandoned me." However, I still cannot lose a friend like him. Elfin, with tears streaming down, said, "But I know what you want to say. It's just that I can't ignore it. After all, the 12 zodiacs are still the cause of this matter. No, I can fight too." Elfin tried to plead, but Callie remained cold. "You leave. I have dismissed all priests, including you." With that said, Callie walked amidst the crumbling stairs and didn't look back. Elfin continued to tell the story. "I don't know if it was luck, but the goddess wasn't alone." Lai Trangxian's face darkened upon hearing this. There were still those who decided to stand by her. However, she never told me who they were, and after that, I don't know what happened to them. All I know is that many stars in the galaxy were enraged, and the goddess had to sacrifice herself. Lai Trangxian's face grew dark, and he gritted his teeth. The gods who protected her must have also suffered an unfortunate fate. Since then, I have wandered among the fragments of the shattered world, eventually awakening in this magical place. Lai Trangxian's face was dark as he cursed under his breath. 12 zodiacs, you bastards. So, Callie and sister's misfortune was caused by you. No matter how strong Callie was, she couldn't fight against the 12 zodiacs and all the constellations, the rulers of heaven. I was the one who abandoned them first, yet they still tried to save my life. How ridiculous, you fools. Lai Trangxian thought about his former friends in heaven and asked Elfin, "What is your purpose in coming here?" "Revenge. I will surely avenge, but my mission is to revive the goddess." The girl shrieked as if possessed. "Whether it's possible or not doesn't matter, as long as I try. This is the essential wish and responsibility of a true saint." The little speaker suddenly raised the volume, making Zen furious, because it was too deafening. Trangxian thought, gods also rely on the Almighty and laws. As long as believers still have faith and priests collect holy power, resurrection is not impossible. That's why Hong Twin didn't kill the gods or stars, but only sealed them. Theoretically, reviving a god isn't impossible, but the problem is it's easy to say, difficult to do. Once a saint's divine name is utterly abolished, their holy power and authority also dissipate. He asked Elfin again about the holy power of the unnamed god. If it becomes stronger the more it collects, right? Elfin firmly said, "Yes. My goal is to absorb holy power and reach the realm of an apostle. You may not have a guardian god, but I'm sure many stars are interested in you, aren't they? I'm not asking for your help, nor will I stand in your way. I will take care of my future myself, because what you need is power, and I can assure you, this alliance isn't bad at all." Before Elfin's burning determination, Trangxian finally smiled. "Excellent. Until then, I will help you. In return, you must completely submit to me." Elfin was stunned. Trangxian continued, "Anyway, you can't escape, and without my permission, you can't do anything either. So wouldn't it be better to rely on me and seize the opportunity later?" This expression was truly too similar to her goddess. The girl saw the image of that person, and tears welled up in her eyes. "The 26th branch of the goddess of destruction and death, I humbly present myself to my new master." Thus, the master-servant deal with Callie's priest was successfully closed. After the solemn pledge of allegiance, the system announced, "Disciple Elfin has sworn an oath of loyalty. The master-servant relationship with the disciple has been strengthened. Loyalty plus 15, vassal level increased. You have received an absolute command." Trangxian thought, Elfin had sworn loyalty to him while still being Zen's disciple, so he received that absolute command? With this, Elfin isn't allowed to harbor any hatred or rebellious thoughts towards him, but he also has the responsibility to actively fulfill its wishes. At this moment, The gods began to voice their opinions again. The god of the hunting season is extremely pleased that you've taken on a talented disciple. The god of the world-encompassing serpent shakes his head, unsure if this is a blessing or a curse. The god of the twilight-piercing owl looks at you with a warm smile. The god of the fierce tiger, Sako, mocks your greed. Trang Xian frowned upon hearing these statuses. He wanted to know how Gemini would react now that he'd accepted Elfin as a disciple. A mysterious smile. Then, the system displayed a notification. The god Gemini is giving you a new scenario quest. Li Trangxian was so surprised he blurted out. The system then displayed the quest information. Recruit Celestial Guards 3. Category: Main Scenario. Description: one side of the god Gemini has been intently observing you for several days now. He has begun to want to recruit you. Instead of being angry that you dared to harm his dispatched high priest and accept the traitor who once opposed him. This god is so forgiving it makes one's jaw drop in suspicion. Therefore, Gemini has given you an offer. Li Trangxian gravely waited to see what it was. Become Gemini's apostle. Zen Frisha immediately reacted. Huh, how ridiculous. If you accept this offer, you will become the greatest being on earth, the representative of the 12 zodiac signs, and capable of achieving everything. However, one side of the god Gemini warns you that if you dare to refuse, he will punish you for harming his high priest, because his pride cannot be overturned. If you accept the position of apostle, if you refuse, death. Gemini's declaration has spread throughout the heavens. Trangxian began to think. The 12 zodiac signs are stars among stars, leading a mighty army. Even in Arcadia, they are the great stars rumored to be almost on par with the king. I knew they would eventually take an interest in me, but I didn't expect them to offer me the position of apostle. And of course, this heavenly announcement astonished many and made them restless, eager for news. If I become an apostle, I can immediately transcend the human realm, even becoming stronger than demigods and low-ranking gods. Trangxian couldn't help but grin at this bizarre offer. Player Li Trangxian's name has spread throughout the heavens. Reputation increased by 1,000. You have received 150,000 merit points, achievement reward points. The admin office is screaming in despair at the flood of questions from gods and stars regarding information about Li Trangxian. Elfin was also astonished, jaw agape and speechless, but still thought to itself, my new master could become Gemini's disciple. That means even if the goddess revives after collecting enough divine power, she will also be Gemini's subordinate. The other gods also clamored. The god of the hunting season was utterly surprised and glared at the other stars, telling them not to look at the person she chose first. The god of the world-encompassing serpent stared wide-eyed at the stars. The god of the twilight-piercing owl let out a very loud warning sound. The god of the fierce tiger, Sako, bared his fangs and flicked his tail. One side of the god Gemini ignored the protests. All channels except Gemini's channel were temporarily cut off. Li Trangxian secretly cursed this guy. He's effing crazy. He cut off all other channels just because he felt annoyed. He thought it was his brother Castor because he had been quiet lately, but it turned out to be Pollux, the hot-headed younger brother. But no matter who it is, he won't let himself be influenced. But the problem is how to respond. Wait, just stop for about 2 seconds. Li Trangxian took out an item that made Elfin react strongly. I kept it because I thought it was all right. But for you, this thing might be very important. Huh. The system reported. The holy power reward of Gemini has merged with the goddess's crown. The replica has been upgraded from a relic to a holy item. This is a holy item possessing the holy power of 2 archenemies, Kali and Gemini. Damn interesting. One face of the Gemini god yelled, asking what you're doing. Answer quickly. Trangxian furrowed his brows, thinking, Gemini is interested in me. And Mephistopheles was the first one to strongly demand an answer. Maybe I should use it. Trangxian smirked slyly, put on his own crown and said, what if you lose me? Great devil. One face of the Gemini god looked at you sternly after realizing your intention. The gloomy sanctuary has opened. The great demon god, the pursuer of hell, looked up. Trangxian's calculation wasn't wrong. Mephistopheles was known for being detached, yet for some reason, he was very curious about him. The system live reported the current state of the battle for a person among the gods. The great demon god, the pursuer of hell, coldly glared at a constellation. One face of the Gemini god was shaken by the appearance of an unexpected figure. Under his mask, Li Trangxian secretly smiled, seeing that Pollux couldn't act carelessly in front of Mephistopheles. He was delighted that his conjecture was correct, that Mephistopheles was a figure even the 12 constellations had to respect. The other face of the Gemini god joined the debate after realizing the situation of the first face. The brilliant light of the star illuminated the entire world. The great demon god was struggling against that light. The two sides clashed fiercely, darkness and light colliding violently. The energy from the collision of the two constellations made Trangxian tingle. But the battle didn't stop with just two factions. The temporarily closed channels were restored. The god of the hunting season aimed an arrow at a star in anger. The god of the hunting season gritted her teeth, yelling that she would tell her mother that he dared to insult her and she would never forgive him. What the hell, who? Mother? A name that gave Li Trangxian an even more interesting idea. That's right. Then even the primordial evil dragon Tiamat would be dragged into this. One face of the Gemini god frowned. The other face of the Gemini god comforted the first, telling him to be careful. Tiamat was preparing to challenge Taurus, the de facto leader of the 12 constellations. In other words, she also harbored a strong dislike for Gemini. Li Trangxian thought excitedly. The great serpent god was enraged by the star's actions. The owl god, who tore apart dusk, asked if the constellation would take responsibility for its recent recklessness. The fierce tiger god, Sako, gritted his teeth. The ancient demon gods of Ziwei Do Shu focused their attention in one direction after calling for allies. The azure dragon star was ready. The vermilion bird star responded. The god of the Tai Wei enclosure narrowed his eyes. Li Trangxian was ecstatic because the Tai Wei enclosure, one of the 3 enclosures of Ziwei Do Shu, was also involved. The bigger the problem, the more he liked it. Even though Ziwei Do Shu opposed astrology and dominating the heavens, they wouldn't easily respond just because a puppet ruler called for them. Or perhaps they thought this was an opportunity to eliminate the other side's generals. One face of the Gemini god's expression froze. The fierce tiger god, Sako, sneered and warned that he would consider it an acceptance of the end if they didn't leave immediately. One face of the Gemini god erupted in rage. The other face of the Gemini god advised the first that it wasn't the time yet, and retreating would be better. One face of the Gemini god angrily turned away. Li Trangxian then took off the crown, feeling regret that everything ended so simply, because if things had gone smoothly, a war between astrology and Ziwei Do Shu could have been created. One face of the Gemini god stopped and showed hatred for those who had insulted him. That guy reached out, through time and space, and unexpectedly grabbed Li Trangxian's shoulder. "What the heck, big bro? I thought you were gone," the system announced. One face of the Gemini star touched you. His holy power spread like a fever, making you burn. Li Trangxian was startled. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it. The holy heat was radiating. The energy pouring in was so strong it made Li Trangxian flinch and scream. His muscles tensed, and his veins throbbed loudly. Trangxian knew that with his current body, he couldn't withstand the holy power of the 12 constellations. Even immunity to the 10 best poisons or the world-destroying fire technique was useless. Meanwhile, the culprit leisurely withdrew his hand, said goodbye, and left. The fierce tiger Star Sako roared, asking, "What the hell is going on?" One face of the Gemini star coldly replied that he was merely bestowing blessings upon a mortal who possessed his holy power. Li Trangxian clutched his body, which was being scorched by the Gemini's blessed holy fire, as the mechanical system coldly relayed. The other face of the Gemini star disappeared after saying that if he could endure this privilege, his talent would be outstanding. Otherwise, the holy heat would melt his soul. Li Trangxian trembled, clutching his burning body. The system continued to live stream the god statuses. The purple forbidden enclosure star disappeared after saying this was interesting, and he would remember your name. The coiling dragon star retracted its tail. The vermilion bird star folded its wings. The great devil pursuing hell scorned you from the realm of silence. While the gods showed varying attitudes, Li Trangxian was still struggling against the holy fire. The great devil pursuing hell bestowed a new privilege upon you. A drop of water fell onto his body, which was about to turn to ash, making Li Trangxian feel revived, and a holy mark was imprinted on him. Li Trangxian unhappily glanced at the mark carved with energy. The great devil god said, "This makes it easier for me to control you." After speaking, the sky closed, and the gloomy sanctuary was vanishing. Zin rushed forward. "Are you all right, sir?" Li Trangxian panted, while the system again relayed the status updates from the gods. The hunting season star complained, lowering its bow, asking why others were targeting its treasure. The world serpent advised her to calm down. The gods sighed in relief as they disappeared, and the atmosphere grew heavy. The stars watching the great devil chatted, saying it was still just entertainment. Li Trangxian took off the fake crown, thinking, "The war between the cosmic gods far exceeds my imagination. Thanks to the goddess's crown, I managed to keep my life." The system presented information about this item, the goddess's crown. Enhanced replica. A replica of the crown passed down by the goddess of destruction and death to her descendants. When worn, you can hear the thoughts of branches and blades of grass, contributing to spiritual cultivation and helping you reach the next level. Currently combined with the Gemini's holy power, its effects will double. It is unknown how much this effect can be enhanced. Type, Holy Relic. Effects, cosmic communication, spiritual cultivation, spiritual advancement. Li Trangxian handed it to the fairy. The girl was startled. "Are you really going to give it back to me?" Trangxian smirked. "It's because I don't intend to become a parasitic plant. I don't want to control plants either. You and I should just stick to what we're good at." Trangxian felt the trouble was worth it. After all, he had gained the holy mark. This requires cultivation, but to use it properly, it will need. Before he could finish his thought, the system reported again. The sunset owl star looked at you with pity. "What's wrong with this sister now?" The sunset owl star doesn't know how she can help you, who always has to go through hardships and difficulties. The sunset owl star invites you to dinner. Li Trangxian was irritated. "Suddenly like that?" Zenfrisha bowed lightly and exclaimed, "Oh, master." The system continued to relay the message. The hunting season star vehemently objected, arguing that you must always be careful of silent people. The serpent wrapped around the world star corrected her, saying it wasn't silent, but cunning. The hunting season star was restless, exclaiming that it wasn't important right now. The serpent wrapped around the world star corrected her, saying it wasn't silent, but cunning. The hunting season star was restless, exclaiming that it wasn't important right now. The serpent wrapped around the world star yawned tiredly and told her to invite you to dinner too. Seeing the god shaking, Zin joined in teasing Li Trangxian. "Ha ha ha, from now on, you have my respect. What are you talking about? I can't believe you received an invitation from the war god, who only exists in stories. I didn't know you were that amazing. That's enough nonsense." Li Trangxian turned to Elfin, who was still kneeling on the ground, hugging the crown, and said, "Elfin, from now on, helps in conquer the hungry ghost cave." After giving the instructions, Li Trangxian stepped towards the spatial gate. "I will return," the system announced. "You have accepted the invitation." Elfin smiled brightly, telling Trangxian to take care. Zin also thoughtfully reminded him, "Remember to buy me ice cream on your way back." Li Trangxian shuddered upon hearing that, wondering where this pest learned such lines. Li Trangxian entered the gate. Amidst soft white fur, Li Trangxian thought, the owl god, famous for defeating the mysterious and illogical twilight, and the one who enlightened our civilization. The goddess of war, who blesses heroes and warriors living in hardship, is renowned, but she doesn't appear much in public. Why would she suddenly invite me to dinner? I did consider the possibility of being courted by the gods, but this is too soon. Besides, Mephistopheles doesn't seem to care, But summoning a mortal to a holy land violates the law of causality, so the consequences could be very serious. That is enough to prove how significant the approval is. In a blink of an eye, Li Trangxian arrived at the domain of the owl god, who tears apart the twilight. This place made Trangxian exclaim, "Ah, I thought this place would be luxurious or magnificent. What a surprise!" Standing before the grand door, Li Trangxian wondered how he was supposed to open it. Just then, the door automatically opened, and a giant-looking elderly butler, holding a towel, invited him in. Inside the majestic palace, Trangxian assessed the place as both austere and free. Among all the holy lands he had visited, this was the best. The two stopped at a door, and the butler announced, "Sir, I have brought the guest." And he went in. He didn't know until he entered, and then he saw that inside it was full of ox-headed, horse-faced demons, and all sorts of monsters. Prominently among those monsters was the owl goddess who tears apart the twilight with her brilliant red hair. "Nice to meet you." Trangxian finally saw Minerva's true appearance. The goddess seemed friendly, but the others at the party did not. They looked at Li Trangxian with very unusual eyes. Trangxian was not unaware of that, but he also knew they must be heroes who had received Minerva's blessing, along with her relatives. The evil pig star, also known as the victorious army, was very famous. Minerva smiled sweetly at Trangxian. "Please sit down. You must eat before the food gets cold." Trangxian politely said, "Thank you for the invitation." "You're welcome." Even a brief conversation made the gazes of the rest of the party lock onto Li Trangxian even more tightly. He thought to himself, "They're all watching me." You must swirl mana on a narrow surface and release it simultaneously. No, if you release mana simultaneously, the magic will become impure, so you must choose a wide surface. You're wrong, you old fool. Are you trying to overuse it, run out of mana, and then die, or what? Amidst the sharp bickering, Li Trangxian still stood watching with a furrowed brow. Meanwhile, the old man and the witch were still fighting fiercely. "Wait, what did you say? You old fool, what nonsense are you spouting?" "Foolish is an understatement. How many more times do I have to explain it for you to understand?" The witch seemed young, but she certainly wasn't quiet. "It's no surprise. You always use brute force, never your brain." Hearing that, the old man became furious, saying, "As for your bookworm head, I could knock it flying with one blow." "What did you say? What do you want?" "Fine then, come at me." Now the two of them were directly confronting each other. Li Trangxian stood aside, holding a drumstick and feeling awkward. As he ate, he wondered if it was okay to just let them argue like this. But his thoughts were interrupted by what he was eating because it was unexpectedly delicious. System message: you have eaten steak blessed by the Sword Master. Strength plus 0.5. All fatigue and curses have vanished. Energy increased, causing your wounds to heal quickly. Health and mana are fully restored. Li Trangxian was startled, thinking, permanent stat boost? All my wounds are gone, not just the ones I got on Emerald Island, but also from the battle with Gemini. As expected, it's Minerva. She must want to take care of me this way. Minerva smiled somewhat ironically and said, "I was worried it wouldn't suit your taste, but it seems you like this dish, don't you?" "Yes, it's very delicious," Li Trangxian replied, chewing heartily. "Ah, leader, that's too much. How many times have I told you that you have to ask first?" The old man suddenly complained, and Minerva said with annoyance, "I am hosting this meeting, so you ask him yourself, Badu." Bada turned to Li Trangxian. "I want to ask you something." "Go ahead." When Bada heard him say that, he thought, "Why does this commoner from the lower realms dare to speak to me without honorifics?" But he decided he would listen to the answer and deal with it later. "How did you recognize what you possessed?" "What do you mean? What else could it be?" "Of course, I'm talking about the fish scale sword." Bada seemed to lose his temper and raised his voice. "On the outside, it looks like a sword made of bronze or scrap iron, but you acted as if you already knew it was the fish scale sword. How did you recognize it? Why are you asking?" Bada laughed again. "Of course, it's because we also have something like that. Have you ever heard of the finger sword?" Trang Xian frowned, wondering why he used we to refer to himself like that. The finger sword. Just then, Trang Xian saw the fish sword react, meaning he wasn't lying. The system immediately displayed a notification. You have received a new clue about the hidden quest, Uzi's secret. Just now, the fish sword detected the energy of its brother sword, the finger sword. Track down the finger sword and acquire it to discover new secrets of the fish sword. Lai Trangxian never thought he would get involved in a hidden quest he wasn't even sure he could complete in a place like this. When Minerva saw he said nothing, she spoke up. You don't seem to know about the crow's nest, do you? Simply put, the crow's nest has an armory, and members share that armory and lend items when needed. Rewards from dungeon raids or collected items, along with other byproducts, all belong to the entire organization. Among them, Bata made a significant contribution in finding the finger sword. Lai Trangxian understood the situation. So, it wasn't strange for Minerva to possess a great sword like the finger sword. With her status and reputation, it would be unusual if she didn't. Minerva smiled brightly and said, Bata worked so hard to find the finger sword, but you spotted the fish sword with just a glance. It seems he feels he has a rival. Batu immediately yelled, Leader, how can you call this kid my rival? I think we should stop discussing this. Doesn't talking more just expose that your eyes aren't as sharp as his? Bata then turned his fierce attitude back to Trang Xian. Yeah, how exactly did you notice it? Is it some secret art, skill, attribute, privilege, or talent? I just saw it. I said it. I just saw it. A shocking answer. But the reality was that Lai Trangxian couldn't reveal he relied on his experience as the king of weapons when he was the twilight of the gods. Upon hearing such an answer, Bata cursed furiously. Damn it, you skilled bastard. It's truly an eyesore. Why is the answer like that? Enough. Asking more won't accomplish anything. Let's stop here. I ask you, do you remember their argument just now? Are you referring to the effectiveness of the Han Tram skill? And also how melee players can use close combat against ranged opponents? That's right. So you heard it all. Ah, that's right. I should use magic to create a shield. Focus on defense. Wait for an opportunity. And when the enemy slips, just use Han Tram. And it's done. The wizard shouted upon hearing that. That's nonsense again. Doing that will eventually lead to exhaustion from mana abuse. You must narrow the area of mana release and upgrade the sharpness level of Han Tram. That's the correct way. Accuracy will be achieved when we rotate the shape of Han Tram into a vortex to expand the area. Lai Trangxian listened, bewildered, thinking. Han Tram is a technique that accumulates magic power to deal with enemies within a certain range. Since it's related to the Tiger's Calamity and the Black Claw Mountain King, I also want to hear it. Minerva gently asked if she could hear his opinion on the matter. Bata roared upon hearing that. Leader, you're going to ask a mere mortal for his opinion? Lai Trangxian's face twisted as he wondered if he was being tested. So, she was provoking the belligerence of the members to test his abilities. She did invite me to a good meal, so I have to reciprocate. Both of you are wrong. Trangxian said, the basic form of Han Tram lies in its aura. No, wait. Then you just need to adjust the aura to target ranged opponents. Batu immediately countered, easier said than done. Minerva suggested, show us. Lai Trangxian didn't reply and seriously proceeded. Dark purple magic turned into spheres and shot out. This alone utterly astonished the little witch and Batu. What's that? He can materialize aura? Turn it into a sphere? You said you've only been doing this for a few months, but it took me 3 years to master it. And they called me a genius for just that. Incredible. Lai Trangxian silently continued to display his skills. He tossed the aura spheres up, then clenched his fist, spun around, fired them all into the nearby wall, then raised 2 fingers like a gun, concluding the shot. Everyone there gaped, almost dropping their lower jaws. I've never seen mana used this way. How can it be shaped like that? This doesn't even look like a skill. Could he be isolating it from space to ensure it only hits the target? Teleportation, wormholes, quantum travel, what's the principle behind it? While everyone was in a bewildered discussion, Minerva smiled gently. I understand now why he recognized the ocean staff sword. Do you have any more questions, Batu? Batu, looking deflated like a steamed bun, said, "No, you talented brat. This is the base's armory. Go around and feel free to choose." Minerva generously led Trang Si into the armory and allowed him to choose freely. Just like how a rich person spends money to please a beauty. Huh. Trang Xian didn't refuse such a good offer. He wasn't stupid. Moreover, Minerva really has many divine artifacts. Do you see anything that interests you? I'd be willing to gift you a weapon from this armory if you wish. The owl god enthusiastically invited him. This is spider silk I got after a bet with Azakni, and I used a shield, Aegis, to fight Medusa. Each weapon here is a treasure that could stun anyone who looks at them. It's been a long time since someone so capable has come here. Don't you want me? The Aegis shield suddenly spoke. The other item spoke too. No, take me with you. I will lead you to a whole new path. Take me right now. Perhaps Lai Trangxian could hear them due to the understanding he gained from mastering swordsmanship and spear mastery. But he could also clearly perceive emotions from the divine artifacts. I'm here. A sword emitting strange black energy called out, and the ocean staff sword reacted. I'm here. The sword continued to speak and radiate an alluring power. System notification. You have discovered the Vanguard blade. The ocean staff sword wants to get closer to the Vanguard blade. The sword glowed more intensely, its voice becoming angrier and more impatient. What are you doing? Come here and pick me up now. Lai Trangxian realized that the blade carried the legend that its owner would become king. No wonder people say that the 9 ultimate treasures attract each other. The blade was urging him. Pick me up. Hurry, lift me up. The goddess suddenly appeared behind him, breaking this eerie atmosphere. If you want, I can give it to you. Of course, giving it to you for free would be a bit difficult, as the family members would object, but lending it is entirely possible. Aegis, Ballas, Dinba, just say the name, and I will lend you anything you want. Any weapon here is enough to ensure no mortal can defeat you. Thank you, but I'll have to decline this offer. Minerva was so startled her expression twisted. But why? I'm sure any weapon here would help you immensely. You're right, but nothing in this world is free, is it? The goddess heard this and smiled, satisfied, as she no longer expected Lai Trangxian to be easily swayed by worldly desires, but to be able to avoid such a trap while still playing dumb. Minerva judged him to be extremely cunning. Lai Trangxian also had his own thoughts. Knowing that the Vanguard blade was here was very important, and as long as Minerva was still interested in him, owning it was only a matter of time. More importantly, I have a more important question for you. What is it? I will try my best to answer all your curiosities. Do you know why Mephistopheles is so obsessed with me? The goddess burst out laughing. Actually, I had already guessed you would ask this question from the moment I invited you to this sanctuary. Or rather, the reason I invited you to the sanctuary is because I have something to tell you related to that issue. You are truly, incredibly similar to someone. That is also the person Mephistopheles has been searching for a very long time. Lai Trangxian was quite surprised and asked, "Who is it?" "He is no stranger to death, and constantly plays with fire. He is so dark he seems even darker than the night itself, a natural-born fighter, destined to fight." Lai Trangxian listened, feeling suspicious. Is she talking about me when I was the twilight of the gods? But back then, you never got involved with Mephistopheles. The goddess smiled gently. You are truly very similar to Abyss, and because of that, it was only a matter of time before Mephistopheles set his eyes on you. Is the Abyss she's talking about the chasm? His name in god form is the great devil who chases the chasm. Could it be related to that Abyss? That's probably why he tested you in the tutorial. So who is that person? He is. Even the goddess couldn't say that name. Even after trying, she couldn't. So the goddess just sighed. Just as I thought, they've blocked it. In any case, there was once such a person. Li Jiangxian's face completely darkened. He frowned, thinking, there had almost never been a case where the system interfered with such high awareness. I need to achieve an extremely large amount of karma to be able to know who Minerva is referring to. Or I need to find the right path to approach him first. This means his existence is so powerful that karma related to him must fluctuate. The abyss, I know, is a fragment of the universe, existing even before time began to flow, located at the end of the world. How in the world could that person be similar to me? I never thought that the things I considered useless, when I was the twilight of the gods, would come back and hit me right in the face like this. If I recover my power over the underworld and ask the king of the underworld, perhaps I'll understand a bit. Li Jiangxian thought a lot, but only spoke very briefly to the goddess. Then things are difficult again. Minerva chuckled. You don't need to worry too much. Just steadily walk your own path. I can tell you one thing for sure, that fundamentally, you are completely different from him. Li Jiangxian heard this, but his face was scrunched up like a monkey eating ginger, which the goddess found strange. Even though his face was still scrunched, he said, It's nothing. Just now. Just then, the teleportation gate opened. The butler appeared with a greatly changed expression. Oh, goddess, the enemy has appeared. Because of that, outside is. What? Who dares? Li Jiangxian also became very vigilant. The owl's nest is a dominion ruled by Minerva. You have strong ties to Olympus. Yet someone dared to trespass into a forbidden place, where even mortals fear to tread. Lightning struck in a clear sky. An eerie light flashed. As the day of Eros gradually faded, the night slowly awakened and cautiously covered the sky. The stars, once submerged in darkness, began to shine. A constellation appeared. Looking at these two figures, it's definitely Gemini. The Gemini constellation intends to descend to the sacred land of the owl's nest. The blonde, blue-eyed boy in golden armor licked his lips and jumped down. It's this troublemaker again. I wonder what kind of mess he's going to stir up this time. The relatives attending Minerva's feast were ready with swords and shields to greet Gemini's descent. Minerva also rushed out in a panic, only to receive a system notification. The Gemini constellation wants to attack the sacred owl's nest. The invasion begins. Countless sword-shaped beams of light shot down. Minerva was so furious that veins popped on her face. How dare you? Narration system. The Twilight Owl constellation spreads her wings. Minerva roared, Fine. You must be asking for trouble. You're so afraid of Mephistopheles that you dare to violate my sanctuary and even try to steal my guest. Polyas's shield sprang forth to protect the sanctuary. How dare you despise me? Minerva, the great goddess of Olympus. The Twilight Owl constellation and the Gemini constellation began to fight for territory. Defense mechanism activated. Gemini's attack rained down like bombs on Minerva's shield. Two divine powers are clashing. The butler directed, Get into position when the shield is broken. Castor's clan members will appear. Bellerophon, IAS, protect the goddess. Serena, I must bring Li Jiangxian to the lower world. Can we teleport out? Little Witch Serena replied. Outside seems to be blocked by starlight. It will take some time to reconfigure the starlight equation. If the Divine Master were here, these rats wouldn't be able to cause trouble. They've calculated everything. Castor, a dog that always follows the gloomy constellation, dares to bare its fangs at me? Minerva was furious. Minerva, you are provoking the god of war. Castor narrowed his eyes and challenged back. I'm not sure who's the follower. After you, it will be the gloomy constellation's turn. We are the ones who can shine in the dark night. He laughed distortedly, swinging his fist straight down. Rest in eternal peace, ancient goddess. Gemini constellation attacks. Attack failed. He continued his attack. He has partially manifested. The divine Punisher attacks. A gigantic fist shattered the shield. Dark energy emanated. Gemini commanded, Charge, advance my army, Divona Fara. Minerva also commanded, My evil-slaying vanguard, spare no one. The two armies clashed head-on. At this moment, Gemini saw Li Jiangxian through a crack in the shield. Li Jiangxian felt something strange, so he used his beast skill to sniff around. He thought the two individuals in the Gemini constellation wouldn't rush into battle unless they were sure of victory. The fact that Gemini is involved in the incident that sparked a full-scale war between Olympus and Horoscope means that this is not just anger or retaliation. They are completely confident in victory. And Pollux is nowhere to be seen. They are called Gemini because whenever they do something big, they always stand side by side. Minerva waved her hand, and light swirled around her. Come here, my child. Minerva donned her armor in an instant. Just then, a strange voice rang out. Let me come along too. Lai Trangxian was startled and turned his head, seeing the vanguard blade in Bada's hand emitting dark energy. The old man smiled sinisterly and brought the blade down directly. Dark energy, like lightning, struck down. Commander, Goddess, get out of the way. Minerva was caught off guard, seemingly unable to react in time. Lai Trangxian immediately activated his Alpha Tiger state, boosting his thinking speed. This is an assassination attempt on the great Saint Minerva. With my current skills, it'll be hard to block it. I need to borrow external power to redirect the force. As Lai Trangxian thought, his body already acted, rushing out in front of the goddess. Get out of the way, you brat! Bada roared, and the fisherman's staff sword in Lai Trangxian's hand emitted a brilliant light, and he was about to borrow power from Gemini and Mephistopheles. A holy mark appeared. Lai Trangxian gritted his teeth. I'll use both their powers to suppress it. The fisherman's staff sword shone like a star, directly clashing with the dark cannonball without showing any weakness. One slash will release it, then I'll redirect it. Energy swirled around Lai Trangxian like a whirlwind. The skilled Black Mountain God's first claw erupted. Intense collision. Bada's assassination blow was shattered. He was so enraged that his whole face expressed his fury as he called out his name, Lai Trangxian. Damn you! Here I am, having dealt one blow, and my magic power is already below 30%. Just you wait. When I get the upper hand, I'll definitely sacrifice this old man alive. You are feeling dizzy. Critical condition. Fatigue is setting in. Your magic power is regenerating. Lai Trangxian thought to himself that he would never use this trick again. My blood's pouring out here. A great miracle has been completed. A mortal has awakened holy power. Intelligence plus 30, willpower plus 25. Partially unlocked holy attribute. You have recognized one of the ways to use holy power. You have received star file. From now on, you can use a small part of the starlight from constellations. You have learned deep night. You cannot receive primeval dark energy. The goddess angrily slammed her weapon into the ground. The punishment of Permachos has descended. Lightning struck Bada directly on the head. The face of Gemini immediately appeared from behind the torn skin. It's a holy mark. Could he have used holy power to neutralize my slash? A mere mortal, yet mastered 2 forms of holy power? Polak seemed to be seeing a new joy in life, laughing like a devil. A genius, huh? He shouted loudly, asking. Lai Trangxian grimaced with distaste, also not expecting that Polax would disguise himself as a Minerva tribesman to ambush. A man hitting a woman and even using dirty tricks, it's unacceptable. The other face of the Gemini constellation had poured all its strength. Polax laughed brightly. I thought my brother was foolish for being interested in this, but maybe not entirely. Originally, using this puppet to defeat you was already impossible. Bada's corpse was dropped by Polax, falling freely to the ground. Minerva became even more agitated when she saw him. Polax, however, wasn't afraid. He clenched his hand so tightly that blood spurted out, yet he still smiled provocatively. Aim for me, Lai Trangxian. A gigantic hand seized Lai Trangxian. A giant with a devilish face grinned widely, trapping him in his palm. Damn it, Minerva didn't hesitate for a second, immediately leaping to rescue Lai Trangxian. As soon as the goddess slashed down, the giant's arm was severed. Minerva was extremely angry and attacked with divine speed. How dare you trick me? When did you infiltrate? The goddess thrust straight at the giant. Polak stuck out his tongue provocatively. It's hard to say, and why should I? If you won't tell me, I'll pry your mouth open myself. Minerva roared, thrusting her weapon forward. The giant also punched straight at the goddess, accompanied by Polax's provocation. Try it if you can. You insolent bastard. Minerva coldly destroyed the giant, then rushed to directly confront Polax. That brat, acting so impudently in front of an elder. The two fought fiercely, with deafening explosions all around. The pressure from the explosions made Lai Trangxian stagger. Their combined energy was truly terrifying. While Lai Trangxian was still swaying like a tree in a storm, a magic circle, appearing from nowhere, protected him. You have received the goddess's blessing. Serena rushed over immediately after and asked if he was okay. I'm fine. Because of me, the situation is a bit. Serena looked at the chaotic mess before them, her face twisting. Because of you? I wish it were. These troublemaking bastards are the real problem. The thin girl waved her hand. Anyway, this has been quite interesting. If fate allows, we shall meet again. System notification. Returning to the lower realm. Due to the long coordinate link, 5 seconds are needed to leave the crow's nest. After the notification, the system immediately began a 5-second countdown. But these 5 seconds would not pass peacefully. The other face of Gemini, outside the shield, Castor, saw this and immediately took action. One side of the Gemini constellation is trying to capture player Lai Trangxian. Castor reached through the shield's opening to grab Lai Trangxian. Of course, he wouldn't stand still and let this annoying guy catch him, especially since without Mephistopheles' holy mark, Trangxian would probably just be a pile of ashes by now. He also didn't expect that these two crazy guys would set up such a battle formation just to catch him. There are still 3 seconds left to leave this place. Trangxian gritted his teeth, forcing himself to think of a way to escape before he got caught right now. I have to shake them off by all means. Or maybe I should try using the Dark Knight. Even if this slash consumes all my energy, I still have the Dark Knight. Thinking so, the energy of the Dark Knight enveloped Lai Trangxian. Moreover, he also had a skill that even the Gemini constellation had to be wary of. At this moment, there were 2 seconds left. Lai Trangxian activated one more skill. The skill Kalokagathia activated, channeling power corresponding to the resistance of the Dark Knight. Trangxian remembered Minerva once saying that the person Mephistopheles was looking for was very similar to him, so the Dark Knight would surely be similar as well. System notification. Unlock the blessing granted by the constellation, Saker, the mighty tiger. The beast sense skill has transformed into a power. Path of the demonic beast. Path of the demonic beast. New blessing granted by the constellation, Saker, the mighty tiger. Enhanced senses, like a demonic beast, breaking all the rules of this world. You will possess a 6th sense that transcends human perception. The stronger your 6th sense, the greater your power. Skill level 1. Category Power. Effect, Sense Enhancement, Perception Awakening, 6th Sense Awakening. Incarnation of Vitality. You have awakened a new effect of the Holy Mark. The Dark Knight has been unlocked. Fire is burning within the confined Dark Knight. A bizarre blue light flashed, opening the Eye of Hell. After opening the Eye of Hell, Lai Trangxian's body seemed to transform into a galaxy. This astonished Castor so much that his eyes nearly popped out. No way could it be. How could that lowly mortal open the Dark Knight? Bonlac, seen at close range, was also terrified. What is this? The gloomy constellation wouldn't have enough time to save him. Minerva warned, "How dare you be negligent right in front of me? You pathetic fools." The goddess showed no mercy, speaking as she thrust forward. Release the trident's light. A blow was unleashed, a cold, sharp golden light lightly grazed Bonlac's shoulder, making him roar. Ah, Minerva! Bonlac's sword-holding arm was effortlessly severed by Minerva. Both his arm and sword fell into Lai Trangxian's Dark Knight. He didn't miss this opportunity and immediately summoned Elfin. Elfin immediately extended a branch and grabbed the sword. Lai Trangxian smiled sinisterly. Not only did you personally come to see me off, but you also gave me this gift. At this moment, the teleportation time also ended. Preparation time has ended, returning to the ghoul's lair. I will definitely make good use of that sword you gave me. No. Upon returning to the ghoul's lair, Lai Trangxian was greeted by an exclamation. Master, you're truly awesome. Zen and Elfin looked at the newly acquired sword and exclaimed in awe. Lai Trangxian smiled very triumphantly. I did it. I defeated the Gemini. One face of the Gemini constellation furiously roared. To vent its anger and the humiliation suffered at the hands of the mortal, The other face of the Gemini constellation smashed everything around it. Lai Trangxian only found them too noisy. Gods acting so agitated. The system continued to relay messages mechanically. One face of the Gemini constellation warned that it would not suppress its anger towards the mortal who caused this. The other face of the Gemini constellation suppressed its rage to retrieve an object it considered a holy relic. Zen asked blankly, "You're facing off against all 12 constellations now. Aren't you scared?" Elfin panicked upon hearing that. The system transmitted a flood of statuses. Horoscope issues a warning command. Olympus is influencing the situation. Horoscope and Olympus have fallen into a tense standoff. The owl constellation that tears apart Twilight wants to punish the one who destroyed her sanctuary. War has broken out between the owl that tears apart Twilight and Gemini. Enemies, bring it on. What do you think they see me as? They're even interested in me, aren't they? See, I wasn't lying. They're already making a ruckus again. Many constellations in horoscope have begun investigating the incident. The Pisces constellation is interested in you. The Taurus constellation, after hearing about it, finds your battle very interesting. A total of 26 constellations in horoscope are astonished by what you've done. Currently, 241 constellations intend to offer to be your guardian deity. Currently, 19 constellations invite you to become their apostle. Zen stared blankly at the flood of notifications, mouth agape, deep in thought. Besides the constellations who want to protect Master, there are also 19 constellations inviting him to become their apostle. The primeval evil dragon constellation has become curious after hearing the rumors. The hunting season constellation is surprised and flustered, trying to divert attention to others. Lai Trangxian, however, paid little attention to the constellations and turned to Elfin to ask about the newly snatched sword. "I'm holding it right here. Can't you see it? Why are you asking?" Trangxian smiled and praised. "You did very well." Elfin secretly thought, "If I follow him, maybe." Her small eyes turned into stars. "I can truly revive the goddess." Lai Trangxian examined the sword, unaware that Elfin was secretly swearing unconditional loyalty to him. After making her decision, Elfin was still lost in thought. "I knew he was far beyond ordinary people, but this is truly outstanding. But whatever." Now Elfin was both Lai Trangxian's servant and his hardcore fan. The way it looked at him increasingly resembled looking at the truth of life. Trangxian was completely oblivious, focusing only on examining the sword. "This sword feels amazing in my hand." The system displayed item information. Zhanlu sword, one of the 9 treasured swords forged by the divine blacksmith Uyazi. Legend says the Zhanlu sword bestows upon its wielder the temperament of a king and terrifying dominion. However, its conditions for choosing a master are extremely strict. Classification: punishing sword, holy relic. Attack immeasurable. Effect: crown king, power enhancement. The rest are undetermined. Due to insufficient power, most functions are currently locked. It seems I can't use it right away. As expected, Trangxian guessed that this sword, which was extremely noisy and ferocious in Bond's hands, was now incredibly quiet. "You have successfully completed a part of Uyazi's secret hidden quest." Trangxian didn't care about the system. He was just thinking that this sword wants to test its new master. "It truly is a cautious weapon," the system reported. "You now possess a total of 2 treasured swords. A part of the hidden functions of the Yuchang sword has been unlocked. You have met some of the conditions for the Zhanlu sword. Yuchang, fire, and blood. Zhanlu, undetermined. A new option has been added for the Yuchang sword. Bloodsea storm." Lai Trangxian couldn't help but be amazed. Bloodsea storm is a sword technique that uses absorbed blood to enhance firepower. He thought to himself, "Just by obtaining the Zhanlu sword, I've improved this much. I wonder how strong I'll become when I'm its official master." I'm starting to get curious about the combined effect of these 2 holy swords. The evil dragon's Fong suddenly trembled too. He knew it was feeling lonely, as only the number of holy swords increased. But anyway, if he wants to be recognized as Zhanlu's master, Lai Trangxian will probably have to demonstrate his own abilities. At this moment, the remaining time in the Hungry Ghost Cave was 3 hours, 21 minutes, 29 seconds. Zin briefly explained the situation like this. While Lai Trangxian was with Minerva, he and Elfin had conquered the 4th floor. But from the 5th floor onwards, eliminating them was no longer simple. Because from the 5th floor onwards, it was entirely the territory of the Tong Lin. The system announced the current location of one master, 2 servants as floor 5, zone 1. After hearing Zin's report, Lai Trangxian merely said coldly, Dong Ling, Hu. The blood fiend Cobra Ghoul evolved to devour people and use blood magic. If blood fiends only relied on brute force, Tong Lin would also possess unique innate abilities. The ones we encountered on floors 3 and 4 were much stronger than blood fiends and Cobra Ghouls. If they're multiplying here, they must have adapted to survive. I understand what you mean. From this floor onwards, many bloodline-type creatures specializing in blood magic will appear. Bloodline? This is new. Zin explained that Tong Lin form a bloodline, and each bloodline has distinct characteristics. Since they don't share the same attributes, we have to deal with them flexibly. You've researched it in such detail. You must have tried to become a Tong Lin yourself, right? Lai Trangxian spoke, as if reading Zin's mind. He smiled faintly. I'll have to face them eventually. Why bother gathering forces for no reason? Do you know anything about the situation of the factions on the 5th floor? No, everything I knew has changed. As you can see, this place is brutal. Yet you still seem excited? Lai Trangxian could guess that even if Zin's forces weren't what they used to be, they were certainly still strong. So he probably thought he could do it this time, unlike his previous confrontation with the Blood Fiend King. Seeing his mischievous smile, Lai Trangxian felt reassured and presented his battle strategy. Let's catch one and interrogate them. Coincidentally, a team is also approaching. Zin introduced them as the Blood Slugs Army. Their terrifying speed was extremely notorious. This team was entirely red, as if they had just emerged from boiling water, riding on the backs of goats with long horns. The system reported, Winged cavalry has appeared. Lai Trangxian jumped off the cliff he was standing on, eagerly rushing down there. You know them so well. Their rank on this 5th floor must be high. With this intel, it seems I'll be able to gather quite a few clues. Trangxian did that to test Zen and Elfin's skills, and also the capabilities of the Zhanlu sword. The next day, Goof visited Lai Trangxian at the hospital. He beamed when he received the notification that Lai Trangxian agreed to meet him. I've been waiting for approval for 3 days. I wonder when it'll be. Thank you, miss. He knows how to take advantage of the kind-hearted nurse here. But is there something you want to tell me? Could I please have your autograph, sir? If it's not convenient. Of course. I can't refuse a request from such a lovely young lady. The nurse was immediately ecstatic. What, did I do something wrong? After leaving, he turned to ask his father, Don't you think your language is outdated? I was raised in a traditional family, so it's not easy to change. When you talk like that, my limbs want to curl up. Goof changed the subject to Lai Trangxian. Having finally gotten to meet him, he was even more eager about Lai Trangxian being the kind of person he had hoped for. Didn't you meet him in the dungeon before? Don't you remember how chaotic it was then? It was difficult for me to see through him. We've only seen one side of that young man, but I hope he's still that kind of person. Though I could only observe from afar and don't know much, the sight of him tearing apart the parasite and the high priest of the Gemini constellation was exactly like the Lord's messenger I heard about in ancient tales. And Father also didn't expect such a formidable person not to be a master yet, but it's the goddess's will, so she can only cheer him on. As soon as he entered Lai Trangxian's hospital room, Goof excitedly greeted him first. We finally meet. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Joachim Goof. From the Illuminati. I am Lai Trangxian. I heard you've been waiting for me for a long time. Goof gave a polite smile. You probably haven't fully recovered from your injuries yet. That's why I must apologize for intruding on you so abruptly. You speak English so well. In his heart, he was silently assessing. Lai Trangxian is indeed the kind of person I hoped for. The weight in his voice and his powerful gaze. Truly a great man. Someone who embodies both beauty and virtue, Kalokagathia, the value the Illuminati seeks. Goof asked Lai Trang-Sien if he was preparing to be discharged from the hospital. Lai Trang-Sien said he had to go abroad for something. Goof then smiled. "You're quite busy, aren't you?" "Indeed, he's an important person from the White Tiger Guild." "Lai, please allow me to briefly explain our guild's matter. The goddess gave us a prophecy. We ask that you become the guild master of Illuminati." Seriously, what a surprise. Just like that, you're deciding on a guild master? What about these parents? Brother, I'm serious. That airplane can fly, right? How are you so confident? I know this is your first time going abroad. I understand. Baek Jian was so noisy that even the driver made a wry face. I don't think you understand. Killing those monsters is fine. So how do you think cars and trains work? Lai Jiang-Xian stroked the Tram Lu sword. System notification. Your familiarity with Tram Lu sword has increased. Lai Jiang-Xian thought again that holding this sword was also quite difficult. Familiarity has surpassed a certain level. You can now partially connect with the thoughts of the Tram Lu sword. In the Demon Cobra Cave, this sword had proven the power of a divine weapon, and the options for appointing a king and enhancing power weren't bad either. They both made magic stronger, allowing Jiang Xian to defeat enemies with his soul. The problem is, that's all there is to it. Everything indicated that he needed to bond with it more. Compared to a holy relic, it was still sorely lacking. Perhaps this sword is linked to the symbol of a king, so it naturally considers itself worthy of being held by a perfect person. Jiang Xian wondered if he should try again to increase his familiarity. "You have channeled the magic of the Tram Lu sword. Magic channeling has been cancelled. The Tram Lu sword refuses to accept you as its master." Damn it. Jiang Xian wanted to just destroy it, rather than have his pride pricked like this. But quickly, he dismissed that thought, because Jiang Xian wasn't yet the twilight of the gods. He needed more time to be recognized as the master of the Tram Lu sword. But if it keeps rejecting him like this, he needs to consider whether it's more appropriate to break it in half or throw it back into the furnace to be reforged. The more he looked at it, the more annoyed he became. But thinking back, Minerva truly was a goddess. She could have asked him to return the Tram Lu sword, but no. She just gave it to him, which was quite something. And then she even gave such an amazing prophecy. "You're truly the best, goddess." Back to when they met in the hospital's VIP room, Goof spoke about the goddess's prophecy. Until now, all prophecies were full of metaphors and words that made people speculate, making them very difficult to interpret. But this time it was different. The prophecy was directed straight at Mr. Lai. Minerva had said, "What is yours? Take it. This is the only gift I can give my friend. I will always be closest to you." Goof smiled foolishly, as if he had never grown up. "She said that," he explained. "Closest to you. So doesn't that mean the goddess wants Mr. Lai here to be closest to her? The only one who can stand alongside the goddess is the one who understands her best and can spread her words everywhere. In other words, that would be our guild master, an apostle. Mr. Lai, the goddess's will is for you to lead us, her foolish flock." Lai Jiang-Xian thought differently. "A friend, huh? So she considers me a friend because I interfered with the Gemini, who desecrated her sanctuary. The gods and stars I know would never use the word friend to address humans, because that would diminish their dignity or something. I can see why Minerva is loved and respected by her worshippers. This feeling is unfamiliar, but also very new. But it seems he understood her words in a completely different way. Seeing Goof look at him as if he were his goddess incarnate, Lai Trang-Xian felt awkward. He doesn't seem to want to change his mind. No matter what answer I give, it'll lead to him begging and clinging to my pant leg. I don't want to imagine a middle-aged man clinging to my pants. So Trang-Xian had to divert him first. "But first, are you sure it's okay for you to make such a decision? You want me to be the leader, even though I've never been a member of your association. Won't the internal faction strongly object? More than anything, those in high positions would never let an outsider take the highest spot. Furthermore, the Illuminati is governed by a council of elders, without a distinct leader, so there must be countless intertwining benefits and powers in such an order." Trang-Xian was confident in this judgment, so he continued to smile. "Even if the divine will directly descends, the Illuminati must still have its own rules and internal structure, right? Isn't it obvious that I wouldn't be welcome?" Joachim was still grinning. Ah, the prophecy I mentioned wasn't passed down to me, but descended directly upon Panin. No matter how much those good-for-nothing members of our association chatter, they cannot deny its value, because these are the goddess's words. No matter what they say, they won't be able to do anything. Lai Trangxian thought again. Goof is not only at a high rank, almost at the leader level, but also seems to have great influence within the association. He doesn't plan to take over the Illuminati, but joining forces with such a powerful entity isn't a bad idea. I'm very satisfied with my current situation. I'm sorry, but I must decline your offer. You don't have to be so resolute. If you could just reconsider a little. It would be a lie to say I don't want to accept your offer, but that doesn't mean I want to take on something I can't handle. Of course, I also greatly value the goddess's teachings, so I think it's best to achieve it naturally. Ah, how so? If the goddess calls me a friend, then the Illuminati will also be my friend. So aren't you also my friend? This expression showed that Goof was about to join Lai Trangxian's hardcore fan club. In other words, I want our two teams to form an alliance. Not between White Tiger and the Illuminati, but an alliance between my Team L and the Illuminati. The plane landed. Lai Trangxian kept thinking. No matter how powerful the forces White Tiger was concealing were, they weren't enough for them to completely disregard the Illuminati. I'm certain they will help me a lot when I need to win in White Tiger in the future. Trangxian turned to call Gun, who was trailing behind, making the boy ecstatic. Oh right, Gun, I forgot to tell you this, but you have to take off your shoes when you get on the plane. Yes, sir. Speech system. The goddess of the hunting season widened her eyes after observing the two friends. Wow, there's an article about us. Huh, where? Here, right here. Breaking news. Tyrant's Team L advances to Europe. The roar of the White Tiger spreads across the European continent. Just wait, Rocky Desert, the Tyrant is coming. A step forward in enhancing national prestige. Hey, stop clinging to me. Go study on your own. It's hot here. My phone's charging. Hand it over right now. Sinun Sol was thrilled to get his brother's phone. Hee, as expected of our brother. Everything he does shines. Hee, why don't you close your mouth? Your drool is about to spill everywhere. Who cares? What if Trangxian is coming from over there? Gulp, where? Ha, I can't believe you fell for that. You crazy fangirl. Give me back the tablet. Due to his rude attitude, Sin Jim Gu was instantly kicked by Sinun Sol, twisting his spine. Just then, Li Trangxian arrived and looked at them as if they were freaks. What are you doing here? Sin Jim Gu, with a swollen, bloody head, trembled. Brother, please save me. Sinun Sol immediately returned to her demure, ladle-like self. Oh ho ho, you're here? I guess you haven't fully recovered yet, have you? Aren't you overexerting yourself? System message. The world-dominating serpent god looked disdainfully at his disciple for being beaten up by his younger sister. Un Sol raised her fist to warn her brother. If you say another word, I'll bruise your head. Don't forget your seat is right next to mine, okay? Jim Gu made a wry face and reluctantly came up with an excuse. It's strange. I've been feeling dizzy all morning, so I'm just resting a bit. Hello. Gu Habin finally arrived with her luggage, followed by an uncle with tears streaming down his face. I'm here too. Habin, you're here. Wow, sister, my sister. They're welcoming each other so warmly it startled the little girl. Our uncle, meanwhile, continued to cry rivers. Our Habin, I beg you to take care of her as much as possible. I couldn't shake her will to follow you and learn many things. Don't worry, I cherish Habin as if she were my own granddaughter. Thank you. The anonymous giant god shook his head and said that no one was as full of love as he was. With everyone present, Li Trangxian led the group on their way. Of course, besides admiring glances, there were also envious and jealous ones. I can't believe the juniors and rookies are the last to arrive. I wanted to say the same thing. Who else but the two petty individuals, Department Head Shim and Kanggu-chan? He was still bitter about being beaten by Li Trangxian, which also diminished his reputation for tyranny. Now he's plotting and scheming. Even though I was ridiculed before for my carelessness, this time will be different. Since the elders will also be accompanying us on this business trip, I will eliminate you and please the elders. However, All his malicious thoughts were written all over his face with his resentful attitude. Li Trangxian saw it too, found it annoying, and turned to give a slight, provocative smile. That guy immediately couldn't hold it in anymore and roared. As soon as he finished cursing, Goof appeared right behind him. "Oh, so you're here? Do you know how long I've been looking for you?" Kang Guchan turned around and was surprised to see that it was Leader Luckrang. Li Trangxian and Goof greeted each other warmly, to Kang Guchan's utter astonishment. "You're back today." "Haha, surprised? I just delayed my flight, so I could go home and chat with my friend." Kang Guchan was confused. Since Goof spoke English, he didn't understand everything, but he definitely heard the word friend. "So these two are friends?" There were rumors that Lord Luckrang was recruiting Lai Trangxian, but he thought it was just fake news to secretly contact other guilds. Trangxian knew someone was watching, so he deliberately spoke. "I also like going with a friend very much." "Haha, good, very good. Don't tell me Goof really visited headquarters back then just because of Lai Trangxian. How could Trangxian know someone of such caliber?" "TSK." Director Sim frowned. "Leader Luckrang, no matter how high his rank is, how dare he ignore me?" Just then, Director also arrived with his people. "Oh, everyone's early, aren't they?" Everyone had to bow to him. Lai Trangxian glanced over with a scrutinizing gaze. "Are those the elders Director mentioned? I heard they are the monsters representing the White Tiger, the first-generation players who laid the foundation for the White Tiger along with the hero Heavenly Sword Moon Sone." The fierce tiger god saw observed his sharpest and oldest claws. The elder with the white headscarf spoke first. "Tisk, are these the children leading the guild today? It seems if they turn into corpses, they'd make excellent soldiers." "He is the demonic skeleton, Bu Jiang Jin." The red-haired god was the next to speak. "Don't say that, skeleton, they'll believe it. He is the red giant, Te Hong Gak." "You too, that's enough." This old man holding a clock is Wu Hotayago Hyan. The god of the hunting season frowned and asked why people exuding such a sinister scent were here. The god who envelopes the world with serpents wondered why there were so many talented people who could become apostles, yet their master didn't place much faith in them. Lai Trangxian bowed to them respectfully, thinking, if the future strategy department is the brain and pillar of the White Tiger, then these elders are the White Tiger's hidden claws and sharp thorns. The extremely ferocious people from the rumors are here too, especially Wu Hotayago Hyan. Even Director found it hard to persuade him to act. He must have asked for Wu Ota's help to get a chance to obtain the Holy Scripture from Ezen's 7 secret scriptures, because I heard he's the smartest among them. Wu Hota suddenly addressed him. "You must be Lai Trangxian, whom Director mentioned. Do you know me?" He even extended his hand, wanting to shake his hand. Lai Trangxian knew this old monster was the first to mercilessly wipe out thousands of people suffering from demonic energy in the Pohang explosion without batting an eye. Trangxian quickly shook his hand. "I've only heard rumors. It's an honor to meet you." "Haha, I bet they were all bad rumors, right? Then haven't you lived a life of integrity?" "You." The old man suddenly laughed eerily. "The path you walk will be similar to mine. I hope I can be a role model for you. The afflicted fierce tiger is trying to invade your body. Activated the skill Beautiful Virtue to identify external infiltration as a curse and set up a barrier. And just like that, it turned into a hidden struggle." Lai Trangxian could feel that this afflicted fierce tiger was much stronger. While shaking hands, Vuhata took the opportunity to transfer a bunch of illnesses to Lai Trangxian. He also sensed that both the fierce tiger and the diseases existed within him. A demon warrior, were his skills almost on par with Joachim's? Around Lord level, a level 80 master, or even higher. He must be a demonic entity even higher than a simple one. The more Lai Trangxian thought about it, the more annoyed he became with this living phantom. Who knows how many people had to sacrifice themselves to create this trash? Just as I expected, I really shouldn't have let those bastards live. Director smiled cryptically. Now that the greetings are done, I will briefly explain this matter. At this moment, Lai Trangxian and Vu Aota tremblingly let go of each other. John gnashed his teeth, thinking, let's see if this works. He's trying to resist TAA's mighty tiger and plague. As for Lai Trang-Sien, he darkened, thinking, that bastard with his worthless life. Director said, this business trip is also to further strengthen harmony with Europe, not just to advance our guild's position in the United States. These three here will help us greatly with that. You are not to make any mistakes, understood? Yes, understood. Director laughed loudly under department head Sim's resentful gaze. I look forward to seeing your names on the list at our next meeting in the U.S. Ho 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 ho. Department head Sim was furious at being ignored by Director. Moreover, he didn't expect Lai Trang-Sien to be promoted so quickly in just a few short months. He told himself, this cannot continue any longer. Department head Sim took out an envelope for Kong Guchan, saying, remember what I said, and remember to deliver this as soon as you arrive. May I be so bold as to ask what that is? This is a letter for the Illuminati. They won't exactly welcome Lai Trang-Sien either, so I'm thinking of provoking them. The other letter is for the Black Hand Squad, the King of Ka. Kong Guchan was stunned to hear department head Sim mention the King of Assassins. He warned him, don't make any mistakes. After delivering that letter, burn anything they might give you immediately. He looked at Lai Trang-Sien, unable to suppress his malicious thoughts. Lai Trang-Sien, you defeated both the Black Spirit Squad and the disciple of the King of Assassins, Hong Jin Nam, at the summit of the Snowman. But even if it's you can't stand against the ultimate assassin. To borrow a knife to kill someone, even if you're lucky enough to escape the King of Assassins' grasp, you won't leave here unscathed. You don't know what I've done to climb to this position. Department head Sim's resentful attitude was all within Director's sight. Unbeknownst to him, Director specifically observed this attitude closely. France, Incheon, Paris, Flight AF0267. Baekjeon carried his shoes onto the plane and was kindly reminded by the embarrassed flight attendant. Excuse me, sir, please put on your shoes. Someone carrying shoes was startled. What? The god of hunting season winked at him. The mastermind of this farce laughed heartily. Just then, he heard a voice he didn't want to hear. Oh, you're right next to me? I was worried I'd be bored for the whole flight. Uncle Hyun Vyong in the seat next to him smiled, making Lai Trang-Sien's heart stop cold. The mighty tiger god Saker looked towards his apostles. But the troubles didn't stop there. Lai Trang-Sien looked at Baekjeon in the distance, as if he were a traitor, thinking, did he change seats because he's afraid of that man? It seems this flight won't be peaceful. But on second thought, he'd meet them in France anyway. It's better to find out their weaknesses and strengths on the flight, because he has to find the fifth scripture anyway, and they will be monitoring him. It seems that being able to resist the mighty tiger and plague without much effort made him a little curious about me. Lai Trang-Sien thought this, then humbly said to him, I hope to learn many things from you. Ho ho ho, you don't need to put so much pressure on me. Lai Trang-Sien thought, the level of surveillance here is higher than I expected. It seems I'll need to reveal my trump card sooner than anticipated. But this is also good. I can accelerate the formation of my trump card without much trouble. First, I'll need to increase the number of followers like Achi Tun, whom I met at the Owl's Nest. A close friendship surpasses any follower. When war breaks out, no matter how free it may seem, their absolute loyalty to Minerva is a sight I couldn't even dream of witnessing after living alone as the god of war and evil. The only way to militarize my followers in a short time is to use the fierce tiger ghosts. As long as I can solve all the problems in the fourth scripture, this is entirely possible. Of course, I'll need to increase my strength as much as possible, at least double my current power, before I can receive the Crimson Lightning. To do that, first I need to learn how to utilize my holy mark, the Vision of Wrath, or rather, to fully utilize the darkness, a power I never possessed when I was the twilight of the gods. When I first used the darkness, I immediately realized that this must be the second power I had to obtain along with the Crimson Lightning. This is a power that even the twins fear, and it's also the hidden card I've been saving to double. No, even more than double my strength. Mephistopheles, I need to contact him first. As Lai Trang-Sien was deep in thought, the system suddenly announced, the curse of the cave of fierce tiger ghosts has begun. Survive for 72 hours starting now. The system began counting down. Trang Xian's current location is Sector 1, 5th floor. As Lai Trang Xian plunged into battle with several red-haired demons, he thought, although I don't know who this gloomy Mephistopheles is looking for, he must be searching for something within me to meet him. If I use this information correctly, I'll be able to perfectly utilize the darkness. The time limit for the Cave of Fierce Tiger Ghosts this time is 3 days. It's getting longer and longer, just as I thought. At this moment, Trang Xian had reunited with Ring. This much time should be enough for me to consolidate my forces and contact Mephistopheles once more. Lai Trang Xian turned and called Ring. Humph, still as busy as ever, master? Very well, you may go. Ring smiled. I'll show you something very interesting when you return. Interesting. Ring's eyes crinkled as he said, do you still remember the spirit horse we swiped from Hoof? I've managed to tame it. Quite a few strategies can be added if cavalry can participate. Hearing that, Lai Trang Xian imagined a troop of soldiers on ghost horses and thought this idea wasn't bad. But he still frowned at having to set that joy aside and go meet that hateful guy. The system reappeared and conveyed the words of the fierce tiger god Saker, warning him not to act foolishly. Lai Trang Xian found it annoying, but many other gods were also making a fuss. The god of the hunting season nodded and said, you should listen to a certain god just this once. The world-encircling serpent god advises you to reconsider your decision to meet an entity that embodies evil. Although the gods had spoken their minds, Lai Trang Xian still smiled confidently. It seems they already knew he wanted to meet Mephistopheles, and they're trying their best to stop him from doing this. The cruel primordial dragon god is reading the darkness and observing you with interest. Lai Trang Xian became even more excited, knowing this was a power that even the gods feared. The god of the hunting season is quickly covering his mother's eyes, so she doesn't lose her treasure. The cruel primordial dragon god is pressing down on his daughter's head with a forefoot and continues to observe you. The god Taurus is spewing smoke and looking at you, who has teased their soldiers. The cruel primordial dragon god is roaring at a star because they are too annoying. The god Taurus is roaring back at an Apsu, asking if she wants to die. Yes, let's meet, right, Mom? Lai Trang Xian realized that if it was something that both Tiamat and Ben Marduk had to worry about, it was definitely worth trying. With light enveloping his body and the eye-shaped mark appearing in the center, Lai Trang Xian focused his mind and activated the Holy Seal. The system conveyed, the fierce tiger god Saker is starting to get angry and asks why you aren't listening to him. The light from the eye transformed into a whirlwind and then flowed out like a waterfall. The system reported, you have successfully manifested the vision of wrath in the form of darkness. You are in a state of concentration. You are in a state of meditation. You have completely understood the meditation methods of yoga, Ashtanga, and you have delved deeper into the unconscious world. You have reached the realm of stillness and achieved 5,000 karma achievement points. You are in an animation. You have successfully connected with the unconscious world. At this moment, Lai Trang Xian is falling into a daze and sinking deep into the water. He thought, because darkness is also a power bestowed by Mephistopheles, if I activate the vision of wrath along with the darkness within the Holy Seal and look deep into my subconscious, I'll be able to meet him. The system reported, received the Theta Yogi achievement. Reward, intellect, title, Nibbie Samadhi's enlightenment, will plus 10. Lai Trang Xian chuckles. As expected, you couldn't lose track of me, could you? A gloomy gaze is focusing on you. I have something to ask you. Please take me as your disciple. Mephistopheles asked again, why should I do that? Lai Trang Xian was surprised that the god neither agreed nor denied. He was just curious. So, he still had a chance to persuade him. Mephistopheles kept his devilish face, staring at Lai Trang Xian. He said, I believe I've proven my worth. Even though I'm just a mortal, I found the adversity and even escaped Gemini. I heard the screech owl tearing through the twilight say you're looking for someone. I'm sure I'll be your capable right hand, great devil. After saying that, he thought, even though I didn't receive a system message about it, I'm sure he's keeping an eye on me. Perhaps he's hunting in hell, Or as Minerva said, I resemble the one he's looking for. Whatever the reason, he can look into Olympus. I can't let that slide. He continued, but I believe just observing isn't enough. In the future, I'll become even stronger and be in many more places. Use my eyes. Just say the word, and you can take them anytime. If so, then become my apostle. You know, I don't want to follow anyone. So particular, just like what you did to the puppet ruler, but not bad. Trang Xian knew he didn't like it, but it wouldn't harm him anyway, even if he teaches me to use the Dark Knight. Learning it or not depends on my own ability. The great demon god added, but there's no need to decide quickly. I'll test your talent first. As soon as he finished, the system displayed a notification about a new quest. Scenario quest conditions to learn the Dark Knight created. Conditions to learn the Dark Knight. Category, scenario. Description. The great demon Lord hunting in hell is interested in you, the one who dared to use the Holy Seal to manifest the Dark Knight. As the one who discovered the dungeon, a feat other saints wouldn't even dare attempt. You have successfully gained eligibility. However, you are lacking in many aspects. Furthermore, the great demon Lord believes that humans need emotional connection and solidarity with him to be accepted as a disciple. Lai Trangxian thought, a master-disciple relationship? Isn't it a pact? It seems he wants something else. Did he also have a master-disciple relationship with that person? Pass all 3 tests given to you by the great demon Lord hunting in hell. If successful, you will gain his trust and affection for a disciple. Restrictions. Master of the Dark Knight. Time, if you fail, conditions not met. If successful, complete ownership of the Holy Seal. Method of using the Dark Knight. Title Disciple of the Great Demon Lord. So Lai Trangxian had earned the opportunity he needed. But what about trust? For him, this apprenticeship felt more like an exchange. But perhaps Mephistopheles needed an emotional and close relationship. But he still wasn't sure what his future with him would be like. System notification. Mission start. Qualification test 1. Category, subchain. Description. The archdemon of Hell Pursuit has sent a messenger to deliver a message to you. Earn his recognition first. Failure. Failure scene. Success. Proceed to the next subquest. Qualification test 2. After reading this information, Trang Xian wondered who the messenger was. Just then, the system display disappeared, replaced by a giant looking through a crack, staring directly at him. The surrounding space suddenly shattered like glass veins, subjected to a strong impact. Escape Palette Sanctuary. Lai Trangxian screamed, opening his eyes to find himself back on the plane. Beside him was still the ill-tempered boss, Vu Hao Ta. When he saw him yelling, he looked over and scoffed. Are you all right? I didn't expect your sleeping habits to be so bad. Ah, yes, I'm fine. Lai Trangxian was bewildered to find himself in reality. But just a moment ago, he had clearly been in the ghoulish cave. System notification. Achievement Disciple of the Archdemon unlocked. Reward. Magic plus 15. Willpower plus 10. Your time is up. Rating S. You will receive rewards according to your rating. You have returned to reality. Lai Trangxian was astonished. Rewards? Has it been 3 days already? Lai Trangxian stroked his chin, thinking. Even the flow of time in the sanctuary is different. How can that be? It only shows how high Mephistopheles' realm is. But does this mean it'll take a long time for me to get stronger? There wasn't even a test. The other gods started gossiping again. The constellation of the hunting season jumped up and asked if he was hurt. The constellation serpent winding around the world nodded, saying, looking at his blank face, he's probably fine. The constellation primeval evil dragon let out a sigh of relief, while expressing dissatisfaction with his clan members' arbitrary actions. The constellation primeval evil dragon tilted his head, wondering if any mortal had ever returned safely after being attacked by a supreme demon. The constellation Taurus looked at him disdainfully because he exuded dark energy. Several gods were amazed that he escaped Palette Sanctuary. Some constellations asked him why he wasn't trapped in Palette Swamp. The demon realm showed interest in him. Lai Trangxian hadn't expected them to be so excited because he only knew that Mephistopheles' holy mark was even clearer, and he was also monitoring him closely. Trang Xian thought. Before, I could activate it just by focusing, but now the holy mark feels more like a sense. That's a large amount of dark energy that has been repeatedly used. It's enough to combine skills to strengthen them, and more than enough to make up for the 72 hours I wasted. Vu Aotao looked at the young man beside him and was very surprised to see a swirling ball of light appearing right in front of his chest. What is this? The old man asked, but Lai Trangxian didn't know. He was also very surprised. System notification. A mysterious force has unlocked the inventory. Lai Trangxian's eyes widened in surprise. What is this? An egg-like object fell into Trangxian's palm. Zix's egg is hatching. Lai Trangxian was so shocked that his eyes widened and his mouth dropped open, thinking, I've hatched so many eggs and gotten no reaction. Why is it suddenly like this? The egg cracked open, and a tail poked out, making its owner even more bewildered. A tail? Isn't it a bird? But Zix's egg hatches into a sacred bird, the supreme bird of prey. It should bestow courage and buffs upon its owner and teammates. Lai Trangxian was speechless with shock. Could this be the messenger? The system announced that Zix's egg, containing dark energy in its mouth, had fully hatched. The egg emitted a dazzling light. Then something that was neither a bird nor a dragon, smiling very foolishly, appeared. The system introduced it as the little black fire dragon in the dark night. A very cool name, but the appearance was a bit goofy. Perhaps it's still young, that's why. But this appearance still made its owner's heart stop in stunned silence. The system added, the little black fire dragon in the dark night looked into the eyes of the person who awakened it. The foolishly smiling little creature flew to Lai Trangxian's nose and chirped. CLU, CLU. The appearance of this small, winged creature also made the god stir. The eyes of the hunting season constellation lit up, saying a cute baby was born. Aunt Six definitely needs to get her eyesight checked. What's cute about this little thing? The constellation of the world-encircling python began frantically searching through ancient archives after seeing its appearance. The constellation of the mighty tiger Sako snorted, saying that in ancient times, snakes were braver and more benevolent than dragons. The little black fire dragon in the dark night spun around, demonstrating its existence. The creature happily bounced in Lai Trangxian's palm, making sounds that attracted others to look. Bach and his group rushed over the fastest. Haiben exclaimed, Oh, how adorable! What's that in your hand? Lai Trangxian gave a wry smile. I brought along a mythical beast egg, and it hatched from that. The little black fire dragon in the dark night chirped and foolishly smiled, flying around and rubbing against Lai Trangxian's face, playfully like a child, while its owner was trying very hard to control himself, because he was incredibly annoyed with this little creature. A flight attendant came to remind him that the passengers were being disturbed by his little creature. But when she saw the adorable creature smiling foolishly and Lai Trangxian's devilishly handsome face, she immediately changed her attitude. But I'll try to convince them. By the way, if you don't mind, could I take a picture with you? Trangxian turned his head and secretly sighed because everything was too chaotic. To make matters worse, the system then reported, a subquest has been updated. Qualification Test 1. Classification, Subchain. Description, the messenger sent by the great devil pursuing hell has appeared. Gain his recognition. Failure, failed scene. Success, proceed to the next subquest, Qualification Test 2. The little black fire dragon in the dark night is very hungry. Find food for it to eat. When the dragon is full, the intimacy between you two will increase. The more intimate you become, the more thoughts you will be able to read from the little black fire dragon in the dark night. Along with the system's reminder, the small black dragon was feigning dejection like a stale dumpling. Who told it to act crazy and be cute right after hatching, exhausting itself? This creature reported several times in a short period, making Lai Trangxian somewhat flustered and unprepared. We're on a plane, for crying out loud. Where am I supposed to find food for this demanding creature? What's more, this creature isn't just ugly, it's also a picky eater. Seeing it was hungry, Unseol held out a biscuit and asked if it wanted food, but the dragon closed its eyes and turned away as if it had just seen something utterly disgusting. Unseol tried to convince it that this biscuit was very expensive, but the dragon didn't turn back. She wondered if it just hatched and wanted baby food. But this is a dragon. Would it even be able to digest that? While she kept asking questions, the reluctant father was dazed and speechless. Seol kept asking 100,000 why questions. Seeing the dragon on the verge of collapsing at his hands, Li Jiangxian knew it was hungry, but he didn't know what to feed it. The system then announced that the little black fire dragon in the dark night was protesting from hunger. Jiang Xian panicked even more because he had always slain dragons, never raised one. Li Jiangxian awkwardly thought, apart from low-level dragons like Za, dragons are rarely found in dungeons. High-level dragons like this one are even rarer, so he knew nothing. At this moment, the dragon was getting weaker and weaker due to extreme hunger. Li Jiangxian's face crinkled with panic as he saw the dragon panting with its tongue out, struggling to breathe. He had no idea what to do. All he knew about dragons was that they were born with advanced intelligence, and the ancient thousand-year-old green dragons were considered the ancestors of the dragon race. The little fire dragon had a similar appearance to ancient dragons, but its energy attributes were completely different. And now, that newly hatched dragon was looking at him with eyes that seemed to ask, "Why aren't you feeding me?" Moreover, this was a dragon sent by Mephistopheles, so it must be special. Could it be that he knows someone capable of transforming into a divine beast, the highest level beast-human transformation skill? As Li Jiangxian thought, he ran to Guff, holding the dragon. He said sullenly, "Sorry, I don't know much about the dragon race either. Once we land, I'll try to find out. Damn it, there's still over 8 hours left on the flight. The poor thing will die before you can find a way, man." Already confused, and now the system is pressuring him. The little black fire dragon has entered a negative state. The little black fire dragon is malnourished. Affection level is starting to decrease. Warning, continuous decrease in affection will affect your bond with the little black fire dragon. You are at risk of failing the subquest, Proof of Qualification Test 1. Li Jiangxian gritted his teeth and thought, this creature is Mephistopheles' messenger, sent to test his dark energy. So the answer must revolve around it, right? Just then, Wu Ta suddenly appeared behind him and pointed out that the creature seemed to be a demon dragon. These words were like a ray of light for this reluctant father. He immediately turned and asked, "Demon dragon? Do you know about dragons?" Wu Ta smiled slightly. "Just a little. I used to raise one myself. Demon dragons are rare dragons that have been corrupted due to making a contract with someone related to demons or for other reasons, so their behavior differs from ordinary dragons. Even when they mature, they become hostile towards other dragons." Li Jiangxian carefully reconsidered. This dragon is full of demonic energy, meaning that the more abstract things are, the more suitable they are for it, perhaps. If a dragon is considered an item, what makes an impression isn't the dragon itself, but the value or achievement gained through it. Coincidentally, I have something like that. Jiang Xian pulled out the buried sword he got from the twins, and the god of the hunting season rushed over to ask him what he intended to do. Jiang Xian brought the sword closer to the dragon, but it still coldly turned away, making the god of the hunting season sigh in relief. The god of the hunting season protested against him using a treasure in that way, saying he'd rather throw it back to her. At this moment, the sword hilt began to emit dark energy, and the dragon was immediately attracted, biting and gnawing at the blade. This gave the gods an opportunity for lively discussion. The god of the hunting season loudly expressed her disappointment to him, telling him not to do that. The world-encircling serpent god looked at some other god with pity and told her that everything must have a reason. The reason is still unknown, but now the little dragon has bitten and broken the precious sword, to Li Jiangxian's relief and Wu Ta's exclamation. Perhaps it's to its taste. This sword looks very expensive. Do you regret it? Jiang Xian was very confused because he didn't know how to use that sword. So now if this dragon can eat it, just let it eat. It's fine as long as it increases the mission completion rate. The little dragon swallowed the sword whole, then hugged its distended belly, full, and let out a big burp. The system updated its status. The little dark fire dragon of the dark night is extremely happy after a good meal. Its loyalty to you has slightly increased. The little dark fire dragon of the dark night now considers you a friend after being fed. Would you like to give it a name? Jiang Xian was thinking that the system didn't show him failing Yu De Tu's secret hidden mission. Even though he didn't know what it did, it seemed he could still use the sword, even though it had already been digested in this dragon's belly. Seeing him just standing there, Wu Hutai impatiently reminded him, "Go on, name the dragon." Li Jiangxian nonchalantly said, "Probably Ion Ion." This name made everyone there cover their faces, their souls almost leaving their bodies, because it was too terrible. The gods also had opinions. The world-coiling serpent god covered their face with their tail, saying they were ashamed of this terrible name. The desperate, fierce tiger god quietly glanced at you, saying that no one in this world is perfect. Those present still hadn't recovered from that terrible name, and even the baby dragon seemed to disapprove. Seeing everyone's strong opposition, Li Jiangxian changed its name to Kaza. Just then, the god of the hunting season said they didn't understand what was wrong with the previous cute name. Un Seol looked at him with a questioning gaze. Are you serious? The world-coiling serpent god advised a certain god not to rush into naming their pet because her naming taste was also bad. The god of the hunting season jumped up and declared that no one could name things as well as she could. The world-coiling serpent god asked what name she had in mind. The god of the hunting season proudly listed the names: Flash, Meow, Quatch, and Squill. The world-coiling serpent god sighed, saying that was truly insulting. The god of the hunting season didn't understand what was wrong. While the gods were arguing, Un Seol was also scolding Li Jiangxian. Ion, and Kaza. What's up with that? Li Jiangxian, still innocently oblivious, asked her. Is there a problem? Un Seol said it was a huge problem, because right now the dragon is small and cute, so these names might suit it. But once it grows up, names like these would be incredibly childish. Didn't you used to have a dog? What was its name? Zongi. Cute names like that really suit puppies. Do you name things like their family members? But Zongi, Ion Zongi, and Kaza, what's the difference? The system helped the little dragon voice its opinion. The little dark fire dragon of the dark night dislikes the name you wish to give it. Affection decreased by 15. Happiness decreased by 20. The little dark fire dragon of the dark night openly hates you. The others then took the opportunity to scold him further. Look, it understands and hates the name you gave it to. Change the name quickly, hurry up. Jiang Xian found it incredibly difficult to raise this troublesome dragon. He stared at the dragon, wondering what to name it. Got it. I've thought of a name, Catmose. This time, everyone looked at him with sparkling eyes, especially the dragon, which now had a good name. The two Shin siblings were the first to exclaim. Li Jiangxian must have been joking earlier. The system asked again, "Do you want to name it Catmose?" The little dark fire dragon of the dark night is satisfied with this majestic-sounding name. Affection has been restored. Happiness has been restored. Li Jiangxian immediately agreed. It was so hard to please this little tyrant. Why would I bother thinking more? Catmose has become your follower. The dragon's eyes gleamed with red, laser-like beams. Mind link has been established. One end of the link is equipped with the holy mark. The other is placed at Catmose's heart. At this moment, the completely black dragon seemed to glow, even flashing a demonic smile. The good thing is, it's overwhelmingly powerful. Catmose can now generate dark energy, and you can understand a part of Catmose's thoughts. As affection increases, you'll be able to read more of its thoughts. The more you can read, the more dark energy you can utilize. Your follower Catmose has acquired the skills of breathing, mana perception, and awareness activation. Catmose's heart has begun generating dark energy. You can absorb a portion of the dark energy generated through the mind link. The holy mark has been set as a skill. Skill level increases with the amount of dark energy you possess. The system displays information about the holy mark skill. Holy mark. The scar of the criminal has received a fragment of divinity. The divinity within is energy with a completely different origin from magic. Therefore, caution is needed when using it, as there is a risk of chi deviation. But once you control it, you will gain unimaginable power for ordinary people. Currently, the holy mark contains the sacred fire of Gemini and the dark energy of the great demon pursuing hell. Skill level 3. Power classification. Effect: possess divinity. Release divinity. The little dragon was now intimately licking Li Jiangxian's nose while he was thinking of his old man. My son, why are you talking like that again? It doesn't suit you at all. The father froze with his disrespectful son. He wanted to be serious for once, but couldn't. Li Jiangxian coldly said, "Then why are you standing there so stiffly, as if you're the only serious one? What do you mean? Phew, just thinking about the day we have to part makes me sad. Where are you going, old man? Or just live with me? Anyway, I don't have family here, and neither do you, right? Just stay here, we're both lonely." The father angrily poked his face and scolded him. "Truly, everything you say feels like you're taunting me. Ah, then you tell me. Don't live like me." Li Jiangxian's eyes widened in surprise. "Although I couldn't live a life worthy of this name, I hope you'll be different. Damn it, what's in a name anyway?" He said this ignorantly, but then he realized that Katmos was originally the name of a hero who once fought dragons during the Silver Age in Arcadia. He became the king of a country beloved by the gods and constellations, even helping them. There's a folktale that says he killed the evil dragon and buried its fangs underground to train Dragonfang soldiers. But for someone struggling to live day by day like Trang Xian, thinking of sacrificing for others was also a luxury. He didn't think those grand names suited him, but a name that carried such a story, related to dragonkind, would suit this kid. The system reported that he had successfully completed the subquest, Proof of Qualification Test 1, and a new quest had been created. Proof of Qualification Test 2. Subcategory Chain. Description: continuously absorb dark energy from the infernal pursuit Great Demon's messenger and strengthen your holy mark, using it as a foundation to complete your mental wall. Failure. Failure scene. Success. The subquest chain continues with Proof of Qualification Test 3. The flight continued and landed in Paris, France, at Charles de Gaulle Airport. Un Xian suddenly put on sunglasses, making Haiben wonder why she did that. Un Xian said it was a survival trick and nothing else, making Haiben think it was something serious. It turned out she was preparing her beautiful aura for good photos. Holy cow! But Un Xian's preparation wasn't unnecessary, because as soon as the plane door opened, the light from camera lenses immediately shone in. Trang Xian was too used to this sight, so he showed no special reaction and focused on leading the group. Haiben enjoyed it for the first time, wanting to pull out her own glasses and silently marveling. Reporters wanted to ask questions, but Trang Xian coldly said he had just woken up and his mind was empty. Someone asked if he considered any new players in France to be his rivals. Li Trang Xian immediately fired back a provocative answer. "None. I'm above everyone, so why should I care?" Trang Xian answered the interview in a blunt manner, leaving the reporters stunned and confused, but they couldn't do anything. His mouth was rude, but they couldn't fight back because they couldn't win. Despite this, the reporters still had many questions. For example, Henry Block's solo challenge, but Li Trang Xian said it was the first time he'd heard that name, which once again left the reporters dumbfounded. In their minds, Henry was the strongest rookie in France, hailed as a future king. He was also the one who conquered the Bone Dragon Lair dungeon, which no one had cleared for a very long time, and obtained a bone dragon. Li Trang Xian impatiently reminded them that he didn't have time, so they shouldn't be long-winded or roundabout. The reporter struggled to ask about his thoughts on the match the player had proposed. Li Trang Xian said, "I don't know who he is, but if he wants to fight, he can come. But that would only lead to his early death." That reporter thought the tyrant was insane and was trying to provoke all of France. At this moment, a red-haired reporter jumped out, asking about Trang Xian's intention to clear the Windy Stone Desert dungeon, which had been a headache for France for a long time. "So, do you have any special method to conquer it?" "I just plan to clear it as is." Li Trang Xian answered without thinking. He pushed up his glasses and said, "All right, I'm out of time, so the Q&A ends here." Trang Xian knew very well that even famous French players had repeatedly failed to clear the Windy Stone Desert, so it was understandable that they wanted to know how an outsider like him intended to clear it. Very quickly, News about today's interview was published in the papers. The netizens commented very enthusiastically about this interview, especially since French rookie Henry had said that when he was little, the tyrant was his idol and he really wanted to challenge him. This only made the netizens even more agitated. Not only that, the immortal King Jack Valentine said, "I will try even harder to earn the respect of my juniors." Guff came to Trang Xian's defense. "I understand your concerns that he has strained relations between Korea and France, but the tyrant's message was just misunderstood due to cultural differences. He is worthy of being called the hero of this era, and he has a warmer heart than anyone else. The Lai Trang Xian I know is not a tyrant, but a Roy Caesar." Roy Caesar means wise king in French. Of course, this entire interview with Guff also made it into the news and provoked many people. This crazy bastard is really pretending to be arrogant. Conquering the windy rock desert, nonsense. Does he think I wouldn't know he came here to take over Illuminati after being persuaded by Joachim? This yelling fellow is Duke Red Eagle, Constantine Bruning, who opposes Joachim Guff and leads half of the elders in Illuminati. This is a warning to me and my allies. I am the one who understands the goddesses will best, so both Joachim Guff and Lai Xian are superfluous to me. "Louis, are you there? Come here immediately." Bruning made a very resentful and malicious face and said, "It seems we need to prepare a cruise." Cruise means expedition in German. At the same time, someone else was also cursing Lai Trang Xian. Kangachan was dressed like a thief, smiling triumphantly as if victory was already in his grasp. He believed that this die was cast. He just needed to add another spark, and then things would be beyond salvation. The 2 letters that Chief Sim gave him had been dropped into the mailbox. That's why he could think so big. Meanwhile, Lai Trang Xian didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Katmos felt very satisfied with the king's treasure. Katmos opened its eyes wide and said that now it had a really spacious food storage. This fat dragon was biting every item in the king's treasure. Its appetite truly moves mountains and melts volcanoes. Katmos felt extremely happy thanks to the delicious meal. Satisfaction is increasing. Affection has increased significantly. Abnormal heart has been strengthened. Current completion progress 6.7%. After devouring the entire frostbite blade and sleeping, this dragon pig was ravenously hungry again, and this time it scooped up the king's treasure. Katmos happily devoured the golden helmet, making Lai Trang Xian question his existence. Can an ice-cold helmet make that sound? Nevertheless, with this dragon's wide, furnace-like mouth, all gold turns to honey. Finally, all the treasures meticulously guarded by the Snow King became delicious food for this expensive dragon. Lai Trang Xian watched with a serious expression, suddenly realizing that it could now use its breath. And breath-related skills are a type of power that even high-tier dragons can only use after learning to control their elements, right? While Trang Xian was pondering, the dragon was about to turn the heap of treasures into gold. Although it's a bit weaker than the breath of high-tier dragons, it cannot be underestimated because it contains a trace of dark energy, a type of power that can melt, burn, and obliterate targets regardless of elemental differences. A dragon possessing such power, after all, a demon dragon is still different from a regular dragon, isn't it? And in such a short time, it seems to have grown. Devouring a huge pile of treasures like that, if it doesn't grow, does it mean it ate without digesting? It's been less than 24 hours since it woke up. Its growth rate is truly impressive. The system reported that this pig, this dragon, gnawed on the ice armor helmet and the sword of the frozen land. It has absorbed 72 ice elements. It has absorbed 51 metal elements. Magic core has been strengthened. The impenetrable heart has been strengthened through the sympathetic resonance effect. Current completion progress is 7.1%. Having eaten its fill, Katmos looked at Lai Trang Xian much more gently. Lai Trang Xian also looked at it with more favor. Even though this goofy creature is a bit of a greedy eater, it's definitely worth every penny to raise. The 2 of them are still being affectionate, creating dark energy and sympathetic resonance. Its external abilities are always top-notch, my pet. Creating dark energy, or in other words, creating divinity. If this continues, Trang Xian will be able to use various skills, just like Mephistopheles. Simply put, this is a necessary condition to become a disciple of Mephistopheles. While he was lost in thought, Zen suddenly appeared with a million questions. What is this? I've never seen it before. Is it a dragon? After 2 seconds of freezing in surprise, Lai Trangxian immediately asked him what was wrong. Zen grinned triumphantly. Do you remember me telling you I had something to show you when you returned? Oh, that devil, right? Something like that? What do you mean, soon? Hey, master, who do you think I am? Zen was extremely pleased with himself. Along with that, a surge of dark energy erupted. A white horse radiating dark energy appeared. This is a level 6 bone-freezing corpse horse. A horse with a terrifying appearance, as if it had just been pulled from hell, with a terrifying neigh. Seeing the horse seemed a bit overexcited, Zen immediately became angry. Huh, what's wrong with it? I need to cancel the summoning. Actually, it would be easy for Lai Trangxian to subdue this horse, but if he used that skill, this room would instantly turn into a battlefield. Just as he was pondering the best course of action, Katmos charged out, like a gust of wind, and roared with an extremely terrifying face. Seeing that, the horse went limp with fear, no longer dared to show off, and stood still for Katmos to observe. This display surprised both Lai Trangxian and Zing so much that they froze, let alone their fear of dragons. It looks just like a baby dragon, but it already knows how to use its power? No way. This horse is the ruling king of a bloodline among those vassal spirits. Although the difference between undead and high-ranking dragons is vast, it was able to subdue something that took me 2 whole days to even slightly tame. Zing was particularly impressed that winged tadpole-like creature possessed such terrifying power. Lai Trangxian explained that it seemed to be a demon dragon. Oh, but even so, it's still quite formidable. My lord, it seems it'll be a long time before I can match you. And Zing, do you have anyone among your subordinates who's good at stealth? Stealth. This is Myri Aliano. Later, tail her after she leaves the party. Even if she hides in a crowd, you mustn't let yourself be discovered. Zing held the girl's photo and asked, Why? Are you trying to court her? You know you shouldn't follow people around. Where did this guy suddenly get so much morality from? And what's more, is his brain full of only romance? Lai Trangxian annoyingly reminded him that he'd talked enough nonsense to cut it out because it was too much and embarrassing. She is the holder of the 5 holy scriptures. It's getting dark. Isn't the tyrant here yet? Did he hear Henry would be here and run away with his tail between his legs? What do you think, Henry? Henry coldly glanced at the 2 flatterers. Just then, Lai Trangxian rode in on the newly tamed horse, causing an uproar in the banquet hall. Damn, you really know how to make an entrance, don't you? Before Lai Trangxian arrived, the partygoers were still gossiping and criticizing him. The dark energy current and Lai Trangxian's majestic entrance on horseback startled everyone present. Lai Trangxian stood like a king looking down from above, his expression cold. After the initial confusion passed, the busybodies began to gossip again. Does he want to be the main character or something? That pathetic guy. Right, he's such an attention seeker. Only Myri Aliano, the holder of the 5 holy scriptures, had the best insight among them all. Wow, is that a demon steed? What kind is it? I've never seen one before. Hearing her say that, the partygoers also began to change their attitude. Moreau doesn't know. He's the most proficient necromancer among the new players. It's the first time I've seen the tyrant as a necromancer or a tamer. That horse's demonic aura is even stronger than a dungeon boss. Moreau glanced over and called Henry, who had just raised a glass of wine to his mouth, but had to put it down and look over before he could drink. At this moment, Katmos appeared with a flourish and a halo. What is that? A dragon? The dragon circled a few more times, asserting its presence. The guests exclaimed how cute it was, and wanted one too. This was also Katmos's first appearance before mortals. Done with its dance, Katmos landed on Lai Trangxian's arm, smiling charmingly. The chattering and gossip started up again. No way, is it also Lai Trangxian's pet? Hasn't he already mastered summoning magic? They even rumored he was a combat master proficient in all kinds of weapons. Even putting aside that demon horse, How can a warrior train a dragon? It's common for a person not to excel in two different fields, especially for a high-level prodigy. Henry was feeling extremely annoyed. Meanwhile, Senun happily ran over to pet the little dragon. Cadmos also naturally flew towards her. Senun treated Cadmos like her own pet, and very naturally gave it the nickname Moss. Lai Trangxian felt that this name was no different from Long Long, which he had named it. While petting the dragon, Senun didn't forget to ask about the demon horse Lai Trangxian brought. When she asked, he just said there was nothing special about it, then snapped his fingers, and the horse, as big as a beggar's ancestor, vanished like a soul returning to dust. Senun looked as if she had just witnessed high-level magic. At this moment, the girl who possessed the 5 sacred scriptures approached Lai Trangxian very closely, but said nothing. Lai Trangxian then signaled his clan member that the time had come to follow her. The clan member immediately flew and merged into Miro's shadow. The mid-level master clan member used a close-up surveillance skill to monitor Myri Aliano. Lai Trangxian showed no emotion on the outside, but inwardly he was marveling at how smoothly everything was going. In the Hungry Ghost Cave, young Yijin had revealed to him that Miro Aliano possessed the 5th scripture. The problem was, apart from that, he had no other clues, so from now on he had to investigate on his own. At least now he had successfully tricked her, and this was a good start. A notable point was her fiancé, Henry. He had always competed with him, even in France, and was very competitive himself, so Trangxian used the interview to provoke him into retaliating. By then, Moreau would also get involved, so he really had to thank the reporters for mentioning Henry and the interview right after he landed. Senun asked Trangxian bewilderedly, "You also learned summoning magic? Your horse looks like a spirit beast." Trangxian regained his composure and said, "It's just that I felt Cadmos was too lonely by itself." Humph, what a lie. There's no way you'd care about such trivial details. Under this girl's gaze, which seemed to see right through him, Lai Trangxian avoided her eyes, secretly wondering why she was so sharp about such strange weapons. It's true that she's talented, but she often uses it in the wrong places. I told you already. I'm not a warrior by nature. My profession is a mage. To be precise, I'm an ancient script mage. Senun shrieked. Huh, no way. How can a mage fight better than a warrior? Baek Jian had seen Lai Trangxian use ancient scripts, so it wasn't new to him. But the Sin sisters were fainting in shock. Hai Bin also froze, stroking the little dragon in her hand, while the person in question grimaced, wondering what he said wrong to elicit such a strong reaction. Just then, Marquis Hu Ryan approached and greeted him. "Oh, you're here? It must be hard to find food for Cadmos, huh? It's always hungry even after you've just fed it. You must have a headache dealing with it. There are many unfamiliar faces here, aren't there? Come with me. I'll introduce them to you." Lai Trangxian frowned, thinking, who exactly is this man, to instantly recognize Cadmos as a demonic dragon? Hugh Ryan paid no attention to the young man's expression behind him, and very professionally introduced the people. Trangxian thought that even in a place where dragons were worshipped like Arcadia, no one could understand dragons to this extent. The group Marquis introduced to him greeted him very warmly first. "So you are the tyrant. Nice to meet you. I'm Nicola Folk from Raven. I am Grisman Adley from Mount Spring. And I'm Ludovico from Olin." Trangxian knew they were all from top guilds in France, so he greeted them as usual. These people were on par with Korea's White Tiger and 5 Stars guilds, so he couldn't be rude. Vu Haoda smiled and suggested they go greet the other rookies, also present. Trangxian started to feel suspicious because the man had been overly friendly since they met at the airport. It seemed he was plotting something, but he'd have to wait and see. Then came the scene of the tyrant shaking hands with Henry. Right away, hostility between the two was already flying everywhere. "I've heard about you, Lai Trangxian. I'm Henry Block. It's a pleasure to me." Lai Trangxian suddenly stopped short before finishing his sentence. It seemed this meeting wasn't going to be pleasant. Vu Haotao was also surprised when he suddenly spoke in a cold tone and stopped talking. Henry laughed and said, "It's my honor to meet my childhood idol." He was so honored that he secretly activated a skill. The dark energy of the Death Dragon was spreading in all directions, activating Curse of Violence, activating Curse of Panic. Lai Trang-Xian smirked, thinking, Henry Block, he's the controller of the Death Dragon, also known as the Bone Dragon. It sounds impressive, but in reality, it's just a low-level dragon like the Immortal Dragon. The others, seeing the tension between them, were surprised that Henry intended to provoke him right here. Lai Trang-Xian smiled meaningfully. Skill, beautiful virtue, activated. Your spirit is immune. He secretly marveled that the guy was pretty good, but that was all. Then a yellow light mixed with streaks of darkness rushed towards Henry, astonishing him. Onlookers wondered what the difference was between the powers of these two young men, considered rivals of the century. They quickly got their answer as the light surrounded Henry, and he scowled, gritting his teeth, wondering why things had turned out this way. He was very confident in his title as the future King of France. A mechanical system's sound rang out like a warning bell. The Death Dragon's soul has been neutralized. The Death Dragon's roar has been neutralized. He had given his all, but before the tyrant, that move was nullified in 2 heartbeats. The skill combination of Tiger's Aura and Holy Mark has given you an advantage on the battlefield. Lai Trang-Xian, as if transformed into a devil, asked, My ears are very sensitive, so I coincidentally overheard your conversation with your friend. You insulted me and my teammates as trash. Do you have anything to explain? Everyone there was stunned, realizing the tyrant even knew about these things. Lai Trang-Xian wouldn't care if they only talked about him, but he wouldn't let anyone touch his teammates' pride, continuously sharing a portion of Katmoss's power through the Heart of Fire. Since dragons are intelligent creatures, they can understand the languages of all beings, including animals, plants, and even inanimate objects. You can understand and speak all languages. Gentleman Nicola, seeing the tense situation, quickly interjected. You misunderstood. Shut up. Trang-Xian coldly glared at the old man. I'm asking Henry here and his friend, not you. The fear of death is looming. You can't run away. Henry stammered in fear. That. Answer me. That. You're panicking. Henry suddenly calmed down, withdrew his hand, and said clearly, It's just a misunderstanding. Lai Trang-Xian also retracted his dark energy and smiled. Is that so? Good thing I misheard. Yes. He smirked. We almost had a fight. Then let's greet each other again. Nice to meet you. Enjoy the rest of the party. The intimidating greeting finally ended. Henry returned to the lounge, staggering and feeling defeated. He gritted his teeth, thinking how dared he humiliate me. The next king? I won't forgive you. Lai Trang-Xian, his sycophants and his fiancée were also right beside him. They kept talking about what happened, but in reality, they wanted to use those empty words to provoke Henry and make him even angrier. He became even more determined to teach the tyrant a lesson, and then it would be these people's turn to get a beating. In 2 more days, the dungeon would open. He didn't know what tricks Lai Trang-Xian had used, but he certainly wouldn't be able to do that once the raid began, and that would be when he'd make him pay for what happened today. Just then, his beautiful fiancée called him. Henry couldn't even keep a pleasant expression in front of his future wife, and snapped, What is it? Nothing. Seeing him like that, she didn't bother to ask anymore. Miro thought she should have been more careful. When the 2 men were locked in a silent battle, a hidden spirit kept reminding her to run, to leave this place, but she just froze there, and only after a long while did she turn around to ask why and who was speaking to her. The hidden spirit angrily asked if she hadn't seen his eyes. He is an entity both similar to and different from me. That guy could have burned me to death, someone who could kill both you and me. Recalling Lai Trang-Xian's savage smile, Miro tried to reassure herself that she wasn't worried. This was just the fear of her guardian spirit, transmitted to her through their contract. He had been reacting like this ever since seeing the blue flame in that man's eyes. Unbelievable that a divine entity would be scared stiff of a mere mortal. Lai Trang-Xian, what are you? It's rare for me to see you like this, Henry. Nicholas said. Henry defended himself to his mentor, saying he just wasn't feeling well. Nicola patted his shoulder and said it was okay, reminding him not to forget that the position an orphan like him held today was all thanks to the efforts of those who returned from the dead them. If everything goes awry because of you, we will have no choice but to reclaim the glory and everything you have built. Henry bit his lip and replied, I will bear that in mind, master. Soon it was the day for everyone to lead their troops into the dungeon. The system reported, you have entered the dungeon named the Cold, Stony, Barren Desert. Dungeon quest begins, quest theme, escape. Every few days, a train running through the heart of the desert will arrive at the station. Protect that train from adverse conditions and all sorts of monsters that hinder the train from moving forward out of this desert. Although the White Tiger clan didn't reveal anything about their plans to attack the Cold, Stony, Barren Desert dungeon, it's certain they didn't implement them because the French government didn't want to lose face in front of other countries. The system reported again, the train is divided into 4 carriages. In each carriage, you can find survival tools and hidden fragments when going from the last carriage to the first one. All participants will have access to the inventory, system window, and skill window to complete the quest. Henry had been observing Lai Trang since earlier, and he was certain that no matter how outstanding the tyrant's talent was, they wouldn't be able to cross the dry, stony desert alone. The divine entity, whose season is suitable for hunting, is very excited to see you play with new prey in this harsh environment. Lai Trang was lamenting how damn hot it was here, a complete contrast to that despicable snowman's life. The divine entity, the world serpent, seemed to have lost something precious. No wonder this place felt so familiar. Lai Trang frowned because the scorching sun during the day and the bone-chilling wind at night would be a huge obstacle to conquering the dungeon. According to the detailed mission description, the train is the only way to escape from here. Lagging behind means meeting the king of hell. Those French people weren't serious about this dungeon. They used the excuse that it was too difficult, and all the rewards they received weren't worth the dungeon's difficulty. Lai Trang then remembered when he met the unnamed king, who had asked, Do you know Surtur? Surtur is a mighty giant who commands the power of fire, volcanoes, and the underworld. Lai Trang asked back, Do you mean the ruler of Muspelheim? And that's who the king was talking about, a ruler of fire giants. Is he dead? Yes, he's been dead for ages, but the apocalyptic world he ruled is now on Earth. Surtur was the king of the giants who ruled the world of fire. He used the world of fire to destroy countless universes. One day, someone discovered he was dead, and Ragnarok took place in Muspelheim at the same time. No one knows why he fell asleep, but there are many rumors that he was struck by karma for destroying all those universes. And this desert is all that remains of that world. The flame of world destruction was fanned to its fullest to obtain a sacrifice, right? Then take up the sword that Surtur once wielded. It will be very helpful. Surtur is known to have a sword named Levitine. Only the king of the fire giants can wield it. The secret to reaching Ragnarok, where the sword is kept, is to get on that train. First, I'll collect all the hidden fragments and obtain Levitine. If I can use the flame of world destruction along with that sword, I'll be able to maximize the power of the flame. Of course, before that, I need to find the exact location of the 5th scripture, and while focusing on this dungeon, Miri will at some point be very far from the volunteer group. Lai Trang immediately asked the spy, who had been hiding in her shadow, about the current situation. The spy said there was nothing noteworthy. Trang was still angry and told it to keep a very close eye. The dungeon conquest officially began. They hadn't walked many steps before 4 of Lai Trang's 5-person team began to dry up and complain, wanting to take off their armor. He reluctantly told them that even if it was arduous, it was best to still wear armor. Just then, the system transmitted a message that the power of the beast's path warned of danger. No sooner had he finished speaking than a massive explosion occurred. The aftershocks of the explosion spread widely, causing the dungeon attackers to panic and fear they were being ambushed. There's no need to be afraid because it's an ambush by the Senaluka clan. A man in a red cloak, wearing a mask with bared teeth, flew out of the flames. That guy, he might just be the index finger among the fingers, but he's still a finger nonetheless. You want me to save you, yet you follow his orders? He is the pinky finger leader of the Senaluka clan, the Lesser Saint. The orders are very strict. Don't forget, the ring finger leader reminded him. Humph. The mission to capture the child and the prophecy you're doing is much more fun than this. Anyway, even the boss likes him. You're not going to go against your superior's decision, are you? Are you out of your mind? Do you think I want my head chopped off in my sleep? I don't like this, but I'm not causing any trouble, so mind your own business. Let's start. This is going to be a lot of fun. The ambush on the Senaluca Guild begins now. The power of the beast's path is warning you of danger. A mysterious ambush is underway. Scanning enemy numbers quickly. Lai Trang couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Who wouldn't get mad when you just started and already stumbled into trouble? The ice cloak is resisting the hot wind. Ice cloak. The ice cloak of the Frost King, ancestor of the snowman, custom designed by Uji, descendant of the legendary master craftsman, carries perfect defense within it. Type cloak armor. Characteristics: light, temperature regulating. Magic protection barrier. Searching for team members using the discharge ice skill. Team member has safely escaped before the shadow skill. Team member Xian has nullified damage thanks to the shield wall skill. Team member Xie has created a magic barrier using the structure skill. Team member has used the God of War's dagger artifact to create a strong wind and safely escape the explosion radius. The sacred body of the hunting season is enraged that her beloved child was almost hurt and is loudly asking who is behind this. The sacred body of the world-encircling serpent frowned upon seeing its priest injured. Lai Trang just breathed a sigh of relief because everyone on his team was safe. Just then, his spy sent word that the enemy was about to attack Miri, asking what he should do. At this moment, Miri had fainted right next to a man with bulging abdominal muscles. The man looked at her with great interest. Lai Trang cursed angrily. He transformed into a bird and flapped his wings, soaring towards it. In his heart, he kept wondering if she had been their target from the beginning. Lai Trang frantically called for them to come with him and told the spy to stay hidden and continuously update their location. The power of the beast's path is warning you of danger. Lai Trang was also ambushed, but he reacted very quickly and fended it off. What ambushed him was an assassination weapon, and after the sky-blinding smoke and dust cleared, a figure gradually emerged. That person said, You can still see me? It seems the rumors are true. The sacred body of the hunting season is very displeased by the appearance of the uninvited guest. I intended to quickly deal with you and return, but now that's out of the question. You deserve to be in my collection. The sacred body of the world-encircling serpent is impressed by your ability to make enemies everywhere. Above all, even if you're East Asian, being handsome is enough. Even our patron god is very interested in you. So let's have some fun for a while. The sacred body of the primordial evil dragon is looking forward to your new opponent. The sacred body of the hunting season was shocked to see a god and asked, Mother, what are you doing here? The sacred body of the primordial evil dragon said she wanted to watch her daughter's favorite channel for a bit. The sacred body of the hunting season jumped up and demanded that the god stop. Lai Trang, in the midst of a tense battle, still had to spend 2 helpless minutes dealing with these 2 childish gods, mother and daughter. He swung his hand, lashing out dark energy whips directly at the one who dared to ambush him. Although the other person was very agile, Trang's whip still caught them, wrapping around their leg. The opponent was locked down. Lai Trang immediately jumped forward, preparing for a decisive sword strike to send him to his maker. The overpowering tiger state is activating, and flowing foam. Overpowering tiger has been unleashed. Lai Trang and the ambusher fiercely clashed. After blocking Lai Trang's attack, the other person exclaimed that he wasn't bad, daring to damage his sacred body. A giant centipede unexpectedly emerged from under the sand, accompanied by the ambusher's loud roar. This won't end with you just joining my collection anymore. The sacred body, overpowering tiger, showed clear hostility towards the newly appeared enemy. The sacred body, overpowering tiger, warned, How dare you lay a hand on what belongs to me? The cunning sacred body, Shadow Centipede, said he was just following the priest's orders. Trang was quite surprised because normally Void King was already fierce, but for some reason, he was particularly aggressive today. But that didn't make Trang lose focus on the battle at hand. Even though the opponent was a woman, she was very strong. So Trang attacked without any mercy. He also wondered if it was because of the shadow centipede, which was formless in the stars, that he was so aggressive today. Like Void King, he is one of the 72 earthly demons, but they don't have a good relationship. His appearance here couldn't be a coincidence. The 72 earthly demons are members of the Ziwei-Do Shu celestial court. Ziwei-Do Shu includes 3 main stars and 28 constellations as leaders, with 36 heavenly spirits and 72 earthly demons under their control. The sacred body, overpowering tiger, was showing even more hostility. Even without a good relationship, he was too hostile. It's as if he's desperately trying to hide something. The assassination of Miri. No. Kidnapping. Also coming all this way for the scripture? If Void King kept the information about Ezen's 7 secret scriptures hidden from Ziwei-Do Shu, and if he's acting to test himself after others found out. Thinking of this, Lai Trang suddenly had a good idea. He called to it. It immediately popped up, grinning its signature silly smile. I can make Void King fight, creating chaos among Ziwei-Do Shu. Maybe I'll be able to seal one of these gods. Thinking so, Trang told it to cover for him, activating Fire Heart, a portion of magic being shared. The clan member is casting the Blood Bone skill. Lai Trang then thought further, not to mention the Senaluka Guild, serving as guardian deities, never acted on their own initiative, so the fact that they're chasing him means someone hired them. I also need to find out information about its name. At this moment, the assassin was surrounded by Blood Bone. She couldn't believe that a baby dragon, only fist-sized, could cast such high-level magic that only those of Dan Ko rank or above could use. The guild assigned the mission without thoroughly researching the assassination target's information. Bloodbone has nullified the player's stealth technique. After the stealth technique was nullified, a whole horde of people, as numerous as ants, was revealed. Bloodbone, a basic spell of the little Blackfire dragon in the dark night. It summons a wave of blood-colored bones around a specific area, completely isolating it from the outside, inflicting debuffs on enemies and buffing allies within. Skill level 1. Characteristics: conceals presence, obstructs vision, distinguishes friend and foe. Weeping and howling. While the assassins were still bewildered by these seemingly cursed words, Lai Trang, wielding his dual swords, charged down and wiped them out. A swarm of demon horses appeared right behind Lai Trang, and with that, Trang's wicked smile. Chapter 107. Jean also appeared with his warhorse herd, commanding valiantly. You've clearly heard your master's command. Slaughter them all. Fresh blood splattered like rain, and soon the assassins fell dead like flies. Jean looked smugly at Lai Trang. What do you think of my clan members? Quite useful, aren't they? Lai Trang was also quite surprised that Jean could absorb all the ghoul's demon blood so quickly. That speed must be on par with the White Tiger, right? Well, of course, Jean is a superior being, the leader of the others after all. Jean suddenly scowled deeply. What's wrong with your face? Do you think I'm showing off by only doing this much? After spending all that time in the Demon Serpent Queen's lair, you're supposed to be able to do this. Try harder. Jean sighed. Hey, I get sad when you say things like that. Cancel summon. Before being sent back to the production place, Jean still managed to yell. Would it kill you to praise me just once? With Lai Trang seeing, someone will be poor from that. At this moment, the female assassin was gasping for breath and begged Trang Xian to finish her off. Sacred Beast Sacred Tiger warned a certain god to get lost because its clan member was a good-for-nothing. Sacred Beast Dark Giant Worm curiously looked at you despite a certain god's warning. Sacred Beast Sacred Tiger growled at a certain god, stating that if it continued to invade its territory, it would consider it a declaration of war. Sacred Beast Dark Giant Worm chuckled and said that someone without a constellation couldn't become a clan member. Sacred Beast Sacred Tiger bristled and raised its tail in warning. Sacred Beast Dark Giant Worm glared fiercely. Noises appeared, caused by the intense mental battle between the two gods. Lai Trang Xian smiled happily, seeing everything unfold exactly as he had predicted. The members of the Ziwei-Do Shu haven't changed at all. They are still selfish, believing their priests and monks are merely tools to gain wealth and fame. Their interest in him was simply because they thought they could expand their guild if they acquired him. At this moment, Sacred Tiger and Dark Giant Worm both turned their backs, refusing to look at each other. This is a sign that they've fallen into the trap, and it will be even more beneficial for Trang Xian if he continues to keep the Void King Sacred Tiger under control, because the Void King hasn't bothered to hide his desire for Trang Xian recently. He can use him to create a rift within Ziwei Do Shu and even destroy the entire constellation. Lai Trang Xian no longer paid attention to those two gods, but turned to collect the ashes of the fallen to increase his own vitality. According to the assassin, Senaruka had two objectives. One was to kidnap Myri, and the other was to assassinate Trang Xian. Clearly, there were two clients who hired them to do this. Trang Xian immediately thought that Kenga-chan might be involved, but only as an intermediary, with the real people behind it being Strategy Department Head Sim John Ho and Director Kim Jio-sung. But surprisingly, the Illuminati also wanted to lay their hands on him. He remembered refusing Joachim's offer. Could that be why they hired these assassins to come here? It's quite a headache, but Trang Xian can't let this organization bother him forever. He will think carefully about this after he returns. Trang Xian flew to an oasis to rest. Senaruka's group had brought Myri here. Trang Xian's goal was to rescue Myri, so he had to erase his presence as much as possible. Using the stealth skill, Lai Trang Xian turned into air and flew straight into the middle of the crowd with a bang. A fierce fire erupted, activating Tiger Dominant State, activated flowing Fawn Tiger's roar. At this point, Lai Trang Xian launched a surprise attack, sure to finish off the person in front of him. But to his surprise, he vanished like a joke, catching Trang Xian off guard instead. An invisible hand is targeting you. A light shot straight towards Trang Xian. Then a gigantic pillar of light plunged down. The Holy Body Saker Fierce Tiger is warning you of danger. The Holy Body Dark Giant Worm is awaiting your action. A girl, appearing from nowhere, is posing on a treetop. It must be hot in the desert, so she's dressed like she's at the beach. You can dodge the Crimson Separation? Trang Xian grimaced, lamenting how truly dangerous that was, just like the time he clashed with Gyeon Chan home unseen. The aura of someone who had reached the peak of humanity, a king. And that scantily clad woman also looked at Trang Xian and smiled with interest. Oh, you know me? At this moment, Henry just realized his beloved Honda had vanished without a trace, disappearing silently as if she had never been here. Meanwhile, over here, Sinian CO is flattening them one by one thanks to his thrust strike skill. Gu Hyebin is also counterattacking by summoning the war god. Guff is furious, having figured out who hired Senaruka and destroyed the French volunteer medical team. He immediately entered his beast transformation state and roared, "Constantine, you've gone too far, you bastard." The Azure Beast, Luke Lang, roared in anger. The Ong train has arrived. All those who wish to participate in the dungeon mission, please board the train. A black train spewed smoke, clattering across the sand, speeding towards them, back to the lightly dressed girl, who likes standing on coconut trees. The great infecting scarab god is curious to see what you will do after becoming his disciple. Look at that face. You've recognized who I am, haven't you, sir? The smiling face of the demon is looking at you, laughing. The crying face of the demon is pitying you. The judging face of the demon is looking at you enviously. Lai Trang Xian thought to himself, "Holy Mother, you will lead the dying to a peaceful death." Those demonic faces are quite bothersome to me. That skill truly annoys me, even when I was still the twilight of the gods. But it seems she can't comfortably use that skill, so I still have a chance to counterattack. However, can I really face her? If my divine power and holy mark run out, then releasing the magic within Trang and the dragon devil's fangs will be impossible to activate. At that point, I also won't be able to summon all my apostles to fight her. No matter what I do, I'll still lose. I feel so hopeless. As a high-ranking master at a player's level, I would still have a chance, but I can't defeat a king, someone who has reached the limits of humanity, like her. And that woman seemed to read Trang Xian's mind, sneering. "Oh my, what's this? Don't tell me you're scared. I thought I'd have some fun with you. After weighing the pros and cons, Trang Xian decided to temporarily surrender, because bringing his apostles here would only reveal more of his secrets. I don't necessarily have to face you myself. You mean there are others besides you? Are you ready now? Perhaps you've noticed, but my Realino, you possess one of the secret scriptures. What are you talking about? While the assassination king was still confused, Vu Hauta rushed out from the void, ambushing her from behind. This woman truly lives up to her name as the king of assassins, dodging the attack so quickly that Vu Hauta lunged straight towards Lai Trangxian instead. He glanced at him with an intrigued eye. I really can't understand. How did you know I was there? Isn't it too obvious? Of course. Trangxian widened his eyes as if he was very innocent. You thought where I was going would have a secret scripture, right? What? Vu Hauta frowned, then burst out laughing loudly. I didn't expect you'd discover me for such a simple reason. Very good observation. He chuckled mischievously, asking what they should do now. Trangxian told him to stall for enough time for him to retrieve Myri. The opponent is the king of assassins, right? You want me to stop her? Can't you do it? Hey, saying that hurts my pride, you know. Vu Hauta thought, since he got old, had he ever seen a kid as resolute as him? Threatening him, and even saying he wouldn't find the secret scripture if he couldn't fight the king of assassins? It feels like this brat is playing with me, but it's not bad. He chuckled. All right then. And he also guessed that this cunning bastard probably already knew his guardian constellation. The golden-eyed Buddha god with an unpleasant personality opened its eyes. Vu Hauta dramatically transformed his appearance, flashing a wicked smile. The mighty tiger god Saker was looking at his apostle and smiling. A swirling golden light shot into the sky, carrying lightning bolts. Lai Trangxian smiled even more deviously. Welcome. I didn't expect him to have such a powerful guardian constellation. The power of gods and constellations all originates from the belief of mortals. Wukong is truly unique. How could such a mighty constellation serve such an empty shell? But I'm sure to win this match. Vu Hauta rode the wind in waves. No, he rode on his somersault cloud, flying in a whirlwind around the assassin king. Provoked, she shot back a few words. What did that nameless old man say? In front of her was a golden mask with a chilling smile. Trangxian was sure that Vu Hauta was superior to a king. Light scattered as Vu Hauta laughed loudly, scoffing that she was young but already deaf. Surely she listened to loud music with headphones all day. The assassin king, infuriated, asked what nonsense he was spouting. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Trangxian immediately ordered the spy he had planted to begin his operation. The assassin holding the person was immediately split in half. Master, I have successfully protected my Realino. No sooner had he finished speaking than he was also unexpectedly taken down. The assassin king launched a long-range attack, asking, When did you do that? Bitch Geogun immediately flew out to catch Myri. Player Bitch Geogun has activated the Shadow Step skill. The assassin king was infuriated even more by Lai Trangxian's repeated trickery. The angry face of a raging demon. The assassin king launched a skill, but Vu Hauta blocked it with his Rui Jingu Bang. She angrily yelled, Crazy old man, get lost. Vu Hauta took the opportunity to be even more persistent. Your hearing is terrible now. Didn't you hear that guy tell me to stop you just now? Let's see if you can still babble that nonsense when you're in your coffin. While the two of them were fiercely clashing, Trangxian immediately took Myri away. Just when he thought the path was clear, before he could take 3 steps, a group of assassins emerged from beneath the sand. They summoned a pack of hellhounds that seemed quite troublesome to deal with. Bitch Geogun didn't waste a second and immediately rushed to their rescue. Just then, the system announced. The desert train, Ong Express, had arrived at Cobblestone Desert Station a while ago. Trangxian gritted his teeth and sped off with all his might. No one knew when the next desert train would arrive. They say Lai Vitin is in the underground dungeon near the Boiling Hell Station. That's its first stop. Since he'd rescued Myri, he'd get the 5 secret scriptures soon. But he couldn't give up Lai Vitin either. Trangxian had to get on the train. The system announced, All passengers, please board the train. The next train will depart for the next station in 5 minutes. Damn, 5 minutes. Teleporting there might just make it in time. Senaruka's assassins clung to Trang Xian like leeches, making him want to kill them all just to get them out of his sight. But now, his main goal was to get on the La Evidin train immediately to reach that underground dungeon. So it wasn't convenient. The holy body of the sacred tiger asked, "Can't you just leave this luggage behind to avoid being caught?" The holy body of the season suitable for hunting strongly agreed, saying, "Finally, some god said something sensible." Trang Xian thought these people were as usual. They had no interest in any mortals except those who sparked their curiosity. The holy body of the primordial evil dragon clicked his tongue at this unpleasant sight and demanded to see something more novel. The holy body of the season suitable for hunting cried out, "Mother, you didn't give any warning again." The holy body of the world-encircling serpent chuckled wickedly, asking, "Don't you know why she does that?" The holy body of the season suitable for hunting asked back, "Do you know why?" The holy body of the world-encircling serpent said, "Perhaps they're worried and afraid of the god they can't see these days." Trang Xian was annoyed because these gods were starting to babble unnecessary things again. The holy body of the season suitable for hunting complained that it's better to be on the side of absolute evil than hypocritical morality. Trang Xian felt that every action of his had its own purpose, but if he abandoned the girl in his arms now, the twilight-ripping owl god would likely be disappointed in him after the battle with the Gemini, and he hadn't gained any benefits from her yet, so he had to maintain this relationship for now. But where on earth were the secret scriptures? Just then, Myri woke up and was very startled to find herself in Trang Xian's arms. Seeing this, he got right to the point. "Based on the situation, I'll be brief. Why is Senaruka targeting you exactly?" "I don't really know either. There's no way they'd keep clinging on like this for no reason." Myri looked at him with a questioning gaze. "Think carefully. You're bound to realize something." Myri suddenly widened her eyes and stammered, "No, it can't be. Dad, 2 years ago, I followed my dad, an archaeologist, to a mysterious ancient ruin and found a ring. At that time, I heard a voice and through it, I got a guardian god. After that, you have no talent. The first time in my life, I mastered summoning magic. The problem was, my father started showing hostility towards me. I heard he considered me a thief, who stole his precious treasure and even tried to kill me. That's when Henry saved me." Trang Xian caught the key point here, that if her family showed hostility, then he must have been cursed by a calamity. "Could you give me that ring? If they're really chasing us for the ring, then we must get rid of it to avoid these people." "I can't. This is a sacred item that links me and my guardian deity. If you don't, then I'll have to abandon you here." The deadly gaze has been activated. Meyer immediately broke into a sweat from this gaze. "What will you do? Give me the ring, right?" The girl immediately took off the ring and gave it to him. Her guardian deity angrily screamed from behind, "Meyer, snap out of it, Meyer. Under no circumstances should you give him the ring. It's too late." Trang Xian immediately took the ring while she was still hesitating, and then he left her behind in the middle of the desert. Lai Trang Xian put the ring on his hand and promised that he would return once all the assassins were eliminated. He called Geo Gun, who immediately caught Meyer. Just then, the system announced, "Boarding time is over. The Ong Desert train is departing." Geo Gun was worried for Trang Xian, but he assured him that he would catch up soon, so there was no need to panic. Trang Xian immediately rushed to the train in an instant. The assassins immediately switched their target to him, but it was too late. Saker, the holy tiger, laughed wildly after seeing you obtain the new sacred scripture. Channeled dark energy into the mysterious ring. The ring reacted to Peter's key and was unlocked. You have obtained the 5th item of the hidden sacred scripture. Lai Trang Xian was swept into a vortex of blue energy. This vortex prevented the assassins from reaching him. You have entered the instant dungeon. Hellstorm. Lai Trang Xian laughed with delight. A blinding light opened up a new space. The assassins looked in confusion at the unfamiliar landscape before them. They also didn't expect an instant dungeon to open from nothing. This means that the mystery of the child in the prophecy has been revealed. But they could not accept this reality either, because it had, after all, taken a long time to analyze the god's prophecy and determine that Meyer was the child in that prophecy. But no, even in that chaos, he still rushed straight in to rescue Meyer. Could Lai Trang-Sien be the secret weapon created by the White Tiger? This must be reported to the boss. At this moment, the system announced, "You have discovered the forgotten starlight." The holy body of the giant shadow worm looked at the lost ancient starlight through the eyes of its tribesmen, devoid of admiration. The holy body of the giant shadow worm said that consuming all that starch would make them shine like the 28 lunar mansions. His tribesmen were being suppressed by this terrifying energy source. The holy body of the giant shadow worm had set its sights on the instant dungeon. The apocalyptic wind is blowing strongly. The holy body of the giant shadow worm clicked its tongue in disappointment, wondering why these people were so weak. Along with a dazzling light, the dungeon's master opened its eyes. The holy body of the storm-hating girl has appeared. The dungeon quest begins. Quest theme: survival and hunting. You are currently deeply affected by the late king's disaster curse. The curse will affect you every 72 hours and transport you to the storm hell in another world. The storm hell was born in the primordial era of the universe, a world full of dangers that still remains, though it seemed to have disappeared through many ages. In addition, to completely remove the late king's disaster curse, you must defeat her. Many different types of weapons are cleverly hidden throughout the dungeon. Search for them and combine them to hunt her down. Good luck. Official survival will now begin. Looking at the frenzied monster before his eyes, Lai Trang-Sien finally understood the problem. I didn't expect him to want me to kill a god to break the curse. This is truly insane. Lai Trang-Sien squinted at the woman on the pinnacle and her surging energy, thinking, if this is her remaining phantom power, I wonder how strong her original form must be. At least I was able to gradually develop and endure in the devil cobra's lair. But now, if I fall here first, I'm sure to die. The holy body of the storm-hating girl roared. Not bad. For a mortal, even if all I have now is a surrogate shell, you won't be able to endure for long. I can smell the gloomy celestial body on you. That's why you haven't died yet. Lai Trang-Sien silently activated the beautiful virtue skill to create a mental barrier, and at the same time asked her, "You know about the gloomy celestial body?" He also thought, if she can sense dark energy, it means she knows about Mephistopheles. Trang-Sien quietly calculated the difference with the opponent and added the missing parameters. The storm-hating girl immediately said, "Of course I know. The gloomy celestial body is the absolute will of our knight. A pitiful creature who has continuously sought and pursued power for endless time." Lai Trang-Sien paid attention to the words, absolute will of the knight. When Gemini and Minerva clashed, he seemed to have seen some messages about day and night, but still couldn't understand it. If I hadn't smelled that person sent from you, I would have annihilated you already. But looking at you now, it seems you are not protected by that person, and you don't consider that person your protective celestial body. So now, dealing with you is no problem at all. The title, Incarnation of Ethereal Intent, was applied to unleash a firestorm. Flames surrounded Trang-Sien, who quietly summoned Xing to the court. Xing appeared riding a demon horse, laughing loudly as he arrived. "You're crazy, master. This time you're even going to attack the illusion of a celestial body. The energy escaping from her is no different from the devil cobra's. If I can absorb it, my stats will increase by several levels in an instant." The holy body of the storm-hating girl immediately flew into a rage at Xing's arrogant words. "You wretched creature, how dare you? Face the calamity wind blast." Katmos drooled, discovering something delicious. Here it comes. This little dragon in its growth period is hungry again. Without waiting for Trang-Sien's reaction, it opened its mouth and swallowed the storm-hating girl's calamity wind blast whole. Delicious, as if it was just an appetizer for the baby dragon's feast. The fiery heart eradicated the calamity wind blast and absorbed a large amount of magic, significantly increasing its completion level. Current completion level, 21.6%. Oh my god, absorbing one attack increased it by over 10%. I must thank this holy body then. The storm-hating girl looked at the panting dragon as if it were an alien. What? Catmose opened its mouth again, intending to give a gift in return for the delicious meal it just had. This dragon is small, but whenever it opens its mouth, it conjures a storm. Like this time, it created a giant orb of light that even startled Trang-Xian and Xing. Then it suddenly blew that orb away. Catmose used a breath skill. The giant orb of light crushed the 2 grapefruits of the girl who hates storms. Then later, it pressed so hard that it even broke one of her wings. The holy body of the girl who hates storms screamed fiercely. Seeing the dragon fly in front of her, she became even more panicked. The system helped it convey its current state. Catmose salivated as it looked at the girl who hates storms, calling her a delicacy. The gods immediately livened up. The mighty tiger god Saker stared with wide eyes. The god of the hunting season stared with an open mouth. The snake god who encompasses the world raised its guard, saying that as expected, one should never befriend creatures born from hell. The god Taurus cursed, wondering who had given such a creature to a mortal. The god of the hunting season looked towards her mother and said she wanted that dragon. The evil dragon god Kaingwen glanced at her daughter with pity, saying that it was impossible because even she couldn't measure that thing's growth potential. The god of the hunting season lay sprawled on the ground and began to throw a tantrum. The evil dragon god Kaingwen stopped her daughter from screeching with her small claws. Catmose was sticking out its long tongue to caress the body of its delicious meal. Each caress drew blood, and each caress made the girl who hates storms scream. Lai Trang-Xian was stunned by the scene before him. What exactly was happening? Could a dragon actually devour a star? Even though she was just an illusion of her true self, not to mention that he himself would be in danger and all his followers could be annihilated, yet it regarded the mental pressure emitted by such an existence as merely a delicious meal? Is that why Catmose excitedly devoured all the artifacts in the treasure vault? After all, powerful artifacts are often tainted by myths of gods and great heroes. Trang-Xian could understand why the gods and stars reacted so violently, because a predator would make existences who always live as they please, like them, wary. And while Trang-Xian was deep in thought, Catmose was happily scooping up a holy body replica. The girl who hates storms couldn't even fight back against it. Xing gloomily said, "Master, if I've done anything wrong these past few days, please tell me. I'll correct it right away." Why suddenly? Trang-Xian, initially surprised, suddenly realized the problem and immediately changed his attitude. What's wrong? Are you afraid that Catmose will drool over you and your followers? Trang-Xian thought that fear was justified, as the demon cobra also originated from starlight. Xing, with a twisted face, retorted, "There's nothing to laugh about, you know. I won't let myself become a follower digested by a pet. Don't worry, I don't want to discard the followers I painstakingly created in that manner." Xing sighed in relief. That's good then. On this side, the holy body of the girl who hates storms reacted after a moment of surprise. She flapped her remaining wing at full speed to fly away. Catmose, in a frenzy, immediately chased after her, determined not to lose this delicious prey. The girl frantically tried to drive it away. "Get back! Stay away from me!" gasped. "My body can't regenerate." Trang-Xian pondered silently. Was Catmose this strong from the beginning? No way. Even though its potential is vast, it's still just an infant beast. Perhaps it's due to its innate advantage. Catmose's attribute is darkness, and darkness devours light. The system announced that the current completion rate was 42.6%. Trang-Xian also hoped that the completion rate would continue to increase at this pace. Catmose exhaled massive streams of dark energy, and they quickly caught the girl who hates storms. Darkness had begun to infiltrate the divine power of the girl who hates storms. "No, stay away from me. I must return to Meyer." Darkness has begun to infect the divinity of the girl who hates storms. Xing saw that and smiled smugly. Heh, even though she's just an illusion, I didn't think the day I could defeat a god would come so soon. "It's no use, Xing," Trang-Xian reminded him, then opened his royal treasure. All his reserve weapons were brought out. Trang Xian chose the Absolute Origin sword for his next action. He clicked his tongue. Using a treasure like this is a bit wasteful, but only things this powerful can contain darkness. Lai Trang-Xian had a sword in one hand and a bow in the other, thinking he would add a bit of his own blood as a medium to perform the blood manipulation technique from those old monster geezers to enhance the spell. If the blood poison and darkness were imbued into the Ice Emperor's treasure, its power could surely rival that of a divine artifact. After adding Trang-Xian's blood, the sword transformed into an arrow. The demon-breaking arrow was thus completed. Lai Trang-Xian didn't hesitate at all, immediately firing the arrow. And this arrow, of course, was meant for the girl who hates storms. Trang-Xian even used his perfect marksmanship authority to accurately aim at the target. And because of this arrow, the other wing of the girl who hates storms was also destroyed. She screamed, "You, how dare you?" "Dare or not, please shut up. All that screaming is giving me a headache." Elfin appeared very suddenly, using a branch to tightly wrap around her gaping maw. "I won't let that happen." Elfin smiled lightly at her. Zin was no less impressive. He appeared with a massive sword, making a cut sharper than someone's eyebrows after tattooing, splitting the remaining body of the girl who hates storms. The illusion was destroyed. Lai Trang-Xian immediately rushed forward. He had imbued dark energy into the evil dragon's Fong. Trang-Xian seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, dazzling light emanating from the center of the shattered fragments. "You have achieved an impressive feat, conquering the starlight. Reward, divine power. Hidden divinity skill strengthened. The dark heart is being completed at an alarming speed, 51.69%. The boss, the girl who hates storms, has died. Highest contributor, Lai Trang-Xian. You have received 50 million karma points for achieving an unprecedented feat. You have received the reward, Apocalyptic Wind attribute." The gods displayed various expressions in this situation. The fierce tiger god, Saker, smiled sinisterly. The giant diseased beetle god stared in disbelief. The number of gods and constellations interested in you is increasing. Currently, a total of 32 gods and constellations wish to have you as their apostle. You can now combine Apocalyptic Wind with Hellfire. You have obtained 2 out of 3 destruction attributes. Hellfire's firepower has been strengthened. The attribute of the Wraith's will has become stronger. The title embodiment of the Wraith's will has evolved into Fiend Form of the Wraith's Will. Fiend Form of the Wraith's Will, an evolved form of the Wraith's Will. A legion of fire and demons has absorbed the apocalyptic wind, what remained after the apocalypse. When awakened, it brings destructive flames and a withering wind when its wings flap. The demonic beast that brings catastrophic destruction is you. Classification Title S Effect Hellfire Apocalyptic Wind, 2 of the 3 catastrophic destruction attributes. Li Trang-Xian excitedly unleashed a vortex of fire. Catmos happily flew in circles, following each swirl. Trang-Xian was also very happy that all his stats had increased. Finally, it was time for him to undergo metamorphosis and deify to become a super transcendent. You have finished reading and deciphering Ezen's 5th secret scripture and received the secret art within the scripture. You have received Starlight. New divine power has been added to the Holy Concealment skill. Skill level has increased. You have just glimpsed a secret part from primeval times. Leveled up. You can now continue the second promotion quest when you reach level 50. Finally, the message Trang-Xian had been waiting for appeared. Your followers' level has increased, transforming them into a different form. The Folktale Scenario quest has been created. Condition: achieve 4 impressive achievements. Combine 4 achievements according to the structure of opening, development, turning point, and conclusion to complete the folk tale. If successful, promote. If failed, increase level cap. Li Trang-Xian promised himself that this time he would do a proper job. He recalled seeing this info window when he was reborn. Players can combine different achievements based on actions and results after opening the system. Achievements are mainly divided into 5 types by level. Myth and legend are achievements only obtainable by those who have reached the realm of gods and constellations. Anecdotes are for demigods. those who are undergoing metamorphosis and deification. For superhumans who want to surpass human limits, there are folk tales, achievements normal players receive when performing excellently. The system hasn't finished reporting yet. You have received the first impressive achievement, subduing the starlight. The prologue of the folk tale has been completed to officially open the storyline. The world sculpture has been drafted, and a basic religion has been created. A folk tale is a genre passed down through generations and deeply ingrained in people's hearts. In other words, it is the starting point for creating a religion by imprinting an existence into the world and universe. Those who begin their folk tales in this manner are called heroes, and rankers are the modern version of heroes in ancient folk tales. Fortunately, Trang Xian has just received one of the 4 achievements to create a folk tale, and also obtained the apocalyptic realm. He believes that he will quickly discover the 4th secret scripture soon. At this point, the dungeon was about to close. Returning to the desert and the sand ship, Geogun had managed to get Myri onto the ship, panting, having finally escaped the jaws of death that had opened at his heels. Geogun looked as if his soul was about to leave his body, his face pale. He spoke unconsciously. I almost used all my magic power to catch up with this ship. I wonder if he's okay. Myri's expression was not very good when she realized she could no longer sense the divine. Just then, Henry rushed over, loudly calling Myri and grabbing Geogun, asking what he had done to her. "Who'd want your fiancée, pal?" Geogun said coldly. "I don't know what you're talking about, but it seems you don't have good intentions. Your shadow guard is angry." Henry screamed in a frenzy. "You bastard, answer me. I didn't do anything. I didn't even touch her. How am I supposed to answer?" The Shin brothers, indignant on Geogun's behalf, found their good deed met with hostility. Just then, a tall man appeared behind Geogun, startling him into uttering rude words. "Who is this old man?" The god of the hunting season glared with a displeased look. Shin Unsean gritted his teeth and asked, "Who the hell are you? Are you looking for death?" For some reason, Diego Hyan Ryan was nowhere to be seen, and the 2 old men accompanying him had no interest in them either. The newcomer made you think so. Then he felt it was a fitting time to get revenge for the rookies, who were overwhelmed by Li Jiangxian at the hotel party. Even if a major conflict breaks out, it's not good. It's best to de-escalate the situation after Henry handles it. Goof arrived shortly after and said, "Nicola, stop it. Luke Lang, don't meddle in others' affairs. What's going on this time?" Li Jiangxian appeared at the door, attracting everyone's attention. "Anyway, I saved her." Shin Juo and Shin Unsean looked at him as if seeing the shining sun of truth in their hearts. Nicola was so surprised he froze, cursing silently that he should have dealt with Jiangxian upon his return, because now that he'd reached ranker level, he couldn't possibly let him get involved. He chuckled. "Haha, just a misunderstanding." Henry, however, wasn't so tactful and still flared up. "What did you do to Myri? Explain yourselves now." He swung his hand, wanting to fight immediately. "The Bone Dragon vault has been opened. The Bone Dragon has appeared," Nicola quickly yelled. "Henry, you idiot." But he no longer heard anything, focusing only on unleashing fire. A great fire burned, forming the shape of a warrior in white bone armor. "I had to give in to your strange tricks, but this time I'll return that humiliation." The Bone Dragon's soul had been imbued with magic, increasing the power of the bone blade and bone armor. Nicola still tried to stop him, but at this moment, Henry's face was dangerously close to Li Jiangxian's fist. Even at that distance, the force was enough to shatter his white bone mask. Henry quickly retreated. He couldn't help but wonder. The Bone Dragon armor was harder than diamond, yet it couldn't block this punch. Li Jiangxian sneered. "I heard you called my team members trash again." Li Jiangxian unreservedly punched Henry relentlessly. Of course, the young man took every hit and didn't even have time to react. Observing the reality of the fight between the two, Henry's teacher, Nicola, immediately realized that the tough guy from Korea had become stronger than before. Li Jiangxian suddenly glanced at him as if sensing that the old man was bad-mouthing him, making Nicola jump in fright. "The Phantom Container title has been activated." Jiangxian pushed Henry aside and rushed towards that meddling old man Nicola. The old man looked at him. He thought grimly. No, he couldn't have gotten this strong in just 3 days. He must have been hiding that high-level skill all along. Otherwise, the monster's keen instinctive skill wouldn't have flared up like this. Does he mean the cape suddenly flying off to reveal that muscular body? Nicola activated another skill, the monster's heart. An eye opened right in the middle of his chest. It has come to this. He will tear Cian Trang apart right here. Even if he's a renowned rookie, he's still just a kid, and just a mere team leader. Li Jiangxian saw him make a move, but didn't flinch, taking on the attack immediately. As for the old man Nicola, he just wanted to prove that Ghost is stronger than White Tiger to avoid future trouble, and also to humiliate that arrogant Jago Haiyan Ryan. With extreme determination, Nicola punched right through Li Jiangxian. He suddenly froze, while Cian Trang remained expressionless. The eye in the middle of his chest was shattered, and with that, the show-off instructor also fell in bewilderment. How? Li Jiangxian looked at him dismissively. Is Ghost's superior really that pathetic? For Li Jiangxian, with his serpent eyes and 100% bullseye, detecting and exploiting an opponent's weaknesses is a trivial matter. The Ghost members were furious when they heard Cian Trang say that, but as soon as he glanced at them, they all shut up. The aura of a tiger enveloped the entire scene. The fierce tiger snarled as a massive fire erupted violently, and Li Jiangxian loudly declared, "Whoever dares to challenge me, step forward." The Ghost members, who were just moments ago full of bravado and curses, were now as silent as the grave, all acting like clams. At this point, Ludovico and Griezmann also appeared. Ludovico spoke up to intervene. "Mr. Li Jiangxian, calm down. You're Ludovico, the head of the Olin clan, right? I've personally witnessed my teammates being threatened, and yet you tell me to calm down? In that case, I'll beat you up and then tell you to calm down. How about that?" Li Jiangxian exuded an intimidating aura, performed a few punches, and then asked. Ludovico panicked. "You've gone too far. If there's a problem, aim for me." Old Ludovico thought to himself, Henry and Nicola were both defeated in an instant, so I'm no match for him. French players being overwhelmed by a Korean rookie, what a disgrace. Iron Mask Griezmann is a demon human. He has a lot of combat experience. If he joined, I'd have a chance, but he doesn't even bother to look this way. He probably just wants to observe from the sidelines. Damn it, I have to surrender now and blame everything on Ghost when I return to the guild. Ludovico bowed deeply before Cian Trang. "I apologize. As a representative of France, I sincerely apologize to you. Let's end this here." He was sweating profusely, forcing a smile, and thought, even Li Jiangxian will stop fighting now that I've sincerely apologized. I'll deal with the consequences later. I'll definitely repay this humiliation when I get the chance. Who would have thought? He never expected to run into such a tough guy. And, what right do you have to say and? I haven't even started yet. Cian Trang cracked his knuckles and warned, "Clench your teeth tightly." Mr. Li Jiangxian, wait. Yeah, opening your mouth like that is the wrong move. Just as the fist lunged straight for his mouth, Ludovico remembered something. That Cian Trang had another nickname, Bloody Thug. It was just too late for him to realize. So at this moment, the entire ship's deck echoed with groans. Oh, on another front, the sand is now marked with jagged holes and smoking. The assassination queen clutched her head and burst into laughter. I knew hunting wouldn't be easy, but I couldn't have imagined it would turn out like this. The four-marine god frowned in displeasure. The assassination queen's golden masks were shattered and completely ruined. The assassination queen lamented. "It takes at least a year to produce one mask, and I've lost so many. This is the first time I've felt this ashamed since the battle with the Undying King. And that Asian kid too. This must be how the assassination target interfered. I can't accept the target shifting to me and neglecting the assassination mission." So this time, she took out an even more grotesque mask. "You have equipped the Goblin Mask." The queen introduced that she had spent 10 years creating this persona to deal with the Undying King, but to protect the foundation of Senazuka, she had to eliminate that person first. Back to the train, still running relentlessly. While Li Jiangxian was slashing a skull, Griezmann spoke up to mediate. How about using your hands? Seeing the people beaten and scattered throughout the train car, he continued, I think you vented enough and made them pay the price. And besides, this isn't the time to cause more trouble, right? Jiang Xian then said, I'll cover the rear. You handle the front. Griezmann immediately agreed. Thanks for understanding. The remaining members of Yulin, who hadn't been beaten yet, remembered when they heard their leader say that. Griezmann then interjected. What are you doing? Quickly bandage the injured and move to the front car. Are you trying to block the tracks? Just then, a piercing sound echoed, making Griezmann curse because it arrived even earlier than his data suggested. The system announced, a swarm of hell pterodactyls has appeared. Not only fire dragons, but also a swarm of fire beasts are targeting the desert train. In short, a swarm of hungry monsters is looking for prey. The monsters are starting to land, and the system requests the players to protect the train from the monster attack. Those on the train began to arrange their defenses to protect the train. Lai Jiangxian's face was grim as he calculated. The monsters from the desert rock usually remain hungry due to their harsh living environment. They must think the desert train is food, which is why they're attacking. The system warned that the monsters were going crazy, and the total strength of the surrounding monsters had increased by 10%. Jiang Chuan understood that these creatures would either die from being hunted or from starvation, which is why they were so frantic. He decided to eliminate them before they caused too much damage. A huge lightning bolt struck, and a fierce fire raged. And then, in the blink of an eye, the sky cleared again. The system announced that the monster wave had ended. Shin Uncio sat on the ground, crying and complaining. I haven't even dated anyone yet, and I almost died in this place. Yamgu also plopped down and cursed. The system announced, you have successfully driven away all the monsters. You have passed the first challenge. Additional rewards will be given based on contributions. The one who received the most rewards, Lai Jiangxian. While all 4 members of Team L were exhausted and out of breath, Lai Jiangxian didn't even break a sweat. The 2 White Tiger elders looked over, evaluating. Ho ho ho, already tired after just a short run? What's wrong with young people these days? When we were young, we fought for 3 days straight and were fine. TSK. The unyielding Xian Unesio immediately turned and retorted. What did you just say? Just now. You guys just stood there and watched. You didn't do anything. Take this. Lai Jiangxian threw a scroll to the elder, whose head was wrapped in bandages. He asked him blankly, What's this? Lai Jiangxian said that this was a copy of the Holy Scripture, or something like that, which Meyer Alino wanted to obtain. What? You got it back. How can I believe this is real? Take a picture and send it to Korea. You'll know right away then. That's true. Because if you're lying, we can deal with you immediately. Zen appeared, scoffing at him. So you're using it here, huh? Is this how you get rid of those useless tales? Lai Jiangxian didn't answer him, only thinking, I've completed the decryption. The moment I passed the Hell Temple stage and absorbed all its power. The writings in this copy are fake, copied and fabricated by Zen and his apostles. Even if the White Tigers try to decrypt it, it will take at least a few years, and even if they succeed, they won't gain anything. We'll soon reach the first way station. I can't let these useless guys hinder me any longer. Zen added, Lieven, the name you intend to collect, where exactly is it located? Below the scorching hell station, there's a place called Aota. That land is quite dangerous. The skeleton demon Buyangjin curiously asked Lai Jiangxian, Why are you giving it to us now all of a sudden? You're not going to kick us out just because you gave us what we wanted, are you? Lai Jiangxian smiled and said, That's right. Just then, the system announced, The Desert Express is docking at Scorching Hell Station, the first stop. What? A shrill cry echoed from inside the train car. Passengers who have not boarded, please wait by the door. Lai Jiangxian still stood on the roof of the train and said very clearly, Take it and leave. Don't hover around me anymore. Elder Red Giant Tihong Gak immediately went ballistic. That way of speaking, it's very unpleasant. Lai Jiangxian and the 4 members of Team L were expressionless. The skeleton demon scoffed. Do you think you can bear the weight of those words you just uttered? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately sent out his pure white bandages to attack the members of Team L. Big Gagun grimaced as he was attacked. Humph, I didn't see a thing. Taehong Gak moved in close to Trang Shuyan. What did you just say? You told us to get lost? So you heard me just fine. You're slow to catch on, and you still don't get it? You insolent bastard. Taehong Gak angrily swung his fist. The system relays a message. The fierce tiger god Sako is watching the match between his two apostles and finds it very amusing. Just then, Vu Haota also arrived. What's all this commotion? I just got a little rest. Goliath, can you stop causing trouble? Go you, this is our business. Humph, what are you talking about? I know you really want him as your disciple, but this is our business. Lai Trangxian couldn't stand this pointless conversation. He was irritated by this disciple matter, because if the clans heard about it, it would become a big deal. Hyan smirked and said, Of course, I'm quite interested in that kid too. But business is business. I'm not trying to stop you old geezers from rambling about our inequality. If that kid hurt your pride, go get your justice yourselves. The red giant looked at him as if he were a traitor. What? How could you? Vu Haota glanced at him. Are you really hard of hearing? That child will easily devour you. Therefore, be careful. TSK, if you're determined to oppose that kid, I won't stop you. The skeleton demon and the red giant were both stunned by Vu Haota's attitude. What? Lai Trangxian began to show his annoyance with his facial expressions. He thought he'd been logged into this world for decades, and yet that old man was telling him that people of the first generation like him would lose to a brat who'd only been here for half a year. How long are you going to stand there and watch me? I'm not a sample to be gawked at forever. Hyan said with a wrinkled face like a dried date. Do you still remember the rules of the Elders' Council? Never tarnish the reputation of the White Tiger, and never allow the honor of the Elders' Council to be trampled upon. As the Vice Chairman of the Council, I will not overlook this rule being broken. This council was established to be an invincible claw. A claw, once dulled, is no longer usable. I hope you two listen carefully to my words. Amidst all the chaos and tension, the system interrupted with an announcement. The train has arrived at its first stop, the Boiling Hell Station. Passengers, please exit the train. The train will arrive at the next station in 24 hours. Li Jiangxian immediately jumped down and called his team to go. Before leaving, he still had one last message. I hope I don't see you two again. The red giant couldn't hold back anymore, clenched his fist, lunged forward, and for the first time, spoke a sentence without stumbling. You bastard! I'll destroy you. No, Hong Get. Wuyang Jin suddenly cried out. Before Elder Hong Gak could even touch Li Jiangxian, he was knocked back by a force. His entire body was flung like a rag doll, then slammed straight into the ground. Li Jiangxian glanced at Yang Jin and said, Last warning. If I see him again tomorrow, you'll die too. Just then, Kang Yuchan ran out from somewhere and desperately called out to Elder Hong Gak. Zhang Shuyan appeared behind him without a sound, his face grim as he said, Come to think of it, you're here too, huh? I almost punched you. Kang Yuchan still wanted to beg Zhang Shuyan to listen to him, but he was emotionlessly struck away by him. Kang Yuchan was sent straight into the center of a large flame. Li Jiangxian turned his head, no longer bothering to look at that person, and proceeded into Boiling Hell Station. Henry clutched his head, groaning. So you're finally awake? Hearing someone ask, he nervously turned to see who it was. What met his eyes was the sight of his team members lying unconscious throughout the train compartment. Teacher, what happened? Meyer, who was nearby, fell into a state of panic. He's not here anymore. Oh, goddess, where have you gone? Nicholas said that the tyrant was the one who caused this. He's truly very strong, so strong that even I am no match for him. He glared at his student and said, Henry, from now on, there's one thing you absolutely must do. Flames were still burning fiercely everywhere. Li Jiangxian stood on a stone wall, looking at the molten lava and thinking. That rock desert wasn't actually a desert. To be precise, the dungeon was Searcher's corpse, and that rock desert was merely his skin. His skin cracked to form the ground, and the heat escaped through those cracks. Zhang Shuyan, then recalled his meeting with the nameless king. So, how did the monsters even survive there? He's the king of giants, the ruler of Muspelheim, after all. Even if he's not as glorious as me, he certainly deserves that position, so it's not surprising for some life to flourish there. You could say that entering that dungeon is like piercing Searcher's muscles and flowing through the blood in his veins. So, exactly where is this Ragarin or whatever? That place is an important armory, containing the treasures of Searcher and Muspelheim. Not to mention, it's where his powers form, so it couldn't possibly be in some ordinary place. The heart, that place is Ragarin. Go along the blood vessels upwards, and you'll find it. Even now, Zhang Shuyan still can't believe this. Who would have thought this gigantic dungeon was Searcher's corpse? Even for a giant, his size is just ridiculous. And I have to find Searcher's heart in a place this vast within 24 hours? While Zhang Shuyan was still contemplating, something unexpected happened. The apocalyptic storm attribute in the saintly combat skill awakened. Zhang Shuyan smiled happily, having waited for this since the afternoon. At this moment, the god Meyer was looking for appeared and asked Zhang Shuyan, "You human, exactly who are you? I've been observing you ever since I got stuck here, because you have many mysterious aspects, like how you deciphered as in 7 sacred scriptures, and what your relationship with that dark star is, for instance. But what puzzles me the most is something else. You, how is the scent of Ithaca on you?" Li Jiangxian was startled. Ithaca. Why bring up that name now? Ithaca made Zhang Shuyan remember the old man who often appeared in his memories. And this time he remembered the scene of the old man standing on the corpse of a large dragon, with many swords lodged in his back. His figure, vague in the mist, turned to look at Zhang Shuyan. "Zhang Shuyan, from now on, you will be Catmos." Then he swayed and fell. Zhang Shuyan hurriedly caught him. "Old man," he said through tears. "Damn it. I told you. I don't need that weird name. You sly brat. Can't you just accept it and say thank you politely and properly for once? You're going to accept it anyway. So why do you always do things that provoke? How come even when I'm about to die, I'm still bickering and arguing like this?" Li Jiangxian swore in exasperation. "I get it. Stop talking so much. You're bleeding a lot." The old man smiled contentedly and closed his eyes. "Ha! How ironic. You only listen to me when I'm at death's door. Oh, for goodness sake. Why did you die, old man? Remember this. From now on, you are Cadmus. You will take responsibility for taking care of that child. Oh, please, stop talking. If you're so worried about that girl, then go stay with her yourself." Zhang Shuyan was in tears, but his mouth was still disrespectful. Old man, damn it. I wish I had learned healing magic back then. No, if only I had properly studied the ancient languages he taught me back then, a minor wound like this wouldn't have. He still tried to say his last words. "Please protect the girl. She might be a bit arrogant, but in truth, she's very fragile." Trang Xin went mad when he passed away and felt it was absurd because a guardian deity should protect their contractor. A guardian deity should grant power to their contractor and, in return, ask the contractor to spread their teachings, shouldn't they? But instead, he wanted the contractor to protect the guardian deity? What kind of guardian deity is that? And the girl the old man asked him to protect? A girl with blue hair and a red cloak, she said. "I hate you. It's all your fault he died." Although he and Ithaca hated and disdained each other, she and the storm-hating maiden became Trang Xin's stellar guardians. Trang Xin became her apostle after inheriting the name. Although it was because Trang Xin couldn't ignore the old man's last wish, they also cooperated because they shared a common goal. That was to eliminate all those who caused the old man's death. Ithaca was a star of light, and her starlight was an ultimate treasure believed to be capable of transforming gods and stars into emperors, the most radiant entities in the galaxy. Although the old man tried to protect her, even at the cost of his life, the gods and stars searching for Ithaca's starlight continued their efforts to find it. That sparked a war that engulfed Arcadia. The battle dragged on, and Ithaca and Trang Xin also grew closer. The phrase that best described their relationship was, "the more they loved, the more they hurt each other." However, before she passed away, she also said, Sohm, I love you. Please forgive me. And that's how the world stripped Trang Scene of happiness once again, as if it believed he didn't deserve such happiness. At this moment, the god's questions, conveyed through the system, roused Trang Scene from his memories. The saint of the hunting season tilted her head, wondering why your gaze had suddenly changed. The saint of Universal Serpent was curious about what that strange starlight vessel had said. The saint of the Fallen Tiger frowned and said something wasn't right. The saint of the Giant Shadow worm licked her lips while observing the divinity seeping from you. Trang Scene secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, it seemed the other gods hadn't heard the voice of the storm-hating maiden. If the ruler of the void heard the name Ithaka, things would become very complicated. So it was a burden lifted. Phew, and how do you know that name? It would be strange if I didn't know her. She's my mother. Trang Scene was shocked. However, I despise her. Although she created me, she was also the one who caused my death. Trang Scene realized something. The storm, in the storm-hating maiden's divine name, was referring to Ithaka. It's all because of her that I'm stuck here, stripped of my divine rights, and treated like a slave, even after I died. Even when the divine judgment court found me guilty, simply because I was the daughter of the Star of Light, she didn't appear. Finally, I was imprisoned, and when I awoke, I found myself locked in this prison, called Ezen's 7 Secret Scriptures. After that, I continued to fight those attracted to my radiating starlight. The more I tried to escape this stormy hell, the more I hated my mother. Trang Scene was displeased to hear his lover spoken ill of, and turned to ask the storm-hating maiden. Ezen's 7 Secret Scriptures, what exactly are they? I don't know either. When I opened my eyes again, I was already stuck inside, but I know one thing. It is a very solid prison, a perfect world that no one can destroy. Since you carry Ithaka's scent, at least you've realized that, haven't you? Trang Scene frowned. The truth was that due to her immense, uncontrollable power, she had split it into manifestations, saying they were like her children and calling them daughters. There are 7 secret scriptures of Ezen, and Ithaka's daughters are 7 in total. Could it be that Ezen's 7 secret scriptures are all seals created to imprison Ithaka's 7 daughters? If that's the case, the ruler of the void has also secretly collected the scattered 7 secret scriptures of Ezen to decipher their secrets and monopolize them. He had coveted Trang Scene's power throughout his time working for the astrological diviner, so he relentlessly pursued Ezen's 7 secret scriptures. After concluding that Ithaka was the secret behind Trang Scene's power, he did so to obtain Ithaka's starlight within Ezen's 7 secret scriptures, using it to evolve. Trang Scene gnashed his teeth and cursed under his breath. Ruler of the void, that crazy bastard. At this moment, the system's mechanical voice resounded again. The saint of the fallen tiger, ruler of the void, tilted his head, saying he couldn't understand why you reacted that way. Trang Scene continued to be lost in thought. All this time, if Ezen's lost holy scripture was the sealing artifact that imprisoned Lataka's daughters, and if the countless calamities caused by the Tiger King were truly a part of Lataka's starlight, then there's no way I wouldn't have realized it by now. There are too many things I still don't know. First, I need to complete the decoding of the 4 holy scriptures. At all costs, I must raid the Hungry Ghost Den and check what's on the final floor. One of the 5 rulers of the Hungry Ghost Den, the traitorous soul, could be Lataka's daughter. The Tiger King's calamity might even be the one who imprisoned and corrupted Lataka's daughter, perhaps already involved Ezen. The ruler of the void is collecting Lataka's daughters, while the other gods and stars of the astrological divination are completely unaware. But if the shadow giant worm is monitoring the ruler of the void's suspicious activities, then the giant worm would surely know exactly what he's pursuing. I need to rebuild the Hungry Ghost Den as planned and seal the shadow giant worm. Then I can interrogate him to find out all the details. But to do that, I need more power. Although I can currently compete with most high-ranking rankers, Lai Viten, I must find Lai Viten. Trang Scene told Zen to quickly raid the Hungry Ghost Den. At the same time, he promised himself that no matter what, he would tear the ruler of the void into 100 pieces. Returning to the 3 elders, Wu Hosiao was grumbling at his 2 friends, saying he had told them to be careful, but they wouldn't listen. I hope in the afterlife, You'll listen to what others say. Wu Hosea lifted his leg, completely finishing off Hong Ju Man in the presence of Skeleton Demon God. Then he turned to Demon Frost and said, Demon Frost, take the paper Trang Scene gave you and let's go back. But, what? Are you going to defy my order? That's not what I mean. We haven't confirmed if that paper is real or not. It's real, don't worry. Demon Frost thought to himself, this guy is truly a wicked warlord, but also the most knowledgeable and expert person on the Elder Council. If he says it's real, then it must be. After all, he was the one who had to verify the authenticity of the Holy Scripture, right? Then I'll go, but what about you? I still have business here, so I'll stay. The Holy Scripture is very important. If you can't help, then get out of here quickly. That's right. Haha. Then I'll leave everything to you. Wu Hosea immediately sent Demon Frost away to avoid him getting in the way. He also thought to himself that Demon Frost, blinded by greed, wouldn't last long, but Li Trang Scene was different. He hoped Trang Scene would become the key to breaking the shackles binding them, and he would keep an eye on him. At this moment, the members of Team L were complaining about the heat, craving water and ice cream. The system displayed information that there's a shop here with food, water, essential items, luxury goods, and weapons needed for the journey. Please note that the shop uses its own currency. The ship will depart in 23 hours, 57 minutes, and 46 seconds. Shin Un Seo, delirious from the heat, demanded Trang Scene turn on the air conditioner. Trang Scene was so annoyed that he took out a magic orb to create wind for these people, which finally made them stop complaining. The holy body of the serpent wrapped around the world seemed displeased that his excellent teaching method was being used this way. While walking, Team L encountered Henry and Nicola's group. The Shin siblings, having just enjoyed the cool breeze, came back to life and immediately started complaining and provoking those people. Seeing the shop they were looking for right in front of them, Shin Un Seo immediately changed his attitude, even saying he wanted to buy ice cream for Yubin. The shop owner, a red-skinned demon, smiled broadly as he welcomed customers. When Yubin saw him, he was about to make a move, but the owner told him to put that thing down because this was a neutral zone and he was a pacifist. The system introduced him as shop owner Zerabu. Yubin reluctantly put away his weapon, and the owner immediately smiled, not very kindly. Smart move. Heh. Shouldn't let the shop owner lose his good impression, right? Shin Un Seo asked loudly, what do you sell here? The system spoke on his behalf. Zerabu, the shop owner, will show you the list of items in the shop. Item catalog. Item 1, price 1 to 9 Heian. Item 2, price 10 to 99 Heian. Item 3, price 100 to 999 Heian. Item 9, price 100 million Heian. 10 other inaccessible. What the hell is Heian? Yubin said, that must be the currency unit here. The system had warned that this place uses a different currency. Let's check the items in the first category first. Items priced from 1 to 9 Heian are half a bottle of water, 1 Ha. Half a bag of almonds, 3 Ha. Green apple, 2 Ha. Half an ice cream stick, 9 Ha. Yubin thought to himself that this description was unpleasantly vague. Reading it didn't cost money, but the items felt exorbitantly priced. As for items priced over 100 million Heian, Sky Sword 130 million, Thunder God Seal 290 million, Zatharuska's Prophecy Book 450 million, Forbidden Fruit 100 trillion, Heavenly Silver 200 trillion. After reading the price list, the two girls were utterly shocked. Is this a shop or a money laundering bank? But these items didn't just surprise humans. Even the gods were stunned. The integrated hunting season deity opened his eyes wide in astonishment, wondering why these items were there. The world-encircling serpent deity highly suspected that this goblin was a swindler. So, have you chosen anything yet, human girls? Zerabu asked. I want to buy ice cream. Let's see. 14 Heian. But since you're my first customer today, I'll discount it to just 10 Heian. Do you accept other currencies? She asked. No. Then do you accept payment in kind? I have gems, gold ingots, and a pile of artifacts. Not interested. Then at least tell me how to exchange currency. Girl, if you don't have money, get out. Don't cause trouble in my shop. Shin Uncio was furious, wanting to stab him once. Only then would he sober up. Just then, Li Jiangxian appeared and placed an order. Everything on this list, and what this little girl wants to buy too. The shop owner immediately changed his attitude when he saw the paper covered in writing. You truly know how to spend money, sir. The total is 160,000 heian. How would you like to pay? We prefer cash. The administrator has been quite strict lately, so I don't have cash. What? The shop owner was stunned by his innocent, fairy-like reply. I said I don't have money. Put it on tab. Honestly, since the day he was born, he had never seen anyone put things on tab with such a cute expression. The shop owner was shocked. What? Put it on tab. Is there a problem? The man's anger was about to reach its peak, but he remained as innocent as before. The owner yelled, Don't think I'm a fool just because I'm a goblin. You bastards, I'll put your names on the banned buyer list. You won't be able to buy anything at any station. I'm about to open Ragran. If you're not interested, then so be it. We'll go to the next shop. Hyben, let's go. The shop owner changed his tune again, asking him to wait. Are you telling the truth? What? Are you really going to the former king's heart treasure? If things don't go smoothly when arriving at the first station and being forced to switch to the second, there's still one thing Jiang Xian can't overlook. The shop owners at each station. He wants to gain their favor. He once wondered why he had to do that, and the nameless king answered that they are the guardians, even after the last king, Surtur, fell. And it's been a long time since Muspelheim was destroyed. They are still descendants of giants who worship the soul of the last king and await his glory. There's a legend among the guardians that the way to open Ragran, the glory of the ancient giant race, is in the dungeon that can be considered Surtur's corpse. They guard his tomb, and their purpose is to open the former king's heart treasure located underground. Is it possible? Jiang Xian asked again. Not really. Just existing in that dungeon means they are already dead. The souls of the giants went to hell long ago, or were destroyed. Like all creatures in the dungeon, they merely repeat actions formed by the remaining vestiges of thought. But Ragran is real, and so is their belief in that legend. If you fulfill the seller's wishes, it will be much easier to get what you want. Recalling all this, Jiang Xian said with a smile to the shop owner, If we can't get credit, then fine, we'll go to another shop. Wait, Jirabgu excitedly said. Are you really going to open Ragran? Is there another Ragran? Are you really going to the former king's heart treasure? Is that true? How? Why should I tell you? Damn it, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Do you know what the basis of a transaction is? And you're asking for credit. I need to know if you can come back before I make a decision. Just then, an information window appeared. Hidden Quest, Legacy of the Dead King. Type hidden. Description: 210, a fire giant who brought destruction, now barely remembered, stored his race's legacy just before his death in the Ragran vault, within his heart, and closed his eyes. The Watchers believe in the legend that their lost race can be resurrected after Ragran opens, and have long searched for someone who can open it. Prove that you are qualified for this quest. Completion condition. Failure condition. Reward: 1 credit for items. 2. Linked quest, Legacy of the Dead King 2. Jiang Xian smiled with satisfaction. Did you hear what he said? Let's go, Harold. Harold, that demon is haunting me again. Harold appeared with a gloomy face like a stale bun and told him to stop calling at times like these, as this place wasn't even under his jurisdiction. Is that so? If it bothers you, find another administrator to replace you. I get it, okay? Harold reluctantly held his ground, silently thinking that among all players, he was considered a promising talent, ranking among the top, growing at the fastest rate even without a guardian deity. All 12 constellations are very interested in him. We can't even report on him fast enough due to the high demand. As the person in charge of Li Jiangxian, I also have more influence in the administrator's office, so I can't let him collaborate with another administrator. Being replaced is not an option because the higher his position, the more I benefit, so I must stick close to him. Having finished his thoughts, Harold happily went to negotiate with Jirabgu. So he's a talent protected by the administrator's office and a third-tier seed? Jirabgu asked. Harold happily said, That's right. He looked at Jiang Xian again and said, "All right, I'll consider it an investment. That young lady stays, but you can come with me." Jiang Xian gave Haiben an ice cream and instructed, "I'll be back tomorrow. Meanwhile, get as many quests from the owner as possible to earn points. Not only will it be useful for activating the dungeon this time, but also in the future." Haiben ate her ice cream, wondering what he was thinking, but her thoughts were immediately forgotten by the delicious taste of the ice cream. The stalkers outside the shop were also stunned to see this scene. They had never seen the owner leave the shop to guide a player before. Could this be a special quest? Henry, Nicholas, and the others were furious when they saw someone else do what they couldn't. Now that he's gone, how are we supposed to get quests? Hold on, everyone. He's just busy dealing with some personal matters for a bit. If we can't get quests because Jarabga disappeared, we'll be in big trouble. Damn it, what the hell is this? In reality, Jarabgu personally guiding a player means it's a very important hidden quest. If the quest is of that scale, he won't be able to handle it alone, and that will be an excuse for their guild to interfere. This dungeon is in French territory. Nicholas won't let any foreigner do as they please. There's no doubt they've found a hidden fragment. Nicholas wondered if he should follow them. Inside, the system was announcing the temporary entrustment of the shop in the fiery hell to Harold. Its appearance further astonished the other players, especially when they realized Jiang Xian was connected to the administrator's office. Administrator Harold scanned the positions of nearby players. Harold, with a displeased expression, said, "I don't have ill will toward any of you, but I'm busy enough as it is, and being forced to be here is quite bothersome for me. As an administrator, I'll try to maintain neutral and equal principles, but as an emotional being, I can't be swayed by them. You all understand what I'm saying, right? Even if you warn them, greed often blinds people. So what if you add hatred to that?" Nevertheless, Jiang Xian still thought they would all follow him. The power of the beast path is tracking the footsteps of those who target you. Jarabga grumbled, "So many flies are clinging on. Don't mind them and just keep going." The saint of the tiger body, Seijo, snorted at the flies who didn't know their place. The saint of the hunting season wonders why you don't deal with them. The saint of the world-encircling serpent says you must prepare another trap for them. Jiang Xian thought, there's no need to deal with them right now. Anyway, once they step down here, they'll be busy trying to survive. Moreover, Senaruka's king of corpses will surely try to retrieve the fifth mysterious scripture. So I'll lure them to Ragaran, where players, gods, and even constellations can't spy, and secretly deal with them. Jarabgu finally led Jiang Xian here. Before this iron gate, he sighed. "Every time I come here, it feels like the first time. I can never get used to it. You have discovered Surtur's aorta. You have found a hidden fragment. Your achievement points have increased." Intense heat surged in, along with the energy of death. The blood of the fire giant brings destruction. Heatstroke curse has been cast on you. Burning curse has been cast on you. Poisonous heat surged in. Jiang Xian couldn't help but marvel that his bloodline was truly extraordinary. Jarabga then said, "Although I managed to get this far, there's no way for me to get any closer." Jiang Xian thought that if he could touch Surtur's bloodline, he would be able to reach the heart where Ragaran resides. After all, this giant's divine title is the Fire Giant who brings destruction. Even though he died a very long time ago, who would think his blood is still flowing? Jiang Xian then remembered the nameless king once told him that the guardians couldn't get close, and to reach the heart, they have to dive deep into the surging blood, but they were blocked from getting near it. "But you're confident I can do it?" "Yes, because someone holds both the fire of destruction and the wraith. You are the only one who can reach Lai-Viten. The first effect of the fire of destruction has activated and strongly incinerated all poisons. Detoxification has been completed. The curse has disappeared." At this moment, Jiang Xian then took out a gem, anti-fire gem, a mysterious gem that counters the negative effects of fire with a limited number of uses. Type: Mixed Tool. Durability: 300/300. Effect: High temperature immunity toxin neutralization. Jiang Xian ate the gem, manifested his wraith form, and said, "Then I'm going in." Jarabgu was very surprised that Jiang Xian was completely unaffected. He looked at him with a knowing smile. The title of Wraith's vessel has been activated. Li Jiangxian said nothing more and flew straight inside. You have entered the main artery. The durability of the anti-fire gem is rapidly decreasing. The terrible heat is disorienting you. You are in a dizzy state. You are in a panic state. You are in a stunned state. Warning: the immense heat is melting the fire of destruction. Please leave this area quickly. Warning: your body is under severe pressure. Leave this area. The balance skill has compensated for the stat deficiency. Jiang Xian exclaimed. I thought acquiring the Storm of Destruction would make this easier, but it seems that's not the case. It's impossible to swim to the heart in this state. If I can't resist it, then I simply need to absorb it. Jiang Xian stopped, changing his approach. The power of soul collection has been activated and is attempting to absorb the remaining thoughts of the corpse. Failure. The rank of the dead soul is too high. Failure. The rank of the dead soul is too high. The power of soul collection only targets necessary thoughts. Li Jiangxian was enraged but finally succeeded, beginning to extract the thoughts of the fire giant who brings destruction. The first effect of the fire of destruction is absorbing the surrounding heat. Absorbing the giant's blood. Absorbing the giant's blood. Jiang Xian was trying his best. He knew he had to go to where Ragran resided, but didn't Lai Yivaten choose its owner? How could he prove his qualification? They said only giants could pull it out. The nameless king had said that he must meet all requirements. He asked, what do you think a giant is? You must know they are fierce, warlike creatures, with a great desire for conquest, enough to overcome many civilizations. They were also considered a transcendental species, but their numbers were extremely small, so most stories about them weren't properly passed down. The stories weren't properly passed down. That's right. The battle at Muspelheim was much greater than what was conveyed in stories. They are a form of spirit. The world of Muspelheim was formed over millions of years through the primordial flame that appeared when the universe was created. Countless wills born there took on human form over time and became spirits, then later the race of giants. Giants, unlike humans, didn't evolve from single-celled organisms to possess intelligence. They were born directly from the will of the world. Therefore, giants are an essential part of Muspelheim. Their characteristics reflect the eternal blazing nature of Muspelheim. That's why giants possess greater power than anyone else. Giants have enormous forms because that shape is suitable for combat, not because it's necessary. Is the material fine if you become a giant? Even if you acquire the true characteristics of a giant, it won't cause any significant changes or hinder you from collecting myths. In fact, it will allow you to create a unique myth that no one else can achieve. Giants are transcendental beings. To become a giant with a human body, you must gradually accept the cells of a giant, with a body of strengthened bones, step by step, slowly transforming into a new form. Each time you tear your flesh, your body will become superior, and your soul rank will increase significantly. Trang Shuyan did all those things, and now the results have come. You have acquired the giant's characteristic. Beginning mutation. The characteristic transformation process has begun. Transformation progress. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10%. Trang Shuyan was certain he could consume large amounts of Surtur's blood, and thought of using the soul-collecting power. New element added to Ghost's annihilation flame. The level of soul-collecting power has increased. The hunting season incarnation is stomping its feet while watching you in pain. The primordial evil dragon incarnation sticks out its tongue, warning you are trying to attain an uncontrollable power. The hunting season incarnation asks its mother, startled, "What on earth are you trying to do?" The primordial evil dragon incarnation is annoyed, refusing to answer its daughter's immature question. The hunting season incarnation explodes in fury, asking why she's acting like that. The world serpent incarnation realizes your true purpose, chuckling belatedly. The hunting season incarnation asks what on earth you're doing. The world serpent incarnation snorts, telling her to go ask someone else. The hunting season incarnation is annoyed. The Taurus incarnation is watching you more closely. The giant plague beetle incarnation curses your actions as insane but can't look away. The fallen tiger incarnation laughs heartily. declaring you are a member of its family. Lai Trangxian's eye flares with an intense light. The hunting season incarnation bursts out in frustration, asking why everyone knows everything except her. Thunder rumbled down. Lai Trangxian successfully passed the tribulation. Ghost Annihilation Flame has evolved into Giant's Annihilation Flame. Trangxian grins widely. His eye radiates lightning. Ghost's Apocalypse Storm has evolved into Giant's Apocalypse Storm. The system bombarded notifications, wanting to short-circuit and be done with it. Transformation progress, 23, 23, 31%. You have comprehended the characteristics of a giant. You have developed an aggressive tendency. You have developed combat talent. Transformation progress, 39, 40, 41.59%. It can be said that the phantom form of the Spectre's will and the reinforced bones are merely the foundation to achieve Surtur's power. And now is the official starting point. Assimilation has occurred. Trangxian looked towards the towering mountains with those sky-high golden lava flows. You can briefly glimpse Surtur's body. From that flow, Trangxian found the heart in an instant. Furthermore, he also felt himself growing bigger and bigger. The world around him was continuously changing. He was discovering all the smallest things about this world that he couldn't perceive before. Golden blood was boiling louder and louder like a pot of oil over a hot fire. Trangxian had seen the entrance to Ragnarok. The Serpent Eye skill had been activated to search for the target. The fiery red heart revealed a pitch-black void in the center. It seemed as if everything he had struggled to find was right before his eyes when the system suddenly announced, "You are experiencing overload." Damn it! To run out of energy at such an important moment, what the hell? Are you kidding me? Not to mention the transformation progress is much slower than expected. The transformation progress has become extremely slow. Transformation progress, 71.72%. Trangxian thought his spiritual body was so difficult to establish. If he continued to push his body further, it might shatter. At this rate, not only would opening Ragnarok be impossible, but the transformation into a race superior to humanity through molting would also fail. He had calculated the time needed for gigantification with Thanatos, but even with Ezen's 7 secret scriptures and dark energy, his skin couldn't develop faster. He didn't expect that it would require more power for gigantification. After completing the molting, he would gain huge benefits, but its progress was too slow. The system displays current stats as follows: HP 2451/5111, MP 2975/9500. Warning: stamina has dropped below 50%. Mana has dropped below 30%. Trangxian didn't know if he could do it with the current energy. Warning: the rate of stamina and mana depletion is too fast. Please leave this area quickly. Trangxian gritted his teeth. Leave? How the hell? But the pain was increasing, and if it continued like this, he might be in danger. The transformation process had stopped. The outer skin had begun to deform. Trangxian called out to Cadmos. He thought that he was overloaded because he was shedding too much skin at once. So if he used dark energy to separate the molting into 2 stages, he could successfully transform. Trangxian spoke to the little dragon. All or nothing. I will stake my life on this gamble. Trangxian reconsidered. The test Mephistopheles gave him was the fire heart, so if he could complete the heart that helps him create unlimited dark energy, his stamina would increase. If he added dark energy as an attribute among the giant's characteristics, he wasn't sure anymore. Failure means death, but if he succeeds, he might complete the body that normally requires conquering 3 dungeons to achieve, right here. Instead of the plan to use the fire heart as a support source to create dark energy to power the integrated mana circuit, he would use the fire heart as his own heart's core. He would also replace all the blood in his body with Surtur's blood and channel it towards the fire heart. He also needed to rearrange the integrated mana circuit around the fire heart. If successful, he would completely master Surtur's attributes, transform the giant's blood into his source of physical and magical power, and even gain dark energy as his attribute. Meanwhile, the girl who hated storms opened her eyes and wondered if this person was really just a normal human. Even if he had deciphered a part of Ezen's 7 secret scriptures or borrowed Mephistopheles' power, How could a human become a giant? Many humans had overcome their innate limits through their talent and achievements, but most of them wanted to become gods. No one wanted to become a giant. He was filled with the desire to become the Fire of Muspelheim and Surtur himself. It looks like he's acting for some grand purpose, but he's full of defiance. This guy is very dangerous. This is madness. A burning madness to achieve success in anything he sets his mind to. A person who, even if they have to lose everything to achieve their goal, can give it all up without batting an eye. He's like my mother. He reminds me of my mother. If I ever become useless, he will definitely discard me. I have to get out of here. I have to escape and return to my commander. The girl who hated storms unleashed something called a wind barrier and hoped the girl she entrusted it to could find it. At this moment, Trang Xin is reaching a new peak. The transformation process is accelerating. The fire core has begun to move. Dark energy has been supplied. The circulation speed of magic power is increasing. You have reached your limit. Trang Xin gritted his teeth and charged forward. The first stage of the metamorphosis process is underway. Trang Xin has now burned off his outer skin. The fire core has become the core of the integrated magic circuit. You are undergoing body transformation. Trang Xin now only thought that he had successfully become a giant. The fire core has been perfected, and the soul core has also been created. I have attained the qualification to become a disciple of Mephistopheles. Dark energy has merged into one with my magic power. This is already a huge change, but it's still not enough. The outer skin is gradually returning to Trang Xin's inner muscles. To be completely stable, I need to go through the second stage of metamorphosis. I will use this first attempt as a stepping stone to continue moving forward. Clan member Catmos is cheering you on to enhance the Blood Mist skill. Blood Mist is a skill that curses enemies but blesses allies. Catmos let out a cry and radiated a bright halo, the system announced. The second transformation process has been completed. You have achieved skin replacement. Trang Xin smiled with great satisfaction. The first metamorphosis, bone replacement, and the second metamorphosis, skin replacement. This is rebirth, meaning I have reached a whole new level. The system continuously displayed notifications. You have attained the divinity of the fire giant bringing destruction. The third divine attribute has been added to the Holy Mark skill. Added attribute, Hellfire. You have discovered Ragnarok, the treasure of the decaying world Muspelheim. You must be qualified to enter Ragnarok. Checking your qualifications. You are qualified to enter. Do you want to enter? Having come this far, only a madman wouldn't enter. What a ridiculous question. Entering Ragnarok. A light as if from an explosion shone forth. Opening his eyes, Trang Xin saw one-eyed giants staring at him. The leader said, "Answer me. Are you the new heir to the deceased king? You have entered the hidden dungeon Ragnarok." Trang Xin felt an overwhelming surge of power from these one-eyed giants. The young man, in his prime for hunting, felt completely overwhelmed by the giant's majesty. Trang Xin didn't expect to see all the dark shades of Muspelheim here. Cosmic entities that surpassed civilizations and planets, enveloping the entire universe. Trang Xin felt that even if he were at his peak, he couldn't guarantee victory against such terrifying power. I will ask you again, are you the heir to the deceased king? You have the soul of a human, but you carry the scent of the deceased king. His eyes shone like a demon-detecting lamp. That is why, despite our suspicions, we let you come here. Who exactly are you? Trang Xin thought. I heard Muspelheim no longer had gods or stars, yet fire giants appeared here. He must have been very worried. A fragment of a fallen world. No matter how hard they struggled, they were still useless beings without souls. Although the gods and stars hated them even more than humanity, the power they exuded was too overwhelming. Is this truly a fallen world? He remembered the nameless king once said that Ragnarok was the heart of Surtur, and also the will of the fire giants remaining after the world's demise. So, of course, the qualification test to obtain Levitine would be extremely difficult. He said that if I answered even one question incorrectly, I would be trampled by those giants, right? Trang Xin spoke. I am Li Trang Xian. Title: The demonic form of the phantom concept has been applied to create a firestorm. Above all, Levitine is not just a holy relic, but also the legacy of the fire giants on Muspelheim. Originally, ancient holy relics often presented challenges to select worthy owners. I came here to seek Levitine and challenge you all. Although he knew it wouldn't be easy, he was prepared, so he might as well take the risk since life allowed it. The one-eyed giant immediately replied, "Your words are bold. Let's see if you have the strength to speak them. Everyone, clear the way." A castle with an entrance path as long as the Great Wall appeared. The one-eyed giant stood aside, opening a path. "At the end of this path is our fortress. Pass through it and return here. If you can truly bring Levitine as you say, we will acknowledge you as one of us, a blood brother and the heir to the king." Trang Xin knew that to obtain Levitine, he needed to gain the recognition of the dark shades of Muspelheim and prove that he was qualified to become king. And Li Trangxin was completely ready for this. "You've arrived." Greeting Trangxin was a giant with a not-so-friendly smile. Normally, people would feel scared having to pass through that space. The one who came before you was the same. Trangxin was quite surprised that someone else had also managed to cross Searcher's bloodstream. How did that person manage it? Someone came here before me? Yes, perhaps that person has already reached the 30th fortress. Trangxin thought that no matter how well prepared, the temperature from Searcher's blood would make everything very difficult. Surprisingly, besides him, there was someone else who had come here. Could it be some powerful figure who entered the dungeon with him? Or perhaps it was a player from another civilization who came through a different gate. He couldn't let an unknown person seize the opportunity to conquer Ragnarok. He needs to catch up to that person as quickly as possible. The giant guarding the gate continued. "You also know how to undertake this challenge, don't you? There are a total of 36 gates. The further you advance, the stronger the gate-guarding warriors become. You definitely won't be able to defeat our warriors, so of course, we'll fight under suitably disadvantageous conditions. You don't need to worry. There are even suitably disadvantageous conditions, which means he's looking down on me." But Jiang Xin couldn't think of a reason to refuse such a thing when it could make the conquest simpler. Even though he's now become a giant through the metamorphosis ritual, he shouldn't be too arrogant. It won't be easy to defeat the giant warriors who have endured countless battles and annihilated many gods and stars. The method to overcome each fortress is simple. Either defeat the giants to gain their recognition, or open the gate to the next fortress based on their subjective assessment. Simple, isn't it? Do you have any more questions? No, very good. You are very calm and focused. If every challenger were like you, it would be great. Is that so? Then can you open the door for me now? Of course, do your best. You have arrived at the first gate. This gatekeeper's weapon is a spear. He introduced himself as Gustav and asked Trang for her name. Li Jiang, Li Jiang. What a strange name. I hope your abilities are as special. Trang assessed. A stone spear. That's a high-level divine artifact, so direct confrontation should be avoided. Meanwhile, Gustav was still blabbering. It's a shame a true warrior's strength lies in a healthy body and strong muscles. As for you, you look too frail, as if just one hit would shatter your bones and flesh. He said this while posing, making Lai Trang start to find this guy utterly brainless. But in the end, everyone here is quite muscular. Are the 35 gatekeepers you're about to meet also like this? After Gustav finished posing, he smiled, raised his weapon, and said, "I'm here to test your abilities, so to be fair, I'll only use my right hand. If you can make me use my left hand or move from this spot, you win." Tiger coexistence stayed activated, and the tiger's fangs shot out. Trang immediately charged, and Gustav instantly swung his arm to counter. He fought and complained. "I haven't finished speaking yet. How disgraceful. That's strange. Didn't you say you wanted to test my abilities?" "What do you mean? If you want to test my abilities, it means you want to treat this as a real battle. Do you think no one would attack you while you're blabbering like that?" "All right. You're right." Gustav was even more excited by Trang's words. Whether using trickery or surprise attacks, on the battlefield, a loss is still a loss. "But that means I don't need to go easy on you, right? You said it yourself. It doesn't matter what method you use, as long as you win." "Well said. But my pride won't allow me to fight with all my strength against someone as weak as you. So I'll fight you my way." Suit yourself. Ha ha ha. This battle is so much fun, I love it. Gustav laughed heartily. A smile is worth 10 doses of medicine. Can I get bonus points for giving the gatekeeper medicine? Trang remembered he had heard their brains were all muscle. It turned out to be true. It was during the encounter with the elders in the Nameless King's castle. What? You want to know how to easily defeat Muspelheim's giants? Haha. Someone who wants to become the Giant King's successor by absorbing his bloodline is also looking for the giant's weaknesses? How ridiculous. I'm just curious if they have any weaknesses. What can I say? I don't want to praise my enemies, but I have to admit, they don't have any obvious weaknesses. They value honor and pride more than their own lives and are extremely fierce in battle. If I had to point out a weakness, it's that their minds are very simple. Their brains are all muscle, just like their bodies. They live very emotionally and just do whatever they want without thinking carefully. You said you used to be a detestable god, didn't you? If that's the case, gaining recognition from those simpletons in Muspelheim won't be difficult for you. After all, your natures are quite similar. Once you face them yourself, you'll understand what I mean. The flashback ended, and before him, Gustav was yelling, "You smell very much like us. You're clearly a human. How did you gain so much combat experience?" The holy body, suitable hunting season, was listening intently to the giant's question. The holy body, serpent muscle, void king, was also waiting for your answer. Trang scoffed, "If you're so curious, why don't you defeat me? And then I'll answer." Looking at his expression, he knew he had successfully piqued his interest, just as he said, "The problem is how to defeat him. He's too tough." Ha ha ha, are you provoking me? I'm starting to like you more and more. You have gained the goodwill of the first gatekeeper. Trang thought, the more I fight, the more complete my awakening into a giant becomes. The proficiency of the Hellfire also increases, and I'm very satisfied because I have to rely on it a lot. As soon as I gained the power of a giant, I felt like the limitations of being human were removed. But controlling the special attributes of the Hellfire Giant isn't easy. Its destructive power is immense, and it's difficult to compress it to extend the blade because it strongly resists coagulation. This is probably because the Hellfire has become much stronger than anticipated after 2 transformations and is also mixed with dark energy. If I can maintain its form, I think I can push it to its limits. If I observe Gustav's movements, maybe I can discover some secrets, right? The trajectory of the spear, its technique, and its form. What should I do? The Snake Eye skill was tracing the opponent's magical flow and began to comprehend the spear's flow. Gustav was sneering at him. "Heh heh, it seems controlling this flame isn't easy, is it? Ha ha ha, that's understandable. After all, even for us, it's hard to control Muspelheim's fire. The more skilled you are at controlling them, the more you're recognized as an excellent warrior. Well, how about it? Want me to teach you? Is it okay for you to teach me? Even if I teach you, you won't easily understand. Besides, it's not a big secret. It's all related to muscles." He started posing again. "Just look at these muscles, so powerful and beautiful. What can stand against these muscles? No matter how fierce the fire, it must bow before the might of these great muscles. Sigh, what did Trang expect from a muscle-brained guy? So you should train your muscles. Actually, I have a muscle enhancer here. It's perfect for you." Trang felt it was more logical for him to think for himself. The nature of Hellfire is to spread and explode. Maybe I don't need to intentionally control it, especially when mixed with unpredictable dark energy. Trying to intentionally control it might not be effective. Instead of forcing myself to succeed, it's better to ask for advice. You have connected with the subconscious world. Gloomy eyes are watching you. Don't you have anything to teach me? If word gets out that an archdemon's disciple was easily defeated by a giant, I don't think that would be good for you. Mephistopheles has descended. Humph, you're such a bother. A dazzling blue light, along with fragments like shattered glass. A man emerged from it. He looked no different from a thug, with an arrogant gaze and a disdainful attitude towards others. Honestly, you keep bothering me with these trivial matters. The sacred being of the suitable hunting season gaped. The sacred being, the world-encircling serpent, appeared confused by a familiar face. Trang also felt like he had seen that face before. The sacred being, the fierce tiger Void King, was astonished. Trang thought of someone and felt as if he had just been startled. Many gods were excited by the appearance of the archdemon, who was rumored not to be from hell. A few gods were confirming the disciple brought by the archdemon. Too noisy, the archdemon complained, snapped his fingers, and turned off the notification channel. The dungeon channel's transmission has been temporarily interrupted. Connection to the administrator's office has been severed. Trang was stunned. He couldn't believe that he had blocked the gaze of the gods, the stars, and even the intervention of the administrator's office. His power is on an entirely different level. Perhaps I have fully awakened as a giant and my senses have become sharper, but I can clearly feel the immense pressure. Trang said to the archdemon, "Why do you say I made you pay attention to every detail? Isn't that better than seeing your disciple in a pitiful state? Master, I intended to abandon you if you couldn't absorb it in time, but since you've developed faster than I expected, I suppose you're worth my time and attention. Honestly, what was the archdemon doing parading around with his bony face before? He's so handsome in his true form, why wouldn't he use it? Indeed, heaven granted him beauty, but didn't provide instructions, so he doesn't bother to use it." The archdemon pointed upwards. The light energy flew around in circles. "Look here, I won't explain a second time." Trang followed his gaze, thinking to himself, darkness is a power that can turn everything into nothingness. It is the power that filled a world of nothingness in the beginning. The archdemon gathered a ball of darkness in his palm. "Are you trying to control the dark power slowly proliferating within your heart with your meager abilities? That's impossible. Even I cannot do that. Darkness holds the ability to return to the past, to the primordial origin of all things. How can you turn the wheel of fate in a different direction?" Trang realized it was similar to hellfire to an uncontrollable degree. Turning the wheel of fate in the opposite direction from the past. Didn't Hong Tuan turn the small wheel of time backward to bring him back to Earth? Dark energy holds such an ability. The archdemon still smiled nonchalantly. Therefore, darkness should not be controlled, but guided. It would be better if I demonstrated it for you rather than just talking. Lai Trang was brought to a scene where time was frozen. He was incredibly surprised. Space and time around them, one could even say the entire world, were frozen and completely bound by Mephistopheles. Trang finally understood why the gazes of the gods and the stars watching him had all been blocked. He not only severed the connection, but also froze the time of the entire universe, which is considered the wheel of time, making it impossible for them to find him. This is a level that the stars cannot reach, not even the 12 zodiac signs. The archdemon's state has surpassed anything Trang could imagine. The archdemon powerfully waved his hand and said, "This is the power of darkness." At this moment, Gustav suddenly disappeared. This is the dark dimension of void and emptiness, something Trang had heard existed beyond our galaxy. So darkness is what brings forth void and the apocalypse. But how? Trang only wanted the potential and abilities that the power of darkness offered. Could it be that he had touched something troublesome that couldn't be underestimated? While deep in thought, Trang was startled when he heard the archdemon ask if he had heard clearly. At this moment, Gustav had returned. The archdemon said again, "Even if you go mad now, you won't be able to recreate the scene you just witnessed, but now that you've seen me demonstrate it, perhaps you've grasped how to control that power." He was gradually dissolving into darkness. "Just now, I showed you how darkness works. Now try to extract it and apply it yourself. That will be the first step to taming the malevolent core." Having said that, he left immediately. Trang also understood that what he needed to do now was master the technique of circulating the power of darkness. Since the malevolent core was being shared with him, he could easily control that energy. So the only thing left for him to do was to follow the instructions correctly. Hellfire is important, but what's more important is guidance, not control. Since he couldn't contain darkness, he would have to control its flow in the direction he wanted. After successful enlightenment, what Trang had to face was a pile of notifications from the gods. The god of the hunting season was curious about what happened when the waves were cut. The god of the serpent, encompassing the world, frowned. The god of the fierce tiger asks about your conversation with the archdemon. Many gods were wondering about the archdemon's motives. A few stars, cautious of the archdemon's actions, decided to observe you more carefully. The administrator's office sent an urgent change declaration to stop the chaos occurring in the heavens. But all of this seemed unrelated to Trang. He was very focused on defeating Gustav and passing the level. All his will was concentrated at the tip of the spear. And Trang Scene thought that if he couldn't control Hellfire because he considered it a tool, like the fangs of an evil dragon, then now if I think of Hellfire as a part of my body, it will naturally follow the natural flow in my mind. The spear light was complete. A spear with incredible piercing power pointed straight at Gustav. If I can't control it, it will continue to follow a spiral and naturally form the shape of a spear. Gustav was utterly astonished. You twisted it into a spiral? What the hell is going on? Are you even using our Samantha spear technique? Trang Scene didn't answer, only thought. Even if I could control Hellfire to the best of my ability, there would still be limits. But if someone has been able to handle the fires of Muspelheim for a long time, then now that person must have progressed through generations. So the best way to control the fire of Muspelheim would be to use giant martial arts. Trang Scene smiled mischievously. Gustav, showing me Samacia was a mistake. A giant spear with immense power stabbed straight into him. The intense collision created an explosion with dazzling light. When everything became clear, Gustav had been pushed back, and his spear was broken. He frowned, thinking it was terrible not only to fail at using one hand without moving, but he was even pushed back, and his spear was also damaged. Despite his contorted face, Trang Scene calmly asked, "What's the result?" Gustav slammed his spear into the ground and shouted, "I, Gustav, the first gatekeeper of Ragaran, acknowledge the victory of challenger Lai Trang Scene. You have achieved victory in the battle with the first gatekeeper." Lai Trangshan said nothing more and left immediately. Gustav also watched him with eyes full of hope. With the skills and growth rate he had just shown him, he believed he would be able to fulfill their old wish. At this moment, Henry and Nicola's group had also arrived at the iron gate leading to the main artery area of Sotu. Of course, they couldn't believe Trang Scene had swum across this lava pool. Nicola thought grimly Lai Trangshan was a rookie who hadn't even spent a year in the player's world. Yet he possessed the strength and skills of a high-level player. He must have a secret that no one else knew. And he realized that he was too careless for someone supposed to be discreet. Come to think of it, he hadn't seen Griezmann since arriving at this station. Griezmann, the Iron Mask Adley. No matter how much he repented, scum would always be scum. Lai Trangshan must also be a devil. He's as cunning as that Griezmann. Not only did they both frequently disappear simultaneously as if promised, but Lai Trangshan's abnormal growth resulting from demon magic also makes sense. The two of them must have met and are discussing some plan on the other side of the Sea of Fire. A plan that will put everyone here in danger. While he was thinking, he heard Henry reminding Miri, who was staggering, to be careful. At the same time, Miri heard the voice of the god she was looking for. "Please save me. Oh my god." An energy source emanated from Miri, resonating with the wind magic of the girl who hated storms. At this moment, Zarago also sensed that something was about to happen. If the other shopkeepers were here, they would kick them out immediately. But he was different. He had seen Lai Trangshan connect with Ragaran earlier with the other he had left in the Sea of Fire to observe Sotu's heart. It wouldn't be a bad idea to hold a shopkeepers' conference after a long time, right? He was curious what his other colleague's face would look like. Anyway, Lai Trangshan had opened Ragaran and claimed the title of Sotu's heir. From now on, he will pave a path of flowers for him. Although it had experienced an apocalypse once, the remaining legacies behind this world were still immense. You have achieved victory in the battle with the second gatekeeper. Crushing Fist Mastery has reached its highest level. You have acquired the new trait, Wind Fist. You have acquired Muspelheim's Crushing Fist technique, Balkrasen. Defeat the fifth gatekeeper. This person's weapon is a dagger. Gun Mastery has reached its highest level. You have achieved victory in the battle with the 14th gatekeeper. You have achieved victory in the battle with the 15th gatekeeper. You have achieved victory in the battle with the 16th gatekeeper. You have achieved victory in the battle with the 18th gatekeeper. Defeat the 19th gatekeeper. This person's weapon is a whip. My name is Hatteras. Aren't you being too hasty, challenger? We already know you're a true warrior. What we want is to defeat a warrior at their peak, not some tired weaklings crying about their exhaustion. I will give you plenty of time to rest. Trang doesn't need to rest because right now, he's racing against someone else in this conquest of the gates. No, I'll continue fighting. Are you declaring that you can easily defeat me without rest? How arrogant. Do you know what exhilaration feels like? I don't want to lose that feeling. Are you saying you achieved that feeling in those battles? Then I'll also do my best. Trang is entering a state of frenzy. He told himself he couldn't lose focus while immersed in the feeling of about to cross this boundary. In a flash, Lai Trang had reached the 31st gate. The weapon of the 31st gatekeeper is a bow. And another character also present here is Griezmann. I was still wondering who it was, so it turns out it's you? MHM. Trang wasn't too surprised that the one who arrived before him was him. What was surprising was that he could defeat a giant, a transcendent species. I didn't think we'd meet in this place. Trang could feel that the dark energy covering this place was a surge of demonic energy. Considering the level of purification and the amount of magic, Griezmann's true identity could only be one person, the leader of all villains and deviant paths, the Demon King. Griezmann Atli is the one you must be wary of in France. He is a legend, rising to the rank of Duke after changing his path from a demon to a player. He knows a lot about demons, and many demons along with guilds confirmed to have died or been destroyed by his hand. He can only be compared to someone like our guild master, the hero Munsung, the heavenly sword. He is very unpredictable. Also, that holy name. Saint Tu, the first wizard of Samaria, is watching you. Griezmann Atli clicked his tongue coldly. What should I do? I don't really like my identity being exposed when I haven't cleared this place yet. Do I have to kill him for being spotted? No, that won't do. The 31st gatekeeper said. The ruined fortress is being restored. The battle with the 31st gatekeeper is being prepared. The 31st gatekeeper said. You, Simon Magus, you have just successfully passed the 31st challenge. Hurry to the 32nd gate. Otherwise, I will have to expel you from here, and you will have to come at another time. MHM, you talk a lot for someone I just killed. Hands off. Let's discuss details later. I have a lot to say. It turns out his name is Simon Magus, a demigod who holds the holy title of the first wizard of Samaria. He knew he would meet him again one day, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Why is he here? Is he also like him, wanting Ragharan? Let's begin. The 31st gatekeeper said as he shot an arrow. Lai Trang seemed quite annoyed at being controlled by this person here, when he should have been focused on finishing the battle. You have received the arrow range skill. You have arrived at the 32nd gate. And you meet Simon Magus here again. Hey, you, why don't you wait a bit? Is there something to say? Of course, but first, you're looking for Ragharan's heart, aren't you? The treasure vault where Laiva rests. So what? Are you going to say you're not looking for it? Yeah, I'm not. I want the 15 chapters of Psalms in another room in the treasure vault. This is surprising. So there's someone who made it here, but doesn't want Laiva's name. To be precise, I want the human skin scrolls they used to write the Psalms. The Psalms are a treasure I've been searching for across the world for millennia, since ancient times. You can take Laiva's name or other treasures. Just leave the Psalms for me. I'll support you fully if you need me. I mean, let's cooperate. Tell me more. The quest description said Ragharan has a total of 36 cities, but there's a 37th room located in a corner of the treasure vault that even its former lords, Muspelheim, didn't know about. I find it hard to find it alone, so I want to cooperate. Trang seriously pondered the existence of the 37th room that even Thanatos didn't know about. Whatever is in there must be very valuable. The problem is that Simon Magus is the one making this offer. The unpredictable dark sorcerer, a demon god who ascended to the rank of a demon king. Teaming up with him probably won't be good, but he's piqued my curiosity. So, what are these psalms you're talking about? I'm not interested in people who hide information. If I tell you, you'll have no choice but to cooperate with me. I won't let you go if you know this information. Even if I lose my holy name, I will destroy you. Have you ever heard of the first and last monarch, Besla of the Jotun region? Trang Xian remembered that when he heard that name, the key of St. Peter, which Trang Xian had obtained from Besla's tomb, began to tremble. But so what? What do you mean you don't know? How can you expect me to believe you? Someone who reached Muspelheim's treasure vault has never heard of Besla. Yes, but considering how you described this person with the title of monarch of the Jotun region, and the fact that this person was also the first and last monarch, I understand that this person is not ordinary. Tell me more. Before Muspelheim, Jotunheim, and Niflheim separated, Besla was the king of kings, the god of other gods, the ruler of the three regions. She was one of the few entities in the galaxy who could receive the title of monarch god. Santi asked a certain god if such an entity had ever existed. Santi continued to silently observe the conversation with a complex look. I'm trying to get the poetic fragments that are said to be imbued with her power. In primordial times, when the galaxy was in the process of being formed, amidst the chaos, some fragments became separate territories. Muspelheim, home of the fire giants, Jotunheim, home of the frost giants, and Niflheim, home of many other monsters and giants. But because these three regions came from fragments, they were considered incomplete, and to complete themselves, they forcibly merged with other worlds and civilizations. And then the three regions, still divided by rank, reunited as one under the rule of a great entity. You mean Besla? Precisely. But even a great god cannot escape birth, old age, sickness, and death. Besla's death caused the influence of all three regions to weaken, and they were forced to continue existing in a corner of the galaxy. Oh, of course, except for Niflheim. They managed to recover what was lost and became a bit stronger. Santi frowned, seemingly very displeased with the Demon King's explanation. Santi's expression became happier. But because of that great war, Muspelheim faced an apocalypse as you've seen, and Jotunheim's whereabouts are unknown. You can see Besla's greatness from the prosperity and destruction of the three regions, following her fate. The ancients even had a saying that the magic acquired by the father of the deceased warrior, the ancient god Asgar, who also faced an apocalypse, came from Besla. You're saying Odin's magic came from Besla? Trang Xian knew that the origin of the ancient magic he learned was supposedly Odin, the Asgar god. But did that ancient magic come from Besla? Since there was only one monarch god who ruled and unified the giants, I want to obtain the scriptures said to contain her power. Is that explanation sufficient? Trang Xian thought. He must be telling me this, because he's confident I won't be able to escape with my life. But isn't this too much information for him to willingly share with me? Simon Magus is said to be afraid of when the Apostle Peter would be resurrected, just like his master, even though he's dead now. There are also other entities he considered evil a long time ago. I can also understand why he needs Besla's ancient texts. He's thinking of escaping these dangers, to the point of awakening a god and reaching a transcendent state. How interesting. So, the key of St. Peter being buried in Besla's tomb wasn't just a coincidence then. I'm so curious about her. Trang Xian smiled. All right, I understand your purpose. But why do you need me? Can't you get through all the remaining gates on your own? This is my 24th time challenging this place. I've always tasted failure because I couldn't meet two conditions. Firstly, I am a demigod who cannot awaken as a giant. Aren't those who aren't giants unable to challenge Ragnaron from the start? Humph, who do you think I am? I am the first mage of the great holy land of Samaria. I am capable enough to pass such easy challenges at any time, but I cannot reach the center because I am not a complete giant. Secondly, it's because of the final gatekeeper, the three-headed gatekeeper Sinmara. The nameless king also reminded Trang Xian about this last one. You can defeat the other gatekeepers with your skills, but prepare yourself for the battle with the final gatekeeper. She has a special talent thanks to her three heads, through which she can see multiple fates of opponents. Simon Magus also said, I know more about her than anyone else. I can proudly say that I know how to defeat her to a certain extent. And you must have your own way, since you've become a giant somehow. I think I've said enough. But if so, how did you get here? Ragnaron's one and only gate is at the first station. Hee. I used a teleportation gate. Damn it. That laugh makes me not want to party up anymore. Party has been formed. You have successfully passed gate number 33. You have successfully passed gate number 34. The effect of the unarmed master has been reinforced. You have entered gate 36, the heart of Ragran. The three-headed gatekeeper said, I see a very familiar face, but the other one is new. I can smell sister. It must be the kid the others mentioned. Now I will predict the fate of the challengers before the final trial begins. Predicting fate. Trang Xian remembered the warning not to let Gatekeeper 36 Sinmara see him and to avoid being seen twice. He immediately unleashed a burst of energy. Gatekeeper 36 said, Strange, I don't understand why you're missing a stage in birth, aging, illness, and death. That which gods and humans all possess, aging. I cannot see your aging stage. Do you know how many times your soul has experienced death? The authority of Kalokagathia is trembling for no clear reason. Trang Xian also thought about the other deaths she mentioned. Sinmar's three faces are said to be able to see three fates. The left face sees the past, the middle face sees the present, and the right face sees the future. Any mortal soul accumulates karma while moving through reincarnation. Only by escaping that cycle can one reach the peak, achieving immortality or a touch of divinity. But because she couldn't see her aging stage, does that mean she saw her past lives? No, it must be something else. Could it be that Sinmara saw her current life, the act of abandoning her life in the name of the twilight of the gods? More precisely, it must be something beyond this. But what? Simon Magus channeled his energy forward. What are you looking at when I'm right here? Today I will return all the humiliation I have endured. I must chop off her right head, so she cannot see the future. The Holy Throne, the first mage of Samaria, announced the demon realm. Sinmara clicked her tongue. Honestly, what a useless act. Your failure has already been foretold. Just then, a great fire erupted beside them. Simon Magus exclaimed, I had suspected it before, but I didn't expect you to be a complete giant. The second huskings has been applied, and the Imperial Prison First Enlightenment has been fully upgraded to Imperial Prison Second Enlightenment. Trang Xian grew rapidly, his entire body enveloped in a surging flame. At this moment, Trang Xian was no different from a true giant, not someone who had halfway transformed. The title of Demon Body Fixed Spirit has become Grand Body Fixed Spirit. Lai Trang Xian flashed a smug smile.